The Project Gutenberg ebook of a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, now entitled The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 02, of 17. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: A plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, now entitled The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 02, of 17, Translator, Sir Richard Francis Burton. Release date, April 17, 2016. Ebook number 51775. Most recently updated, September 6, 2018. Language, English. Credits, produced by Richard Tunsing, Richard Hulse, and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet. Archive, start of the Project Gutenberg ebook, a plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, now entitled The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, Volume 02, of 17, Transcriber's Note: the cover image was created by the transcriber and is placed in the public domain. To the pure all things are pure. Puris omnia pura, Arab proverb. Nayuna corrata ment intes mi sanament parole. Decameron. Conclusion. Arubit, posut meum Lucretia librum sed coram bruto. Brood. Recede, Leget. Martial. Mulx est de risk de larmes escripra, por cec rire est le proper de hams. Rabelais. The pleasure we derive from perusing the 1001 stories makes us regret that we possess only a comparatively small part of these truly enchanting fictions. Crichton's History of Arabia. A plain and literal translation of the Arabian Nights Entertainments. Now entitled The Book of the Thousand Nights and a Night, with introduction, explanatory notes on the manners and customs of Moslem men, and a terminal essay upon the history of the Nights. Volume 2. By Richard F. Burton. Printed by the Burton Club for private subscribers only. Shammer edition, limited to 1,000 numbered sets, of which this is number 547. Printed in USA. To John Payne, ESQ, etc., etc., etc. My dear Sir, allow me, thus publicly to express my admiration of your magnum opus, The Book of the Thousand Nights and One Night, and to offer you my cordial thanks for honoring me with the dedication of that scholar-like and admirable version. Ever yours sincerely, Richard F. Burton. Queen's College, Oxford, August 1, 1885. Contents of the second volume. Page 7. Nur al-Din Ali and the Damsel Anis al-Jalis. 1. Lane, Chapt. 6. Story of Nur ad-Din and Anis el-Jalis, Volume IP 436. 8. Tale of Ghanem bin Ayyub, the Distraught, the Thrall o' Love. 45, Lane, Chapt. 7. Story of Ghanem the son of Ayyub, the Distracted Slave of Love, p. 487, A. Tale of the First Eunuch, Bouquet. 49. B. Tale of the Second Eunuch, Kafir. 51, Story of the Slave Kafur, p. 491. 9. Tale of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Sharkan and Zau al-Makan. 77. A. Tale of Taj al-Muluk and the Princess Dunya. 283, Lane, Chapt. 8. Story of Taj el-Muluk and the Lady Dunya, p. 523, A. Tale of Aziz and Aziza. 298, Lane, Chapt. 8. Story of Aziz and Aziza, p. 535. Nur al-Din Ali and the Damsel Anis al-Jalis. Quoth Shahrazad, 1: It hath reached me, O auspicious king of intelligence penetrating, that there was, amongst the kings of base Ohrid too a king who loved the poor and needy and cherished his lieges, and gave of his wealth to all who believed in Mohammed, whom Allah bless and assain, and he was even as one of the poets described him, a king who when hosts of the foe invade, receives them with lance lunge and saber sway, writes his name on bosoms in thin red lines, and scatters the horsemen in wild dismay. 3 His name was King Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, and he had 2 wazirs, one called al-Mu'in, son of Sa'i, and the other al-Fazl, son of Khakan. Now al-Fazl was the most generous of the people of his age, upright of life, so that all hearts united in loving him, and the wise flocked to him for counsel, whilst the subjects used to pray for his long life, because he was a compendium of the best qualities, encouraging the good and leaf, and preventing evil and mischief. But the Wazir Mu'in bin Sa'i on the contrary hated folk for and loved not the good, and was a mere compound of ill, even as was said of him, hold to nobles, sons of nobles. 'Tis ever nature's test that nobles born of nobles shall excel in noble deed, and shun the mean of soul, meanly bred, for 'tis the law, mean deeds come of men who are mean of blood and breed. And as much as the people loved and fondly loved al-Fazl bin Khakan, so they hated and thoroughly hated the mean and miserly Mu'in bin Sa'i. It befell one day by the decree of the decreer, that King Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, being seated on his throne with his officers of state about him, summoned his wazir al-Fazl and said to him, I wish to have a slave girl of passing beauty, perfect in loveliness, exquisite in symmetry, and endowed with all praiseworthy gifts. Said the courtiers, such a girl is not to be bought for less than 10,000 gold pieces. Whereupon the Sultan called out to his treasurer and said, carry 10,000 dinars to the house of al-Fazl bin Khakan. The treasurer did the king's bidding, and the minister went away, after receiving the royal charge to repair to the slave bazaar every day, and entrust to brokers the matter aforesaid. Moreover, the king issued orders that girls worth above 1,000 gold pieces should not be bought or sold without being first displayed to the wazir. Accordingly, no broker purchased a slave girl ere she had been paraded before the minister, but none pleased him, till one day a dealer came to the house and found him taking horse and intending for the palace. So he caught hold of his stirrup, saying, O thou, who givest to royal state sweet savour, thou art a wazir, shalt never fail of favour. Dead bounty thou hast raised to life for men, ne'er fail of Allah's grace such high endeavour. Then quoth he, O my lord, that surpassing object for whom the gracious mandate was issued is at last found. 5 And quoth the wazir, here with her to me. So he went away and returned after a little, bringing a damsel in richest raiment robed, a maid spear straight of stature and 5 feet tall, budding of bosom, with eyes large and black as by coal traced, and dewy lips sweeter than syrup or the sherbet one sips, a virginette smooth-cheeked and shapely faced, whose slender waist with massive hips was engraced, a form more pleasing than branchlet waving upon the topmost trees, and a voice softer and gentler than the morning breeze, even as saith one of those who have described her. Strange is the charm which dights her brows like Luna's disk that shine, O sweeter taste than sweetest rob 6 or raisins of the vine. A throne empyrean keeps for her in high and glorious state, for wit and wisdom, wand-like form, and graceful bending line, she in the heaven of her face the sevenfold stars displays, that guard her cheeks as satellites against the spy's design. If man should cast a furtive glance or steal far look at her, his heart is burnt by devil bolts shot by those piercing ain. When the wazir saw her, she made him marvel with excess of admiration, so he turned, perfectly pleased, to the broker and asked, what is the price of this girl? Whereto he answered, her market value stands at 10,000 dinars, but her owner swears that this sum will not cover the cost of the chickens she hath eaten, the wine she hath drunken, and the dresses of honor bestowed upon her instructor, for she hath learned calligraphy and syntax and etymology, the commentaries of the Quran, the principles of law and religion, the canons of medicine, and the calendar and the art of playing on musical instruments. 8 Said the Wazir, bring me her master. So the broker brought him at once and, behold, he was a Persian of whom there was left only what the days had left, for he was as a vulture bald and scald and a wall trembling to its fall. Time had buffeted him with sore smart, yet was he not willing this world to depart, even as said the poet, time hath shattered all my frame, oh! How time hath shattered me! Time with lordly might can tame manly strength and vigor free. Time was in my youth, that none sped their way more fleet and fast, time is and my strength is gone, youth is sped, and speed is past. 9 The Wazir asked him, art thou content to sell the slave girl to the Sultan for 10,000 dinars, and the Persian answered, by Allah, if I offered her to the king for naught, it were but my devoir. 10 So the minister bade bring the monies and saw them weighed out to the Persian, who stood up before him and said, by the leave of our lord the Wazir, I have somewhat to say, and the Wazir replied, out with all thou hast. It is my opinion, continued the slave dealer, that thou shouldst not carry the maid to the king this day, for she is newly off a journey, the change of air 11 hath affected her and the toils of trouble have fretted her. But keep her quiet in thy palace some 10 days, that she may recover her looks and become again as she was. Then send her to the hammam and clothe her in the richest of clothes and go up with her to the Sultan, this will be more to thy profit. The Wazir pondered the Persian's words and approved of their wisdom, so he carried her to his palace, where he appointed her private rooms, and allowed her every day whatever she wanted of meat and drink and so forth. And on this wise she abode a while. Now the Wazir al-Fazl had a son like the full moon when she nighest died, with face radiant in light, cheeks ruddy bright, and a mole like a dot of ambergris on a downy sight, as said of him the poet and said full right, a moon which blights you 12 if you dare behold, a branch which folds you in its waving fold, locks of the Zanjay 13 and golden glint of hair, sweet gait and form a spear to have and hold, ah! Heart of heart with softest slenderest waist, that evil to this will why not rameled. 14 Were thy form's softness placed in thy heart, ne'er would thy lover find thee harsh and cold, O thou accuser! Be my love's excuser, nor chide if love pangs deal me woes untold. I bear no blame, 'tis all my heart and ain, so leave thy blaming, let me yearn and pine. Now the handsome youth knew not the affair of the damsel, and his father had enjoined her closely, saying, know, O my daughter, that I have bought thee as a bedfellow for our king, Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, and I have a son who is a Satan for girls and leaves no maid in the neighborhood without taking her maidenhead, so be on thy guard against him and beware of letting him see thy face or hear thy voice. Hearkening and obedience, said the girl, and he left her and fared forth. Some days after this it happened by decree of destiny, that the damsel repaired to the baths in the house, where some of the slave women bathed her, after which she arrayed herself in sumptuous raiment, and her beauty and loveliness were thereby redoubled. Then she went in to the Wazir's wife and kissed her hand, and the dame said to her, Naaman, may it benefit thee. 15 O Anis al-Jalis, 16 Are not our baths handsome? O my mistress, she replied, I lacked naught there save thy gracious presence. Thereupon the lady said to her slave women, come with us to the hammam, for it is some days since we went there. They answered, to hear is to obey, and rose and all accompanied her. Now she had set 2 little slave girls to keep the door of the private chamber wherein was Anis al-Jalis, and had said to them, suffer none go in to the damsel. Presently, as the beautiful maiden sat resting in her rooms, suddenly came in the Wazir's son whose name was Nur al-Din Ali 17 and asked after his mother and her women, to which the 2 little slave girls replied, they are in the hammam. But the damsel, Anis al-Jalis, had heard from within Nur al-Din Ali's voice and had said to herself, "Oh, would heaven I saw what like is this youth against whom the wazir warned me, saying that he hath not left a virgin in the neighborhood without taking her virginity. By Allah, I do long to have sight of him." So she sprang to her feet with the freshness of the bath on her and, stepping to the door, looked at Nur al-Din Ali and saw a youth like the moon in its full, and the sight bequeathed her 1,000 sighs. The young man also glanced at her, and the look made him heir to 1,000 thoughts of care, and each fell into love's ready snare. Then he stepped up to the two little slave girls and cried aloud at them, whereupon both fled before him and stood afar off to see what he would do. And behold, he walked to the door of the damsel's chamber and, opening it, went in and asked her, "Art thou she my father bought for me?" And she answered, "Yes." Thereupon the youth, who was warm with wine, came up to her and embraced her. Then he took her legs and passed them round his waist, and she wound her arms about his neck, and met him with kisses and murmurs of pleasure and amorous toyings. Next he sucked her tongue and she sucked his, and, lastly, he loosed the strings of her petticoat trousers and abetted her maidenhead. When the two little slave girls saw their young master get in unto the damsel, Anis al-Jalis, they cried out and shrieked. So as soon as the youth had had his wicked will of her, he rose and fled forth, fearing the consequences of his ill-doing. When the wazir's wife heard the slave girl's cries, she sprang up and came out of the baths with the perspiration pouring from her face, saying, "What is this unseemly clamour in the house?" 18. Then she came up to the two little slave girls and asked them, saying, "Fie upon you! What is the matter?" And both answered, "Verily our lord Nur al-Din came in and beat us, so we fled." Then he went up to Anis al-Jalis and threw his arms round her, and we know not what he did after that, but when we cried out to thee he ran away. Upon this the lady went to Anis al-Jalis and said to her, "What tidings?" "O my lady," she answered, "as I was sitting here lo, a handsome young man came in and said to me, 'Art thou she my father bought for me?' And I answered, 'Yes,' for, by Allah, O mistress mine, I believed that his words were true, and he instantly came in and embraced me." "Did he not else with thee but this?" quoth the lady, and quoth she, "Indeed he did. But he did it only 3 times. He did not leave thee without dishonouring thee," cried the wazir's wife, and fell to weeping and buffeting her face, she and the girl and all the handmaidens, fearing lest Nur al-Din's father should kill him. 19. Whilst they were thus, in came the wazir and asked what was the matter, and his wife said to him, "Swear that whatso I tell thee thou wilt attend to it." "I will," answered he. So she related to him what his son had done, whereat he was much concerned and rent his raiment and smote his face till his nose bled, and plucked out his beard by the handful. "Do not kill thyself," said his wife, "I will give thee 10,000 dinars, her price, of my own money." But he raised his head and cried, "Out upon thee! I have no need of her purchase money, my fear is lest life as well as money go." "O my lord, and how is that? Wottest thou not that yonder standeth our enemy Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, who, as soon as he shall hear of this matter, will go up to the Sultan?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 35th night, she continued, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the wazir said to his wife, 'Wottest thou not that yonder standeth our enemy Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, who, as soon as he hears of this matter, will go up to the Sultan and say to him, Thy wazir who, thou wilt have it loveth thee, took from thee 10,000 ducats and bought therewith a slave girl whose like none ever beheld, but when he saw her, she pleased him, and he said to his son, Take her, thou art worthier of her than the Sultan.' So he took her and did away with her virginity, and she is now in his house. The king will say, Thou liest. To which he will reply, With thy leave I will fall upon him unawares and bring her to thee. The king will give him warranty for this, and he will come down upon the house and will take the girl and present her to the Sultan, who will question her and she will not be able to deny the past. Then mine enemy will say, O my lord, thou wottest that I give thee the best of counsel, but I have not found favor in thine eyes. Thereupon the Sultan will make an example of me, and I shall be a gazing stock to all the people, and my life will be lost. Quoth his wife, Let none know of this thing which hath happened privily, and commit thy case to Allah and trust in him to save thee from such strait, for he who knoweth the future shall provide for the future. With this she brought the wazir a cup of wine, and his heart was quieted, and he ceased to feel wrath and fear. Thus far concerning him, but as regards his son Nur al-Din Ali, fearing the consequence of his misdeed, he abode his day long in the flower garden and came back only at night to his mother's apartment where he slept, and, rising before dawn, returned to the gardens. He ceased not to do thus for 2 whole months without showing his face to his parent, till at last his mother said to his father, O my lord, shall we lose our boy as well as the girl? If matters continue long in this way he will flee from us. And what to do, asked he, and she answered, Do thou watch this night, and, when he cometh, seize on him and frighten him, I will rescue him from thee, and do thou make peace with him and give him the damsel to wife, for she loveth him as he loveth her. And I will pay thee her price. So the minister sat up that night, and, when his son came, he seized him and throwing him down knelt on his breast and showed as though he would cut his throat, but his mother ran to the youth's succor and asked her husband, What wouldest thou do with him? He answered her, I will split his weasand. Said the son to the father, Is my death, then, so light a matter to thee? And his father's eyes welled with tears, for natural affection moved him, and he rejoined, O my son, how light was to thee the loss of my good and my life. Quoth Nur al-Din, Hear, O my father, what the poet hath said, forgive me. Thee ward sinned I, but the wise ne'er to the sinner shall deny his grace, thifo may pardon su when lieth he in lowest, and thou holdest highest place. Thereupon the wazir rose from off his son's breast, saying, I forgive thee, for his heart yearned to him, and the youth kissed the hand of his sire, who said, O my son, were I sure that thou wouldest deal justly by Anis al-Jalis, I would give her to thee. O my father, what justice am I to do to her? I enjoin thee, O my son, not to take another wife or concubine to share with her, nor sell her. O my father, I swear to thee that verily I will not do her injustice in either way. Having sworn to that effect, Nur al-Din went in to the damsel and abode with her a whole year, whilst Allah Almighty caused the king to forget the matter of the maiden, and al-Mu'in, though the affair came to his ears, dared not divulge it by reason of the high favor in which his rival stood with the Sultan. At the end of the year Al-Fazl went one day to the public baths, and, as he came out whilst he was still sweating, the air struck him 20 and he caught a cold which turned to a fever, then he took to his bed. His malady gained ground and restlessness was longsome upon him and weakness bound him like a chain, so he called out, Hither with my son, and when Nur al-Din Ali came he said to him, O my son, know that man's lot and means are distributed and decreed, and the end of days by all must be dreed, and that every soul drain the cup of death is nature's need. Then he repeated these lines, I die my death, but he alone is great who dieth not. And well I wot, soon shall I die, for death was made my lot, a king there's not that dies and holds his kingdom in his hand, for sovereignty the kingdom is of him who dieth not. Then he continued, O my son, I have no charge to leave thee save that thou fear Allah and look to the issues of thine acts and bear in mind my injunctions anent Anis al-Jalis. O my father, said Nur al-Din, who is like unto thee? Indeed thou art famed for well-doing and preachers offer prayers for thee in their pulpits. Quoth Al-Fazl, O my son, I hope that Allah Almighty may grant me acceptance. Then he pronounced the two testimonies 21 or professions of the faith, and was recorded among the blessed. The palace was filled with crying and lamentation, and the news of his death reached the king, and the city people wept, even those at their prayers and women at household cares, and the school children shed tears for bin Khakan. Then his son Nur al-Din Ali arose and made ready his funeral, and the emirs and wazirs and high officers of state and city notables were present, amongst them the wazir al-Mu'in bin Sa'i. And as the bier went forth from the house, someone in the crowd of mourners began to chant these lines: on the fifth day I quitted all my friends for evermore, and they laid me out and washed me on a slab without my door. 22 They stripped me of the clothes I was ever wont to wear, and they clothed me in the clothes which till then I never wore. On 4 men's necks they bore me and carried me from home to chapel, and some prayed for him on neck they bore. They prayed for me a prayer that no prostration knows. 23 They prayed for me who praised me and were my friends of yore, and they laid me in a house with a ceiling vaulted o'er, and time shall be no more ere it ope to me its door. When they had shovelled in the dust over him and the crowd had dispersed, Nur al-Din returned home, and he lamented with sobs and tears, and the tongue of the case repeated these couplets: on the 5th day at eventide they went away from me, I farewelled them as faring they made farewell my lot, but my spirit as they went, with them went, and so I cried, A return ye, but replied she, Alas! Return is not to a framework lear and lorn that lacketh blood and life, a frame whereof remaineth naught but bones that rattle and rot. Mine eyes are blind and cannot see, quenched by the flowing tear. Mine ears are dull and lost to sense, they have no power to hear. He abode a long time sorrowing for his father, till, one day, as he was sitting at home, there came a knocking at the door, so he rose in haste and opening let in a man, one of his father's intimates and who had been the wazir's boon companion. The visitor kissed Nur al-Din's hand and said to him, O my lord, he who hath left the like of thee is not dead, and this way went also the chief of the ancients and the moderns. 24 O my lord Ali, be comforted and leave sorrowing. Thereupon Nur al-Din rose and going to the guest saloon transported thither all he needed. Then he assembled his companions and took his handmaid again, and, collecting round him 10 of the sons of the merchants, began to eat meat and drink wine, giving entertainment after entertainment and lavishing his presents and his favors. One day his steward came to him and said, O my lord Nur al-Din, hast thou not heard the saying, Whoso spendeth and reckoneth not, to poverty wendeth and recketh not? And he repeated what the poet wrote: I look to my money and keep it with care, for right well I wot 'tis my buckler and brand. Did I lavish my dirhams on hostlest foes 25 I should truck my good luck by mine ill luck trep, and so I'll eat it and drink it and joy in my wealth, and no spending my pennies on others I'll stand. I will keep my purse close gainst whoever he be, and a niggard in grain a true friend ne'er I fand. Far better deny him than come to say lend, and fivefold the loan shall return to thy hand. And he turns face aside and he sidles away, while I stand like a dog disappointed, unmanned. Oh, the sorry lot is who hath yellow boys none, though his genius and virtues shine bright as the sun. O my master, continued the steward, this lavish outlay and these magnificent gifts waste away wealth. When Nur al-Din Ali heard these words he looked at his servant and cried, Of all thou hast spoken I will not heed one single word, for I have heard the saying of the poet who saith, And my palm be full of wealth and my wealth I ne'er bestow, a palsy take my hand and my foot ne'er rise again. Show me niggard who by niggardize rose to high degree, or the generous in gifts generosity hath slain. And he pursued, No, O steward, it is my desire that so long as thou hast money enough for my breakfast, thou trouble me not with taking thought about my supper. Thereupon the steward asked, Must it be so? And he answered, It must. So the honest man went his way and Nur al-Din Ali devoted himself to extravagance, and, If any of his cup companions chanced to say, "This is a pretty thing," he would reply, "'Tis a gift to thee," or if another said, "O my lord, such a house is handsome," he would answer, "Take it, it is thine." After this reckless fashion he continued to live for a whole year, giving his friends a banquet in the morning and a banquet in the evening and a banquet at midnight, till one day, as the company was sitting together, the damsel Anis al-Jalis repeated these lines: "Thou deemedst well of time when days went well, and fearedst not what ills might deal thee fate, thy nights so fair and restful cozened thee, for peaceful nights bring woes of heavy weight." When she had ended her verse, behold, somebody knocked at the door. So Nur al-Din rose to open it, and one of his boon companions followed him without being perceived. At the door he found his steward and asked him, "What is the matter?" And he answered, "O my lord, what I dreaded for thee hath come to pass." "How so?" "Know that there remains not a dirham's worth, less or more, in my hands. Here are my dafters and account books showing both income and outlay and the registers of thine original property." When Nur al-Din heard these words he bowed his head and said, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah." When the man who had followed him privily to spy on him heard the steward's words, he returned to his friends and warned them, saying, "Look ye well to what ye do, Nur al-Din is penniless," and, as the young host came back to his guests, vexation showed itself in his face. Thereupon one of the intimates rose, and, looking at the entertainer, said to him, "O my lord, maybe thou wilt give me leave to retire." "And why so early retirement this day?" asked he, and the other answered him, "My wife is in childbirth and I may not be absent from her, indeed I must return and see how she does." So he gave him leave, whereupon another rose and said, "O my lord Nur al-Din, I wish now to go to my brother's, for he circumciseth his son today." 26. In short, each and every asked permission to retire on some pretence or other, till all the 10 were gone, leaving Nur al-Din alone. Then he called his slave girl and said to her, "O Anis al-Jalis, hast thou seen what case is mine?" And he related to her what the steward had told him. Then quoth she, "O my lord, for many nights I had it in my mind to speak with thee of this matter, but I heard thee repeating, when the world heaps favors on thee, pass on thy favors to friends ere her hand she stay, largesse never let her when fain she comes, nor niggardise kept her from turning away." When I heard these verses I held my peace and cared not to exchange a word with thee. "O Anis al-Jalis," said Nur al-Din, "thou knowest that I have not wasted my wealth save on my friends, especially these 10 who have now left me a pauper, and I think they will not abandon and desert me without relief." "By Allah," replied she, "they will not profit thee with aught of aid." Said he, "I will rise at once and go to them and knock at their doors, it may be I shall get from them somewhat wherewith I may trade and leave pastime and pleasuring." So he rose without stay or delay, and repaired to a street wherein all his 10 friends lived. He went up to the nearest door and knocked, whereupon a handmaid came out and asked him, "Who art thou?" And he answered, "Tell thy master that Nur al-Din Ali standeth at the door and saith to him, Thy slave kisseth thy hand and awaiteth thy bounty." The girl went in and told her master, who cried at her, "Go back and say my master is not at home." So she returned to Nur al-Din, and said to him, "O my lord, my master is out." Thereupon he turned away and said to himself, "If this one be a whoreson knave and deny himself, another may not prove himself such knave and whoreson." Then he went up to the next door and sent in a like message to the house master, who denied himself as the first had done, whereupon he began repeating, "He is gone who went to his gate thou goest, fed thy famished maw with his boiled and roast." When he had ended his verse he said, "By Allah, there is no help but that I make trial of them all, perchance there be one amongst them who will stand me in the stead of all the rest." So he went the round of the 10, but not one of them would open his door to him or show himself or even break a bit of bread before him, whereupon he recited, like a tree is he who in wealth doth one, and while fruits he the folk to his fruit shall run, but when bared the tree of what fruit it bear, they leave it to suffer from dust and sun. Perdition to all of this age. I find 10 rogues for every righteous one. Then he returned to his slave girl, and his grief had grown more grievous, and she said to him, O my lord, did I not tell thee, none would profit thee with aught of aid? And he replied, By Allah, not one of them would show me his face or know me. O my lord, quoth she, sell some of the movables and household stuff, such as pots and pans, little by little, and expend the proceeds until Allah Almighty shall provide. So he sold all of that was in the house till nothing remained, when he turned to Anis al-Jalis and asked her, What shall we do now? And she answered, O my lord, it is my advice that thou arise forthwith and take me down to the bazaar and sell me. Thou knowest that thy father bought me for 10,000 dinars, haply Allah may open thee a way to get the same price, and if it be his will to bring us once more together, we shall meet again. O Anis al-Jalis, cried he, by Allah it is no light matter for me to be parted from thee for a single hour. By Allah, O my lord, she replied, nor is it easy to me either, but need hath its own law, as the poet said, need drives a man into devious roads, and pathways doubtful of trend and scope. No man to a rope 27 will entrust his weight, save for cause that calleth for case of rope. Thereupon he rose to his feet and took her 28, whilst the tears rolled down his cheek like rain, and he recited with the tongue of the case these lines: Stay. Grant one parting look before we part, nerving my heart the severance to sustain, but, in this parting deal thee pain and bane, leave me to die of love and spare thee pain. Then he went down with her to the bazaar and delivered her to the broker and said to him, O Hajj Hassan 29, I pray thee note the value of her thou hast to cry for sale. O my lord Nur al-Din, quoth the broker, the fundamentals are remembered. 30, adding, is not this the Anis al-Jalis whom thy father bought of me for 10,000 dinars? Yes, said Nur al-Din. Thereupon the broker went round to the merchants, but found that all had not yet assembled. So he waited till the rest had arrived, and the market was crowded with slave girls of all nations, Turks, Franks and Circassians, Abyssinians, Nubians, and Takruris 31, Tartars, Georgians and others, when he came forward and standing cried aloud, O merchants! O men of money! Every round thing is not a walnut, and every long thing a banana is not, all reds are not meat, nor all whites fat, nor is every brown thing a date. 32, O merchants, I have here this union pearl that hath no price, at what sum shall I cry her? Cry her at 4,500 dinars, quoth one of the traders. The broker opened the door of sale at the sum named, and, as he was yet calling, lo! The Wazir al-Mu'in bin Sa'i passed through the bazaar and, seeing Nur al-Din Ali waiting at one side, said to himself, Why is Khakan's son 33 standing about here? Hath this gallows bird aught remaining wherewith to buy slave girls? Then he looked round and, seeing the broker calling out in the market with all the merchants around him, said to himself, I am sure that he is penniless and hath brought hither the damsel Anis al-Jalis for sale, adding, Oh how cooling and grateful is this to my heart. Then he called the crier, who came up and kissed the ground before him, and he said to him, I want this slave girl whom thou art calling for sale. The broker dared not cross him, so he answered, O my lord, Bismillah. In Allah's name, so be it, and led forward the damsel and showed her to him. She pleased him much, whereat he asked, O Hassan, what is bidden for this girl? And Tai answered, 4,500 dinars to open the door of sale. Quoth al-Mu'in, 4,500 is my bid. When the merchants heard this, they held back and dared not bid another dirham, wotting what they did of the wazir's tyranny, violence, and treachery. So Al-Mu'in looked at the broker and said to him, "Why stand still? Go and offer 4,000 dinars for me, and the 500 shall be for thyself." Thereupon the broker went to Nur al-Din and said, "O my lord, thy slave is going for nothing." "And how so?" asked he. The broker answered, "We had opened the biddings for her at 4,500 dinars, when that tyrant, Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, passed through the bazaar, and, as he saw the damsel, she pleased him, so he cried to me, 'Call me the buyer at 4,000 dinars, and thou shalt have 500 for thyself.' I doubt not but that he knoweth that the damsel is thine, and if he would pay thee down her price at once it were well, but I know his injustice and violence. He will give thee a written order upon some of his agents, and will send after thee to say to them, pay him nothing. So as often as thou shalt go in quest of the coin, they will say, we'll pay thee presently. And they will put thee off day after day, and thou art proud of spirit, till at last, when they are wearied with thine importunity, they will say, show us the check. Then, as soon as they have got hold of it, they will tear it up, and so thou wilt lose the girl's price." When Nur al-Din heard this, he looked at the broker and asked him, "How shall this matter be managed?" And he answered, "I will give thee a counsel which, if thou follow, it shall bring thee complete satisfaction." "And what is that?" quoth Nur al-Din. Quoth the broker, "Come thou to me anon when I am standing in the middle of the market, and, taking the girl from my hand, give her a sound cuffing, and say to her, thou baggage, I have kept my vow and brought thee down to the slave market, because I swore an oath that I would carry thee from home to the bazaar, and make brokers cry thee for sale. If thou do this, perhaps the device will impose upon the wazir and the people, and they will believe that thou broughtest her not to the bazaar but for the quittance of thine oath." He replied, "Such were the best way." Then the broker left him, and, returning into the midst of the market, took the damsel by the hand, and signed to the wazir and said, "O my lord, here is her owner." With this up came Nur al-Din Ali, and, snatching the girl from the broker's hand, cuffed her soundly and said to her, "Shame on thee, O thou baggage! I have brought thee to the bazaar for quittance of mine oath, now get thee home and thwart me no more, as is thy wont. Woe to thee! Do I need thy price, that I should sell thee? The furniture of my house would fetch thy value many times over." When Al-Mu'in saw this, he said to Nur al-Din, "Out on thee! Hast thou anything left for selling or buying?" And he would have laid violent hands upon him, but the merchants interposed, for they all loved Nur al-Din, and the young man said to them, "Here am I in your hands, and yet all know his tyranny." "By Allah," cried the wazir, "but for you I had slain him." Then all signed with significant eyes to Nur al-Din, as much as to say, "Take thy wreak of him, not one of us will come between thee and him." Thereupon Nur al-Din, who was stout of heart as he was stalwart of limb, went up to the wazir and, dragging him over the pommel of his saddle, threw him to the ground. Now there was in that place a puddling pit for brick clay 34, into the midst of which he fell, and Nur al-Din kept pummeling and fisticuffing him, and one of the blows fell full on his teeth, and his beard was dyed with his blood. Also there were with the minister 10 armed slaves who, seeing their master entreated after this fashion, laid hand on sword hilt and would have bared blades and fallen on Nur al-Din to cut him down, but the merchants and bystanders said to them, "This is a wazir, and that is the son of a wazir, haply they will make friends some time or other, in which case you will forfeit the favor of both. Or perchance a blow may befall your lord, and you will all die the vilest of deaths, so it were better for you not to interfere." Accordingly they held aloof, and, when Nur al-Din had made an end of thrashing the wazir, he took his handmaid and fared homewards. Al-Mu'in also went his ways at once, with his raiment dyed of 3 colors, black with mud, red with blood, and ash-colored with brick clay. When he saw himself in this state, he bound a bit of matting 35 round his neck and, taking in hand 2 bundles of coarse half a grass 36, went up to the palace and standing under the Sultan's windows cried aloud, "O King of the age, I am a wronged man. I am foully wronged." So they brought him before the king, who looked at him, and behold, it was the chief minister, whereupon he said, "O Wazir, who did this deed by thee?" Al-Mu'in wept and sobbed and repeated these lines: "Shall the world oppress me when thou art in tea? In the lion's presence shall wolves devour? Shall the dry all drink of thy tanks, and I under rain cloud thirst for the cooling shower? O my lord," cried he, "the like will befall every one who loveth and serveth thee well." "Be quick with thee," quoth the Sultan, "and tell me how this came to pass, and who did this deed by one whose honor is part of my honor." Quoth the Wazir, "Know, O my lord, that I went out this day to the slave market to buy me a cook-maid, when I saw there a damsel, never in my life long saw I a fairer, and I designed to buy her for our lord the Sultan, so I asked the broker of her and of her owner, and he answered, she belongeth to Ali son of Al-Fazl bin Khakan. Some time ago our lord the Sultan gave his father 10,000 dinars wherewith to buy him a handsome slave girl, and he bought this maiden who pleased him, so he grudged her to our lord the Sultan and gave her to his own son. When the father died, the son sold all he had of houses and gardens and household gear, and squandered the price till he was penniless. Then he brought the girl to the market that he might sell her, and he handed her over to the broker to cry, and the merchants bid higher and higher on her, until her price reached 4,000 dinars, whereupon quoth I to myself, I will buy this damsel for our lord the Sultan, whose money was paid for her. So I said to Nur al-Din, O my son, sell her to me for 4,000 dinars. When he heard my words he looked at me and cried, O ill-omened oldster, I will sell her to a Jew or to a Nazarene, but I will not sell her to thee. I do not buy her for myself, said I buy her for our lord and benefactor the Sultan. Hearing my words he was filled with rage, and, dragging me off my horse, and I a very old man, beat me unmercifully with his fists and buffeted me with his palms till he left me as thou seest, and all this hath befallen me only because I thought to buy this damsel for thee. Then the Wazir threw himself on the ground and lay there weeping and shivering. When the Sultan saw his condition and heard his story, the vein of rage started out between his eyes 37, and he turned to his bodyguard who stood before him, 40 white slaves, smiters with the sword, and said to them, Go down forthright to the house built by the son of Khakan and sack it and raze it and bring to me his son Nur al-Din with the damsel, and drag them both on their faces with their arms pinioned behind them. They replied, To hear is to obey, and, arming themselves, they set out for the house of Nur al-Din Ali. Now about the Sultan was a chamberlain, Alam 38 al-Din Sanjar hight, who had aforetime been Mamluk to Al-Fazl, but he had risen in the world and the Sultan had advanced him to be one of his chamberlains. When he heard the king's command and saw the enemies make them ready to slay his old master's son, it was grievous to him, so he went out from before the Sultan and, mounting his beast, rode to Nur al-Din's house and knocked at the door. Nur al-Din came out and knowing him would have saluted him, but he said, O my master, this is no time for greeting or treating. Listen to what the poet said, fly with thy life if by ill overtaken. Let thy house speak thy death by its builder forsaken. For a land else than this land thou mayest reach, my brother, but thy life thou lt ne'er find in this world another. 39 O Alam al-Din, what cheer? Asked Nur al-Din, and he answered, Rise quickly and fly for thy life, thou and the damsel, for Al-Mu'in hath set a snare for you both, and, if you fall into his hands, he will slay you. The Sultan hath dispatched 40 soldiers against you, and I counsel you to flee ere harm can hurt you. Then Sanjar put his hand to his purse and finding there 40 gold pieces took them and gave them to Nur al-Din, saying, O my lord, receive these and journey with them. Had I more I would give them to thee, but this is not the time to take exception. Thereupon Nur al-Din went in to the damsel and told her what had happened, at which she wrung her hands. Then they fared forth at once from the city, and Allah spread over them his veil of protection, so that they reached the river bank, where they found a vessel ready for sea. Her skipper was standing amidships and crying, Whoso hath aught to do, whether in the way of provisioning or taking leave of his people, or whoso hath forgotten any needful thing, let him do it at once and return, for we are about to sail. And all of them saying, There is naught left to be done by us, O captain, he cried to his crew, Hello there! Cast off the cable and pull up the mooring pole. 40 Quoth Nur al-Din, Whither bound, O captain? And quoth he, To the house of peace, Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 36th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the skipper answered, To the house of peace, Baghdad, Nur al-Din Ali and the damsel went on board, and they launched the craft and shook out the sails, and the ship sped forth as though she were a bird on wing, even as said one of them and said right well, Watch some tall ship, she'll joy the sight of thee, the breeze outstripping in her haste to flee, as when a bird, with widely spreading wings, leaveth the sky to settle on the sea. So the vessel sailed on her fastest and the wind to her was fairest. Thus far concerning them, but as regards the Mamelukes, they went to Nur al-Din's mansion and, breaking open the doors, entered and searched the whole place, but could find no trace of him and the damsel, so they demolished the house and, returning to the Sultan, reported their proceedings, whereupon quoth he, Make search for them both, wherever they may be, and they answered, Hearing is obeying. The Wazir al-Mu'in had also gone home after the Sultan had bestowed upon him a robe of honor, and had set his heart at rest by saying, None shall take blood wreak for thee save I, and he had blessed the king and prayed for his long life and prosperity. Then the Sultan bade proclaim about the city, O yes, O ye lieges one and all. It is the will of our lord the Sultan that whoso happeneth on Nur al-Din Ali son of Al-Fazl bin Khakan, and bringeth him to the Sultan, shall receive a robe of honor and 1,000 gold pieces, and he who hideth him or knoweth his abiding place and informeth not, deserveth whatsoever pains and penalties shall befall him. So all began to search for Nur al-Din Ali, but they could find neither trace nor tidings of him. Meanwhile he and his handmaid sailed on with the wind right aft, till they arrived in safety at Baghdad, and the captain said to them, This is Baghdad and 'tis the city where security is to be had, winter with his frosts hath turned away and prime hath come his roses to display, and the flowers are a-glowing and the trees are blowing and the streams are flowing. So Nur al-Din landed, he and his handmaid and, giving the captain 5 dinars, walked on a little way till the decrees of destiny brought them among the gardens, and they came to a place swept and sprinkled, with benches along the walls and hanging jars filled with water. 41 Overhead was a trellis of reed work and canes shading the whole length of the avenue, and at the upper end was a garden gate, but this was locked. By Allah, quoth Nur al-Din to the damsel, right pleasant is this place, and she replied, O my lord, sit with me a while on this bench and let us take our ease. So they mounted and sat them down on the bench, after which they washed their faces and hands, and the breeze blew cool on them and they fell asleep, and glory be to him who never sleepeth. Now this garden was named the Garden of Gladness. 42 And therein stood a belvedere hight the Palace of Pleasure and the Pavilion of Pictures, the whole belonging to the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, who was wont, when his breast was straitened with care, to frequent garden and palace and there to sit. The palace had 80 latticed windows and 80 lamps hanging round a great candelabrum of gold furnished with wax candles, and, when the Caliph used to enter, he would order the handmaids to throw open the lattices and light up the rooms, and he would bid Ishaq bin Ibrahim the cup companion and the slave girls to sing till his breast was broadened and his ailments were allayed. Now the keeper of the garden, Sheikh Ibrahim, was a very old man, and he had found from time to time, when he went out on any business, people pleasuring about the garden gate with their bonarobas, at which he was angered with exceeding anger. 43 But he took patience till one day when the Caliph came to his garden, and he complained of this to Harun al-Rashid, who said, "Whomsoever thou surprisest about the door of the garden, deal with him as thou wilt." Now on this day the gardener chanced to be abroad on some occasion, and returning found these two sleeping at the gate covered with a single mantilla, whereupon said he, "By Allah, good! These twain know not that the Caliph hath given me leave to slay anyone I may catch at the door, but I will give this couple a shrewd whipping, that none may come near the gate in future." So he cut a green palm frond. 44 And went up to them, and, raising his arm till the white of his armpit appeared, was about to strike them, when he bethought himself and said, "O Ibrahim, wilt thou beat them unknowing their case? Haply they are strangers or of the sons of the road. 45 And the decrees of destiny have thrown them here. I will uncover their faces and look at them." So he lifted up the mantilla from their heads and said, "They are a handsome couple, it were not fitting that I should beat them." Then he covered their faces again and, going to Nur al-Din's feet, began to rub and shampoo them. 46 Whereupon the youth opened his eyes and, seeing an old man of grave and reverend aspect rubbing his feet, he was ashamed, and drawing them in, sat up. Then he took Sheikh Ibrahim's hand and kissed it. Quoth the old man, "O my son, whence art thou?" And quoth he, "O my lord, we two are strangers," and the tears started from his eyes. "O my son," said Sheikh Ibrahim, "know that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, hath enjoined honor to the stranger," and added, "Wilt not thou arise, O my son, and pass into the garden and solace thyself by looking at it and gladden thy heart?" "O my lord," said Nur al-Din, "to whom doth this garden belong?" And the other replied, "O my son, I have inherited it from my folk." Now his object in saying this was to set them at their ease and induce them to enter the garden. So Nur al-Din thanked him and rose, he and the damsel, and followed him into the garden, and lo! It was a garden, and what a garden! The gate was arched like a great hall, and over walls and roof ramped vines with grapes of many colors, the red like rubies and the black like ebonies, and beyond it lay a bower of trellised boughs growing fruits single and composite, and small birds on branches sang with melodious recite, and the thousand-noted nightingale shrilled with her varied shright, the turtle with her cooing filled the sight, the blackbird whistled like human white. 47 And the ringdove moaned like a drinker in grievous plight. The trees grew in perfection, all edible growths, and fruited all manner fruits which in pairs were bipartite, with the camphor apricot, the almond apricot, and the apricot carazani height, the plum, like the face of beauty, smooth and bright, the cherry that makes teeth shine clear by her sleight, and the fig of three colors, green, purple and white. There also blossomed the violet as it were sulphur on fire by night, the orange with buds like pink coral and marguerite, the rose whose redness scars the loveliest cheeks blush with despect, and myrtle and gillyflower and lavender with the blood-red anemone from Nu'man height. The leaves were all gemmed with tears the clouds had dyed, the chamomile smiled showing teeth that bite, and Narcissus with his negro 48 eyes fixed on rose his sight, the citrons shone with fruits embold and the lemons like balls of gold. Earth was carpeted with flowers tinctured infinite, for spring was come brightening the place with joy and delight, and the streams ran ringing, to the birds' gay singing, while the rustling breeze upspringing attempered the air to temperance exquisite. Sheikh Ibrahim carried them up into the pavilion, and they gazed on its beauty, and on the lamps aforementioned in the latticed windows, and Nur al-Din, remembering his entertainments of time past, cried, "By Allah, this is a pleasant place, it hath quenched in me anguish which burned as a fire of Gaza wood. 49 Then they sat down and Sheikh Ibrahim set food before them, and they ate till they were satisfied and washed their hands, after which Nur al-Din went up to one of the latticed windows. And, calling to his handmaid, fell to gazing on the trees laden with all manner fruits. Presently he turned to the gardener and said to him, O Sheikh Ibrahim, hast thou no drink here, for folk are wont to drink after eating? The Sheikh brought him sweet water, cool and pleasant, but he said, This is not the kind of drink I wanted. Perchance thou wishest for wine? Indeed I do, O Sheikh. I seek refuge from it with Allah. It is 13 years since I did this thing, for the Prophet, Abhak 50, cursed its drinker, presser, seller, and carrier. Hear 2 words of me. Say on. If yon cursed ass 51 which standeth there be cursed, will aught of his curse alight upon thee? By no means. Then take this dinar and these 2 dirhams and mount yonder ass and, halting afar from the wine shop, call the first man thou seest buying liquor and say to him, Take these 2 dirhams for thyself, and with this dinar buy me some wine and set it on the ass. So shalt thou be neither the presser, nor the buyer, nor the carrier, and no part of the curse will fall upon thee. At this Sheikh Ibrahim laughed and said, By Allah, O my son, I never saw one wheelier of wit than thou art, nor heard aught sweeter than thy speech. So he did as he was bidden by Nur al-Din, who thanked him and said, We too are now dependent on thee, and it is only meet that thou comply with our wishes, so bring us here what we require. O my son, replied he, this is my buttery before thee, and it was the storeroom provided for the commander of the faithful, so go in, and take whatso thou wilt, for there is over and above what thou wantest. Nur al-Din then entered the pantry and found therein vessels of gold and silver and crystal set with all kinds of gems, and was amazed and delighted with what he saw. Then he took out what he needed and set it on and poured the wine into flagons and glass ewers, whilst Sheikh Ibrahim brought them fruit and flowers and aromatic herbs. Then the old man withdrew and sat down at a distance from them, whilst they drank and made merry, till the wine got the better of them, so that their cheeks reddened and their eyes wantoned like the gazelles, and their locks became dishevelled and their brightness became yet more beautiful. Then said Sheikh Ibrahim to himself, What aileth me to sit apart from them? Why should I not sit with them? When shall I ever find myself in company with the like of these two that favour 2 moons? So he stepped forward and sat down on the edge of the dais, and Nur al-Din said to him, O my lord, my life on thee, come nearer to us. He came and sat by them, when Nur al-Din filled a cup and looked towards the sheikh and said to him, Drink, that thou mayest try the taste of it. I take refuge from it with Allah, replied he, for 13 years I have not done a thing of the kind. Nur al-Din feigned to forget he was there and, drinking off the cup, threw himself on the ground as if the drink had overcome him, whereupon Anis al-Jalis glanced at him and said, O Sheikh Ibrahim, see how this husband of mine treateth me, and he answered, O my lady, what aileth him? This is how he always serveth me, cried she, he drinketh the while, then falleth asleep and leaveth me alone with none to bear me company over my cup nor any to whom I may sing when the bowl goeth round. Quoth the sheikh, and his mien unstiffened for that his soul inclined towards her, By Allah, this is not well. Then she crowned a cup and looking towards him said, By my life thou must take and drink it, and not refuse to heal my sick heart. So he put forth his hand and took it and drank it off, and she filled a second and set it on the chandelier and said, O master mine, there is still this one left for thee. By Allah, I cannot drink it, cried he, what I have already drunk is enough for me, but she rejoined, By Allah, there is no help for it. So he took the cup and drank, and she filled him a third which he took and was about to drink when behold, Nur al-Din rolled round and sat upright, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 37th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nur al-Din sat upright and said, Ho, Sheikh Ibrahim, what is this? Did I not adjure thee a while ago and thou refusedst, saying what? 'Tis 13 years ago since I have done such a thing. By Allah, quoth the Sheikh, and indeed he was abashed, no sin of mine this, she forced me to do it. Nur al-Din laughed and they sat down again to wine and wassail, but the damsel turned to her master and said in a whisper, O my lord, drink and do not press him, that I may show thee some sport with him. Then she began to fill her master's cup and he hers, and so they did time after time, till at last Sheikh Ibrahim looked at them and said, What fashion of good fellowship is this? Allah curse the glutton who keepeth the cup to himself. Why dost thou not give me to drink, O my brother? What manners are these, O blessed one? At this the two laughed until they fell on their backs. Then they drank and gave him to drink and ceased not their carousal till a third part of the night was past. Then said the damsel, O Sheikh Ibrahim, with thy leave I will get up and light one of these candles. Do so, he replied, but light no more than one. So she sprang to her feet and, beginning with one candle, lighted all the 80 and sat down again. Presently Nur al-Din said, O Sheikh Ibrahim, in what favor am I with thee? May I not light one of these lamps? Light one, replied he, and bother me no more in thy turn. So he rose and lighted one lamp after another, till he had lighted the whole 80, and the palace seemed to dance with brilliancy. Quoth the Sheikh, and indeed intoxication had overcome him, yet two are bolder than I am. Then he rose to his feet and opened all the lattices and sat down again, and they fell to carousing and reciting verses till the place rang with their noisy mirth. Now Allah, the decreer who decreeth all things and who for every effect appointeth a cause, had so disposed that the Caliph was at that moment sitting in the light of the moon at one of the windows of his palace overlooking the Tigris. He saw the blaze of the lamps and wax candles reflected in the river and, lifting his eyes, perceived that it came from the garden palace which was all ablaze with brilliancy. So he cried, Hear to me with Jafar the Barmaki, and the last word was hardly spoken ere the wazir was present before the commander of the faithful, who cried at him, O dog of a minister, hast thou taken from me the city of Baghdad without saying aught to me? What words are these words? Asked Jafar, and the Caliph answered, If Baghdad city were not taken from me, the palace of pictures would not be illuminated with lamps and candles, nor would its windows be thrown open. Woe to thee! Who durst do a deed like this except the caliphate had been taken from me? Quoth Jafar, and indeed his side muscles trembled as he spoke, who told thee that the palace of pictures was illuminated and the windows thrown open? Come hither and see, replied the Caliph. Then Jafar came close to the Caliph and, looking towards the garden, saw the palace blazing with illumination that rayed through the gloom of the night, and, thinking that this might have been permitted by the keeper for some reason of his own, he wished to make an excuse for him, so quoth he, O Commander of the Faithful, Sheikh Ibrahim said to me last week, O my lord Jafar, I much wish to circumcise my sons during the life of the Commander of the Faithful and thy life. I asked, What dost thou want? And he answered, Get me leave from the Caliph to hold the festival in the garden palace. So said I to him, Go circumcise them and I will see the Caliph and tell him. Thereupon he went away and I forgot to let thee know. O Jafar, said the Caliph, thou hast committed two offences against me, first in that thou didst not report to me, secondly, thou didst not give him what he sought, for he came and told thee this only as excuse to ask for some small matter of money, to help him with the outlay, and thou gavest him nothing nor toldest me. O Commander of the Faithful, said Jafar, I forgot. Now by the rights of my forefathers and the tombs of my forebears, quoth the Caliph, I will not pass the rest of this night save in company with him, for truly he is a pious man who frequenteth the elders of the faith and the fakirs and other religious mendicants and entertaineth them. Doubtless they are now assembled together, and it may be that the prayer of one of them will work us will both in this world and in the next. Besides, my presence may profit and at any rate be pleasing to Sheikh Ibrahim. O Commander of the Faithful, quoth Jafar, the greater part of the night is past, and at this time they will be breaking up. Quoth the Caliph, it matters not, I needs must go to them. So Jafar held his peace, being bewildered and knowing not what to do. Then the Caliph rose to his feet and, taking with him Jafar and Masrur the eunuch sorter, the three disguised themselves in merchants' gear and leaving the city palace, kept threading the streets till they reached the garden. The Caliph went up to the gate and finding it wide open, was surprised and said, See, O Jafar, how Sheikh Ibrahim hath left the gate open at this hour contrary to his custom. They went in and walked on till they came under the pavilion, when the Caliph said, O Jafar, I wish to look in upon them unawares before I show myself, that I may see what they are about and get sight of the elders, for hitherto I have heard no sound from them, nor even a fakir calling upon the name of Allah. 52 Then he looked about and, seeing a tall walnut tree, said to Jafar, I will climb this tree, for its branches are near the lattices and so look in upon them. Thereupon he mounted the tree and ceased not climbing from branch to branch, till he reached a bough which was right opposite one of the windows, and here he took seat and looked inside the palace. He saw a damsel and a youth as they were two moons, glory be to him who created them and fashioned them, and by them Sheikh Ibrahim seated cup in hand and saying, O princess of fair ones, drinking without music is nothing worth. Indeed I have heard a poet say round with big and little, the bowl and cup, take either that moon 53 in his sheen hath crowned, nor drink without music, for oft I've seen, the horse drink best to the whistle's sound. When the Caliph saw this, the vein of wrath started up between his eyes and he came down and said to the Wazir, O Jafar, never beheld I yet men of piety in such case, so do thou mount this tree and look upon them, lest the blessings of the blessed be lost to thee. Jafar, hearing the words of the Commander of the Faithful and being confounded by them, climbed to the tree top and looking in, saw Nur al-Din and the damsel, and Sheikh Ibrahim holding in his hand a brimming bowl. At this sight he made sure of death and, descending, stood before the Commander of the Faithful, who said to him, O Jafar, praise be to Allah who hath made us of those that observe external ordinances of holy law and hath averted from us the sin of disguising ourselves after the manner of hypocrites. 54 But Jafar could not speak a word for excess of confusion, so the Caliph looked at him and said, I wonder how they came hither, and who admitted them into my pavilion. But aught like the beauty of this youth and this damsel my eyes never yet saw. Thou sayest sooth, O our lord the Sultan, replied Jafar, and he hoped to propitiate the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Then quoth the Caliph, O Jafar, let us both mount the branch opposite the window, that we may amuse ourselves with looking at them. So the two climbed the tree and, peering in, heard Sheikh Ibrahim say, O my lady, I have cast away all gravity mine by the drinking of wine, but 'tis not sweet save with the soft sounds of the lute strings it combine. By Allah, replied Anis al-Jalis, O Sheikh Ibrahim, and we had but some instrument of music our joyance were complete. Hearing this he rose to his feet and the Caliph said to Jafar, I wonder what he is about to do, and Jafar answered, I know not. The Sheikh disappeared and presently reappeared bringing a lute, and the Caliph took note of it and knew it for that of Abu Ishaq the cup companion. 55 By Allah, said the Caliph, if this damsel sing ill I will crucify all of you, but if she sing well I will forgive them and only gibbet thee. O Allah, cause her to sing vilely, quoth Ja'afar. Asked the Caliph, why so? And he answered, if thou crucify us all together, we shall keep one another company. The Caliph laughed at his speech. Presently the damsel took the lute and, after looking at it and tuning it, she played a measure which made all hearts yearn to her. Then she sang these lines: O ye that can aid me, a wretched lover, whom longing burns nor can rest restore me. Though all you have done I have well deserved, I take refuge with you, so exult not o'er me. True, I am weak and low and vile, but I'll bear your will, and whatso you bore me, my death at your hands, what brings it of glory? I fear but your sin which of life forlore me. Quoth the Caliph, by Allah, good. O Ja'afar, never in my life have I heard a voice so enchanting as this. Then haply the Caliph's wrath hath passed away, said Ja'afar, and he replied, yes, 'tis gone. Thereupon they descended from the tree, and the Caliph said to Ja'afar, I wish to go in and sit with them and hear the damsel sing before me. O Commander of the Faithful, replied Ja'afar, if thou go into them they will be terribly troubled, and Shaykh Ibrahim will assuredly die of fright. But the Caliph answered, O Ja'afar, thou must teach me some device wherewith to delude them and whereby I can foregather with them without their knowing me. So they walked towards the Tigris pondering the matter, and presently came upon a fisherman who stood fishing under the pavilion windows. Now some time before this, the Caliph, being in the pavilion, had called to Shaykh Ibrahim and asked him, what noise is this I hear under the windows? And he had answered, it is voices of fisher folk catching fish. So quoth the Caliph, go down and forbid them this place, and he forbade them accordingly. However, that night a fisherman named Karim, happening to pass by and seeing the garden gate open, said to himself, this is a time of negligence, and I will take advantage of it to do a bit of fishing. So he took his net and cast it, but he had hardly done so when behold, the Caliph came up single-handed and, standing hard by, knew him and called aloud to him, Ho, Karim. The fisherman, hearing himself named, turned round, and seeing the Caliph, trembled and his side muscles quivered, as he cried, by Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, I did it not in mockery of the mandate, but poverty and a large family drove me to what thou seest. Quoth the Caliph, make a cast in my name. At this the fisherman was glad, and going to the bank threw his net, then waiting till it had spread out at full stretch and settled down, hauled it up and found in it various kinds of fish. The Caliph was pleased and said, O Karim, doff thy habit. So he put off a gaberdine of coarse woolen stuff patched in 100 places whereon the lice were rampant, and a turband which had never been untwisted for 3 years, but to which he had sewn every rag he came upon. The Caliph also pulled off his person 2 vests of Alexandrian and Baalbek silk, a loose inner robe and a long-sleeved outer coat, and said to the fisherman, take them and put them on, while he assumed the foul gaberdine and filthy turband and drew a corner of the headcloth as a mouth veil 56 before his face. Then said he to the fisherman, get thee about thy business, and the man kissed the Caliph's feet and thanked him and improvised the following couplets: Thou hast granted more favors than ever I craved, thou hast satisfied needs which my heart enslaved, I will thank thee and thank whilst life shall last, and my bones will praise thee in grave engraved. Hardly had the fisherman ended his verse, when the lice began to crawl over the Caliph's skin, and he fell to catching them on his neck with his right and left and throwing them from him, while he cried, O fisherman, woe to thee! What be this abundance of lice on thy gaberdine? O my lord, replied he, they may annoy thee just at first, but before a week is past thou wilt not feel them nor think of them. The Caliph laughed and said to him, Out on thee! Shall I leave this gaberdine of thine so long on my body? Quoth the fisherman, I would say a word to thee, but I am ashamed in presence of the Caliph. And quoth he, Say what thou hast to say. It passed through my thought, O Commander of the Faithful, said the fisherman, that, since thou wishest to learn fishing so thou mayest have in hand an honest trade whereby to gain thy livelihood, this my gaberdine besitteth thee right well. 57 The Commander of the Faithful laughed at this speech, and the fisherman went his way. Then the Caliph took up the basket of fish and, strewing a little green grass over it, carried it to Jafar and stood before him. Jafar, thinking him to be Karim the fisherman, feared for him and said, O Karim, what brought thee hither? Flee for thy life, for the Caliph is in the garden tonight and, if he see thee, thy neck is gone. At this the Caliph laughed, and Jafar recognized him and asked, Can it be thou, our lord the Sultan? And he answered, Yes, O Jafar, and thou art my wazir, and I and thou came hither together, yet thou knowest me not, so how should Sheikh Ibrahim know me, and he drunk? Stay here, till I come back to thee. To hear is to obey, said Jafar. Then the Caliph went up to the door of the pavilion and knocked a gentle knock, whereupon said Nur al-Din, O Sheikh Ibrahim, someone taps at the door. Who goes there? Cried the Sheikh, and the Caliph replied, It is I, O Sheikh Ibrahim. Who art thou? Quoth he, and quoth the other, I am Karim the fisherman. I hear thou hast a feast, so I have brought thee some fish, and of a truth 'tis good fish. When Nur al-Din heard the mention of fish, he was glad, he and the damsel, and they both said to the Sheikh, O our lord, open the door and let him bring us his fish. So Sheikh Ibrahim opened, and the Caliph came in, and he in fisherman guise, and began by saluting them. Said Sheikh Ibrahim, Welcome to the blackguard, the robber, the dicer. Let us see thy fish. So the Caliph showed them his catch, and behold, the fishes were still alive and jumping, whereupon the damsel exclaimed, By Allah! O my lord, these are indeed fine fish, would they were fried. And Sheikh Ibrahim rejoined, By Allah, O my lady, thou art right. Then said he to the Caliph, O fisherman, why didst thou not bring us the fish ready fried? Up now and cook them and bring them back to us. On my head be thy commands, said the Caliph, I will fry thee a dish and bring it. Said they, Look sharp. Thereupon he went out and ran till he came up to Jafar, when he called to him, Hello, Jafar, and he replied, Here am I, O Commander of the Faithful, is all well? They want the fish fried, said the Caliph, and Jafar answered, O Commander of the Faithful, give it to me and I'll fry it for them. By the tombs of my forebears, quoth the Caliph, none shall fry it but I, with mine own hand. So he went to the gardener's hut, where he searched and found all that he required, even to salt and saffron and wild marjoram and else besides. Then he turned to the brazier and, setting on the frying pan, fried a right good fry. When it was done, he laid it on a banana leaf, and gathering from the garden wind-fallen fruits, limes, and lemons, carried the fish to the pavilion and set the dish before them. So the youth and the damsel and Sheikh Ibrahim came forward and ate, after which they washed their hands, and Nur al-Din said to the Caliph, By Allah, O fisherman, thou hast done us a right good deed this night. Then he put hand in pouch and, taking out 3 of the dinars which Sanjar had given him, said, O fisherman, excuse me. By Allah, had I known thee before that which hath lately befallen me, I had done away the bitterness of poverty from thy heart, but take thou this as the best I can do for thee. Then he threw the gold pieces to the Caliph, who took them and kissed them and put them in pouch. Now his sole object in doing all this was to hear the damsel sing, so he said to Nur al-Din, Thou hast rewarded me most liberally, but I beg of thy boundless bounty that thou let this damsel sing an air, that I may hear her. 58 So Nur al-Din said, O Anis al-Jalis, and she answered yes, and he continued, by my life, sing us something for the sake of this fisherman who wisheth so much to hear thee. Thereupon she took the lute and struck the strings, after she had screwed them tight and tuned them, and sang these improvised verses. The fawn of a maid hent her lute in hand, and her music made us right mettlesome, for her song gave hearing to ears stone deaf, while brava, brava, exclaimed the dumb. Then she played again and played so ravishingly, that she charmed their wits and burst out improvising and singing these couplets. You have honored us visiting this our land, and your splendor illumined the glooms that blent, so 'tis due that for you I perfume my place with rose water, musk and the camphor scent. Hereupon the Caliph was agitated, and emotion so overpowered him that he could not command himself for excess of pleasure, and he exclaimed, By Allah, good! By Allah, good! By Allah, good! 59 Asked Nur al-Din, O fisherman, doth this damsel please thee? And the Caliph answered, Aye, by Allah. Whereupon said Nur al-Din, She is a gift to thee, a gift of the generous who repenteth him not of his givings and who will never revoke his gift. Then he sprang to his feet and, taking a loose robe, threw it over the fisherman and bade him receive the damsel and be gone. But she looked at him and said, O my lord, art thou faring forth without farewell? If it must be so, at least stay till I bid thee goodbye and make known my case. And she began verifying in these verses, when love and longing and regret are mine, must not this body show of ills a sign? My love, say not, thou soon shalt be consoled, when state speaks state none shall allay my pine. If living man could swim upon his tears, I first should float on waters of these ain, O thou, who in my heart infusedst thy love, as water mingles in the cup with wine, this was the fear I feared, this parting blow. O thou whose love my heart core ne'er shall tine. O Ben Kakan, my sought, my hope, my will, O thou whose love this breast made wholly thine. Against thy lord the king thou sinnedst for me, and winnedst exile in lands peregrine. Allah ne'er make my lord repent my loss to cream 60 O men thou gavest me, one right dignity. When she had ended her verses, Nur al-Din answered her with these lines. She bade me farewell on our parting day, and she wept in the fire of our bane and pains. What wilt thou do when fro thee I'm gone? Quoth I, say this to whom life remains. When the Caliph heard her saying in her verse to Karim, the cream of men thou gavest me, his inclination for her redoubled, and it seemed a hard matter and a grievous to part them. So quoth he to the youth, O my lord, truly the damsel said in her verses that thou didst transgress against her master and him who owned her. So tell me, against whom didst thou transgress, and who is it hath a claim on thee? By Allah, O fisherman, replied Nur al-Din, there befell me and this damsel a wondrous tale and a marvelous matter, and 'twere graven with needle gravers on the eye corners. It would be a warner to whoso would be warned. Cried the Caliph, wilt thou not tell me thy story and acquaint me with thy case? Haply it may bring thee relief, for Allah's aid is ever near hand. O fisherman, said Nur al-Din, wilt thou hear our history in verse or in prose? Prose is a wordy thing, but verses, rejoined the Caliph, are pearls on string. Then Nur al-Din bowed his head, and made these couplets. O my friend, reft of rest no repose I command, and my grief is redoubled in this far land. Erst I had a father, a kinder ne'er was, but he died and to death paid the deed, and, when he went from me, every matter went wrong till my heart was nigh broken, my nature unmanned. He bought me a handmaid, a sweeting who shamed a wand of the willow by zephyr befanned. I lavished upon her mine heritage, and spent like a nobleman puissant and grand. Then to sell her compelled, my sorrow increased, the parting was sore, but I mote not gain stand. Now as soon as the crier had called her, there bit a wicked old fellow, a fiery brand, so I raged with a rage that I could not restrain, and snatched her from out of his hireling's hand, when the angry curmudgeon made ready for blows, and the fire of a fight kindled he and his band, I smote him in fury with right and with left, and his hide, till well satisfied, curried, and tanned, then in fear I fled forth and lay hid in my house, to escape from the snares which my foeman had spanned. So the king of the country proclaimed my arrest, when access to me a good chamberlain fand, and warned me to flee from the city afar, disappear, disappoint what my enemies planned. Then we fled from our home neath the wing of the night, and sought us a refuge by Baghdad's strand. Of my riches I've nothing on thee to bestow, O fisher, except the fair gift thou hast scanned, the loved of my soul, and when I from her part, know for sure that I give thee the blood of my heart. 61 When he had ended his verse, the Caliph said to him, O my lord Nur al-Din, explain to me thy case more fully. So he told him the whole story from beginning to end, and the Caliph said to him, Whither dost thou now intend? Allah's world is wide, replied he. Quoth the Caliph, I will write thee a letter to carry to the Sultan Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, which when he readeth, he will not hurt nor harm thee in aught. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 38th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph said to Nur al-Din Ali, I will write thee a letter to carry to the Sultan Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, which when he readeth, he will not hurt nor harm thee in aught, Nur al-Din asked, What? Is there in the world a fisherman who writeth to kings? Such a thing can never be, and the Caliph answered, Thou sayest sooth, but I will tell thee the reason. Know that I and he learned in the same school under one schoolmaster, and that I was his monitor. Since that time fortune befriended him and he is become a sultan, while Allah hath abased me and made me a fisherman, yet I never send to him to ask aught but he doth my desire, nay, though I should ask of him 1,000 favors every day, he would comply. When Nur al-Din heard this he said, Good. Write that I may see. So the Caliph took ink case and reed pen and wrote as follows: In the name of Allah, the compassionating, the compassionate. But after 62 this letter is written by Harun al-Rashid, son of al-Mahdi, to His Highness Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, whom I have encompassed about with my favor and made my viceroy in certain of my dominions. The bearer of these presents is Nur al-Din Ali, son of Fazl bin Khakan the Wazir. As soon as they come to thy hand, divest thyself forthright of the kingly dignity and invest him therewith, so oppose not my commandment, and peace be with thee. He gave the letter to Nur al-Din, who took it and kissed it, then put it in his turband and set out at once on his journey. So far concerning him, but as regards the Caliph, Sheikh Ibrahim stared at him, and he still in fisher garb, and said, O vilest of fishermen, thou hast brought us a couple of fish worth a score of half dirhams 63 and hast gotten 3 dinars for them, and thinkest thou to take the damsel to boot? When the Caliph heard this, he cried out at him, and signed to Masrar, who discovered himself and rushed in upon him. Now Ja'afar had sent one of the gardener lads to the doorkeeper of the palace to fetch a suit of royal raiment for the Prince of the Faithful, so the man went and, returning with the suit, kissed the ground before the Caliph and gave it him. Then he threw off the clothes he had on 64 and donned kingly apparel. Sheikh Ibrahim was still sitting upon his chair, and the Caliph tarried to behold what would come next. But seeing the fisherman become the Caliph, Sheikh Ibrahim was utterly confounded, and he could do nothing but bite his finger and 65 and say, Would I knew whether am I asleep or am I awake? At last the Caliph looked at him and cried, O Sheikh Ibrahim, what state is this in which I see thee? Thereupon he recovered from his drunkenness and, throwing himself upon the ground, repeated these verses: Pardon the sinful ways I did pursue, ruth from his lord to every slave is due, confession pays the fine that sin demands, where, then, is that which grace and mercy sue? 66 The Caliph forgave him and bade carry the damsel to the city palace, where he set apart for her an apartment and appointed slaves to serve her, saying to her, Know that we have sent thy lord to be sultan in Basora and, Almighty Allah willing, we will dispatch him the dress of investiture and thee with it. Meanwhile, Nur al-Din Ali ceased not travelling till he reached Basora, where he repaired to the Sultan's palace and he shouted a loud shout. 67 The Sultan heard him and sent for him, and when he came into his presence, he kissed the ground between his hands and, producing the letter, presented it to him. Seeing the superscription in the writing of the Commander of the Faithful, the Sultan rose to his feet and kissed it 3 times, and after reading it said, I hear and I obey Allah Almighty and the Commander of the Faithful. Then he summoned the 4 Qazis 68 and the Emirs and was about to divest himself of the rule royal, when behold, in came Al-Mu'in bin Sa'i. The Sultan gave him the Caliph's letter and he read it, then tore it to pieces and putting it into his mouth, chewed it 69 and spat it out. Woe to thee, quoth the Sultan, and indeed he was sore angered, what induced thee to do this deed? Now by thy life. O our lord the Sultan, replied Mu'in, this man hath never foregathered with the Caliph nor with his wazir, but he is a gallows bird, a limb of Satan, a knave who, having come upon a written paper in the Caliph's hand, some idle scroll, hath made it serve his own end. The Caliph would surely not send him to take the Sultanate from thee without the imperial autograph 70 and the diploma of investiture, and he certainly would have dispatched with him a chamberlain or a minister. But he hath come alone and he never came from the Caliph, no, never. 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 What is to be done? Asked the Sultan, and the minister answered, Leave him to me and I will take him and keep him away from thee, and send him in charge of a chamberlain to Baghdad city. Then, if what he says be sooth, they will bring us back autograph and investiture, and if not, I will take my due out of this debtor. When the Sultan heard the minister's words he said, Hence with thee and him too. Al-Mu'in took trust of him from the king and, carrying him to his own house, cried out to his pages who laid him flat and beat him till he fainted. Then he let put upon his feet heavy shackles and carried him to the jail, where he called the jailer, 1 Qutate 71 who came and kissed the ground before him. Quoth the wazir, O Qutate, I wish thee to take this fellow and throw him into one of the underground cells 72 in the prison and torture him night and day. To hear is to obey, replied the jailer and, taking Nur al-Din into the prison, locked the door upon him. Then he gave orders to sweep a bench behind the door and, spreading on it a sitting rug and a leather cloth, seated Nur al-Din thereon and loosed his shackles and entreated him kindly. The wazir sent every day enjoining the jailer to beat him, but he abstained from this, and so continued to do for 40 days. On the 41st day there came a present from the Caliph, which when the Sultan saw, it pleased him and he consulted his ministers on the matter, when one of them said, Perchance this present was for the new Sultan. Cried Al-Mu'in, We should have done well had we put him to death at his first coming, and the Sultan cried by Allah, Thou hast reminded me of him. Go down to the prison and fetch him, and I will strike off his head. To hear is to obey, replied Al-Mu'in, then he stood up and said, I will make proclamation in the city whoso would solace himself with seeing the beheading of Nur al-Din bin al-Fazl bin Khakan, let him repair to the palace. So follower and followed, great and small will flock to the spectacle, and I shall heal my heart and harm my foe. Do as thou wilt, said the Sultan. The wazir went off, and he was glad and gay, and ordered the chief of police to make the aforementioned proclamation. When the people heard the crier, they all sorrowed and wept, even the little ones at school and the traders in their shops, and some strove to get places for seeing the sight, whilst others went to the prison with the object of escorting him thence. Presently, the Wazir came with 10 Mamelukes to the jail, and Qutayt the jailer asked him, "Whom seekest thou, O our lord the Wazir?" Whereto he answered, "Bring me out that gallows bird." But the jailer said, "He is in the sorriest of plights for the much beating I have given him." Then he went into the prison and found Nur al-Din repeating these verses: "Who shall support me in calamities, when fail all cures and greater cares arise? Exile hath worn my heart, my vitals torn, the world to foes hath turned my firm allies. O folk, will not one friend amidst you all wail o'er my woes, and cry to hear my cries? Death and its agonies seem light to me, since life has lost all joys and jollities, O Lord of Mustafa 73, that science see sole intercessor, guide all-where, all-wise. I pray thee free me and my fault forego, and from me drive mine evil and my woe." The jailer stripped off his clean clothes and, dressing him in 2 filthy vests, carried him to the Wazir. Nur al-Din looked at him and saw it was his foe that sought to compass his death, so he wept and said, "Art thou, then, so secure against the world? Hast thou not heard the saying of the poet Kisras and Caesars in a bygone day? Stored wealth, where is it, and where are they? O Wazir," he continued, "know that Allah, be he extolled and exalted, will do whatso he will." "O Ali," replied he, "thinkest thou to frighten me with such talk? I mean this very day to smite thy neck despite the noses of the Basora folk, and I care not, let the days do as they please, nor will I turn me to thy counsel, but rather to what the poet saith: leave thou the days to breed their ban and bait, and make thee strong to upbear the weight of fate. And also how excellently saith another: whoso shall see the death day of his foe, one day surviving, wins his bestest wish." Then he ordered his attendants to mount Nur al-Din upon the bare back of a mule, and they said to the youth, for truly it was irksome to them, "Let us stone him and cut him down, though our lives go for it." But Nur al-Din said to them, "Do not so, have ye not heard the saying of the poet, needs must I bear the term by fate decreed, and when that day be dead needs must I die, if lions dragged me to their forest lair, safe should I live till draw my death day nigh." Then they proceeded to proclaim before Nur al-Din, "This is the least of the retribution for him who imposeth upon kings with forgeries." And they ceased not parading him round about Basora, till they made him stand beneath the palace windows and set him upon the leather of blood 74. And the sworder came up to him and said, "O my lord, I am but a slave commanded in this matter, and thou have any desire, tell it me that I may fulfill it, for now there remaineth of thy life only so much as may be till the Sultan shall put his face out of the lattice." Thereupon Nur al-Din looked to the right and to the left, and before him and behind him, and began improvising the sword, the sworder, and the bloodskin waiting me eyesight, and cry, "Alack, mine evil fate! Ah, my calamity! How is t I see no loving friend with eye of sense or soul? What? No one here? I cry to all, will none reply to me? The time is past that formed my life, my death term draweth nigh, will no man win the grace of God, showing me clemency, and look with pity on my state, and clear my dark despair, e'en with a draught of water dealt to cool death's agony?" The people fell to weeping over him, and the headsman rose and brought him a draught of water, but the Wazir sprang up from his place and smote the gugglet with his hand and broke it. Then he cried out at the executioner and bade him strike off Nur al-Din's head. So he bound the eyes of the doomed man, and folk clamoured at the Wazir, and loud wailings were heard and much questioning of man and man. At this moment behold, rose a dense dust cloud filling sky and wold, and when the Sultan, who was sitting in the palace, descried this, he said to his suite, "Go and see what yon cloud bringeth." Replied Al-Mu'in, "Not till we have smitten this fellow's neck." But the Sultan said, Wait yet till we see what this meaneth. Now the dust cloud was the dust of Jafar the Barmecide, Wazir to the Caliph, and his host, and the cause of his coming was as follows. The Caliph passed 30 days without calling to mind the matter of Nur al-Din Ali 75, and none reminded him of it, till one night, as he passed by the chamber of Anis al-Jalis, he heard her weeping and singing with a soft sweet voice these lines of the poet in thought: I see thy form when farthest far or nearest near, and on my tongue there dwells a name which man shall ne'er unhear. Then her weeping redoubled, when lo! the Caliph opened the door and, entering the chamber, found Anis al-Jalis in tears. When she saw him she fell to the ground and kissing his feet 3 times repeated these lines: O fertile root and noble growth of trunk, ripe fruitful branch of never sullied race, I mind thee of what pact thy bounty made, far be t from thee thou shouldst forget my case. Quoth the Caliph, Who art thou? And she replied, I am she whom Ali bin Khakan gave thee in gift, and I wish the fulfillment of thy promise to send me to him with the robe of honor, for I have now been 30 days without tasting the food of sleep. Thereupon the Caliph sent for Jafar and said to him, O Jafar, 'tis 30 days since we have had news of Nur al-Din bin Khakan, and I cannot but suppose that the Sultan hath slain him, but, by the life of my head and by the sepulchres of my forefathers, if aught of foul play hath befallen him, I will surely make an end of him who was the cause of it, though he be the dearest of all men to myself. So I desire that thou set out for Basora within this hour and bring me tidings of my cousin, King Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zani, and how he hath dealt with Nur al-Din Ali bin Khakan, adding, If thou tarry longer on the road than shall suffice for the journey, I will strike off thy head. Furthermore, do thou tell the son of my uncle the whole story of Nur al-Din, and how I sent him with my written orders, and if thou find, O my cousin 76, that the king hath done otherwise than as I commanded, bring him and the Wazir al-Mu'in bin Sa'i to us in whatsoever guise thou shalt find them. 77 Hearing and obedience, replied Jafar, and, making ready on the instant, he set out for Basora, where the news of his coming had foregone him and had reached to the ears of King Mohammed. When Jafar arrived and saw the crushing and crowding of the lieges, he asked, What means all this gathering? So they told him what was doing in the matter of Nur al-Din, whereupon he hastened to go to the Sultan and saluting him, acquainted him with the cause why he came and the Caliph's resolve, in case of any foul play having befallen the youth, to put to death whoso should have brought it about. Then he took into custody the king and the Wazir and laid them in ward and, giving order for the release of Nur al-Din Ali, enthroned him as Sultan in the stead of Mohammed bin Sulayman. After this Jafar abode 3 days in Basora, the usual guest time, and on the morning of the 4th day, Nur al-Din Ali turned to him and said, I long for the sight of the commander of the faithful. Then said Jafar to Mohammed bin Sulayman, Make ready to travel, for we will say the dawn prayer and mount Baghdad wards, and he replied, To hear is to obey. Then they prayed and they took horse and set out, all of them, carrying with them the Wazir, al-Mu'in bin Sa'i, who began to repent him of what he had done. Nur al-Din rode by Ja'far's side and they stinted not faring on till they arrived at Baghdad, the house of peace, and going into the Caliph told him how they had found Nur al-Din nigh upon death. Thereupon the Caliph said to the youth, Take this sword and smite with it the neck of thine enemy. So he took the sword from his hand and stepped up to al-Mu'in, who looked at him and said, I did according to my mother's milk, do thou according to thine. 78 Upon this Nur al-Din cast the sword from his hand and said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath beguiled me with his words, and he repeated this couplet by craft and sleight I snared him when he came, a few fair words I trapped the noble game. Leave him then, cried the Caliph, and, turning to Masrar said, Rise thou and smite his neck. So Masrar drew his sword and struck off his head. Then quoth the Caliph to Nur al-Din Ali, ask a boon of me. O my lord, answered he, I have no need of the kingship of Basora, my sole desire is to be honored by serving thee and by seeing thy countenance. With love and gladness, said the Caliph. Then he sent for the damsel, Anis al-Jalis, and bestowed plentiful favors upon them both and gave them one of his palaces in Baghdad, and assigned stipends and allowances, and made Nur al-Din Ali bin Fazl bin Khakan, one of his cup companions, and he abode with the commander of the faithful enjoying the pleasantest of lives till death overtook him. Yet, continued Shahrazad, is not his story in any wise more wondrous than the history of the merchant and his children. The king asked, and what was that? And Shahrazad began to relate the one. Supplementary to Note 2, p. 2, and Note 2, p. 14, Volume I may add that Shahrazad, in the Shams al-Laghat, is the PN of a king. L. Langlees, Les Voyages de Sindbad Marin et la Ruse de Femme, first appended to Savary's Grammar and reprinted 12 mo pages 161 plus 113, Imprimerie Royale, Paris, m.d.ccc.14, explains it by L. E. Supres, La Butte de la Ville, and he is followed by A. de Bieberstein, Kazimiersky, Enes Elgelis, Paris, Baroud, 1847. Uzli, Orient. Collect, makes Shahrazad equals town born, and others an Arabization of Shahrazad, free of face, ingenuous of countenance, the petit nom of Queen Humayi, for whom see the terminal essay. The name of the sister, whom the Firist converts into a Karamana, or nurse, vulgarly written Dinartzad, would equals child of gold pieces, freed by gold pieces, or one who has no need of gold pieces, Dinzad equals child of faith and Danazad, proposed by Langlees, free from debt. I have adopted Macnaghten's Dunyazad. Shahryar, which Scott hideously writes Shire-ear, is translated by the Shams, king of the world, absolute monarch, and the court of Anashirwan, while the Burhani-Qadiyeh renders it a king of kings, and PN of a town. Sharbaz is also the PN of a town in Samarkand. 2 Arab. Malik, here used as in our storybooks, Pompey was a wise and powerful king, says the Gisteroman Oram. This king is, as will appear, a regent or governor under Harun al-Rashid. In the next tale he is viceroy of Damascus, where he is also called Sultan. 3 The Bull Edit gives the lines as follows: the lance was his pen, and the hearts of his foes his paper, and dipped he in blood for ink, hence our sires entitled the spear Kadiyah, meaning that withal man shall write, I think. The pun is in Kadiyah, which may mean a writer, feminine, and also a spear, from Kathajar, a tract in the province Al-Bahrain, Persian Gulf, and Oman, where the best Indian bamboos were landed and fashioned into lances. Imr al-Qays, Mu'allaka v4, sings of our dark spears firmly wrought of Kadiyan cane, al-Bizuri of the brown lances of Kat, also see Libid v50 and Hamasa pages 26, 231, Anter notes the spears of Kat and Rudainian lances. Rudaina is said to have been the wife of one Samhar, the Ferrara of lances, others make her the wife of Al-Qaizab and hold Samhar to be a town in Abyssinia where the best weapons were manufactured. The pen is the calamus or calam, reed cut for pen, of which the finest and hardest are brought from Java, they require the least nibbing. The rhetorical figure in the text is called Husn al-Ta'lil, our etiology, and is as admirable to the Arabs as it appears silly to us. For he loves folk is high praise, meaning something more than benevolence and beneficence. Like charity, it covers a host of sins. 5 The sentence is euphuistic. 6 Arab. Rub equals syrup, a word Europeanized by the Rob l'affecteur. 7 The septentrions or 4 oxen and their wain. 8. The list fatally reminds us of astronomy and the use of the globes. Shakespeare and the musical glasses. 9. The octave occurs in Night 15. I quote Torrens, p. 360, by way of variety. 10. A courteous formula of closing with the offer. 11. To express our change of climate, Easterns say, change of water and air, water coming first. 12. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night, Psalm 6. Easterns still believe in the blighting effect of the moon's rays, which the northerners of Europe, who view it under different conditions, are pleased to deny. I have seen a hale and hearty Arab, after sitting an hour in the moonlight, look like a man fresh from a sick bed, and I knew an Englishman in India whose face was temporarily paralysed by sleeping with it exposed to the moon. 13. The Negroids and Negroes of Zanzibar. 14. I.e. Why not make thy heart as soft as thy sides? The converse of this was reported at Paris during the Empire, when a man had by mistake pinched a very high personage. Ah, madam! If your heart be as hard as what he had pinched, I am a lost man. 15. An Aman is said to one after bathing or head shaving, the proper reply, for in the East every sign of ceremony has its countersign, is Allah benefit thee. Pilgrimage I 2, 3 285, Lane Me Chapt 8, Causin de Perceval's Arabic Grammar, etc., etc. I have given a specimen, Pilgrimage I, 122, not only of sign and countersign, but also of the rhyming repartee which rakes love. Hanin. Pleasant to thee, said when a man drinks. Allah pleasure thee, Allah Yuhanic, which are naughts and other rough eons perverted to Allah Yannick, Allah copulate with thee, thou drinkest for 10, I am the cock and thou art the hen. I.e. a passive catamite, nay, I am the thick one, the penis which gives pleasure, and thou art the thin. And so forth with most unpleasant pleasantries. 16. In the old version she is called the fair Persian, probably from the owner, her name means the cheerer of the companion. 17. Pronounce Nuruddin. I give the name as written in Arabic. 18. Amongst Muslims, I have said, it is held highly disgraceful when the sound of women's cries can be heard by outsiders. 19. In a case like this, the father would be justified by razm, or usage, not by Quranic law, in playing Brutus with his son. The same would be the case in a detected intrigue with a paternal concubine and, in very strict houses, with a slave girl. 20. Orientals fear the zug or draft as much as Germans, and with even a better reason. Drafts are most dangerous in hot climates. 21. The unity of the Godhead and the apostleship of Mohammed. 22. This would be done only in the case of the very poor. 23. Prayers over the dead are not universal in al-Islam, but when they are recited they lack the sijda or prostration. 24. Or, of the first and the last, i.e. Mohammed, who claimed, and claimed justly, to be the seal or head and end of all prophets and prophecy. For note that whether the Arab be held inspired or a mere impostor, no man making the same pretension has moved the world since him. Mr. J. Smith the Mormon, to mention one in a myriad, made a bold attempt and failed. 25. I.e. flatterers. 26. In one matter Muslims contrast strongly with Christians, by most scrupulously following the example of their lawgiver, hence they are the model conservatives. But, European, Christendom is here, as in other things, curiously contradictory. For instance, it still keeps a feast of the circumcision, and practically holds circumcision in horror. Eastern Christians, however, have not wholly abolished it, and the Abyssinians, who find it a useful hygienic precaution, still practice it. For ulcers, syphilis, and other venereals which are readily cured in Egypt become dangerous in the highlands of Ethiopia. 27 Arab. Sabab, the orig and material sense of the word, hence a cause, etc. 28. Thus he broke his promise to his father, and it is insinuated that retribution came upon him. 29 O pilgrim, Yahaj, is a polite address even to those who have not pilgrimaged. The feminine Hajja, in Egypt pronounced Haga, is similarly used. 30 Arab. Yuzul equals roots, i.e. I have not forgotten my business. 31 Muslims from Central and Western North Africa. Pilgrimage I 261, 37, etc. The Jabarti is the Muslim Abyssinian. 32 This is a favorite bit of chaff and is to be lengthened out almost indefinitely, e.g. every brown thing is not civet nor every shining thing a diamond, every black thing is not charcoal nor every white chalk, every red thing is not a ruby nor every yellow a topaz, every long-necked thing is not a camel, etc., etc., etc. 33. He gives him the name of his grandfather, a familiar usage. 34 Arab. Majana, a place for making unbaked bricks, tab equals spanadobe, with chaff and bruised or charred straw. The use of this article in rainless lands dates from ages immemorial, and formed the outer walls of the Egyptian temple. 35 Arab. Barsh, a bit of round matting used by the poor as a seat. The wazir thus showed that he had been degraded to the condition of a mat maker. 36 The growth, a POA of two species, which named Wadi Hafa, vulgar Hafa, of which the home public has of late heard perhaps a trifle too much. Burkhard, Prov 226, renders it dry reeds incorrectly enough. 37 This Hashimi vein, as they call it, was an abnormal development between the eyes of the house of Abbas, inherited from the great-grandfather of the Prophet, and the latter had it remarkably large, swelling in anger and battle rage. The text, however, may read the sweat of wrath, etc. 38. Torrens and Payne prefer ilm equals knowledge. Lane has more correctly alum equals a sign, a flag. 39 The lines were in Night 11, I have quoted Torrens, p. 379, for a change. 40 Still customary in Tigris-Euphrates land, where seacraft has not changed since the days of Xisthros Noah, and long before. 41 To cool the contents. 42 Hence the Khedivial Palace near Cairo, Kasr al-Nazah, literally of delights, one of those flimsy new Cairo buildings which contrasts so marvelously with the architecture of ancient and even of medieval Egypt, and which are covering the land with modern ruins. Compare Muhammad Ali's mosque in the citadel with the older Sultan Hassan. A popular tale is told that, when the conquering Turk, Ya'uz Sultan Salim, first visited Cairo, they led him to Mosque al-Ghuri. This is a splendid kaya, saloon, quoth he. When he entered Sultan Hassan, he exclaimed, this is a citadel, but after inspecting the Mosque al-Muayyad he cried, 'tis a veritable place of prayer, a fit stead for the faithful to adore the Eternal. 43 Arab. Gardeners are very touchy on this point. A friend of mine was on a similar occasion addressed, in true Egyptian lingo, by an old Adam's son, Ya ibn al-Kalb. Betamil I. O dog's son, what art thou up to? 44 The green palm stick is of the trees of paradise, say the Arabs in Solomonic style but not Solomonic words, so are spare the rod, etc. 45. Wayfarers, travelers who have a claim on the kindness of those at home, hence Abd al-Rahman al-Bari sings in his famous ode he hath claim on the dwellers in the places of their birth, whoso wandereth the world, for he lacketh him a home. It is given in my first footsteps in East Africa, pages 53 to 55. 46. The good old man treated the youth like a tired child. 47. In Muslim writings the dove and turtle dove are mostly feminine, whereas the female bird is always mute and only the male sings to summon or to amuse his mate. 48. An unsavory comparison of the classical Narcissus with the yellow-white of a nigger's eyes. 49. A tree whose coals burn with fierce heat, Al-Hariri, VTH Seance. This artemisia is like the tamarisk but a smaller growth and is held to be a characteristic of the Arabian desert. A Badawi always hails with pleasure the first sight of the Gaza, after he has sojourned for time away from his wilds. Mr. Palgrave, I-38, describes the Gada as an euphorbia with a woody stem often 5 to 6 feet high and slender flexible green twigs, forming a feathery tuft, not ungraceful to the eye, while it affords some shelter to the traveler, and food to his camels. 50. Arab. Salam equals S, Allah, A, La, A, Lahi, Was, Alam, A, La, B, Less, H, I'm, A, Nd, K, Eep, equals Allah keep him and a sane. 51. The ass is held to be ill-omened. I have noticed the braying elsewhere. According to Mandeville the devil did not enter the ark with the ass, but he left it when Noah said benedicit. In his day, AD 1322, and in that of Benjamin of Tudela, people had seen and touched the ship on Ararat, the Judi, Gordii, mountains, and this dates from Beresus, SC 250, who, of course, refers to the Ark of Xisthros. See Josephus and I3, 6, and Rodwell, Quran, pages 65, 530. 52. As would happen at a zikr, rogation, or litany. Those who wish to see how much can be made of the subject will read Pearls of the Faith, or Islam's Rosary, being the 99 beautiful names of Allah, Asma el-Husna, etc. by Edwin Arnold, London. Trubner, 1883. 53. I.e. the Saki, cupboy, or cupbearer. Moon-faced, as I have shown elsewhere, is no compliment in English, but it is in Persian and Arabic. 54. He means we are Zahiri, plain honest Muslims, not Batini Gnostics, ergo reprobates, and so forth, who disregard all appearances and external ordinances. This suggests his opinion of Sheikh Ibrahim and possibly refers to Ja'far's suspected heresy. 55. This worthy will be noticed in a subsequent page. 56. Arab. Lisam, the end of the kufiya, or head kerchief passed over the face under the eyes and made fast on the other side. This mouth veil serves as a mask, eyes not being recognizable, and defense from heat, cold, and thirst. I also believe that hooding the eyes with this article, Bada'i fashion, produces a sensation of coolness, at any rate a marked difference of apparent temperature, somewhat like a pair of dark spectacles or looking at the sea from a sandy shore. Pilgrimage I, 210 and 346. The woman's lisam, chin veil, or yashmak is noticed in I, 337. 57. Most characteristic is this familiarity between the greatest man then in the world and his pauper subject. The fisherman alludes to a practice of al-Islam, instituted by Caliph Omar, that all rulers should work at some handicraft in order to spare the public treasure. Hence Sultan Muayyad of Cairo was a calligrapher who sold his handwriting, and his example was followed by the Turkish sultans Mahmud, Abd al-Majid, and Abd al-Aziz. German royalties prefer carpentering and Louis XVI. Watchmaking. 58. There would be nothing singular in this request. The democracy of despotism levels all men outside the pale of politics and religion. 59. Wallahi Tayyib, an exclamation characteristic of the Egyptian Moslem. 60. The pretended fisherman's name Karim equals the generous. 61. Such an act of generosity would appear to Europeans well nigh insanity, but it is quite in Arab manners. Witness the oft-quoted tale of Hatim and his horse. As a rule the Arab is the reverse of generous, contrasting badly, in this point, with his cousin the Jew, hence his ideal of generosity is of the very highest. The generous, i.e. liberal, is Allah's friend, though he be a sinner, and the miser is Allah's foe, though he be a saint. Indian Muslims call a skinflint Makichus equals fly sucker, pilgrimage I 242. 62 Arab. Amma-Ba'ad, or Waba'ad, an initiatory formula attributed to Qas ibn Sa'id al-Yadi, Bishop of Najran, the town in Al-Yaman which Dihirbilis calls Nejran, and a famous preacher in Muhammad's day, hence more eloquent than Qas, Madani, Arab. Prov. 189. He was the first who addressed letters with the incept, from A to B, and the first who preached from a pulpit and who leant on a sword or a staff when discoursing. Many Muslims date Amma-Ba'ad from the Prophet David, relying upon a passage of the Quran, 38:19. 63 Arab. Nusf equals half, a dirham vulgarly pronounced nus, and synonymous with the Egypt. Fata, equals silver, the Greek asper, and the Turkish para. It is the smallest Egyptian coin, made of very base metal, and, there being 40 to the piastra, it is worth nearly a quarter of a farthing. 64 The two literal Turans and Lane make the caliph give the gardener lad the clothes in which he was then clad, forgetting, like the author or copier, that he wore the fisherman's lousy suit. 65 In sign of confusion, disappointment, and so forth, not biting his nails, which is European and utterly un-Asiatic. 66 See lines like these in Night 13. I 136, the sentiment is trite. 67 The Arab will still stand under his ruler's palace and shout aloud to attract his attention. Sayyid Said, known as the Imam of Muscat, used to encourage the patriarchal practice. Muhammad repeatedly protested against such unceremonious conduct, Quran Civ 11, etc. The 3 times of privacy, Quran CV 57, are before the dawn prayer, during the siesta, noon, and after the even prayer. 68 The judges of the 4 orthodox schools. 69 That none might see it or find it ever after. 70 Arab. Kacharif equals a royal autographical letter, the term is still preserved in Turkey, but Europeans will write hat. 71 Meaning little tom cat, a dim. Of kid vulgar cut or gut. 72 Arab. Matmura the Algerine Matamor Asilo, made familiar to England by the invention of ensilage. 73 The older Mustafa equals Mohammed. This intercession doctrine is fiercely disputed. Pilgrimage 2. 77 The Apostle of Al-Islam seems to have been unable to make up his mind upon the subject, and modern opinion amongst Muslims is apparently borrowed from the Christians. 74 Lane, I 486, curiously says, the place of the stagnation of blood, yet he had translated the word aright in the introduction, I 41. I have noticed that the natte is made like the safra, of well-tanned leather, with rings in the periphery, so that a thong passed through turns it into a bag. The safra used for provisions is usually yellow, with a black border and small pouches for knives or spoons, pilgrimage I 111. 75 This improbable detail shows the caliph's greatness. 76 Cousin is here a term of familiarity, our cuz. 77 i.e. without allowing them a moment's delay to change clothes. 78 i.e. according to my nature, birth, blood, the race. Tale of Ghanem bin Ayyub 79, the distraught, the thrall o' love. It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that in times of yore and in years and ages long gone before, there lived in Damascus a merchant among the merchants, a wealthy man who had a son like the moon on the night of his fullness 80 and withal sweet of speech, who was named Ganem ben Ayyub surnamed the distraught, the thrall o' love. He had also a daughter, own sister to Ganem, who was called Fitnah, a damsel unique in beauty and loveliness. Their father died and left them abundant wealth, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 39th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant left his 2 children abundant wealth, and amongst other things 100 loads 81 of silks and brocades, musk pods, and mother o' pearl, and there was written on every bale, This is of the packages intended for Baghdad, it having been his purpose to make the journey thither, when Almighty Allah took him to himself, which was in the time of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. After a while his son took the loads and, bidding farewell to his mother and kindred and townsfolk, went forth with a company of merchants, putting his trust in Allah Almighty, who decreed him safety, so that he arrived without let or stay at Baghdad. There he hired for himself a fair dwelling house which he furnished with carpets and cushions, curtains and hangings, and therein stored his bales and stabled his mules and camels, after which he abode a while resting. Presently the merchants and notables of Baghdad came and saluted him, after which he took a bundle containing 10 pieces of costly stuffs, with the prices written on them, and carried it to the merchants' bazaar, where they welcomed and saluted him and showed him all honor, and, making him dismount from his beast, seated him in the shop of the syndic of the market, to whom he delivered the package. He opened it and drawing out the pieces of stuff, sold them for him at a profit of 2 dinars on every dinar of prime cost. At this Ganem rejoiced and kept selling his silks and stuffs one after another, and ceased not to do on this wise for a full year. On the first day of the following year he went, as was his wont, to the exchange which was in the bazaar, but found the gate shut, and inquiring the reason was told, One of the merchants is dead and all the others have gone to follow his bier 82 and why shouldst thou not win the meed of good deeds by walking with them? 83 He replied yes, and asked for the quarter where the funeral was taking place, and one directed him thereto. So he purified himself by the wuzu ablution 84 and repaired with the other merchants to the oratory, where they prayed over the dead, then walked before the bier to the burial place, and Ganem, who was a bashful man, followed them being ashamed to leave them. They presently issued from the city, and passed through the tombs until they reached the grave where they found that the deceased's kith and kin had pitched a tent over the tomb and had brought thither lamps and wax candles. So they buried the body and sat down while the readers read out and recited the Quran over the grave, and Ganem sat with them, being overcome with bashfulness and saying to himself, I cannot well go away till they do. They tarried listening to the Quranic prelection till nightfall, when the servants set supper and sweetmeats 85 before them and they ate till they were satisfied, then they washed their hands and again took their places. But Ganem's mind was preoccupied with his house and goods, being in fear of robbers, and he said to himself, I am a stranger here and supposed to have money, if I pass the night abroad the thieves will steal my money bags and my bales to boot. So when he could no longer control his fear he arose and left the assembly, having first asked leave to go about some urgent business, and following the signs of the road he soon came to the city gate. But it was midnight and he found the doors locked and saw none going or coming nor heard aught but the hounds baying and the wolves howling. At this he exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. I was in fear for my property and came back on its account, but now I find the gate shut and I am in mortal fear for my life. Then he turned back and, looking out for a place where he could sleep till morning, presently found a Santon's tomb, a square of 4 walls with a date tree in the central court and a granite gateway. The door was wide open, so he entered and would fain have slept, but sleep came not to him, and terror and a sense of desolation oppressed him, for that he was alone amidst the tombs. So he rose to his feet and, opening the door, looked out and lo! He was ware of a light afar off in the direction of the city gate. Then walking a little way towards it, he saw that it was on the road whereby he had reached the tomb. This made him fear for his life, so he hastily shut the door and climbed to the top of the date tree where he hid himself in the heart of the fronds. The light came nearer and nearer till it was close to the tomb, then it stopped and he saw 3 slaves, 2 bearing a chest and 1 with a lantern, an adze, and a basket containing some mortar. When they reached the tomb, one of those who were carrying the case said, "What aileth thee, O Sawab?" And said the other, "What is the matter, O Kafir?" 86 Quoth he, "Were we not here at supper tide and did we not leave the door open?" "Yes," replied the other, "that is true." "See," said Kafir, "now it is shut and barred." "How weak are your wits," cried the third who bore the adze and his name was Bukait. 87 Know ye not that the owners of the gardens used to come out from Baghdad and tend them and, when evening closes upon them, they enter this place and shut the door, for fear lest the wicked black men, like ourselves, should catch them and roast em and eat em. 88 Thou sayest sooth, said the 2 others, but by Allah, however that may be, none amongst us is weaker of wits than thou. If ye do not believe me, said Bukait, let us enter the tomb and I will rouse the rat for you, for I doubt not but that, when he saw the light and us making for the place, he ran up the date tree and hid there for fear of us. When Ghanem heard this, he said in himself, O cursed test of slaves! May Allah not have thee in his holy keeping for this thy craft and keenness of wit. There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. How shall I win free of these black Kumoers? Then said the 2 who bore the box to him of the adze, Swarm up the wall and open the gate for us, O Bukait, for we are tired of carrying the chest on our necks, and when thou hast opened the gate thou shalt have one of those we catch inside, a fine fat rat which we will fry for thee after such excellent fashion that not a speck of his fat shall be lost. But Bukait answered, I am afraid of somewhat which my weak wits have suggested to me, we should do better to throw the chest over the gateway, for it is our treasure. If we throw it 'twill break, replied they, and he said, I fear lest there be robbers within who murder folk and plunder their goods, for evening is their time of entering such places and dividing their spoil. O thou weak O wits, said both the bearers of the box, how could they ever get in here? 89 Then they set down the chest and climbing over the wall dropped inside and opened the gate, whilst the third slave, he that was called Bukait, stood by them holding the adze, the lantern, and the hand basket containing the mortar. After this they locked the gate and sat down, and presently one of them said, O my brethren, we are wearied with walking and with lifting up and setting down the chest, and with unlocking and locking the gate, and now 'tis midnight, and we have no breath left to open a tomb and bury the box, so let us rest here 2 or 3 hours, then rise and do the job. Meanwhile each of us shall tell how he came to be castrated and all that befell him from first to last, the better to pass away our time while we take our rest. Thereupon the first, he of the lantern and whose name was Bukait, said, I'll tell you my tale. Say on, replied they, so he began as follows the tale of the first eunuch Bukait. Know, O my brothers, that when I was a little one, some 5 years old, I was taken home from my native country by a slave driver who sold me to a certain apparitor. 90 My purchaser had a daughter 3 years old, with whom I was brought up, and they used to make mock of me, letting me play with her and dance for her. 91 And sing to her, till I reached the age of 12 and she that of 10, and even then they did not forbid me seeing her. One day I went in to her and found her sitting in an inner room, and she looked as if she had just come out of the bath which was in the house, for she was scented with essences and reek of aromatic woods, and her face shone like the circle of the moon on the 14th night. She began to sport with me, and I with her. Now I had just reached the age of puberty, so my prickle stood at point, as it were a huge key. Then she threw me on my back and, mounting a straddle on my breast, fell a wriggling and a bucking upon me till she had uncovered my yard. When she saw it standing with head erect, she hent it in hand and began rubbing it upon the lips of her little slit 92 outside her petticoat trousers. The rat-hot lust stirred in me and I threw my arms round her, while she wound hers about my neck and hugged me to her with all her might, till, before I knew what I did, my pizzle split up her trousers and entered her slit and did away her maiden head. When I saw this, I ran off and took refuge with one of my comrades. Presently her mother came in to her, and, seeing her in this case, fainted clean away. However, she managed the matter advisedly and hid it from the girl's father out of goodwill to me, nor did they cease to call to me and coax me, till they took me from where I was. After 2 months had passed by, her mother married her to a young man, a barber who used to shave her papa, and portioned and fitted her out of her own monies, whilst the father knew nothing of what had passed. On the night of consummation they cut the throat of a pigeon poult and sprinkled the blood on her shift 93. After a while they seized me unawares and gelded me, and, when they brought her to her bridegroom, they made me her aga 94, her eunuch, to walk before her wheresoever she went, whether to the bath or to her father's house. I abode with her a long time, enjoying her beauty and loveliness by way of kissing and clipping and coupling with her 95 till she died, and her husband and mother and father died also, when they seized me for the royal treasury as being the property of an inte state, and I found my way hither, where I became your comrade. This, then, O my brethren, is the cause of my Colions being cut off, and peace be with you. He ceased, and his fellow began in these words the tale of the second eunuch, Kaffir. Know, O my brothers, that, when beginning service as a boy of 8, I used to tell the slave dealers regularly and exactly one lie every year, so that they fell out with one another, till at last my master lost patience with me and, carrying me down to the market, ordered the brokers to cry, "Who will buy this slave?" knowing his blemish and making allowance for it. He did so, and they asked him, "Pray, what may be his blemish?" and he answered, "He telleth me one single lie every year." Now a man that was a merchant came up and said to the broker, "How much do they allow for him with his blemish?" "They allow 600 dirhams, he replied, and said the other, "Thou shalt have 20 dirhams for thyself." So he arranged between him and the slave dealer, who took the coin from him, and the broker carried me to the merchant's house and departed, after receiving his brokerage. The trader clothed me with suitable dress, and I stayed in his service the rest of my 12-month, until the new year began happily. It was a blessed season, plenteous in the produce of the earth, and the merchants used to feast every day at the house of some one among them, till it was my master's turn to entertain them in a flower garden without the city. So he and the other merchants went to the garden, taking with them all that they required of prov and else beside, and sat eating and carousing and drinking till midday, when my master, having need of some matter from his home, said to me, "O slave, mount the she-mule and hie thee to the house and bring from thy mistress such and such a thing and return quickly." I obeyed his bidding and started for the house, but, as I drew near it, I began to cry out and shed tears, whereupon all the people of the quarter collected, great and small, and my master's wife and daughters, hearing the noise I was making, opened the door and asked me what was the matter. Said I, my master was sitting with his friends beneath an old wall, and it fell on one and all of them, and when I saw what had happened to them, I mounted the mule and came hither in haste to tell you. When my master's daughters and wife heard this, they screamed and rent their raiment and beat their faces, whilst the neighbors came around them. Then the wife overturned the furniture of the house, one thing upon another, and tore down the shelves and broke the windows and the lattices and smeared the walls with mud and indigo, saying to me, Woe to thee, O Kaffir! Come help me to tear down these cupboards and break up these vessels and this jinnaware 96 and the rest of it. So I went to her and aided her to smash all the shelves in the house with whatever stood upon them, after which I went round about the terrace roofs and every part of the place, spoiling all I could and leaving no china in the house unbroken till I had laid waste the whole, crying out the while, Well away, my master! Then my mistress fared forth barefaced, wearing a head kerchief and naught else, and her daughters and the children sallied out with her, and said to me, O Kaffir, go thou before us and show us the place where thy master lieth dead, that we may take him from under the fallen wall and lay him on a bier and bear him to the house and give him a fine funeral. So I went forth before them crying out, Alack, my master, and they after me with faces and heads bare and all shrieking, Alas! Alas for the man! Now there remained none in the quarter, neither man, nor woman, nor Epicene, nor youth nor maid, nor child, nor old trot, but went with us smiting their faces and weeping bitterly, and I led them leisurely through the whole city. The folk asked them what was the matter, whereupon they told them what they had heard from me, and all exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Then said one of them, he was a personage of consequence, so let us go to the governor and tell him what hath befallen him. When they told the governor, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 40th night 97, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when they told the governor, he rose and mounted and, taking with him laborers, with spades and baskets, went on my track, with many people behind him, and I ran on before them, howling and casting dust on my head and beating my face, followed by my mistress and her children keening for the dead. But I got ahead of them and entered the garden before them, and when my master saw me in this state, I smiting my face and saying, Well away, my mistress, alas! 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 Who is left to take pity on me, now that my mistress is gone? Would I had been a sacrifice for her. He stood aghast and his color waxed yellow, and he said to me, What aileth thee, O Kaffir? What is the matter? O my lord, I replied, when thou sentest me to the house, I found that the saloon wall had given way and had fallen like a layer upon my mistress and her children. And did not thy mistress escape? No, by Allah, O my master, not one of them was saved. The first to die was my mistress, thine elder daughter. And did not my younger daughter escape? No, she did not. And what became of the mare mule I used to ride, is she safe? No, by Allah, O my master, the house walls and the stable walls buried every living thing that was within doors, even to the sheep and geese and poultry, so that they all became a heap of flesh, and the dogs and cats are eating them, and not one of them is left alive. And hath not thy master, my elder son, escaped? No, by Allah. Not one of them was saved, and now there is naught left of house or household, nor even a sign of them, and, as for the sheep and geese and hens, the cats and dogs have devoured them. When my master heard this, the light became night before his sight, his wits were dazed, and he so lost command of his senses that he could not stand firm on his feet. He was as one struck with a sudden palsy, and his back was like to break. Then he rent his raiment and plucked out his beard, and, casting his turband from off his head, buffeted his face till the blood ran down, and he cried aloud, Alas, my children! Alas, my wife! Alas, my calamity! To whomever befell that which hath befallen me. The merchants, his friends, also cried aloud at his crying and wept for his weeping and tore their clothes, being moved to pity of his case, and so my master went out of the garden, smiting his face with such violence that from excess of pain he staggered like one drunken with wine. As he and the merchants came forth from the garden gate, behold, they saw a great cloud of dust and heard a loud noise of crying and lamentation, so they looked and lo! It was the governor with his attendants and the townsfolk, a world of people, who had come out to look on, and my master's family following them, all screaming and crying aloud and weeping exceeding sore weeping. The first to address my owner were his wife and children, and when he saw them he was confounded and laughed 98 and said to them, How is it with all of you, and what befell you in the house, and what hath come to pass to you? When they saw him they exclaimed, Praise be to Allah for thy preservation, and threw themselves upon him, and his children hung about him crying, Alack, our father! Thanks to Allah for thy safety, O our father! And his wife said to him, Art thou indeed well? Laud to Allah who hath shown us thy face in safety. And indeed she was confounded and her reason fled when she saw him, and she asked, O, my Lord, how didst thou escape, thou and thy friends the merchants? And he answered her, And how fared it with thee in the house? Quoth they, We were all well, whole and healthy, nor hath aught of evil befallen us in the house, save that thy slave Kafir came to us, bareheaded with torn garments and howling, Alas, the master! Alas, the master! So we asked him, What tidings, O Kafir? And he answered, A wall of the garden hath fallen on my master and his friends the merchants, and they are all crushed and dead. By Allah, said my master, he came to me but now howling, Alas, my mistress! Alas, the children of the mistress! And said, My mistress and her children are all dead, every one of them. Then he looked round, and seeing me with my turband rent in rags round my neck, howling and weeping with exceeding weeping and throwing dust upon my head, he cried out at me. So I came to him, and he said, Woe to thee, O ill-omened slave! O whoreson knave! O thou damned breed! What mischief thou hast wrought? By Allah, I will flog thy skin from thy flesh and cut thy flesh from thy bones. I rejoined, By Allah, thou canst do nothing of the kind with me, O my Lord, for thou boughtest me with my blemish, and there are honest men to bear witness against thee that thou didst so, accepting the condition, and that thou knewest of my fault, which is to tell one lie every year. Now this is only a half lie, but by the end of the year I will tell the other half, then will the lie stand whole and complete. O dog, son of a dog, cried my master, O most accursed of slaves, is this all of it but a half lie? Verily, if it be a half lie, 'tis a whole calamity. Get thee from me, thou art free in the face of Allah. By Allah, rejoined I, if thou free me, I will not free thee till my year is completed and I have told thee the half lie which is left. When this is done, go down with me to the slave market and sell me as thou boughtest me to whoso will buy me with my blemish, but thou shalt not manumit me, for I have no handicraft whereby to gain my living. 99 And this my demand is a matter of law which the doctors have laid down in the chapter of emancipation. 100 While we were at these words, up came the crowd of people, and the neighbors of the quarter, men, women, and children, together with the governor and his suite, offering condolence. So my master and the other merchants went up to him and informed him of the adventure, and how this was but a half lie, at which all wondered, deeming it a whole lie and a big one. And they cursed me and reviled me, while I stood laughing and grinning at them, till at last I asked, How shall my master slay me when he bought me with this my blemish? Then my master returned home and found his house in ruins, and it was I who had laid waste the greater part of it. 101 Having broken things which were worth much money, as also had done his wife, who said to him, 'Twas Kafir who broke the vessels and chinaware. Thereupon his rage redoubled and he struck hand upon hand exclaiming, By Allah! In my life never saw I a whoreson like this slave, and he saith this is but a half lie. How, then, if he had told me a whole lie? He would ruin a city, I or even two. Then in his fury he went to the governor, and they gave me a neat thing in the bastinado line and made me eat stick till I was lost to the world and a fainting fit came on me, and, whilst I was yet senseless, they brought the barber who docked me and gelded me 102 and cauterized the wound. When I revived I found myself a clean eunuch with nothing left, and my master said to me, Even as thou hast burned my heart for the things I held dearest, so have I burnt thy heart for that of thy members whereby thou settest most store. Then he took me and sold me at a profit, for that I was become an eunuch. And I ceased not bringing trouble upon all, wherever I was sold, and was shifted from lord to lord and from notable to notable, being sold and being bought, till I entered the palace of the commander of the faithful. But now my spirit is broken and my tricks are gone from me, so alas, are my ballocks. When the two slaves heard his history, they laughed at him and chaffed him and said, Truly thou art skite 103 and skite son. Thou liedest an odious lie. Then quoth they to the third slave, Tell us thy tale. O sons of my uncle, quoth he, all that ye have said is idle. I will tell you the cause of my losing my testicles, and indeed I deserve to lose even more, for I futtered both my mistress and my master's eldest son and heir, but my story is a long one and this is not the time to tell it, for the dawn, O my cousins, draw it near and if morning come upon us with this chest still unburied, we shall get into sore disgrace and our lives will pay for it. So up with you and open the door and, when we get back to the palace, I will tell you my story and the cause of my losing my precious stones. Then he swarmed up and dropped down from the wall inside and opened the door, so they entered and, setting down the lantern, dug between 4 tombs a hole as long as the chest and of the same breadth. Kafir plied the spade and Sawab removed the earth by baskets full till they reached the depth of the stature of a man 104 when they laid the chest in the hole and threw back the earth over it, then they went forth and shutting the door disappeared from Ghanim's eyes. When all was quiet and he felt sure that he was left alone in the place, his thought was busied about what the chest contained and he said to himself, Would that I knew the contents of that box. However, he waited till day broke, when morning shone and showed her sheen, whereupon he came down from the date tree and scooped away the earth with his hands, till the box was laid bare and disengaged from the ground. Then he took a large stone and hammered at the lock till he broke it and, opening the lid, beheld a young lady, a model of beauty and loveliness, clad in the richest of garments and jewels of gold and such necklaces of precious stones that, were the Sultan's country evened with them, it would not pay their price. She had been drugged with bhang, but her bosom, rising and falling, showed that her breath had not departed. When Ghanim saw her, he knew that someone had played her false and hocussed her, so he pulled her out of the chest and laid her on the ground with her face upwards. As soon as she smelt the breeze and the air entered her nostrils, mouth, and lungs, she sneezed and choked and coughed, when there fell from out her throat a pill of Cretan bhang. Had an elephant smelt it he would have slept from night to night. Then she opened her eyes and glancing around said, in sweet voice and gracious words, Woe to thee, O wind! There is naught in thee to satisfy the thirsty, nor aught to gratify one whose thirst is satisfied. Where is Zair al-Bostan? But no one answered her, so she turned her and cried out, Ho Sabi ha! Shajara al-Dur! Nur al-Huda! Namat al-Subh! Be ya awake! Shawa, Nazah, Halway, Zarifa, out on you, speak, 105 But no one answered, so she looked all around and said, Woe's me! Have they entombed me in the tombs? O thou who knowest what man's thought enwombs and who givest compensation on the day of doom, who can have brought me from amid hanging screens and curtains veiling the harem rooms and set me down between four tombs? All this while Ganem was standing by. Then he said to her, O my lady, here are neither screened rooms nor palace harems nor yet tombs, only the slave henceforth devoted to thy love, Ganem ben Ayyub, sent to thee by the omniscient one above, that all thy troubles he may remove and win for thee every wish that doth behove. Then he held his peace. She was reassured by his words and cried, I testify that there is no God but the God, and I testify that Mohammed is the apostle of God. Then she turned to Ganem and, placing her hands before her face, said to him in the sweetest speech, O blessed youth, who brought me hither? See, I am now come to myself. O my lady, he replied, 3 slave eunuchs came here bearing this chest, and related to her the whole of what had befallen him, and how evening having closed upon him had proved the cause of her preservation, otherwise she had died smothered. 106. Then he asked her who she was and what was her story, and she answered, O youth, thanks be to Allah who hath cast me into the hands of the like of thee. But now arise and put me back into the box, then fare forth upon the road and hire the first camel driver or muleteer thou findest to carry it to thy house. When I am there, all will be well and I will tell thee my tale and acquaint thee with my adventures, and great shall be thy gain by means of me. At this he rejoiced and went outside the tomb. The day was now dazzling bright and the firmament shone with light and the folk had begun to circulate, so he hired a man with a mule and, bringing him to the tomb, lifted the chest wherein he had put the damsel and set it on the mule. Her love now engrossed his heart and he fared homeward with her rejoicing, for that she was a girl worth 10,000 gold pieces and her raiment and ornaments would fetch a mint of money. As soon as he arrived at his house he carried in the chest and opening it and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 41st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Ganem son of Ayyub arrived with the chest at his house, he opened it and took out the young lady, who looked about her and, seeing that the place was handsome, spread with carpets and dyed with cheerful colors and other deckings, and noting the stuffs uppiled and packed bales and other else than that, knew that he was a substantial merchant and a man of much money. Thereupon she uncovered her face and looked at him, and lo! He was a fair youth, so when she saw him she loved him and said, O my lord, bring us something to eat. On my head and mine eyes, replied he, and, going down to the bazaar, bought a roasted lamb and a dish of sweetmeats and with these dry fruits and wax candles, besides wine and whatsoever was required of drinking materials, not forgetting perfumes. With all this gear he returned to the house, and when the damsel saw him she laughed and kissed him and clasped his neck. Then she began caressing him, which made his love wax hotter till it got the mastery of his heart. They ate and drank and each had conceived the fondest affection, for indeed the two were one in age and one in loveliness, and when night came on Ganem ben Ayyub, the distraught, the thrall of love, rose and lit the wax candles and lamps till the place blazed with light. 107. After which he produced the wine service and spread the table. Then both sat down again, he and she, and he kept filling and giving her to drink, and she kept filling and giving him to drink, and they played and toyed and laughed and recited verses, whilst their joy increased and they clove in closer love each to each. Glory be to the Uniter of hearts. They ceased not to carouse after this fashion till near upon dawn, when drowsiness overcame them and they slept where they were, apart each from other, till the morning. 108. Then Ganem arose and going to the market, bought all they required of meat and vegetables and wine and what not, and brought them to the house, whereupon both sat down to eat and ate their sufficiency, when he set on wine. They drank and each played with each, till their cheeks flushed red and their eyes took a darker hue, and Ganem's soul longed to kiss the girl and to lie with her, and he said, O my lady, grant me one kiss of that dear mouth, perchance 'twill quench the fire of my heart. O Ganem, replied she, wait till I am drunk and dead to the world, then steal a kiss of me, secretly and on such wise that I may not know thou hast kissed me. Then she rose and taking off her upper dress sat in a thin shift of fine linen and a silken head kerchief. 109 At this passion inflamed Ganem, and he said to her, O my lady, wilt thou not vouchsafe me what I asked of thee? By Allah, she replied, that may not be thine, for there is written upon my trouser string 110 a hard word. Thereupon Ganem's heart sank and desire grew on him as its object offered difficulties, and he improvised these verses: I asked the author of mine ills to heal the wound with one sweet kiss, no. No. She cried 111 forever no. But I, soft whispering, urged yes, quoth she, then take it by my leave, when smiles shall pardon thine amiss, by force, cried I. Nay, she replied with love and gladness equiwis. Now ask me not what next occurred, seek grace of God and wist of this. Deem what thou wilt of us, for love by calumnies the sweeter is, nor after this care I one jot whether my foe be known or not. Then his affection increased and love fires rose hotter in his heart, while she refused herself to him saying, Thou canst not possess me. They ceased not to make love and enjoy their wine and wassail, whilst Ganem was drowned in the sea of love and longing, but she redoubled in coyness and cruelty till the night brought on the darkness and let fall on them the skirts of sleep. Thereupon Ganem rose and lit the lamps and wax candles, and refreshed the room and removed the table, then he took her feet and kissed them and, finding them like fresh cream, pressed his face 112 on them and said to her, O my lady, take pity on one thy love hath ta'en and thine eyes hath slain, for indeed I were heart whole but for thy bane. And he wept somewhat. O my lord, and light of my eyes, quoth she, by Allah, I love thee in very sooth and I trust to thy truth, but I know that I may not be thine. And what is the obstacle? Asked he, when she answered, Tonight I will tell thee my tale, that thou mayst accept my excuse. Then she threw herself upon him and winding her arms like a necklace about his neck, kissed him and caressed him and promised him her favors, and they ceased not playing and laughing till love gat the firmest hold upon both their hearts. And so it continued a whole month, both passing the night on a single carpet bed, but whenever he would enjoy her, she put him off, whilst mutual love increased upon them and each could hardly abstain from other. One night, as he lay by her side, and both were warm with wine, Ganem passed his hand over her breasts and stroked them, then he slipped it down to her waist as far as her navel. She awoke and, sitting up, put her hand to her trousers and finding them fast tied, once more fell asleep. Presently, he again felt her and sliding his hand down to her trouser string, began pulling at it, whereupon she awoke and sat upright. Ganem also sat up by her side and she asked him, What dost thou want? I want to lie with thee, he answered, and that we may deal openly and frankly with each other. Quoth she, I must now declare to thee my case, that thou mayst know my quality, then will my secret be disclosed to thee and my excuse become manifest to thee. Quoth he, So be it. Thereat she opened the skirt of her shift and, taking up her trouser string, said to him, O my lord, read what is worked on the flat of this string. So he took it in hand, and saw these words broidered on it in gold, I am thine, and thou art mine, O cousin of the apostle. 113 When he read this, he withdrew his hand and said to her, Tell me who thou art. So be it, answered she, know that I am one of the concubines of the commander of the faithful, and my name is Kut al-Kulub, the food of hearts. I was brought up in his palace and, when I grew to woman's estate, he looked on me and, noting what share of beauty and loveliness the Creator had given me, loved me with exceeding love, and assigned me a separate apartment, and gave me 10 slave girls to wait on me, and all these ornaments thou seest me wearing. On a certain day he set out for one of his provinces, and the lady Zeubida came to one of the slave girls in my service and said to her, I have something to require of thee. What is it, O my lady? Asked she, and the caliph's wife answered, when thy mistress Kut al-Kulub is asleep, put this piece of bang into her nostrils or drop it into her drink, and thou shalt have of me as much money as will satisfy thee. With love and gladness, replied the girl, and took the bang from her, being a glad woman because of the money and because aforetime she had been one of Zeubida's slaves. So she put the bang in my drink, and when it was night I drank, and the drug had no sooner settled in my stomach than I fell to the ground, my head touching my feet, and knew naught of my life but that I was in another world. When her device succeeded, she bade put me in this chest, and secretly brought in the slaves and the doorkeepers and bribed them, and, on the night when thou wast perched upon the date tree, she sent the blacks to do with me as thou sawest. So my delivery was at thy hands, and thou broughtest me to this house and hast entreated me honorably and with thy kindest. This is my story, and I wot not what is become of the Caliph during my absence. Know then my condition and divulge not my case. When Ghanem heard her words and knew that she was a concubine of the Caliph, he drew back, for awe of the Caliphate beset him, and sat apart from her in one of the corners of the place, blaming himself and brooding over his affair and patiencing his heart bewildered for love of one he could not possess. Then he wept for excess of longing, and plained him of fortune and her injuries, and the world and its enmities, and praise be to him who causeth generous hearts to be troubled with love and the beloved, and who endoweth not the minds of the mean and miserly with so much of it as eveneth a grain weight. So he began repeating, the lover's heart for his beloved must meet sad pain, and from her charms bear sore defeat. What is love's taste? They asked and answered I, sweet is the taste, but 'tis bittersweet. Thereupon Kut al-Kulub arose and took him to her bosom and kissed him, for the love of him was firm fixed in her heart, so that she disclosed to him her secret and all the affection she felt, and, throwing her arms round Ghanem's neck like a collar of pearls, kissed him again and yet again. But he held off from her in awe of the Caliph. Then they talked together a long while, and indeed both were drowned in the sea of their mutual love, and, as the day broke, Ghanem rose and donned his clothes, and going to the bazaar, as was his wont, took what the occasion required and returned home. He found her weeping, but when she saw him she checked herself and, smiling through her tears, said, Thou hast desolated me, O beloved of my heart. By Allah, this hour of absence hath been to me like a year. 114 I have explained to thee my condition in the excess of my eager love for thee, so come now near me, and forget the past and have thy will of me. But he interrupted her, crying, I seek refuge with Allah. This thing may never be. How shall the dog sit in the lion's stead? What is the Lord's is unlawful to the slave. So he withdrew from her, and sat down on a corner of the mat. Her passion for him increased with his forbearance, so she seated herself by his side and caroused and played with him, till the two were flushed with wine, and she was mad for her own disennure. Then she sang these verses, the lover's heart is like to break in twain, till when these coy denials till when? O thou who fliest me sans fault of mine, gazelles are wont at times prove tame to men, absence, aversion, distance, and disdain, how shall young lover all these ills sustain? Thereupon Ghanem wept and she wept at his weeping, and they ceased not drinking till nightfall, when he rose and spread 2 beds, each in its place. For whom is this second bed? Asked she, and he answered her, One is for me and the other is for thee, from this night forth we must not sleep save thus, for that which is the Lord's is unlawful to the thrall. O my master, cried she, let us have done with this, for all things come to pass by fate and fortune. But he refused, and the fire was lighted in her heart, and, as her longing waxed fiercer, she clung to him and cried, "By Allah, we will not sleep save side by side." "Allah forfend," he replied, and prevailed against her and lay apart till the morning, when love and longing redoubled on her, and distraction and eager thirst of passion. They abode after this fashion 3 full told months, which were long and longsome indeed, and every time she made advances to him, he would refuse himself and say, "Whatever belongeth to the master is unlawful to the man." Now when time waxed tiresome and tedious to her, and anguish and distress grew on her, she burst out from her oppressed heart with these verses: "How long, rare beauty, wilt do wrong to me? Who was it bade thee not belong to me? With outer charms thou weddest inner grace, comprising every point of piquancy, passion thou hast infused in every heart, from eyelids driven sleep by deputy, erst was, I wot, the spray made thin of leaf o' cassia spray. Unleaf thy sin I see 115. The heart erst hunted I, how is I spy the hunter hunted, fair my heart, by thee. Wondrouser still I tell thee that I am trapped, while never up to trap thou be. Ne'er grant my prayer. For if I grudge thyself to thee, I grudge me more jealously, and cry so long as life belong to me, rare beauty, how long this wrong to me?" They abode in this state a long time, and fear kept Ganem aloof from her. So far concerning these two, but as regards the Lady Zeobida, when, in the Caliph's absence, she had done this deed by Kut al-Kulub, she became perplexed, saying to herself, "What shall I tell my cousin when he comes back and asks for her? What possible answer can I make to him?" Then she called an old woman, who was about her, and discovered her secret to her, saying, "How shall I act, seeing that Kut al-Kulub died by such untimely death?" "O my lady," quoth the old crone, "the time of the Caliph's return is near, so do thou send for a carpenter and bid him make thee a figure of wood in the form of a corpse. We will dig a grave for it midmost the palace and there bury it, then do thou build an oratory over it and set therein lighted candles and lamps, and order each and every in the palace to be clad in black. 116 Furthermore command thy handmaids and eunuchs, as soon as they know of the Caliph's returning from his journey, to spread straw over the vestibule floors, and, when the commander of the faithful enters and asks what is the matter, let them say Kut al-Kulub is dead, and may Allah abundantly compensate thee for the loss of her." 117, and, for the high esteem in which she was held of our mistress, she hath buried her in her own palace. When he hears this he will weep, and it shall be grievous to him. Then will he cause perlections of the Koran to be made for her, and he will watch by night at her tomb. Should he say to himself, "Verily Zeobida, the daughter of my uncle, hath compassed in her jealousy the death of Kut al-Kulub," or, if love longing overcome him and he bid her be taken out of her tomb, fear thou not, for when they dig down and come to the image in human shape, he will see it shrouded in costly grave clothes, and, if he wish to take off the winding sheet that he may look upon her, do thou forbid him, or let some other forbid him, saying the sight of her nakedness is unlawful. The fear of the world to come will restrain him, and he will believe that she is dead, and will restore the figure to its place and thank thee for thy doings, and thus thou shalt escape, please Almighty Allah, from this slough of despond. When the Lady Zeobida heard her words, she commended the counsel and gave her a dress of honor and a large sum of money, ordering her to do all she had said. So the old woman set about the business forthright, and bade the carpenter make her the aforesaid image, and, as soon as it was finished, she brought it to the Lady Zeobida, who shrouded it and buried it and built a sepulchre over it, wherein they lighted candles and lamps, and laid down carpets about the tomb. Moreover she put on black, and she spread abroad in the harem that Kut al-Kulub was dead. After a time the Caliph returned from his journey and went up to the palace, thinking only of Kut al-Kulub. He saw all the pages and eunuchs and handmaids habit in black, at which his heart fluttered with extreme fear, and, when he went into the Lady Zeobida, he found her also garbed in black. So he asked the cause of this, and they gave him tidings of the death of Kut al-Kulub, whereon he fell a swooning. As soon as he came to himself, he asked for her tomb, and the Lady Zeobida said to him, "No, O Prince of the Faithful, that for a special honor I have buried her in my own palace." Then he repaired in his traveling garb 118 to the tomb that he might wail over her, and found the carpets spread and the candles and lamps lighted. When he saw this, he thanked Zeobida for her good deed and abode perplexed, halting between belief and unbelief till at last suspicion overcame him, and he gave order to open the grave and take out the body. When he saw the shroud and would have removed it to look upon her, the fear of Allah Almighty restrained him, and the old woman, taking advantage of the delay, said, "Restore her to her place." Then he sent at once for fakirs and Quran readers, and caused perlections to be made over her tomb, and sat by the side of the grave, weeping till he fainted, and he continued to frequent the tomb and sit there for a whole month. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 42nd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Caliph ceased not to frequent the tomb for the period of a whole month, at the end of which time it so happened one day that he entered the seraglio, after dismissing the emirs and wazirs, and lay down and slept a while, and there sat at his head a slave girl fanning him, and at his feet a second rubbing and shampooing them. Presently he awoke and, opening his eyes, shut them again, and heard the handmaid at his head saying to her who was at his feet, 'A nice business this, O Khayzaran,' and the other answered her, 'Well, O Kazab al-Ban.' 119 Verily said the first, Our Lord knoweth naught of what hath happened, and sitteth waking and watching by a tomb wherein is only a log of wood carved by the carpenter's art. And Kut al-Kulub, quoth the other, what hath befallen her? She replied, Know that the Lady Zeobida sent a pellet of bang by one of the slave women who was bribed to drug her, and when sleep overpowered her she let put her in a chest, and ordered Sawab and Kafir and Bukait to throw her amongst the tombs. What dost thou say, O Kazab al-Ban? Asked Khayzaran, is not the Lady Kut al-Kulub dead? Nay, by Allah, she answered, and long may her youth be saved from death. But I have heard the Lady Zeobida say that she is in the house of a young merchant named Ghanem bin Ayyub of Damascus, hight the distraught, the thrall o love, and she hath been with him these 4 months, whilst our Lord is weeping and watching by night at a tomb wherein is no corpse. They kept on talking this sort of talk, and the Caliph gave ear to their words, and, by the time they had ceased speaking, he knew right well that the tomb was a feint and a fraud, and that Kut al-Kulub had been in Ghanem's house for 4 months. Whereupon he was angered with exceeding anger, and rising up, he summoned the emirs of his state, and his wazir Ja'afar the Barmaki came also and kissed the ground between his hands. The Caliph said to him in fury, Go down, O Ja'afar, with a party of armed men, and ask for the house of Ghanem son of Ayyub, fall upon it and spoil it, and bring him to me with my slave girl, Kut al-Kulub, for there is no help but that I punish him. To hear is to obey, said Ja'afar, and setting out with the governor and the guards and a world of people, repaired to Ghanem's house. Now about that time the youth happened to have brought back a pot of dressed meat, and was about to put forth his hand to eat of it, he and Kut al-Kulub, when the lady, happening to look out, saw calamity surrounding the house on every side, for the wazir and the governor, the night guard and the Mamelukes with swords drawn had girt it as the white of the eye girdeth the black. At this she knew that tidings of her had reached the Caliph, her lord, and she made sure of ruin, and her color paled and her fair features changed and her favor faded. Then she turned to Ghanem and said to him, O my love! Fly for thy life. What shall I do, asked he, and whither shall I go, seeing that my money and means of maintenance are all in this house, and she answered, delay not lest thou be slain and lose life as well as wealth. O my loved one and light of mine eyes, he cried, how shall I do to get away when they have surrounded the house? Quoth she, fear not, and, stripping off his fine clothes, dressed him in ragged old garments, after which she took the pot and, putting in it bits of broken bread and a saucer of meat 120, placed the whole in a basket and setting it upon his head said, go out in this guise and fear not for me who wotteth right well what thing is in my hand for the Caliph. 121 So he went out amongst them, bearing the basket with its contents, and the protector vouchsafed him his protection and he escaped the snares and perils that beset him, by the blessing of his good conscience and pure conduct. Meanwhile Ja'afar dismounted and entering the house, saw Kut al-Kulub who had dressed and decked herself in splendid raiments and ornaments and filled a chest with gold and jewelry and precious stones and rarities and what else was light to bear and of value rare. When she saw Ja'afar come in, she rose and, kissing the ground before him, said, O my lord, the reed hath written of old the reed which Allah decreed. 122 By Allah, O my lady, answered Ja'afar, he gave me an order to seize Ghanem son of Ayyub, and she rejoined, O my lord, he made ready his goods and set out therewith for Damascus and I know nothing more of him, but I desire thee take charge of this chest and deliver it to me in the harem of the Prince of the Faithful. Hearing and obedience, said Ja'afar, and bade his men bear it away to the headquarters of the Caliphate together with Kut al-Kulub, commanding them to entreat her with honor as one in high esteem. They did his bidding after they had wrecked and plundered Ghanem's house. Then Ja'afar went in to the Caliph and told him all that had happened, and he ordered Kut al-Kulub to be lodged in a dark chamber and appointed an old woman to serve her, feeling convinced that Ghanem had debauched her and slept with her. Then he wrote a mandate to the Emir Mohammed bin Sulayman al-Zayni, his viceroy in Damascus, to this effect: the instant thou shalt receive this our letter, seize upon Ghanem bin Ayyub and send him to us. When the missive came to the viceroy, he kissed it and laid it on his head, then he let proclaim in the bazaars, whoso is desirous to plunder, away with him to the house of Ghanem son of Ayyub. 123 So they flocked thither, when they found that Ghanem's mother and sister had built him a tomb 124 in the midst of the house and sat by it weeping for him, whereupon they seized the two without telling them the cause and, after spoiling the house, carried them before the viceroy. He questioned them concerning Ghanem and both replied, for a year or more we have had no news of him. So they restored them to their place. Thus far concerning them, but as regards Ghanem, when he saw his wealth spoiled and his ruin utterest he wept over himself till his heart well nigh brake. Then he fared on at random till the last of the day, and hunger grew hard on him and walking wearied him. So coming to a village he entered a mosque 125 where he sat down upon a mat and propped his back against the wall, but presently he sank to the ground in his extremity of famine and fatigue. There he lay till dawn, his heart fluttering for want of food, and, owing to his sweating, the lice 126 coursed over his skin, his breath waxed fetid and his whole condition was changed. When the villagers came to pray the dawn prayer, they found him prostrate, ailing, hunger-lean, yet showing evident signs of former affluence. As soon as prayers were over, they drew near him, and, understanding that he was starved with hunger and cold, they gave him an old robe with ragged sleeves and said to him, O stranger, whence art thou and what sickness is upon thee? He opened his eyes and wept but returned no answer, whereupon one of them, who saw that he was starving, brought him a saucer of honey and 2 barley scones. He ate a little and they sat with him till sunrise, when they went to their work. He abode with them in this state for a month, whilst sickness and weakliness grew upon him, and they wept for him and, pitying his condition, took counsel with one another upon his case and agreed to forward him to the hospital in Baghdad. 127 Meanwhile behold, two beggar women, who were none other than Ghanim's mother and sister 128 came into the mosque, and, when he saw them, he gave them the bread that was at his head, and they slept by his side that night, but he knew them not. Next day the villagers brought a camel and said to the cameleer, "Set this sick man on thy beast and carry him to Baghdad and put him down at the spittle door, so haply he may be medicined and be healed, and thou shalt have thy hire." 129 To hear is to comply, said the man. So they brought Ghanim, who was asleep, out of the mosque and set him, mat and all, on the camel, and his mother and sister came out among the crowd to gaze upon him, but they knew him not. However, after looking at him and considering him carefully, they said, "Of a truth he favors our Ghanim, poor boy, can this sick man be he?" Presently, he woke, and finding himself bound with ropes on a camel's back, he began to weep and complain. 130 And the village people saw his mother and sister weeping over him, albeit they knew him not. Then they fared forth for Baghdad, but the camel man forewent them and, setting Ghanim down at the spittle gate, went away with his beast. The sick man lay there till dawn, and, when the folk began to go about the streets, they saw him and stood gazing on him, for he had become as thin as a toothpick, till the syndic of the bazaar came up and drove them away from him, saying, "I will gain paradise through this poor creature, for if they take him into the hospital, they will kill him in a single day." 131 Then he made his young men carry him to his house, where they spread him a new bed with a new pillow. 132 And he said to his wife, "Tend him carefully," and she replied, "Good. On my head be it." Thereupon she tucked up her sleeves and, warming some water, washed his hands, feet, and body, after which she clothed him in a robe belonging to one of her slave girls and made him drink a cup of wine and sprinkled rose water over him. So he revived and complained, and the thought of his beloved Kut al-Kulub made his grief redouble. Thus far concerning him, but as regards Kut al-Kulub, when the Caliph was angered against her and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 43rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Caliph was angered against Kut al-Kulub, he ordered her to a dark chamber where she abode 80 days, at the end of which the Caliph, happening to pass on a certain day the place where she was, heard her repeating poetry, and after she ceased reciting her verse, saying, O my darling, O my Ghanim! How great is thy goodness and how chaste is thy nature! Thou didst well by one who did ill by thee, and thou guardedst his honor who garret thine become disianur, and his harem thou didst protect who to enslave thee and thine did elect. But thou shalt surely stand, thou and the commander of the faithful, before the just judge, and thou shalt be justified of him on the day when the Lord, to whom be honor and glory, shall be Qazi, and the angels of heaven shall be witnesses. When the Caliph heard her complaint, he knew that she had been wronged and, returning to the palace, sent Masrur the eunuch for her. She came before him with bowed head and eyes tearful and heart sorrowful, and he said to her, O Kut al-Kulub, I find thou accusest me of tyranny and oppression, and thou avouchest that I have done ill by one who did well by me. Who is this who hath guarded my honor while I garret his become disianur? Who protected my harem and whose harem I wrecked? He is Ghanim son of Ayyub, replied she, for he never approached me in wantonness or with lewd intent. I swear by thy munificence, O commander of the faithful. Then said the Caliph, there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Ask what thou wilt of me, O Kut al-Kulub. O Prince of the Faithful, answered she, I require of thee only my beloved Ghanim son of Ayyub. He did as she desired, whereupon she said, O Lord of the Moslems, if I bring him to thy presence, wilt thou bestow me on him, and he replied, If he come into my presence, I will give thee to him as the gift of the generous who revoked not his largesse. O Prince of true believers, quoth she, suffer me to go and seek him, haply Allah may unite me with him, and quoth he, do even as thou wilt. So she rejoiced and, taking with her 1,000 dinars in gold, went out and visited the elders of the various faiths and gave alms in Ghanim's name 133. Next day she walked to the merchant's bazaar and disclosed her object to the syndic and gave him money, saying, bestow this in charity to the stranger. On the following Friday she fared to the bazaar, with other 1,000 dinars, and, entering the goldsmiths and jewelers' market street, called the chief and presented to him 1,000 dinars with these words, bestow this in charity to the stranger. The chief looked at her, and he was the syndic who had taken in Ghanim, and said, O my lady, wilt thou come to my house and look upon a youth, a stranger I have there, and see how goodly and graceful he is? Now the stranger was Ghanim, son of Ayyub, but the chief had no knowledge of him and thought him to be some wandering pauper, some debtor whose wealth had been taken from him, or some lover parted from his beloved. When she heard his words her heart fluttered 134 and her vitals yearned, and she said to him, send with me one who shall guide me to thy house. So he sent a little lad who brought her to the house wherein was the head man's stranger guest, and she thanked him for this. When she reached the house, she went in and saluted the syndic's wife, who rose and kissed the ground between her hands, for she knew her. Then quoth Kut al-Kulub, where is the sick man who is with thee? She wept and replied, here is he, O my lady, by Allah, he is come of good folk and he beareth the signs of gentle breeding, you see him lying on yonder bed. So she turned and looked at him, and she saw something like him, but he was worn and wasted till he had become lean as a toothpick, so his identity was doubtful to her and she could not be certain that it was he. Yet pity for him possessed her and she wept, saying, verily the stranger is unhappy, even though he be a prince in his own land, and his case was grievous to her and her heart ached for him, yet she knew him not to be Ghanim. Then she furnished him with wine and medicines and she sat a while by his head, after which she mounted and returned to her palace and continued to visit every bazaar in quest of her lover. Meanwhile Ghanim's mother and sister Fitnah arrived at Baghdad and met the syndic, who carried them to Kut al-Kulub and said to her, O princess of beneficent ladies, there came to our city this day a woman and her daughter, who are fair of favor and signs of good breeding and dignity are apparent in them, though they be dressed in haircloth and have each one a wallet hanging to her neck, and their eyes are tearful and their hearts are sorrowful. So I have brought them to thee that thou mayst give them refuge, and rescue them from beggary, for they are not of Asker folk and, if it please Allah, we shall enter paradise through them. By Allah, O my master, cried she, thou makest me long to see them. Where are they? Adding, here with them to me. So he bade the eunuch bring them in, and, when she looked on them and saw that they were both of distinguished beauty, she wept for them and said, by Allah, these are people of condition and show plain signs of former opulence. O my lady, said the syndic's wife, we love the poor and the destitute, more especially as reward in heaven will recompense our love, and, as for these persons, haply the oppressor hath dealt hardly with them and hath plundered their property and harried their houses. Then Ghanim's mother and sister wept with sore weeping, remembering their former prosperity and contrasting it with their present poverty and miserable condition, and their thoughts dwelt upon son and brother, whilst Kut al-Kulub wept for their weeping, and they said, we beseech Allah to reunite us with him whom we desire, and he is none other but my son named Ghanim bin Ayyub. When Kut al-Kulub heard this, she knew them to be the mother and sister of her lover and wept till a swoon came over her. When she revived she turned to them and said, have no fear and sorrow not, for this day is the first of your prosperity and the last of your adversity. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 44th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Kut al-Kulub had consoled them she bade the Syndic lead them to his house and let his wife carry them to the Hammam and dress them in handsome clothes and take care of them and honor them with all honor, and she gave him a sufficient sum of money. Next day, she mounted and, riding to his house, went in to his wife who rose up and kissed her hands and thanked her for her kindness. There she saw Ghanim's mother and sister whom the Syndic's wife had taken to the Hammam and clothed afresh, so that the traces of their former condition became manifest upon them. She sat talking with them a while, after which she asked the wife about the sick youth who was in her house and she replied, He is in the same state. Then said Kut al-Kulub, Come, let us go and visit him. So she arose, she and the chief's wife and Ghanim's mother and sister, and went into the room where he lay and sat down near him. Presently Ghanim bin Ayyub, the distraught, the thrall o' love, heard them mention the name of Kut al-Kulub, whereupon life returned to him, emaciated and withered as he was, and he raised his head from the pillow and cried aloud, O Kut al-Kulub! She looked at him and made certain it was he and shrieked rather than said, Yes, O my beloved. Draw near to me, said he, and she replied, Surely thou art Ghanim bin Ayyub, and he rejoined I am indeed. Hereupon a swoon came upon her, and, as soon as Ghanim's mother and his sister Fitnah heard these words, both cried out O our joy, and fainted clean away. When they all recovered, Kut al-Kulub exclaimed, Praise be to Allah who hath brought us together again and who hath reunited thee with thy mother and thy sister. And she related to him all that had befallen her with the Caliph and said, I have made known the truth to the Commander of the Faithful, who believed my words and was pleased with thee, and now he desireth to see thee, adding, He hath given me to thee. Thereat he rejoiced with extreme joy, when she said, Quit not this place till I come back and, rising forthwith, betook herself to her palace. There she opened the chest which she had brought from Ghanim's house and, taking out some of the dinars, gave them to the Syndic saying, Buy with this money for each of them 4 complete suits of the finest stuffs and 20 kerchiefs, and else beside of whatsoever they require, after which she carried all 3 to the baths and had them washed and bathed and made ready for them consoms, and galangal water and cider against their coming out. When they left the Hammam, they put on the new clothes, and she abode with them 3 days feeding them with chicken meats and buyas, and making them drink sherbet of sugar candy. After 3 days their spirits returned, and she carried them again to the baths, and when they came out and had changed their raiment, she led them back to the Syndic's house and left them there, whilst she returned to the palace and craved permission to see the Caliph. When he ordered her to come in, she entered and, kissing the ground between his hands, told him the whole story and how her lord, Ghanim bin Ayyub, yclept the distraught, the thrall o' love, and his mother and sister were now in Baghdad. When the Caliph heard this, he turned to the eunuchs and said, Here with Ghanim to me. So Ja'afar went to fetch him, but Kut al-Kulub forewent him and told Ghanim, The Caliph hath sent to fetch thee before him, and charged him to show readiness of tongue and firmness of heart and sweetness of speech. Then she robed him in a sumptuous dress and gave him dinars in plenty, saying, Be lavish of largesse to the Caliph's household as thou goest into him. Presently Ja'afar, mounted on his Nubian mule, came to fetch him, and Ghanim advanced to welcome the wazir and, wishing him long life, kissed the ground before him. Now the star of his good fortune had risen and shone brightly, and Ja'afar took him, and they ceased not faring together, he and the minister, till they went in to the Commander of the Faithful. When he stood in the presence, he looked at the wazirs and emirs and chamberlains and viceroys and grandees and captains, and then at the Caliph. Hereupon he sweetened his speech and his eloquence and, bowing his head to the ground, broke out in these extempore couplets: may that monarch's life span a mighty span, whose lavish of largess all lieges scan, none other but he shall be Caesar hight, lord of lordly hall and of haught divan, kings lay their gems on his threshold dust as they bow and salam to the mighty man, and his glances foil them and all recoil, bowing beards aground and with faces wan, yet they gain the profit of royal grace, the rank and station of high soldan. Earth's plain is scant for thy world of men, camp there in Kiwan's 135 Empyrean. May the King of Kings ever hold thee dear, be counsel thine and right steadfast plan, till thy justice spread o'er the widespread earth and the near and the far be of equal worth. When he ended his improvisation, the Caliph was pleased by it and marvelled at the eloquence of his tongue and the sweetness of his speech, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 45th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph, after marvelling at his eloquence of tongue and sweetness of speech, said to him, draw near to me. So he drew near, and quoth the king, tell me thy tale and declare to me thy case. So Ghanem sat down and related to him what had befallen him in Baghdad, of his sleeping in the tomb and of his opening the chest after the 3 slaves had departed, and informed him, in short, of everything that had happened to him from commencement to conclusion, none of which we will repeat, for interest fails in twice told tales. The Caliph was convinced that he was a true man, so he invested him with a dress of honor, and placed him near himself in token of favor, and said to him, acquit me of the responsibility I have incurred. 136. And Ghanem so did, saying, O our lord the Sultan, of a truth thy slave and all things his 2 hands own are his master's. The Caliph was pleased at this and gave orders to set apart a palace for him and assign to him pay and allowances, rations, and donations, which amounted to something immense. So he removed thither with sister and mother, after which the Caliph, hearing that his sister Fitna was in beauty a very fitna, 137 a mere seduction, demanded her in marriage of Ghanem, who replied, she is thy handmaid as I am thy slave. The Caliph thanked him and gave him 100,000 dinars, then summoned the witnesses and the Qazi, and on one and the same day they wrote out the 2 contracts of marriage between the Caliph and Fitna, and between Ghanem bin Ayyub and Kut al-Kulub, and the 2 marriages were consummated on one and the same night. When it was morning, the Caliph gave orders to record the history of what had befallen Ghanem from first to last, and to deposit it in the royal muniment rooms, that those who came after him might read it and marvel at the dealings of destiny, and put their trust in him who created the night and the day. Yet, O auspicious King, this story to which thou hast deigned give ear is on no wise more wondrous than the 79. Arjab. The English translators of the Bible, who borrowed Luther's system of transliteration, of AD 1522, transferred into English the German J, which has the sound of I or Y, intending us to pronounce Jakob, or Jakob, Jericho, Yemnites, Yob, or Hiob, and Yuda. Tyndale, who copied Luther, AD 1525-26, preserved the true sound by writing Iacob, Ben Iamin, and Iudas. But his successors unfortunately returned to the German, the initial I having from the 13th century been ornamentally lengthened and bent leftwards became a consonant. The public adopted the vernacular sound of J, DG, and hence our language and our literature are disgraced by such barbarisms as Jehovah and Jesus, Jehovah and Jesus, for Yehovah and Jesus. Future generations of school teachers may remedy the evil, meanwhile we are doomed for the rest of our days to hear Jerusalem, Jerusalem, etc. Nor is there one word to be said in favor of the corruption except that, like the Protestant mispronunciation of Latin and the Erasmian ill articulation of Greek, it has become English, and has lent its little aid in dividing the Britons from the rest of the civilized world. 80. The moon, I repeat, is masculine in the so-called Semitic tongues. 81 i.e. camel loads about pounds 300, and for long journeys pounds 250. 82 Arab. Janaza, so called only when carrying a corpse, else Nash, Sarir, or Tabut, Iran being the large hearse on which chiefs are borne. It is made of plank or stick work, but there are several varieties, lane, me chapt xxvii. 83 It is meritorious to accompany the funeral cortege of a Moslem even for a few paces. 84 Otherwise he could not have joined in the prayers. 85 Arab. Halwa made of sugar, cream, almonds, etc. That of Muscat is famous throughout the East. 86 i.e. camphor to a Negro as we say snowball, by the figure antiphrase. 87 Little good luck, a dim form of bakat equals luck, a Persian word naturalized in Egypt. 88 There are, as I have shown, not a few cannibal tribes in Central Africa, and these at times find their way into the slave market. 89 i.e. after we bar the door. 90 Arab. Jayish from Turk. Chayish, Chiaush, a sergeant, pursuivant, royal messenger. I would suggest that this is the word Shalish or Jalish in Al-Siyudi's History of the Caliphs, p. 501, translated by Carlyle Millites, by Schulten Sagittarius and by Jared Picked Troops. 91 This familiarity with black Kumo or slave boys is common in Egypt and often ends as in the story. Egyptian blood is sufficiently mixed with Negro to breed inclination for miscegenation. But here the girl was wickedly neglected by her mother at such an age as 10. 92 Arab. Farj, hence a facetious designation of the other sex is Zawy el-Furaj, grammatically Zawatu el-Furaj, equals Habens Ramam, slit ones. 93 This ancient and venerable practice of inspecting the marriage sheet is still religiously preserved in most parts of the East, and in old-fashioned Muslim families it is publicly exposed in the harem to prove that the domestic calamity, the daughter, went to her husband a clean maid. Also the general idea is that no blood will impose upon the experts, or jury of matrons, except that of a pigeon poult which exactly resembles hymeneal blood when not subjected to the microscope. This belief is universal in southern Europe and I have heard of it in England. Further details will be given in Nitxi. 94 Aga Turk equals sir, gentleman, is, I have said, politely addressed to a eunuch. 95 As Bouquet tells us he lost only his testes, consequently his erectio et distensio penis was as that of a boy before puberty and it would last as long as his heart and circulation kept sound. Hence the eunuch who preserves his penis is much prized in the zenana where some women prefer him to the entire man, on account of his long performance of the deed of kind. Of this more in a future page. 96 It is or rather was the custom in Egypt and Syria to range long rows of fine china bowls along the shelves running round the rooms at the height of 6 or 7 feet, and they formed a magnificent cornice. I bought many of them at Damascus till the people, learning their value, asked prohibitive prices. 97 The tale is interesting as well as amusing, excellently describing the extravagances still practiced in middle-class Muslim families on the death of the pater familias. I must again note that Arab women are much more unwilling to expose the back of the head covered by the tarha, head veil, than the face, which is hidden by the burqa or nose bag. 98 The usual hysterical laughter of this nervous race. 99 Here the slave refuses to be set free and starve. For a master so to do without ample reason is held disgraceful. I well remember the weeping and wailing throughout Sind when an order from Sir Charles Napier set free the Negroes whom British philanthropy thus doomed to endure if not to die of hunger. 100 Manumission, which is founded upon Roman law, is an extensive subject discussed in the Hidayah and other canonical works. The slave here lays down the law incorrectly, but his claim shows his truly nigger impudence. 101 This is quite true to nature. The most remarkable thing in the wild Central African is his enormous development of destructiveness. At Zanzibar I never saw a slave break a glass or plate without a grin or a chuckle of satisfaction. 102 Arab. Kasani, Kozyatni, vulgar, being the testicles, also called bizatan, the two eggs, a double entendre which has given rise to many tales. For instance, in the witty Persian book Dost-o-Kazi, The Thief and the Judge, a footpad strips the man of learning and offers to return his clothes if he can ask him a puzzle in law or religion. The Kazi, in folklore mostly a fool, fails, and his wife bids him ask the man to supper for a trial of wits on the same condition. She begins with compliments and ends by producing 5 eggs which she would have him distribute equally amongst the 3, and, when he is perplexed, she gives 1 to each of the men, taking 3 for herself. Whereupon the Dost wends his way, having lost his booty as his extreme stupidity deserved. In the text the eunuch, Kafir, is made a sandally or smooth-shaven, so that he was of no use to women. 103 Arab. Kara, the lowest possible word, yakara, is the commonest of insults, used also by modest women. I have heard one say it to her son. 104 Arab. Comma, a measure of length, a fathom, also called Baa. Both are omitted in that sadly superficial book, Lane's Modern Egyptians, App B 105. Names of her slave girls which mean, in order, garden bloom, dawn, or beautiful, tree o' pearl, pn of Saladin's wife, light of, right, direction, star o' the morn, lewdness, equals shawa. I suppose this is a chaff, delight, sweetmeat, and miss pretty. 106 This mode of disposing of a rival was very common in harems. But it had its difficulties, and on the whole the river was, and is, preferred. 107 An Eastern dislikes nothing more than drinking in a dim dingy place, the brightest lights seem to add to his drinkatite. 108 He did not sleep with her because he suspected some palace mystery which suggested prudence, she also had her reasons. 109 This is called in Egypt Islah, Lane Me Chapt I. 110 It would be a broad ribbon-like band upon which the letters could be worked. 111 In the Arab. He cried. These yes, yes. And no. No, trifles are very common amongst the Arabs. 112 Arab. Maragalit. Rubbed his face on them like a fawning dog. Ghanem is another softy lover, a favorite character in Arab tales, and by way of contrast, the girl is masterful enough. 113 Because the Abbasid caliphs descend from Al-Abbas, paternal uncle of Muhammad. The text means more explicitly, O descendant of the Prophet's uncle. 114 The most terrible part of a belle passion in the East is that the beloved will not allow her lover leave of absence for an hour. 115 It is hard to preserve these wretched puns. In the original we have O spray, or branch, of Capparis shrub, Iraqi, which has been thinned of leaf and fruit, Tujana, i.e., whose fruit, the hymen, has been plucked before and not by me, I see thee, Araka, against me sinning, Tagni. 116 Apparently the writer forgets that the Abbasid banners and dress were black, originally a badge of mourning for the Imam Ibrahim bin Muhammad put to death by the Umayyad Caliph Al-Marwan. The modern Egyptian mourning, like the old Persian, is indigo blue of the darkest, but, as before noted, the custom is by no means universal. 117 Quran, Chapt. 4 In the East as elsewhere the devil quotes scripture. 118 A servant returning from a journey shows his master due honor by appearing before him in traveling suit and uncleaned. 119 The first name means rattan, the second willow wand, from the ban or kilaf the Egyptian willow, Salixigip shakalin, vulgarly called susuf. Forskel holds the ban to be a different variety. 120 Arab. Tayam, which has many meanings, in mod parlance it would signify millet, holcus seed. 121 i.e. I well know how to deal with him. 122 The pen, title of the Quranic chapter and the preserved tablet, before explained. 123 These plunderings were sanctioned by custom. But a few years ago, when the Turkish soldiers mutinied about arrears of pay, often delayed for years, the governing pasha would set fire to the town and allow the men to loot what they pleased during a stated time. Rachath, Swadizan di Harcourt, amusingly describes this maneuver of the Turkish governor of Al-Hodeidah in the last generation, Pilgrimage 381. 124 Another cenotaph whose use was to enable women to indulge in their pet pastime of weeping and wailing in company. 125 The lodging of pauper travelers, as the chapel in Iceland is of the wealthy. I have often taken benefit of the mosque, but as a rule it is unpleasant, the matting being not only torn but overpopulous. Juvenal seems to allude to the Jewish synagogue similarly used in Qua te Quero Prozuka 3:296, and in Acts 3. We find the lame, blind, and impotent in the temple porch. 126 This foul sort of vermin is supposed to be bred by perspiration. It is an epoch in the civilized traveler's life when he catches his first louse. 127 The Moslem peasant is a kind-hearted man and will make many sacrifices for a sick stranger even of another creed. It is a manner of pundwaner with the village. 128 Such treatment of innocent women was only too common under the Caliphate and in contemporary Europe. 129 This may also mean, and heaven will reward thee, but camel men do not usually accept any drafts upon futurity. 130 He felt that he was being treated like a corpse. 131 This hatred of the hospital extends throughout southern Europe, even in places where it is not justified. 132 The importance of the pillow, wisada or makhada, to the sick man is often recognized in the nights. He took to his pillow is equals took to his bed. 133 i.e. in order that the reverend men, who do not render such suit and service gratis, might pray for him. 134 The reader will notice in the nights the frequent mention of these physical prognostications, with which mesmerists are familiar. 135 The PERS name of the planet Saturn in the seventh heaven. Arab. Zuhal, the Kayun or Kayun of Amos 6. 26 136. I.e. pardon me if I injured thee, a popular phrase. 137 A seduction, a charmer. The double entendre has before been noticed. Tale of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and his sons Sharkan and Zau al-Makan, and what befell them of things seld scene and Peregrine 138 The king asked her, and what was their story, and she answered, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that there was in the city of safety, Baghdad, before the caliphate of Abd al-Malik bin Marwan 139 a king, Omar bin al-Nu'man hight, who was of the mighty giants and had subjected the Chosroes of Persia and the Caesars of eastern Rome, for none could warm himself at his fire 140 nor could any avail to meet him in the field of foray and fray, and, when he was angered, there came forth from his nostrils sparks of flame. He had made himself king over all quarters, and Allah had subjected to him all his creatures, his word went forth to all great cities, and his hosts had harried the farthest lands. East and west had come under his command, with whatsoever regions lay interspersed between them, Hind and Sind 141, the Holy Land, Al-Hijaz, the rich mountains of Al-Yaman, and the archipelagos of India and China. Moreover, he reigned supreme over the north country and Diyarbakir or Mesopotamia, and over Sudan, the eastern Negroland and the islands of the ocean, and all the far-famed rivers of the earth, Sihon and Jahan 142, Nile and Euphrates. He sent envoys and ambassadors to capitals the most remote, to provide him with true report, and they would bring back tidings of justice and peace, with assurance of loyalty and obedience, and of prayers in the pulpits for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, for he was, a ruler of the age, a right noble king, and there came to him presents of rarities and toll and tribute from all lands of his governing. This mighty monarch had a son yclept Sharkan 143, who was likest of all men to his father, and who proved himself one of the prodigies of his time for subduing the brave and bringing his contemporaries to bane and ban. For this his father loved him with love so great none could be greater, and made him heir to the kingdom after himself. This prince grew up till he reached man's estate and was 20 years old, and Allah subjected his servants to him, by reason of his great might and prowess in battle. Now his father, King Omar, had 4 wives legally married, but Allah had vouchsafed him no son by them, save Sharkan, whom he had begotten upon one of them, and the rest were barren. Moreover, he had 360 concubines, after the number of days in the Coptic year, who were of all nations, and he had furnished for each and every a private chamber within his own palace. For he had built 12 pavilions, after the number of the months, each containing 30 private chambers, which thus numbered 360, wherein he lodged his handmaids, and he appointed according to law for each one her night, when he lay with her and came not again to her for a full year 144, and on this wise he abode for a length of time. Meanwhile his son Sharkan was making himself renowned in all quarters of the world, and his father was proud of him, and his might waxed and grew mightier, so that he passed all bounds and bore himself masterfully and took by storm castles and cities. Presently, by decree of the decreer, a handmaid among the handmaids of Omar bin Nu'man became pregnant, and, her pregnancy being announced to the harem, the king was informed thereof, whereupon he rejoiced with exceeding joy and said, "Haply 'twill be a son, and so all my offspring will be males." Then he documented the date of her conception and entreated her with all manner of kindness. But when the tidings came to Sharkan, he was troubled, and the matter seemed to him a sore one and a grievous, and he said, "Verily one cometh who shall dispute with me the sovereignty." So quoth he to himself, "If this concubine bear a male child I will kill it." But he kept that intention hidden in his heart. Such was the case with Sharkan, but what happened in the matter of the damsel was as follows. She was a Rumayyah, a Greek girl, by name Sophia or Sophia 145, whom the king of Rum and lord of Caesarea had sent to King Omar as a present, together with great store of gifts and of rarities. She was the fairest of favor and loveliest of all his handmaids, and the most regardful of her honor, and she was gifted with a wit as penetrating as her presence was fascinating. Now she had served the king on the night of his sleeping with her, saying to him, "O king, I desire of the God of the heavens that he bless thee this night with a male child by me, so I may bring him up with the best of rearing, and enable him to reach man's estate perfect in intelligence, good manners, and prudent bearing." 146, a speech which much pleased the king. During her pregnancy she was instant in prayer, fervently supplicating the Lord to bless her with a goodly male child and make his birth easy to her, and Allah heard her petition, so that after her months were accomplished she sat safely upon the birth stool. 147. Now the king had deputed a eunuch to let him know if the child she should bring forth were male or female, and in like way his son Sharkan had sent one to bring him tidings of the same. In due time Sophia was delivered of a child, which the midwives examined and found to be a girl with a face sheenier than the moon. So they announced this to all present in the room, whereupon the king's messenger carried the news to him, and Sharkan's eunuch did the like with his master, who rejoiced with exceeding joy. But, after the two had departed, quoth Sophia to the midwives, "Wait with me a while, for I feel as if there were still somewhat in my womb." Then she cried out, and the pains of childbed again took her, and Allah made it easy to her, and she gave birth to a second child. The wise women looked at it and found it a boy like the full moon, with forehead flower white, and cheek ruddy bright with rosy light, whereupon the mother rejoiced, as did the eunuchs and attendants and all the company, and Sophia was delivered of the afterbirth, whilst all in the palace sent forth the trill of joy. 148 The rest of the concubines heard it and envied her lot, and the tidings reached Omar son of al-Nu'man, who was glad and rejoiced at the excellent news. Then he rose and went to her and kissed her head, after which he looked at the boy, and, bending over him, kissed him, whilst the damsels struck the tabors and played on instruments of music, and the king gave order that the boy should be named Za al-Makan and his sister Nuzat al-Zaman. 149 They answered hearing and obedience, and did his bidding, so he appointed wet nurses and dry nurses and eunuchs and attendants to serve them, and assigned them rations of sugar and diet drinks and unguents and else beside, beyond the power of tongue to rehearse. Moreover, the people of Baghdad, hearing that Allah had blessed their king with issue, decorated the city and made proclamation of the glad tidings with drum and tom-tom, and the emirs and wazirs and high dignitaries came to the palace and wished King Omar bin al-Nu'man joy of his son, Za al-Makan, and of his daughter Nuzat al-Zaman, wherefore he thanked them and bestowed on them dresses of honor and further favored them with gifts, and dealt largesse to all, gentle and simple, who were present. After this fashion he did for 4 days full told, and he lavished upon Sophia raiment and ornaments and great store of wealth, and, every few days he would send a messenger to ask after her and the newborns. And when 4 years had gone by, he provided her with the wherewithal to rear the 2 children carefully and educate them with the best of instructions. All this while his son Sharkan knew not that a male child had been born to his father, Omar son of al-Nu'man, having news only that he had been blessed with the birth of Nuzat al-Zaman, and they hid the intelligence from him, until days and years had sped by, whilst he was busied in battling with the brave and fighting single-handed against the knights. One day, as King Omar was sitting in his palace, his chamberlains came in to him and, kissing the ground before him, said, "O king, there be come ambassadors from the king of Rome, lord of Constantinople the Great, and they desire admission to thee and submission to thy decree. If the king command us to introduce them we will so do, and, if not, there is no disputing his behest." He bade them enter and, when they came in, he turned to them and, courteously receiving them, asked them of their case, and what was the cause of their coming. They kissed the ground before him and said, "O king glorious and strong! O lord of the arm that is long! Know that he who dispatched us to thee is King Afridun 150, lord of Ionia land 151, and of the Nazarene armies, the sovereign who is firmly established in the empery of Constantinople, to acquaint thee that he is now waging fierce war and fell with a tyrant and a rebel, the prince of Caesarea, and the cause of this war is as follows. One of the kings of the Arabs in past time, during certain of his conquests, chanced upon a hoard of the time of Alexander 152, whence he removed wealth past compute, and, amongst other things, 3 round jewels, big as ostrich eggs, from a mine of pure white gems whose like was never seen by man. Upon each were graven characts in Ionian characters, and they have many virtues and properties, amongst the rest that if one of these jewels be hung round the neck of a newborn child, no evil shall befall him, and he shall neither wail, nor shall fever ail him as long as the jewel remain without fail. 153 When the Arab king laid hands upon them and learned their secrets, he sent to King Afridun presents of certain rarities, and amongst them the 3 jewels aforementioned, and he equipped for the mission 2 ships, one bearing the treasure and the other men of might to guard it from any who might offer hindrance on the high seas, albeit well assured that none would dare waylay his vessels, for that he was king of the Arabs, and more by token that their course lay over waters subject to the king of Constantinople, and they were bound to his port, nor were there on the shores of that sea any save the subjects of the great king, Afridun. The 2 ships set out and voyaged till they drew near our city, when there sallied out on them certain corsairs from that country, and amongst them troops from the prince of Caesarea, who took all the treasures and rarities in the ships, together with the 3 jewels, and slew the crews. When our king heard of this, he sent an army against them, but they routed it. Then he marched a second and a stronger, but they put this also to flight, whereupon the king waxed wroth and swore that he would not go forth 154 against them save in his own person at the head of his whole army, nor would he turn back from them till he had left Caesarea of Armenia 155 in ruins, and had laid waste all the lands and cities over which her prince held sway. So he sent us to the Lord of the age and the time, Sultan Omar bin al-Nu'man, king of Baghdad and of Khorasan, desiring that he aid us with an army, so may honor and glory accrue to him, and he hath also forwarded by us somewhat of various kinds of presents, and of the king's grace he beggeth their acceptance and the friendly boon of furtherance. Then the ambassadors kissed the ground before him, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 46th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that, after the ambassadors and retinue from the Constantinopolitan king had kissed the ground before Omar and had delivered their embassage, they brought out the presents, which were 50 damsels of the choicest from Grycia land, and 50 Mamelukes in tunics of brocade, belted with girdles of gold and silver, each wearing in his ears hoops of gold with pendants of fine pearls costing 1,000 ducats. Every one. The girls were adorned in like fashion and were clad in stuffs worth a treasury of money. When the king saw them, he rejoiced in them and accepted them. Then he bade the ambassadors be honorably entreated and, summoning his wazirs, took counsel with them of what he should do. Herewith rose up among them a wazir, an ancient man, Dandan 156 height, who kissed the ground before Omar and said, O king, there is nothing better to do in this matter than equip an army valiant and victorious, and set over it thy son Sharkan with us as his lieutenants, and this rede commendeth itself to me on 2 counts. First, because the king of Rum hath invoked thine assistance and hath sent thee gifts which thou hast accepted, and, secondly, because while no enemy dareth attack our country, thine army may go forth safely, and, should it succor the king of Grycia land and defeat his foe, the glory will be thine. Moreover, the news of it will be noised abroad in all cities and countries, and especially, when the tidings shall reach the islands of the ocean and the kings of Mauritania shall hear it, they will send thee offerings of rarities and pay thee tribute of money. The king, pleased by the wazir's words and approving his rede, gave him address of honor and said to him, Of the like of thee should kings ask counsel, and it seemeth fit that thou shouldst conduct the van of our army and our son Sharkan command the main battle. Then he sent for his son, who came and kissed ground before him and sat down, and he expounded to him the matter, telling him what the ambassadors and the wazir Dandan had said, and he charged him to take arms and equip himself for the campaign, enjoining him not to gainsay Dandan in aught he should do. Moreover, he ordered him to pick out of his army 10,000 horsemen, armed cap a pie and inured to onset and stress of war. Accordingly, Sharkan arose on the instant, and chose out a myriad of horsemen, after which he entered his palace and mustered his host and distributed largesse to them, saying, ye have delay of 3 days. They kissed the earth before him in obedience to his commands and began at once to lay in munitions, and provide provisions for the occasion, whilst Sharrkan repaired to the armories and took therefrom whatsoever he required of arms and armour, and thence to the stable where he chose horses of choice blood and others. When the appointed 3 days were ended, the army drew out to the suburbs of Baghdad city 157, and King Omar came forth to take leave of his son, who kissed the ground before him and received from the king 7 parcels of money 158. Then he turned to Dandan and commended to his care the army of his son, and the wazir kissed the ground before him and answered, I hear and I obey. And lastly he charged Sharrkan that he should consult the wazir on all occasions, which he promised to do. After this, the king returned to his city, and Sharrkan ordered the officers to muster their troops in battle array. So they mustered them, and their number was 10,000 horsemen, besides footmen and camp followers. Then they loaded their baggage on their beasts, and the war drums beat and the trumpets blared and the bannerols and standards were unfurled, whilst Sharrkan mounted horse, with the wazir Dandan by his side, and the colours fluttering over their heads. So the host fared forth and stinted not faring, with the ambassadors preceding them, till day departed and night drew nigh, when they alighted and encamped for the night. And as soon as Allah caused the morn tomorrow, they mounted and hied on, guided by the ambassadors, for a space of 20 days, and by the night of the 21st they came to a fine and spacious wadi well grown with trees and shrubbery. Here Sharrkan ordered them to alight and commanded a 3 days' halt, so they dismounted and pitched their tents, spreading their camp over the right and the left slopes of the extensive valley, whilst the wazir Dandan and the ambassadors of King Afridun pitched in the sole of the wadi 159. As for Sharrkan, he tarried behind them for a while till all had dismounted and had dispersed themselves over the valley sides. He then slacked the reins of his steed, being minded to explore the wadi and to mount guard in his own person, because of his father's charge and owing to the fact that they were on the frontier of Grycia land and in the enemy's country. So he rode out alone after ordering his armed slaves and his bodyguard to camp near the wazir Dandan, and he fared on along the side of the valley till a fourth part of the night was past, when he felt tired and drowsiness overcame him, so that he could no longer urge horse with heel. Now he was accustomed to take rest on horseback, so when slumber overpowered him, he slept, and the steed ceased not going on with him till half the night was spent, and entered one of the thickets 160 which was dense with growth, but Sharrkan awoke not until his horse stumbled over wooded ground. Then he started from sleep and found himself among the trees, and the moon arose and shone brightly over the 2 horizons, eastern and western. He was startled when he found himself alone in this place, and said the say which ne'er yet shamed its sayer, there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. But as he rode on, in fear of wild beasts, behold, the moon spread her glad light over a meadow as if 'twere of the meads of paradise, and he heard pleasant voices and a loud noise of talk and laughter captivating the senses of men. So King Sharrkan alighted and, tying his steed to one of the trees, went over a little way till he came upon a stream and heard a woman talking in Arabic and saying, Now by the truth of the Messiah, this is not well of you. But whoso utters a word, I will throw her and truss her up with her own girdle. 161. He kept walking in the direction of the sound, and when he reached the further side he looked, and behold, a stream was gushing and flowing, and antelopes at large were frisking and roving, and wild cattle amid the pasture moving, and birds expressed joy and gladness in their divers tongues, and that place was purfled with all manner flowers and green herbs, even as a poet described it in these couplets: most beautiful is earth in budding bloom, when lucid waters course through plain and wood. No work but his all great, all glorious, giver of all gifts, giver of all good. And as Sharrkan considered the place, he saw in it a Christian monastery within whose enceinte a castle towered high in air catching the light of the moon. 162 Through the midst of the convent passed a stream, the water flowing amongst its gardens, and upon the bank sat the woman whose voice he had heard, while before her stood 10 handmaids like moons and wearing various sorts of raiment and ornaments that dazed and dazzled the beholder, high-bosomed virgins, as saith of them the poet in these couplets: the mead is bright with what is on tea of merry maidens debonair, double its beauty and its grace those trooping damsels slender fair, virgins of graceful swimming gait ready with eye and lip to ensnare, and like the tendrilled vine they loose the rich profusion of their hair, shooting their shafts and arrows from beautiful eyes beyond compare, overpowering and transpiercing every froward adversaire. Sharkan gazed upon the 10 girls and saw in their midst a lady like the moon at fullest, with ringleat hair and forehead sheeny white, and eyes wondrous wide and black and bright, and temple locks like the scorpion's tail, and she was perfect in essence and attributes, as the poet said of her in these couplets: she beamed on my sight with a wondrous glance, and her straight slender stature enshamed the lance, she burst on my sight with cheeks rosy red, where all manner of beauties have habitants, and the locks on her forehead were lowering as night whence issues a dawn tide of happiest chance. Then Sharkan heard her say to the handmaids, come ye on, that I may wrestle with you and gravel you, ere the moon set and the dawn break. So each came up to her in turn and she grounded them forthright, and Peony won them with their girdles, and ceased not wrestling and pitching them until she had overthrown one and all. Then there turned to her an old woman who was before her, and the beldam said as in wrath, O strumpet, dost thou glory in grounding these girls? Behold, I am an old woman, yet have I thrown them 40 times. So what hast thou to boast of? But if thou have the strength to wrestle with me, stand up that I may grip thee and set thy head between thy heels. The young lady smiled at her words, but she was filled with inward wrath, and she jumped up and asked, O my lady Zat al-Dawahi. 163 By the truth of the Messiah, wilt thou wrestle with me in very deed, or dost thou jest with me? And she answered, Yea, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 47th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the young lady asked Zat al-Dawahi, by the truth of the Messiah, wilt wrestle with me or dost jest? And she answered, Yea, I will wrestle with thee in very deed. Sharkan looking on the while, the damsel cried, Rise up, for the fallen thou have spunk so to do. When the old woman heard this, she raged with exceeding rage, and her body hair stood on end like the bristles of a fretful hedgehog. 164 Then she sprang to her feet, whilst the damsel stood up to her, and said, Now by the truth of the Messiah, I will not wrestle with thee unless I be naked, mistress whore. 165 So she loosed her petticoat trousers and, putting her hand under her clothes, tore them off her body, then twisted up a silken kerchief into court shape, girt it round her middle and became as she were a scald head Afrida or a spotted snake. With this she inclined towards the damsel and said, Do thou as I have done. All this time, Sharkan was gazing at the twain, and laughing at the beldam's loathly semblance. So the damsel leisurely rose and, taking a sash of Yamani stuff, passed it twice round her waist. Then she tucked up her trousers and displayed 2 calves of alabaster carrying a mound of crystal, smooth and rounded, and a stomach which exhaled musk from its dimples, as it were a bed of Nu'uman's anemones, and breasts like double pomegranates. Then the old woman leaned towards her, and the 2 laid hold either of each, while Sharkan raised his head heavenwards and prayed Allah that the bell might beat the beldam. Presently the young woman gat beneath the old woman, and, gripping her waistcloth with the left and circling her neck with the right hand, hoisted her off the ground with both, whereupon the old woman strove to free herself and, in so doing fell on her back arsiversy, with her legs high in air and her hairy bush between them showed manifest in the moonshine. Furthermore she let fly 2 great farts 166, one of which blew up the dust from the earth's face and the other steamed up to the gate of heaven. Sharkan laughed till he fell back upon the ground. Then he arose and, bearing his brand, looked right and left, but he saw no one save the old woman sprawling on her back, and said to himself, He lied not who named thee Lady of Calamities. Verily thou knewest her prowess by her performance upon the others. So he drew near them to hear what should pass between them. Then the young lady went up to the old one and, throwing a wrapper of thin silk upon her nakedness, helped her to don her clothes and made excuses, saying, O my lady Zat al-Dawahi, I intended only to throw thee and not all this, but thou triedst to twist out of my hands, so laud to Allah for safety. She returned her no answer, but rose in her shame and walked away till out of sight, leaving the handmaids prostrate and penny-wund, with the fair damsel standing amongst them. Quoth Sharkan to himself, Every luck hath its cause. Sleep did not fall upon me nor the war horse bear me hither save for my good fortune, for doubtless this maid and what is with her shall become booty to me. So he made towards his steed and mounted and heeled 167 him on, when he sped as the shaft speeds from the bow, and in his hand he still hent his brand bare of sheath, which he brandished shouting the while his war cry, Allah is Almighty 168. When the damsel saw him she sprang to her feet and, taking firm stand on the bank of the stream, whose breadth was 6 ells, the normal cubits, made one bound and landed clear on the farther side 169, where she turned and cried out with a loud voice, Who art thou, O thou fellow, that breakest in upon our privacy and pastime, and that too hanger in hand as if charging a host? Whence camest thou and whither art thou going? Speak sooth, for truth will stand thee in good stead, and lie not, for lies come of villain breed. Doubtless thou hast wandered this night from thy way, that thou chancedst upon this place whence escape were the greatest of mercies, for thou art now in an open plain and, did we shout but a single shout, would come to our rescue 4,000 knights 170. So tell me what thou wantest, and if thou wouldst only have us set thee on the right road, we will do so. When Sharkan heard her words he replied, I am a stranger of the Moslems, who fared forth this night single-handed, seeking for spoil, nor could this moonlight show me a fairer booty than these 10 maidens, so I shall seize them and rejoin my comrades with them. Quoth she, I would have thee know that as for the booty thou hast not come at it, and, as for the handmaids, by Allah, they shall never be thy spoil. Have I not told thee that to lie is villain vile? Quoth he, the wise man is he who taketh warning by others. Thereupon quoth she, by the truth of the Messiah, did I not fear that thy death would be on my hands, I would shout a shout should fill the mead for thee with war steeds and with men of might, but I take pity upon the stranger. So, if thou seek booty, I require of thee that thou alight from thy steed and swear to me, by thy faith, that thou wilt not advance against me aught like arms in hand, and we will wrestle, I and thou. If thou throw me, set me on thy steed and take all of us to thy booty, but if I throw thee, thou shalt become under my command. Swear this to me, for I fear thy treachery, indeed it hath become a common saw, where perfidy is innate there trust is a weakly mate. Now and thou wilt swear I will return and draw near to thee and tackle thee. Answered Sharkan, and indeed he lusted to seize her and said in his soul, Truly she knoweth not that I am a champion of champions, swear me by what oath thou wilt and by what thou deemest most binding, and I will not approach thee with aught till thou hast made thy preparation and sayest draw near that I wrestle with thee. If thou throw me, I have money wherewithal to ransom myself, and if I throw thee, 'twill be booty and booty enough for me. Rejoined the damsel, I am content herewith, and Sharkan was astounded at her words and said, and by the truth of the apostle, whom Allah bless and keep. I too am content on the other part. Then said she, swear to me by him whose sprite in body died and dealt laws to rule mankind aright, that thou wilt not offer me aught of violence save by way of wrestling, else mayst thou die without the pale of al-Islam. Sharkan replied, by Allah! Were a Qazi to swear me, even though he were a Qazi of the Qazis 171, he would not impose upon me such an oath as this. Then he sware to her by all she named and tied his steed to a tree, but he was drowned in the sea of thought, saying in himself, Praise be to him who fashioned her from dirty water. 172 Then he girt himself and made ready for wrestling, and said to her, Cross the stream to me, but she replied, It is not for me to come over to thee, if thou wilt, pass thou over here to me. I cannot do that, quoth he, and quoth she, O boy, I will come across to thee. So she tucked up her skirts and, leaping, landed on the other side of the stream by his side, whereupon he drew near to her and bent him forwards and clapped palms 173 But he was confounded by her beauty and loveliness, for he saw a shape which the hand of power had tanned with the dye leaves of the Jann, which had been fostered by the hand of beneficence and fanned by the zephyrs of fair fortune and whose birth a propitious ascendant had greeted. Then she called out to him, O Moslem, come on and let us wrestle ere the break of morning, and tucked up her sleeves from a forearm like fresh curd, which illumined the whole place with its whiteness, and Sharkan was dazzled by it. Then he bent forwards and clapped his palms by way of challenge, she doing the like, and caught hold of her, and the two grappled and gripped and interlocked hands and arms. Presently he shifted his hands to her slender waist, when his finger-tips sank into the soft folds of her middle, breeding languishment, and he fell a-trembling like the Persian reed in the roaring gale. So she lifted him up and, throwing him to the ground, sat upon his breast with hips and hinder cheeks like mounds of sand, for his soul had lost mastery over his senses. Then she asked him, O Moslem, the slaying of Nazarenes is lawful to you folk, what then hast thou to say about being slain thyself? And he answered, O my lady, thy speech as regards slaying me is not other than unlawful, for our Prophet Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve, prohibited the slaying of women and children, old men, and monks. As it was thus revealed to your Prophet, she replied, it behoveth us to render the equivalent of his mercy, so rise. I give thee thy life, for generosity is never lost upon the generous. Then she got off his breast and he rose and stood shaking the dust from his head against the owners of the curved rib, even women, and she said to him, Be not ashamed, but verily one who entereth the land of Rum in quest of booty, and cometh to assist kings against kings, how happeneth it that he hath not strength enough to defend himself from one made out of the curved rib? 'Twas not for lack of strength in me, he answered, nor didst thou throw me by thy force, it was thy loveliness overthrew me, so if thou wilt grant me another bout, it will be of thy courtesy. She laughed and said, I grant thee thy request, but these handmaids have long been peeniwund and their arms and sides are weary, and it were only right I should loose them, for haply this next wrestling bout will be long. Then she went to the slave girls and, unbinding them, said to them in the tongue of Greece, Get yet to some safe place, till I foil this Moslem's lust and longing for you. So they went away, whilst Sharkan kept gazing at them and they kept turning to look at the two. Then each approached the adversary and he set his breast against hers, but when he felt waist touch waist, his strength failed him, and she, waxing ware of this, lifted him with her hands swiftlier than the blinding laven flash, and threw him to the ground. He fell on his back 174 and then she said to him, Rise, I give thee thy life a second time. I spared thee in the first count because of thy Prophet, for that he made unlawful the slaying of women, and I do so on the second count because of thy weakliness and the greenness of thine years and thy strangerhood, but I charge thee, if there be in the Moslem army sent by Omar bin al-Nu'man to succor the king of Constantinople, a stronger than thou, send him hither and tell him of me, for in wrestling there are shifts and trips, catches and holds, such as the feint or falsing and the snap, or first grip, the hug, the feet catch, the thigh bite 175, the jostle and the leg lock. By Allah, O my lady, quoth Sharkan, and indeed he was highly incensed against her, had I been Master al-Safdi, Master Mohammed Kamal or Ibn al-Sadi 176 as they were in their prime, I had kept no note of these shifts thou mentionest, for O my mistress, by Allah, thou hast not grossed me by thy strength, but by the blandishments of thy back parts, for we men of Mesopotamia so love a full-formed thigh that nor sense was left me nor foresight. But now, an thou wish, thou shalt try a third fall with me while my wits are about me, and this last match is allowed me by the laws of the game which saith the best of three, moreover I have regained my presence of mind. When she heard his words she said to him, Hast thou not had a bellyful of this wrestling, O vanquished one? However, come on, and thou wilt, but know that this must be the last round. Then she bent forward and challenged him, and Sharkan did likewise, setting to it in real earnest and being right cautious about the throw, so the two strove a while, and the damsel found in him a strength such as she had not observed before, and said to him, O Moslem, thou art now on thy mettle. Yes, he replied, thou knowest that there remaineth to me but this one round, after which each of us will wend a different way. She laughed and he laughed too. 177. Then she overreached at his thigh and caught firm hold of it unawares, which made him greet the ground and fall full on his back. She laughed at him and said, Art thou an eater of bran? Thou art like a Badai's bonnet which falleth off with every touch, or else the father of winds. 178. That droppeth before a puff of air. Fie upon thee, O thou poor thing, adding, Get thee back to the Moslem army and send us other than thyself, for thou failest of thews, and proclaim for us, among the Arabs and Persians, the Turks and Dalamites. 179. Whoso hath might in him, let him come to us. Then she made a spring and landed on the other side of the stream, and said to Sharkan, laughing, Parting with thee is right grievous to me, O my lord, but get thee to thy mates before dawn, lest the knights come upon thee and pick thee up on their lance points. Thou hast no strength to defend thee against a woman, so how couldst thou hold thine own amongst men of might and knights? Sharkan was confounded and called to her, as she turned from him making towards the convent, O my lady, wilt thou go away and leave the miserable stranger, the broken-hearted slave of love? So she turned to him laughing and said, What is thy want? I will grant thee thy prayer. Have I set foot in thy country and tasted the sweetness of thy courtesy, replied he, and shall I return without eating of thy victual and tasting thy hospitality, I who have become one of thy servitors? None balk kindliness save the base, she rejoined, honor us in Allah's name, on my head and eyes be it. Mount thy steed and ride along the brink of the stream over against me, for now thou art my guest. At this Sharkan was glad and, hastening back to his horse, mounted and walked him abreast of her, and she kept faring on till they came to a drawbridge 180 built of beams of the white poplar, hung by pulleys and steel chains and made fast with hooks and padlocks. When Sharkan looked, he saw awaiting her upon the bridge the same 10 handmaids whom she had thrown in the wrestling bouts, and, as she came up to them, she said to one in the Greek tongue, Arise and take the reins of his horse and conduct him across into the convent. So she went up to Sharkan and led him over, much puzzled and perturbed with what he saw, and saying to himself, O would that the Wazir Dandan were here with me, that his eyes might look upon these fairest of favors. Then he turned to the young lady and said to her, O marvel of loveliness, now I have two claims upon thee, first the claim of good fellowship, and secondly for that thou hast carried me to thy home and offered me thy hospitality. I am now under thy command and thy guidance, so do me one last favor by accompanying me to the lands of Al-Islam, where thou shalt look upon many a lion-hearted warrior and thou shalt learn who I am. When she heard this she was angered and said to him, By the truth of the Messiah, thou hast proved thyself with me a man of keen wit, but now I see what mischief there is in thy heart, and how thou canst permit thyself a speech which proveth thy traitorous intent. How should I do as thou sayest, when I wot that if I came to that king of yours, Omar bin al-Nu'man, I should never get free from him? For truly he hath not the like of me or behind his city walls or within his palace halls, Lord of Baghdad and of Khorasan though he be, who hath built for himself 12 pavilions, in number as the months of the year, and in each a concubine after the number of the days, and if I come to him he would not prove shy of me, for your folk believe I am lawful to have and to hold as is said in your writ or those women whom your right hand shall possess as slaves 181. So how canst thou speak thus to me? As for thy saying thou shalt look upon the braves of the Moslems, by the truth of the Messiah, thou sayest that which is not true, for I saw your army when it reached our land, these 2 days ago, and I did not see that your ordinance was the ordinance of kings, but I beheld only a rabble of tribesmen gathered together. And as to thy words thou shalt know who I am, I did not do thee kindness because of thy dignity but out of pride in myself, and the like of thee should not talk thus to the like of me, even wert thou Sharkan, Omar bin al-Nu'man's son, the proudest name in these days. Knowest thou Sharkan? Asked he, and she answered yes. And I know of his coming with an army numbering 10,000 horsemen, also that he was sent by his sire with this force to gain prevalence for the king of Constantinople. O my lady, said Sharkan, I adjure thee by thy religion, tell me the cause of all this, that sooth may appear to me clear of untruth, and with whom the fault lies. Now by the virtue of thy faith, she replied, did I not fear lest the news of me be bruited abroad that I am of the daughters of Ruum, I would adventure myself and sally forth single-handed against the 10,000 horsemen and slay their leader, the Wazir Dandan, and vanquish their champion Sharkan 182, nor would aught of shame accrue to me thereby, for I have read books and studied the rules of good breeding in the language of the Arabs. But I have no need to vaunt my own prowess to thee, more by token as thou hast proved in thy proper person my skill and strength in wrestling, and thou hast learnt my superiority over other women. Nor, indeed, had Sharkan himself been here this night and it were said to him clear the stream, could he have done it, and I only long and lust that the Messiah would throw him into my hands in this very convent, that I might go forth to him in the habit of a man and drag him from his saddle seat and make him my captive and lay him in bilboes. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 48th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Nazarene damsel said to Sharkan, and he listening impatiently enow, verily if Sharkan fell into my hands, I would go forth to him in the habit of a man and drag him from his saddle seat and make him my captive and lay him in bilboes, pride and passion and knightly jealousy took possession of him and he desired to discover and declare himself and to lay on load, but her loveliness restrained him and he began repeating, and faulty of one fault the beauty prove, her charms 1,000 advocates shall move. So she went up and Sharkan after her, and, when he saw the maiden's back and hinder cheeks that clashed against each other, like rollers in the rolling sea, he extemporized these couplets: for her sins is a pleader that brow, and all hearts its fair pleading must trow. When I saw it I cried, tonight the moon at its fullest doth show, though Bacchus Onifrit 183 try about, spite his force she would deal him a throw. The two fared on till they reached a gate over which rose a marble archway. This she opened and ushered Sharkan into a long vestibule, vaulted with 10 connected arches, from each of which hung a crystal lamp glistening like a spark of fire. The handmaids met her at the further end bearing wax candles of goodly perfume, and wearing on their heads golden fillets crusted with all manner bezel gems 184, and went on before her, Sharkan still following, till they reached the inner convent. There the Moslems saw couches and sofas ranged all around, one opposite the other and all overhung with curtains flowered in gold. The monastery floor was paved with every kind of varicolored marbles and mosaic work, and in the midst stood a basin that held 24 jetting fountains of gold, whence the water ran like molten silver, whilst at the upper end stood a throne spread with silks fit only for kings. Then said the damsel, "Ascend, O my lord, this throne." So he went up to it and sat down, and she withdrew to remain absent for some time. Sharkan asked of her from one of the servants, who answered him, "She hath gone to her dormitory, but we will serve thee even as she ordered." So they set before him viands of rare varieties, and he ate his sufficiency, when they brought him a basin of gold and an ewer of silver, and he washed his hands. Then his thoughts reverted to his army, knowing not what had befallen it in his absence, and calling to mind also how he had forgotten his father's injunctions, so he was troubled about his case, repenting of what he had done till the dawn broke and the day appeared, when he lamented and sighed and became drowned in the sea of sadness, and repeated, "I am not lost to prudence, but indeed here I'm bewildered, what shall be my rede? Would any aid me in mine ails of love, by my own might and sleight would I be freed, but my heart is lost and passion shent, to none save Allah can I trust my need." When he ended his verse, behold, there came up to him a rare show and a fair, more than 20 maidens like crescents encompassing the young lady, who shone in their midst as the full moon among the constellations, guarding and girding her. She was clad in brocades befitting kings, her breasts were like twin pomegranates, a woven zone set with all kinds of jewels tightly clasped her waist, which expanded below into jutting hips, and her hinder cheeks stood out as a mound of crystal 185 supporting a silvern shaft. When Sharkan looked at her, his wits went nigh to fly away from him with delight, and he forgot army and wazir as he gazed on her fair head decked and dyed with a network of pearls set off by divers sorts of gems. Handmaids on her right and handmaids on her left bore her train, as she paced with dainty graceful gait in all the pride of seemly head. He sprang to his feet seeing such beauty and loveliness, and cried aloud, "Beware and beware of that zone rarely fair," and broke out into these couplets with heavy back parts, high breasts delicate, and lissom form that sways with swimming gait. She deftly hides love longing in her breast, but I may never hide its ban and bait, while hosts of followers her steps precede 186 like pearls now necklaced and now separate. She gazed upon him for a long time and considered him till she was assured of him, when she came up to him and said, "In very sooth the place is honored and illumined by thee, O Sharkan. How sped thy night, O hero, after we went away and left thee," adding, "Verily lying is a vile thing and a shameful, especially in great kings. And thou art Crown Prince Sharkan, son and heir of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, so henceforth make no secret of thy rank and condition, nor let me hear aught from thee but the truth, for leasing bequeathed hate and despite. And as thou art pierced by the shaft of fate, be resignation thine and abide content to wait." When he heard her words he saw that artifice availed him naught, and he acknowledged the truth, saying, "I am Sharkan, bin Omar bin al-Nu'man, whom fortune hath afflicted, and cast into this place, so whatso thou willest, do it in my case." She hung her head groundwards a long while, then turned to him and said, "Be of good cheer and let thine eyes be cool and clear 187, for thou art the guest of my hospitality, and bread and salt hath made a tie between me and thee, wherefore thou art in my ward and under my safeguard. Have no fear, for, by the truth of the Messiah, if all on earth sought to do thee hurt they should not come at thee, till life had left my body for thy sake, indeed thou art now under the charge of the Messiah and of me. Hereat she sat her down by his side and fell to playing with him, till his alarm subsided and he knew that had she desired to slay him, she would have done so during the past night. Presently she bespoke in the Grecian tongue one of her slave girls, who went away and soon came back bringing a beaker and a tray of food, but Sharrkan abstained from eating and said to himself, haply she hath put somewhat in this meat. She knew what was in his thought, so she turned to him and said, by the truth of the Messiah, the case is not on such wise, nor is there aught in this meat of what thou suspectest. Had my mind been set on slaying thee, I had slain thee ere now. Then she walked up to the tray and ate of every dish a mouthful, whereupon Sharrkan came forward and ate too. She was pleased at this and both ate till they were satisfied. They washed their hands and after that she rose and ordered a handmaid to bring perfumes and herbs of sweet savor, wines of all colors and kinds and a wine service with vessels of gold, silver, and crystal. She filled a first goblet and drank it off before offering it to him, even as she had done with the food, then she downed a second and handed it to him. He drank and she said to him, O Moslem, see how thou art here in all solace and delight of life. And she ceased not to drink and ply him with drink, till he took leave of his wits and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 49th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the damsel ceased not to drink and ply Sharrkan with drink till he took leave of his wits, for the wine and the intoxication of love he bore her. Presently she said to the slave girl, O Marjanah 188. Bring us some instruments of music. To hear is to obey, said the handmaid and going out, returned in the twinkling of an eye with a Damascus lute 189 a Persian harp, a Tartar pipe, and an Egyptian dulcimer. The young lady took the lute and, after tuning each several string, began in gentle undersong to sing, softer than Zephyr's wing and sweeter than Tasman 190 spring, with heart safe and secure from everything the couplets following Allah assain those ain. What streams of blood they shed! How many an arrowy glance those lids of thine have sped! I love all lovers who to lovers show them dure, 'twere wrong to rue the love in wrong head born and bred, haply fall hapless I for thee no sleeping kens. Heaven help the hapless heart by force of thee misled. Thou doomest me to death who art my king, and I ransom with life the deemster who would doom me dead. Thereupon each and every of the maidens rose up and taking an instrument, played and recited couplets in the Rumai tongue. Then their mistress sang also and seeing Sharrkan in ecstasies asked him, O Moslem, dost thou understand what I say? And he answered, Nay, my ecstasy cometh from the beauty of thy fingertips. She laughed and continued, If I sing to thee in Arabic what wouldst thou do? I should no longer, quoth he, be master of my senses. Then she took an instrument and, changing the measure, began singing these verses the smack of parting's myrrh to me, how, then, bear patience aloe? I'm girt by ills in trinity severance, distance, cruelty. My freedom stole that fairest she, and parting irks me bitterly. When she ended her verse, she looked at Sharrkan and found him lost to existence, and he lay for a while stretched at full length and prone among the maidens 191. Then he revived and, remembering the songs, again inclined to mirth and merriment, and the twain returned to their wine and wassail, and continued their playing and toying, their pastime and pleasure till day ceased illuminating and night drooped her wing. Then the damsel went off to her dormitory, and when Sharrkan asked after her they answered, She is gone to her sleeping chamber, whereto he rejoined, Under Allah's ward and his good guard. As soon as it was morning, a handmaid came to him and said to him, My mistress biddeth thee to her. So he rose and followed her and, As he drew near her lodging, the damsels welcomed him with smitten tabrets and songs of greeting, and led him through a great door of ivory studded with pearls and jewels. Thence they passed with him into a tall and spacious hall, at the upper end of which was a wide dais carpeted with all kinds of silks, and round it open lattices commanding a view of trees and streams. About the saloon were figures carved in human form, and fashioned on such wise that the air passed through them and set in motion musical instruments within, so that the beholder would fancy they spoke. 192 Here sat the young lady, looking at the figures, but when she saw Sharkan, she sprang to her feet and, taking him by the hand, made him sit down by her side, and asked him how he had passed the night. He blessed her, and the two sat talking a while till she asked him, "Knowest thou aught touching lovers and slaves of love?" And he answered, "Yes. I wot somewhat in verse on that matter." "Let me hear it," quoth she. So he began quoting pleasure and health, good cheer, good appetite to Azza, freest with our name and fame. By Allah! Would I near her off she flies at tangent, granting less the more I claim. I dote on Azza, but when clear I off my rivals, clears me too that dearest dame, like wandering white that chose for shade a cloud which, ere siesta done, thin air became. When she heard this she said, "Verily Al-Kuthay year 193 was conspicuous for sweet speech and chaste, and he was superlative in his praise of Azza when he sang," and she began to recite, "Did Azza deal behest to Sun O Noon, the judge had judged her beauty's bestest boon, and girls who come to me and carp at her, God make their rosy cheeks her sandal shoon." And indeed, quoth she, 'twas said that Azza boasted exceeding beauty and loveliness. Then she asked Sharkan, saying, "O Prince, dost thou know aught of Jamil's 194 verses to Buthaina? If so, repeat to us somewhat of them." And he answered, "Yes, I know them better than any," whereupon he began repeating these couplets: "Jamil, in holy war go fight, to me they say, what war save fight for fair ones would I essay? To me their every word and work are mere delight, and martyrs cleap I all they slay in fight and fray, and ask I, O Buthaina, what's this love, I pray, which eats my heart?" Quoth she, "'Twill stay forever and and when I cry, of wits return some small display for daily use," quoth she, "far, far 'tis fled away. Thou seek'st my death, naught else thy will can satisfy, while I no goal espy save thee and thee alway." "Thou hast spoken right well," said she, "O king's son, and Jamil also spoke excellently well. But what would Buthaina have done with him that he saith in his hemistich, thou seek'st my death, naught else thy will can satisfy?" "O my lady," quoth Sharkan, "she willed to do him what thou willest to do with me, and even that will not satisfy thee." She laughed at his opportune reply, and they ceased not carousing till day put out her light and night came in darkness dight. Then she rose and went to her dormitory and slept, while Sharkan slept in his place till morning dawned. As soon as he awoke, the handmaids came to him with tabrets and other instruments of mirth and merriment, as wont, and, kissing the ground between his hands, said to him, "Bismillah, in Allah's name be so kind as to come." 195, Our mistress biddeth thee to her presence. So he rose and accompanied the slave girls who surrounded him, playing on tabrets and other instruments of music, till they passed from that saloon into another and a yet more spacious hall, decorated with pictured likenesses and figures of birds and beasts, passing all description. Sharkan marvelled at the art and artifice of the place and began reciting. He plucked fruits of her necklace in rivalry, and her breast pearls that bedded in gold mine lie. Pure water on silvern bars is her brow, and her cheeks show roses with rubies. Me seems in her ain that the violet's hue lies purpling set in the ithamids. 196 die. When the lady saw Sharkan, she stood up to him in honor and, taking his hand, seated him by her side and asked, O son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, hast thou any cunning in the game of chess? Yes, he answered, but do not thou with me, as said the poet, I speak and longing love upties me and unties me, till with her honey-dew of inner lip she plies me. I brought the chessboard and my liefest lover plays me with white and black 197, but black come white ne'er satisfies me. 'Twas as if king for castle I were fain to place me, till wilful loss of game atwixt two queens surprise me, and if I seek to read intent in eyes that eye me, O man, that glance askance with hint of wish defies me. Then she brought the chessboard and played with him, but Sharkan, instead of looking at her moves, kept gazing at her fair mouth, and putting knight in place of elephant and elephant 198 instead of knight. She laughed and said to him, If thy play be after this fashion, thou knowest naught of the game. This is only our first, replied he, judge not by this bout. When she beat him he replaced the pieces in position and played again with her, but she beat him a second time, a third, a fourth and a fifth. So she turned to him and said, Thou art beaten in everything, and he replied, O my lady, how should one playing with the like of thee avoid being beaten? Then she bade bring food, and they ate and washed their hands, after which the wine was set before them and they drank. Presently, she took the dulcimer, for her hand was cunning in smiting it, and she began repeating to an accompaniment these couplets: Twixt the close tide and open wide no medium fortune knoweth, now ebb and flow then flow and ebb, this wise her likeness showeth, then drink her wine, the sign she's thine, and smiling thou dost find her, anon she'll fall and fare away when all thy good forth goeth. They ceased not to carouse till nightfall, and this day was pleasanter even than the first. When darkness set in, the lady betook her to her dormitory, leaving him alone with the handmaids, so he threw himself on the ground and slept till dawn, when the damsels came to him with tambourines and other instruments according to custom. Seeing them he roused him hastily and sat up, and they carried him to their mistress, who came to meet him and, taking him by the hand, seated him by her side. Then she asked him how he had passed his night, whereat he prayed that her life be prolonged, and she took the lute and sang to it these verses which she improvised: Ne'er incline thee to part which embitters the heart, and the sun when he sets shall in pallor depart. While they were solacing themselves after this fashion, behold, there arose a great and sudden clamour, and a confused crowd of knights and men rushed in, holding drawn swords that glittered and gleamed in their hands, and cried aloud in the Grecian tongue, Thou hast fallen into our hands, O Sharkan, so make thee sure of death. When he heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, she hath entrapped me and held me in play, till her men should come. These are the knights with whom she threatened me, but 'tis I who have thrown myself into this strait. Then he turned towards the young lady to reproach her, but saw that she had changed color and her face was pale, and she sprang to her feet and asked the crowd, Who are ye? O most gracious princess and peerless Union Pearl, answered the leading knight, dost thou weet who is yon man by thy side? Not I, she replied, who may he be? Quoth the patrician, This is of towns the highwayman. This is he who rideth in the horseman's van. This is Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. This is he that forceth Fort Alice and penetrateth every impregnable place. The news of him reached King Hardub, thy father, by report of the ancient dames at Al-Dawahi, and thy sire, our sovereign, hath made sure that thou hast rendered good service to the army of the Greeks by taking captive this ominous lion. When she heard this, she looked at the knight and asked him, What be thy name? And he answered, I am Mazura, son of thy slave Majura bin Kasharda, knight of knights. And how, quoth she, durst thou enter my presence without leave? Quoth he, O my lady, when I came to the gate, none forbade me, neither chamberlain nor porter, but all the doorkeepers rose and forewent us as of wont, although, when others come, they leave them standing at the gate while they ask permission to admit them. But this is not a time for long talking, when the king is expecting our return with this prince, the scorpion sting 199 of the Islamitic host, that he may kill him and drive back his men whither they came, without the bane of battling with them. These words be ill words, rejoined the princess, and Dame Zat al-Dawahi lied, avouching an idle thing and a vain, whereof she weeth not the truth, for by the virtue of the Messiah, this man who is with me is not Sharkan, nor is he a captive, but a stranger who came to us seeking our hospitality, and I made him my guest. So even were we assured that this be Sharkan, and were it proved to us that it is he beyond a doubt, I say it would ill befit mine honor that I should deliver into your hands one who hath entered under my protection. So make me not a traitor to my guest and a disgrace among men, but return to the king, my father, and kiss the ground before him, and inform him that the case is contrariwise to the report of the lady Zat al-Dawahi. O Abriza, replied Missoura, the knight, I cannot return to the king's majesty without his debtor and enemy. Quoth she, and indeed she had waxed very wroth, out on thee. Return to him with my answer, and no blame shall befall thee. Quoth Missoura, I will not return without him. Thereupon her color changed and she exclaimed, Exceed not in talk and vain words, for verily this man had not come in to us, were he not assured that he could of himself and single-handed make head against 100 riders, and if I said to him thou art Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, he would answer, yes. But 'tis not of your competence to let or hinder him, for if you so do, he will not turn back from you till he hath slain all that are in this place. Behold, here he is by my side, and I will bring him before you sword and targe in hand. Albeit I were safe from thy wrath, answered Missoura the knight, I am not safe from that of thy father, and when I see him, I shall sign to the knights to take him captive, and we will carry him to the king bound and in abject sword. When she heard this, she said, the matter shall not pass thus, for 'twould be blaswanning mere folly. This man is but one and yet are 100 knights, so if you would attack him come out against him, one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant amongst you. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 50th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abriza said to the knight, This man is but one, and ye are 100, so if ye would attack him, come out against him, one after one, that it may appear to the king which is the valiant. Quoth Missoura, the knight, by the truth of the Messiah, thou sayest sooth, and none but I shall sally out against him first. Quoth she, Wait till I go to him and acquaint him with the case and hear what answer he will make. If he consent, 'tis well, but if he refuse, ye shall on no wise come to him, for I and my handmaids and whosoever is in the convent will be his ransom. So she went to Sharkan and told him the news, whereat he smiled and knew that she had not informed any of the emirs, but that tidings of him had been bruited and blazed abroad, till the report reached the king, against her wish and intent. So he again began reproaching himself and said, How came I to adventure and play with my life by coming to the country of the Greeks? But hearing the young lady's proposal he said to her, Indeed their onset, one after one, would be overburdensome to them. Will they not come out against me, 10 by 10? That would be villainy, said she, let one have at one. When he heard this, he sprang to his feet and made for them with his sword and battle gear, and Missoura, the knight, also sprang up and bore down upon him. Sharkan met him like a lion and delivered a shoulder cut 200 which clove him to the middle, and the blade came out gleaming and glittering from his back and bowels. When the lady beheld that swashing blow, Sharkan's might was magnified in her sight, and she knew that when she overthrew him in the wrestle it was not by her strength but by her beauty and loveliness. So she turned to the knights and said, "Take wreak for your chief." Thereupon out came the slain man's brother, a fierce and furious knight, and rushed upon Sharkan, who delayed not, but smote him also with the shoulder cut, and the sword came out glittering from his vitals. Then cried the princess, "O ye servants of the Messiah, avenge your comrade." So they ceased not charging down upon him, one after one, and Sharkan also ceased not playing upon them with the blade, till he had slain 50 knights, the lady looking on the while. And Allah cast a panic into the hearts of the survivors, so that they held back and dared not meet him in the duello, but fell upon him in a body, and he laid on load with heart firmer than a rock, and smote them and trod them down like straw under the threshing sled 201 till he had driven sense and soul out of them. Then the princess called aloud to her damsels, saying, "Who is left in the convent?" And they replied, "None but the gatekeepers," whereupon she went up to Sharkan and took him to her bosom, he doing the same, and they returned to the palace, after he had made an end of the melee. Now there remained a few of the knights hiding from him in the cells of the monastery, and when the princess saw this she rose from Sharkan's side and left him for a while, but presently came back clad in closely meshed coat of ring mail and holding in her hand a fine Indian scimitar. And she said, "Now by the truth of the Messiah, I will not be a niggard of myself for my guest, nor will I abandon him, though for this I abide a reproach and a byword in the land of the Greeks." Then she took reckoning of the dead and found that he had slain 80 of the knights, and other 20 had taken to flight 202. When she saw what work he had made with them, she said to him, "Allah bless thee, O Sharkan. The cavaliers may well glory in the like of thee." Then he rose and wiping his blade clean of the blood of the slain began reciting these couplets: "How oft in the melody I've cleft the array, and given their bravest to lions a prey. Ask of me and of them when I proved me prow o'er creation, on days of the foray and fray, when I left in the onslaught their lions to lie on the sands of the lowlands 203 in furious day." When he ended his verse, the princess came up to him with smiles and kissed his hand. Then she doffed her hauberk, and he said to her, "O lady mine, wherefore didst thou don that coat of mail and bear thy brand?" "To guard thee against these caitiffs." 204 she replied. Then she summoned the gatekeepers and asked them, "How came ye to admit the king's knights into my dwelling without leave of me?" And they answered, "O princess, it is not our custom to ask leave of thee for the king's messengers, and especially for the chief of his knights." Quoth she, "I think ye were minded only to disgrace me and murder my guest," and bade Sharkan smite their necks. He did so, and she cried to the rest of her servants, "Of a truth, they deserved even more than that." Then turning to Sharkan, she said to him, "Now that there hath become manifest to thee what was concealed, thou shalt be made acquainted with my history. Know, then, that I am the daughter of King Hardub of Roum. My name is Abriza, and the ancient dame, yclept Zat al-Dawahi, is my grandmother by the sword side. She it certainly is who told my father of thee, and as surely she will compass a sleight to slay me, more by token as thou hast slain my father's chivalry, and it is noised abroad that I have separated myself from the Nazarenes and have become no better than I should be with the Moslems. Wherefore it were wiser that I leave this dwelling while Zat al-Dawahi is on my track, but I require of thee the like kindness and courtesy I have shown thee, for enmity will presently befall between me and my father on thine account. So do not thou neglect to do aught that I shall say to thee, remembering all this betided me not save by reason of thee." Hearing her words, Sharkan joyed greatly, his breast broadened and his wits flew from him for delight, and he said, "By Allah, none shall come at thee, while life is in my bosom. But hast thou patience to bear parting from thy parents and thy people?" "Even so," she answered, and Sharkan swore to her, and the two plighted their troth. Then said she, now is my heart at ease, but there remaineth one other condition for thee. What is it? Asked he, and she answered, It is that thou return with thy host to thine own country. Quoth he, O lady mine, my father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, sent me to wage war upon thy sire, on account of the treasure he plundered from the king of Constantinople, and amongst the rest 3 great jewels, noted givers of good fortune. Quoth she, Cheer thy heart and clear thine eyes, I will tell thee the whole of the tale and the cause of our feud with the king of Constantinople. Know that we have a yearly festival, hight the convent feast, whereat kings from all quarters and the noblest women are wont to congregate. Thither also come merchants and traders with their wives and families, and the visitors abide there 7 days. I was wont to be one of them, but, when there befell enmity between us, my father forbade me to be present at the festival for the space of 7 years. One year, it chanced that amongst the daughters of the great who resorted to the patron, as was their custom, came a daughter of the king of Constantinople, a beautiful girl called Sophia. They tarried at the monastery 6 days, and on the 7th the folk went their ways 205. But Sophia said, I will not return to Constantinople save by water. So they equipped for her a ship in which she embarked with her suite, and making sail they put out to sea. But as they were voyaging, behold, a contrary wind caught them and drove the vessel from her course till, as fate and fortune would have it, she fell in with a Nazarene craft from the Camphor Island 206, carrying a crew of 500 armed Franks, who had been cruising about a long time. When they sighted the sails of the ship wherein Sophia and her women were, they gave chase in all haste, and in less than an hour they came up with her, when they laid the grappling irons aboard her and captured her. Then taking her in tow they made all sail for their own island, and were but a little distant from it when the wind veered round and, splitting their sails, drove them on to a shoal which lies off our coast. Thereupon we sallied forth and, looking on them as spoil driven to us by fate, 207 boarded and took them, and, slaying the men, made prize of the wreck, wherein we found the treasures and rarities in question, and 40 maidens, amongst whom was the king's daughter, Sophia. After the capture we carried the princess and her women to my father, not knowing her to be a daughter of King Aphrodon of Constantinople, and he chose out for himself 10 including her, and divided the rest among his dependants. Presently he set apart 5 damsels, amongst whom was the king's daughter, and sent them to thy father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, together with other gifts, such as broadcloth 208 and woolen stuffs and Grecian silks. Thy father accepted them and chose out from amongst the 5 girls Sophia, daughter of King Aphrodon, nor did we hear more of her till the beginning of this year, when her father wrote to my father in words unfitting for me to repeat, rebuking him with menaces and saying to him 2 years ago, You plundered a ship of ours which had been seized by a band of Frankish pirates, in which was my daughter Sophia, attended by her maidens numbering some 60. Yet informed me not thereof by messenger or otherwise, nor could I make the matter public, lest reproach befall me amongst the kings, by reason of my daughter's honor. So I concealed my case till this year, when I wrote to certain Frankish corsairs and sought news of my daughter from the kings of the isles. They replied, By Allah, we carried her not forth of thy realm, but we have heard that King Hardub rescued her from certain pirates. And they told me the whole tale. Then he added in the writing which he writ to my father, Except you wish to be at feud with me and design to disgrace me and dishonor my daughter, you will, the instant my letter reacheth you, send my daughter back to me. But if you slight my letter and disobey my commandment, I will assuredly make you full return for your foul dealing and the baseness of your practices. 209 When my father read this letter and understood the contents 210, it vexed him, and he regretted not having known that Sophia, King Aphrodon's daughter, was among the captured damsels, that he might have sent her back to her sire, and he was perplexed about the case because, after so long a time, he could not send to King Omar bin al-Nu'man and demand her back from him, especially as he had lately heard that heaven had granted him boon of babe by the Sophia. So when we pondered that truth, we knew that this letter was none other than a grievous calamity, and my father found nothing for it but to write an answer to King Afridun, making his excuses and swearing to him by strong oaths that he knew not his daughter to be among the bevy of damsels in the ship, and setting forth how he had sent her to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, who had gotten the blessing of issue by her. When my father's reply reached King Afridun, he rose up and sat down 211 and roared and foamed at the mouth, crying, "What? Shall he take captive my daughter and even her with slave girls and pass her on from hand to hand, sending her for a gift to kings, and they lie with her without marriage contract? By the Messiah and the true faith," said he, "I will not desist till I have taken my blood vengeance for this and have wiped out my shame, and indeed I will do a deed which the chroniclers shall chronicle after me." So he bided his time till he devised a device and laid notable toils and snares, when he sent an embassy to thy father, King Omar, to tell him that which thou hast heard. Accordingly thy father equipped thee and an army with thee and sent thee to King Afridun, whose object is to seize thee and thine army to boot. As for the 3 jewels whereof he told thy father when asking his aid, there was not one soothfast word in that matter, for they were with Sophia, his daughter, and my father took them from her, when he got possession of her and of her maidens, and gave them to me in free gift, and they are now with me. So go thou to thy host and turn them back ere they be led deep into, and shut in by, the land of the Franks and the country of the Greeks, for as soon as you have come far enough into their interior, they will stop the roads upon you, and there will be no escape for you till the day of retribution and retaliation. I know that thy troops are still halting where thou leftest them, because thou didst order a 3 days' rest, withal they have missed thee all this time and they wot not what to do. When Sharrkan heard her words, he was absent a while in thought, then he kissed Princess Abriza's hand and said, "Praise be to Allah who hath bestowed thee on me and appointed thee to be the cause of my salvation and the salvation of whoso is with me. But 'tis grievous to me to part from thee, and I know not what will become of thee after my departure." "Go now to thine army," she replied, "and turn them back, while ye are yet near your own country. If the envoys be still with them, lay hands on them and keep them, that the case may be made manifest to you, and, after 3 days, I will be with you all and we will enter Baghdad together." As he turned to depart she said, "Forget not the compact which is between me and thee." Then she rose to bid 212 him farewell and embrace him and quench the fire of desire, so she took leave of him and, throwing her arms round his neck, wept with exceeding weeping, and repeated these verses: "I bade adieu, my right hand wiped my tears away, the while my left hand held her in a close embrace. Fearest thou not," quoth she, "of shame?" I answered, "Nay, the lover's parting day is lover's worst disgrace." Then Sharrkan left her and walked down from the convent. They brought his steed, so he mounted and rode downstream to the drawbridge, which he crossed and presently threaded the woodland paths and passed into the open meadow. As soon as he was clear of the trees he was aware of horsemen, which made him stand on the alert, and he bared his brand and rode cautiously, but as they drew near and exchanged curious looks he recognized them, and behold, it was the Wazir Dandan and 2 of his emirs. When they saw him and knew him, they dismounted and saluting him, asked the reason of his absence, whereupon he told them all that had passed between him and Princess Abriza from first to last. The Wazir returned thanks to Almighty Allah for his safety and said, 213 Let us at once leave these lands, for the envoys who came with us are gone to inform the king of our approach, and haply he will hasten to fall on us and take us prisoners. So Sharrkan cried to his men to saddle and mount, which they did, and, setting out at once, they stinted not faring till they reached the sole of the valley wherein the host lay. The ambassadors meanwhile had reported Sharrkan's approach to their king, who forthright equipped a host to lay hold of him and those with him. But Sharrkan, escorted by the Wazir Dandan and the two Emirs, had no sooner sighted the army, than he raised the cry, "March! March!" They took horse on the instant and fared through the first day and second and third day, nor did they cease faring for 5 days, at the end of which time they alighted in a well-wooded valley, where they rested a while. Then they again set out and stayed not riding for 25 days, which placed them on the frontiers of their own country. Here, deeming themselves safe, they halted to rest, and the country people came out to them with guest gifts for the men and provender and forage for the beasts. They tarried there 2 days, after which, as all would be making for their homes, Sharrkan put the Wazir Dandan in command, bidding him lead the host back to Baghdad. But he himself remained behind with 100 riders, till the rest of the army had made 1 day's march. Then he called to horse, and mounted with his 100 men. They rode on 2 parasangs 214 space till they arrived at a gorge between 2 mountains, and lo! There arose before them a dark cloud of sand and dust. So they checked their steeds a while till the dust opened and lifted, discovering beneath it 100 cavaliers, lion-faced and in mail coats cased. As soon as they drew within earshot of Sharrkan and his meany, they cried out to them, saying, "By the virtue of John and Mary, we have won to our wish. We have been following you by forced marches, night and day, till we forewent you to this place. So dismount and lay down your arms and yield yourselves, that we may grant you your lives." When Sharrkan heard this, his eyes stood out from his head and his cheeks flushed red, and he said, "How is it, O Nazarene dogs, ye dare enter our country and overmarch our land? And doth not this suffice you, but ye must adventure yourselves and address us in such unseemly speech? Do you think to escape out of our hands and return to your country?" Then he shouted to his 100 horsemen, "Up and at these hounds, for they even you in number." So saying, he bared his sabre and bore down on them, he and his, but the Franks met them with hearts firmer than rocks, and white clashed against white, and night dashed upon night, and hot waxed the fight, and sore was the affright, and nor parley nor cries of quarter helped their plight, and they stinted not to charge and to smite, right hand meeting right, nor to hack and hew with blades bright white, till day turned to night and gloom oppressed the sight. Then they drew apart, and Sharrkan mustered his men and found none wounded save 4 only, who showed hurts but not death hurts. Said he to them, "By Allah, my life long have I waded in the clashing sea of fight, and I have met many a gallant sprite, but none so unfrightened of the sword that smites and the shock of men that affrights like these valiant knights. Know, O king," said they, "that there is among them a Frankish cavalier who is their leader, and, indeed, he is a man of valor and fatal is his spear thrust, but, by Allah, he spares us great and small, for whoso falls into his hands he lets him go and forbears to slay him. By Allah, had he willed he had killed us all." Sharrkan was astounded when he heard what the knight had done and such high report of him, so he said, "When the morn shall morrow, we will draw out and defy them, for we are 100 to their 100, and we will seek aid against them from the Lord of the heavens." So they rested that night in such intent, whilst the Franks gathered round their captain and said, "Verily this day we did not win our will of these," and he replied, "At early dawn when the morrow shall morn, we will draw out and challenge them, one after one." They also rested in that mind, and both camps kept guard until Almighty Allah sent the light of day dawn. Thereupon King Sharrkan and his 100 riders took horse and rode forth to the plain, where they found the Franks ranged in line of battle, and Sharrkan said to his followers, "Our foes have determined like ourselves to do their devoir, so up and at them and lay on load." Then came forth an herald of the Franks and cried out, saying, "Let there be no general engagement betwixt us this day, save by the duello, a champion of yours against a champion of ours." Whereupon one of Sharkan's riders dashed out from the ranks and drave between the two lines crying, Ho! Who is for smiting? Let no dastard engage me this day nor niddering. Hardly had he made an end of his vaunt, when there sallied forth to him a Frankish cavalier, armed cap a pie and clad in a surcoat of gold stuff, riding on a grey-white steed 215, and he had no hair on his cheeks. He urged his charger onto the midst of the battle plain, and the two fell to daring do of cut and thrust, but it was not long before the Frank foined the Moslem with the lance point, and, toppling him from his steed, took him prisoner and led him off crestfallen. His folk rejoiced in their comrade and, forbidding him to go out again to the field, sent forth another, to whom sallied out another Moslem, brother to the captive, and offered him battle. The two fell to, either against other, and fought for a little while, till the Frank bore down upon the Moslem and, falsing him with a feint, tumbled him by a thrust of the lance heel from his destrier and took him prisoner. After this fashion the Moslems ceased not dashing forwards, one after one, and the Franks to unhorse them and take them captive, till day departed and the night with darkness upstart. Now they had captured of the Moslems 20 cavaliers, and when Sharkan saw this, it was grievous to him, and he mustered his men and said to them, What is this thing that hath befallen us? Tomorrow, I myself will go forth to the field and offer singular combat to their chief and learn what is the cause of his entering our land and warn him against doing battle with our band. If he persist, we will punish him with death, and if he prove peaceable we will make peace with him. They night on this wise till Allah Almighty caused the morn to dawn, when mounted the twain and drew up for battle fain, and Sharkan was going forth to the plain, but behold, more than one half of the Franks dismounted and remained on foot before one of them who was mounted, till they reached the midst of the battle plain. Sharkan looked at that horseman, and lo! He was their chief. He was clad in a surcoat of blue satin and a close-ringed mail shirt, his face was as the moon when it rises, and no hair was upon his cheeks. He hent in hand an Indian scimitar, and he rode a sable steed with a white blaze on brow, like a diram, and he smote the horse with heel till he stood almost in the midst of the field, when, signing to the Moslems, he cried out in fluent Arab speech, Ho, Sharkan! Ho, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man! Ho, thou who forcest Fort Alice and overthrowest cities and countries! Up and out to battle bout, and blade single-handed wield with one who haves with thee the field. Thou art prince of thy people and I am prince of mine, and whoso overcometh his adversary, him let the others men obey and come under his sway. Hardly had he ended his speech, when out came Sharkan with a heart full of fury, and urging his steed into the midst of the field, closed like a raging lion with the Frank, who encountered him with wariness and steadfastness and met him with the meeting of warriors. Then they fell to foining and hewing, and they stinted not of onset and offset, and give and take, as they were two mountains clashing together or two seas together dashing, nor did they cease fighting until day darkened and night starkened. Then they drew apart and each returned to his own party, but as soon as Sharkan foregathered with his comrades, he said, Never looked I on the like of this cavalier, he hath one quality I have not yet seen in any, and this it is that, when his foeman uncovereth a place for the death blow, he reverseth his weapon and smiteth with the lance heel. In very deed I know not what will be the issue twixt him and me, but 'tis my wish that we had in our host his like and the like of his men. Then he went to his rest for the night, and, when morning dawned, the Frank came forth and rode down to the midfield, where Sharkan met him, and they fell to fighting and to wheeling left and right, and necks were stretched out to see the sight, nor did they stint from strife and swordplay and lunge of lance with main and might, till the day turned to night and darkness overwhelmed the light. Then the twain drew asunder and returned each to his own camp, where both related to their comrades what had befallen them in the duello, and at last the Frank said to his men, Tomorrow shall decide the matter. So they both passed that night restfully till dawn, and, as soon as it was day, they mounted and each bore down on other and ceased not to fight till half the day was done. Then the Frank bethought him of a ruse, first urging his steed with heel and then checking him with the rein, so that he stumbled and fell with his rider. Thereupon Sharrkan threw himself on the foe, and would have smitten him with the sword fearing lest the strife be prolonged, when the Frank cried out to him, "O Sharrkan, champions are not wont to do thus. This is the act of a man accustomed to be beaten by a woman." 216 When Sharrkan heard this, he raised his eyes to the Frank's face and gazing steadfastly at him, recognized in him Princess Abriza with whom that pleasant adventure had befallen him in the convent, whereupon he cast brand from hand and, kissing the earth before her, asked her, "What moved thee to a deed like this?" And she answered, "I desired to prove thy prowess afield and test thy doughtiness in tilting and justing. These that are with me are my handmaids, and they are all clean maids, yet they have vanquished thy horsemen in fair press and stress of plain, and had not my steed stumbled with me, thou shouldst have seen my might and prowess in combat." Sharrkan smiled at her speech and said, "Praise be to Allah for safety and for my reunion with thee, O Queen of the Age." Then she cried out to her damsels to loose the 20 captives of Sharrkan's troop and dismount. They did as she bade and came and kissed the earth before her, and Sharrkan who said to them, "It is the like of you that kings keep in store for the need hour." Then he signed to his comrades to salute the princess, so all alighted and kissed the earth before her, for they knew the story. After this, the whole 200 took horse, and fared on night and day for 6 days' space, till they drew near to Baghdad, when they halted and Sharrkan bade Abriza and her handmaids doff the Frankish garb that was on them, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 51st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharrkan bade Princess Abriza and her damsels doff the garb that was on them and don the garments of daughters of Greece, and thus did they. Then he dispatched a company of his companions to Baghdad to acquaint his father Omar bin al-Nu'man, with his arrival and report that he was accompanied by Princess Abriza, daughter of King Hardub, lord of Grycia land. They halted forthright in the place they had reached, and Sharrkan also halted and all night there, and when Almighty Allah made morning dawn, Sharrkan and his company and Abriza and her company took horse and fared on towards the city, when lo! On the way they met the Wazir Dandan, who had come out amongst 1,000 horse, to honor Abriza and Sharrkan, by a special commandment of King Omar son of al-Nu'man. When the two drew near, they turned towards them and kissed ground before them, then they mounted again and escorted them into the city and went up with them to the palace. Sharrkan walked in to his father, who rose and embraced him and questioned him of his case. So he told him all that Abriza had told him, and what had passed between them, and said, "She hath parted from her sire and departed from her reign and hath chosen to take part with us and to make her abode with us, and indeed," he said to his father, "the king of Constantinople hath plotted to do us a mischief, because of his daughter Sophia, for that the king of Greece had made known to him her story and the cause of her being given to thee, and he, the Grecian king, not knowing her to be daughter of King Aphrodon, lord of Constantinople, and, had he known that, he would not have bestowed her upon thee, but he would have restored her to her parent. And of a verity," he continued, "we were saved from these perils only by the lady Abriza, and never saw we a more valiant than she." And he went on to tell his father all that had passed from first to last of the wrestling and the single fighting. When King Omar heard the story of Sharrkan, Abriza was exalted in his eyes, and he longed to see her and question her. Thereupon Sharrkan went out to her and said, "The king calleth for thee." She replied, "I hear and I obey," and he took her and brought her in to his father, who was seated on his throne and who, having dismissed his high officers, was attended only by his eunuchs. The princess entered and kissing the ground between his hands, saluted him in choice terms. He was amazed at her eloquent speech and thanked her for her dealing with his son Sharkan and bade her be seated. So she sat down and unveiled her face 217 and, when the king saw her beauty, his reason fled his head and he made her draw near and showed her favor, appointing her an especial palace for herself and her damsels, and assigning them sade and allowances. Then began he to ask her of the 3 jewels aforesaid, and she answered, Here be they with me, O king of the age. So saying, she rose, and going to her lodging, unpacked her baggage and from it brought out a box and from the box a casket of gold. She opened the casket and taking out those 3 jewels, kissed them and gave them to the king. Then she went away bearing his heart with her. After her going the king sent for his son Sharkan and gave him 1 jewel of the 3, and when he inquired of the other 2 replied, O my son, I mean to give one to thy brother Za al-Makan, and the other to thy sister Nuzhat al-Zaman. But when Sharkan heard that he had a brother, for to that time he knew only of his sister, he turned to his sire and said to him, O king, hast thou a son other than myself? He answered, Yes, and he is now 6 years old, adding that his name was Za al-Makan and that he and Nuzhat al-Zaman were twins, born at a birth. This news was grievous to Sharkan, but he kept his secret and said, The blessing of Allah Most High be upon them, and he cast the jewel from his hand and shook the dust off his clothes. Quoth the king, How do I see thee change thy manner when hearing of this, considering that after me thou becomest heir of the kingdom? Of a truth the troops have sworn to thee and the emirs and grandees have taken the oath of succession to thee, and this one of the 3 jewels is thine. Sharkan bowed his head to the ground and was ashamed to bandy words with his parents, so he accepted the jewel and went away, knowing not what to do for exceeding wrath, and stayed not walking till he had entered Abriza's palace. As he approached she stood up to meet him and thanked him for what he had done and prayed for blessings on him and his sire. Then she sat down and seated him by her side, but when he had taken his place she saw rage in his face and questioned him, whereupon he told her that Allah had blessed his father with 2 children by Sophia, a boy and a girl, and that he had named the boy Za al-Makan and the girl Nuzhat al-Zaman, adding, He hath kept the other 2 jewels for them and hath given me one of thine, so I left it behind. I knew naught of Za al-Makan's birth till this day, and the twain are now 6 years old. So when I learnt this, wrath possessed me, and I tell thee the reason of my rage and hide nothing from thee. But now I fear lest my father take thee to wife, for he loveth thee and I saw in him signs of desire for thee, so what wilt thou say, if he wish this? Quoth she, Know, O Sharkan, that thy father hath no dominion over me, nor can he have me without my consent, and if he prevail over me by force, I will take my own life. As for the 3 jewels, it was not my intent that he should give any of them to either of his children, and I had no thought but that he would lay them up in his treasury with his things of price, but now I desire of thy favor that thou make me a present of the jewel which he gave thee, if thou have accepted it. Hearkening and obedience, replied Sharkan, and gave it to her. Then said she, Fear nothing, and talked with him a while and continued, I fear lest my father hear that I am with you and sit not patiently under my loss, but do his endeavors to find me, and to that end he may ally himself with King Afridun, on account of his daughter Sophia, and both come on thee with armies, and so there befall great turmoil. When Sharkan heard these words, he said to her, O my lady, if it please thee to sojourn with us, take no thought of them, though there gather together against us all that be on land and on sea. 'Tis well, rejoined she, if ye entreat me fair, I will tarry with you, and if ye deal evilly by me, I will depart from you. Then she bade her slave maidens bring food, so they set the tables, and Sharkan ate a little and went away to his own house, disturbed and perturbed. Such was his case, but regarding the affairs of his father, Omar bin al-Nu'man, after dismissing his son Sharkan he arose and, taking the other two jewels, betook himself to the lady Sophia, who stood up when she saw him and remained standing till he was seated. Presently, his two children, Za al-Makan and Nuzat al-Zaman, came to him and he kissed them and hung a jewel round each one's neck, at which they rejoiced and kissed his hands. Then went they to their mother, who joyed in their joy and wished the king long life, so he asked her, "Why hast thou not informed me all this time that thou art the daughter of King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, that I might have honored thee still more and enlarged thee in dignity and raised thy rank?" "O king," answered Sophia, "and what could I desire greater or higher than this my standing with thee, overwhelmed as I am with thy favors and thy benefits? And, furthermore, Allah hath blessed me with two children by thee, a son and a daughter." Her reply pleased the king, and after leaving her, he set apart for her and her children a wondrous fine palace. Moreover, he appointed for them eunuchs and attendants and doctors of law and doctors of philosophy and astrologers and physicians and surgeons to do them service, and in every way he redoubled his favor and entreated them with the best of treatment. And presently he returned to the palace of his dominion and to his court, where he distributed justice among the lieges. So far concerning him and Sophia and her children, but in the matter of Abriza the king was greatly occupied with love of her and burnt with desire of her night and day, and every night, he would go in to her and converse with her and pay his court to her, but she gave him no answer, only saying, "O king of the age, I have no desire for men at this present." When he saw her withdraw from him, his passion waxed hotter and his longing and pining increased until, when weary of this, he summoned his Wazir Dandan and, opening his very heart to him, told him of his love for Princess Abriza, daughter of Hardub, and informed him how she refused to yield to his wishes and how desire for her was doing him to die, for that he could get no grace of her. The Wazir, hearing these words, said to the king, "As soon as it is dark night, take thou a piece of bang the measure of a miskel, about an ounce, and go into her and drink somewhat of wine with her. When the hour of ending the carousal shall draw near, fill her a last cup and dropping therein the bang, give it to her to drink, and she will not reach her sleeping chamber ere the drug take effect on her. Then do thou go into her and take thy will of her, and such is my advice." 218 Thy rede is aright, quoth the king, and seeking his treasury, he took thence a piece of concentrated bang. If an elephant smelt it he would sleep from year to year. This he put in his bosom pocket and waited till some little of the night went by, when he betook himself to the palace of Princess Abriza, who seeing him stood up to receive him, but he bade her sit down. So she sat down, and he sat by her, and he began to talk with her of wine and wassail, whereupon she furnished the carousing table 219 and placed it before him. Then she set on the drinking vessels and lighted the candles and ordered to bring dried fruits and sweetmeats and all that pertaineth to drinking. So they fell to tippling, and the king ceased not to pledge her till drunkenness crept into her head, and seeing this he took out the bit of bang from his pocket and, holding it between his fingers, filled a cup with his own hand and drank it off. Then filling a second he said, "To thy companionship," and dropped the drug into her cup, she knowing naught of it. She took it and drank it off, then she rose and went to her sleeping chamber. He waited for less than an hour till he was assured that the dose had taken effect on her and had robbed her of her senses, when he went in to her and found her thrown on her back, and she had doffed her petticoat trousers, and the air raised the skirt of her shift and discovered what was between her thighs. When the king saw the state of things and found a lighted candle at her head and another at her feet, shining upon what her thighs enshrined, he took leave of his five senses, for lust and Satan seduced him and he could not master himself, but put off his trousers and fell upon her and abetted her maidenhead. Then he rose off her and went to one of her women, by name Marjanah, and said, Go into thy lady and speak with her. So she went in to her mistress and found her lying on her back insensible, with the blood running down to the calves of her legs, whereupon she took a kerchief and wiped away the blood and lay by her that night. As soon as Almighty Allah brought the dawn, the handmaid Marjanah washed her mistress's hands and feet and brought rose water and bathed her face and mouth with it, whereupon she sneezed and yawned and cast up from her inside that bit of bang like a bolus 220. Then she revived and washed her hands and mouth and said to Marjanah, Tell me what hath befallen me. So she told her what had passed and how she had found her, lying on her back, with the blood running down, wherefore she knew that King Omar bin al-Nu'man had lain with her and had undone her and taken his will of her. At this she grieved with exceeding grief and retired into privacy, saying to her damsels, Deny me to whoso would come in to me and say to him that I am ill, till I see what Allah will do with me. Presently the news of her sickness came to the king, so he sent her sherbets and sugar electuaries. Some months she thus passed in solitude, during which time the king's flame cooled and his desire for her was quenched, so that he abstained from her. Now she had conceived by him, and when the months of child-breeding had gone by, her pregnancy appeared and her belly swelled, and the world was straitened upon her, so she said to her handmaid Marjanah, Know that it is not the folk who have wronged me, but I who sinned against my own self 221 in that I left my father and mother and country. Indeed, I abhor life, for my spirit is broken and neither courage nor strength is left me. I used, when I mounted my steed, to have the mastery of him, but now I am unable to ride. If I be brought to bed among them I shall be disinured before my handwomen and every one in the palace will know that he hath taken my maidenhead in the way of shame, and if I return to my father, with what face shall I meet him or with what face shall I have recourse to him? How well quoth the poet say, What shall solace one who hath nor home nor stable stead nor cup companion, nor a cup, nor place to house his head? Marjanah answered her, It is thine to command, I will obey, and Abriza said, I desire at once to leave this place secretly, so that none shall know of me but thou, and return to my father and my mother, for when flesh stinketh, there is naught for it but its own folk and Allah shall do with me e'en as he will. O princess, Marjanah replied, What thou wouldest do is well. Then she made matters ready and kept her secret and waited for some days till the king went out to chase and hunt, and his son Sharrkan betook himself to certain of the fortresses to sojourn there a while. Then said she to Marjanah, I wish to set out this night, but how shall I do against my destiny? For already I feel the pangs of labor and childbirth, and if I abide other 4 or 5 days, I shall be brought to bed here, and I shall be unable to travel to my country. But this is what was written on my forehead. Then she considered a while, and said to Marjanah, Look us out a man who will go with us and serve us by the way, for I have no strength to bear arms. By Allah, O my lady, replied Marjanah, I know none but a black slave called Al-Ghazban 222 who is one of the slaves of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. He is a valiant wight, and he keepeth guard at our palace gate. The king appointed him to attend us, and indeed we have overwhelmed him with our favors, so, look ye, I will go out and speak with him of this matter, and promise him some monies and tell him that, if he have a mind to tarry with us, I will marry him to whom he will. He told me before today that he had been a highwayman, so if he consent to us we shall win our wish and reach to our own land. She rejoined, Call him, that I may talk with him, whereupon Marjanah fared forth and said to the slave, O Ghazban, Allah prosper thee, so thou fall in with what my lady saith to thee. Then she took him by the hand and brought him to the princess, whose hands he kissed, but as she beheld him, her heart took fright at him. However, she said to herself, Of a truth, need giveth the law, and she approached to speak with him, yet her heart started away from him. Presently she said, O Gazban, say me, wilt thou help me against the perfidies of fortune and conceal my secret if I discover it to thee? When the slave saw her, his heart was taken by storm and he fell in love with her forthright and could not but reply, O my mistress, whatsoever thou biddest me do, I will not depart therefrom. Quoth she, I would have thee take me at this hour and take this my handmaid and saddle us 2 camels and 2 of the king's horses and set on each horse a saddle bag of goods and somewhat of proviand, and go with us to our own country, where, if thou desire to abide with us, I will marry thee to her. Thou shalt choose of my handmaidens, or, if thou prefer return to thine own land, we will marry thee and give thee whatso thou desirest after thou hast taken of money what shall satisfy thee. When Al-Ghazban heard this, he rejoiced with great joy and replied, O my lady, I will serve both of you with mine eyes and will go at once and saddle the horses. Then he went away gladsome and saying to himself, I shall get my will of them, and if they will not yield to me, I will kill them both and take their riches. But he kept this his intent to himself, and presently returned with 2 camels and 3 head of horses, one of which he rode, and Princess Abriza made Marjanah mount the 2nd, she mounting the 3rd, albeit she was in labor pains and possessed not her soul for anguish. And the slave ceased not travelling with them night and day through the passes of the mountains, till there remained but a single march between them and their own country, when the travail pangs came upon Abriza and she could no longer resist, so she said to Al-Ghazban, Set me down, for the pains of labor are upon me, and cried to Marjanah, Do thou alight and sit by me and deliver me. Then Marjanah dismounted from her horse, and Al-Ghazban did in like sort, and they made fast the bridles, and helped the princess to dismount, for she was aswoon from excess of anguish. When Al-Ghazban saw her on the ground, Satan entered into him and he drew his falchion and brandishing it in her face, said, O my lady, vouchsafe me thy favors. Hearing these words she turned to him and said, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 52nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Princess Abriza said to the black slave Al-Ghazban, It remaineth for me only that I yield me to negro slaves, after having refused kings and braves. And she was wroth with him and cried, Woe to thee! What words are these thou sayest? Out on thee, and talk not thus in my presence, and know that I will never consent to what thou sayest, though I drink the cup of death. Wait till I have cast my burden and am delivered of the afterbirth, and then, if thou be able thereto, do with me as thou wilt, but, and thou leave not lewd talk at this time, assuredly I will slay myself with my own hand and quit the world and be at peace from all this. And she began reciting extempore 223:O spare me, thou Ghazban, indeed enow for me are heavy strokes of time, mischance, and misery. Whoredom my lord forfends to all humanity, quoth he, who breaks my bidding hell for home shall see. And if thou leave not suing me to whoredom's way against th Almighty's choicest gift, my chastity, upon my tribesmen I with might and main will call and gather all, however far or near they be, and with Yamani blade were I in pieces hewn, ne'er shall he sight my face who makes for villainy, the face of freeborn come of noble folk and brave, what then can be to me the seed of horse and slave? When Ghazban heard these lines he was wroth exceedingly, his eyes reddened with blood and his face became a dusty grey. 224, his nostrils swelled, his lips protruded and the repulsiveness of his aspect redoubled. And he repeated these couplets: Ho thou, Abriza, mercy! Leave me not, for I of thy love and Yamani. 225 Glance the victim lie, my heart is cut to pieces by thy cruelty, my body wasted and my patience done to die, From glances ravishing all hearts with witchery reason far flies, the wild desire to thee draws nigh, though at thy call should armies fill the face of earth and now I'd win my wish and worlds in arms defy. When Abriza heard these words, she wept with sore weeping and said to him, Woe to thee, O Gazban! How dareth the like of thee to address me such demand, O base-born and obscene bred? Dost thou deem all folk are alike? When the vile slave heard this from her, he waxed more enraged and his eyes grew redder, and he came up to her and smiting her with the sword on her neck wounded her to the death. Then he drove her horse before him with the treasure and made off with himself to the mountains. Such was the case with Al-Ghazban, but as regards Abriza, she gave birth to a son, like the moon, and Marjanah took the babe and did him the necessary offices and laid him by his mother's side, and lo and behold! The child fastened to its mother's breast and she dying 226. When Marjanah saw this, she cried out with a grievous cry and rent her raiment and cast dust on her head and buffeted her cheeks till blood flowed, saying, Alas, my mistress! Alas, the pity of it! Thou art dead by the hand of a worthless black slave, after all thy knightly prowess. And she ceased not weeping when suddenly a great cloud of dust arose and walled the horizon 227, but, after a while, it lifted and discovered a numerous conquering host. Now this was the army of King Hardub, Princess Abriza's father, and the cause of his coming was that when he heard of his daughter and her handmaids having fled to Baghdad, and that they were with King Omar bin al-Nu'man, he had come forth, leading those with him, to seek tidings of her from travelers who might have seen her with the king. When he had gone a single day's march from his capital, he espied 3 horsemen afar off and made towards them, intending to ask whence they came and seek news of his daughter. Now these 3 whom he saw at a distance were his daughter and Marjanah and the slave Al-Ghazban, and he made for them to push inquiry. Seeing this the villain Black Kumar feared for himself, so he killed Abriza and fled for his life. When they came up, King Hardub saw his daughter lying dead and Marjanah weeping over her, and he threw himself from his steed and fell fainting to the ground. All the riders of his company, the emirs and wazirs, took foot and forthright pitched their tents on the mountain and set up for the king a great pavilion, domed and circular, without which stood the grandees of the realm. When Marjanah saw her master, she at once recognized him and her tears redoubled, and, when he came to himself, he questioned her and she told him all that had passed and said, Of a truth he that hath slain thy daughter is a black slave belonging to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and she informed him how Sharrkan's father had dealt with the princess. When King Hardub heard this, the world grew black in his sight and he wept with sore weeping. Then he called for a litter and, therein laying his dead daughter, returned to Caesarea and carried her into the palace, where he went in to his mother, Zat al-Dawahi, and said to that lady of calamities, Shall the Moslems deal thus with my girl? Verily King Omar bin al-Nu'man despoiled her of her honor by force, and after this, one of his black slaves slew her. By the truth of the Messiah, I will assuredly take blood revenge for my daughter and clear away from mine honor the stain of shame, else will I kill myself with mine own hand. And he wept passing sore. Quoth his mother, None other than Marjanah killed thy daughter, for she hated her in secret, and she continued to her son, Fret not for taking the bloodwit of thy daughter, for, by the truth of the Messiah, I will not turn back from King Omar bin al-Nu'man till I have slain him and his sons, and of a very truth I will do with him a deed, passing the power of sage and knight, whereof the chroniclers shall tell chronicles in all countries and in every place, but needs must thou do my bidding. In all I shall direct, for whoso be firmly set on the object of his desire shall surely compass his desire. By the virtue of the Messiah, replied he, I will not cross thee in aught thou shalt say. Then quoth she, Bring me a number of handmaids, high-bosomed virgins, and summon the wise men of the age and let them teach them philosophy and the rules of behavior before kings, and the art of conversation and making verses, and let them talk with them of all manner science and edifying knowledge. And the sages must be Moslems, that they may teach them the language and traditions of the Arabs, together with the history of the caliphs and the ancient annals of the kings of al-Islam, and if we persevere in this for 4 years' space, we shall gain our case. So possess thy soul in patience and wait, for one of the Arabs saith, if we take man boat after years 40 the time were short to yet. When we have taught the girls these things, we shall be able to work our will with our foe, for he doth on women and he hath 360 concubines, whereto are now added 100 of the flowers of thy handmaidens who were with thy daughter, she that hath found mercy 228. As soon as I have made an end of their education, as described to thee, I will take them and set out with them in person. When King Hardub heard his mother's words, he rejoiced and arose and kissed her head, and at once dispatched messengers and couriers to lands sundry and manifold to fetch him Moslem sages. They obeyed his commands and fared to far countries and thence brought him the sages and the doctors he sought. When these came into presence, he honored them with notable honors and bestowed dresses on them and appointed to them stipends and allowances and promised them much money whenas they should have taught the damsels. Then he committed the handmaidens to their hands, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 53rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the sages and the doctors stood in presence of King Hardub, he honored them with notable honors and committed the handmaidens to their hands, enjoining that these be instructed in all manner of knowledge, philosophy, and polite accomplishments, and they set themselves to do his bidding. Such was the case with King Hardub, but as for King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned from coursing and hunting and entered his palace, he sought Princess Abriza but found her not, nor anyone knew of her nor could any give him news of her. This was grievous to him, and he said, How could the lady leave the palace unknown of any? Had my kingdom been at stake in this case, it were in perilous condition, there being none to govern it. I will never again go to sport and hunt till I have stationed at the gates those who shall keep good guard over them. And he was sore vexed, and his breast was straitened for the loss of Princess Abriza. Hereupon behold, his son Sharrkan returned from his journey, and the father told him what had happened, and informed him how the lady had fled, whilst he was chasing and hunting, whereat he grieved with exceeding grief. Then King Omar took to visiting his children every day and making much of them, and brought them learned men and doctors to teach them, appointing for them stipends. When Sharrkan saw this, he raged with exceeding rage and envied thereupon his brother and sister till the signs of chagrin appeared in his face, and he ceased not to languish by reason of this matter. So one day his father said to him, Why do I see thee grown weak in body and yellow of face? O my father, replied Sharrkan, every time I see thee fondle my brother and sister and make much of them, jealousy seizeth on me, and I fear lest it grow on me till I slay them and thou slay me in return. And this is the reason of my weakness of body and change of complexion. But now I crave of thy favor that thou give me one of thy castles outlying the rest, that I may abide there the remnant of my life, for as the sayer of bywords saith, absence from my friend is better and fitter for me, and, whatso I doth not perceive, that gareth not heart to grieve. And he bowed his head towards the ground. When King Omar bin al-Nu'man heard his words and knew the cause of his ailment and of his being broken down, he soothed his heart and said to him, O my son, I grant thee this, and I have not in my reign a greater than the castle of Damascus, and the government of it is thine from this time. Thereupon he forthright summoned his secretaries of state and bade them write Sharrkan's patent of investiture to the viceroyalty of Damascus of Syria. And when they had written it, he equipped him and sent with him the Wazir Dandan, and invested him with the rule and government, and gave him instructions as to policy and regulations, and took leave of him, and the grandees and officers of state did likewise, and he set out with his host. When he arrived at Damascus, the townspeople beat the drums and blew the trumpets and decorated the city and came out to meet him in great state, whilst all the notables and grandees paced in procession, and those who stood to the right of the throne walked on his right flank, and the others to the left. Thus far concerning Sharkan, but as regards his father, Omar bin al-Nu'man, soon after the departure of his son, the children's tutors and governors presented themselves before him and said to him, O our Lord, thy children have now learnt knowledge and they are completely versed in the rules of manners and the etiquette of ceremony. The king rejoiced thereat with exceeding joy and conferred bountiful largesse upon the learned men, seeing Zal-Makan grown up and flourishing and skilled in horsemanship. This prince had reached the age of 14 and he occupied himself with piety and prayers, loving the poor, the ulema and the Quran students, so that all the people of Baghdad loved him, men and women. One day, the procession of the Ma'mil 229 of Iraq passed round Baghdad before its departure for the pilgrimage to Mecca and visitation of the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. When Zal-Makan saw the Ma'mil procession he was seized with longing desire to become a pilgrim 230, so he went in to his sire and said, I come to ask thy leave to make the pilgrimage. But his father forbade him saying, Wait till next year and I will go and thou too. When the prince saw that the matter was postponed, he betook himself to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, whom he found standing at prayer. As soon as she had ended her devotions he said to her, I am dying with desire of pilgrimage to the holy house of Allah at Mecca and to visit the tomb of the Prophet, upon whom be peace. I asked my father's leave, but he forbade me that, so I mean to take privily somewhat of money and set out on the pilgrimage without his knowledge. Allah upon thee, exclaimed she, take me with thee and deprive me not of visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep. And he answered, As soon as it is dark night, do thou come forth from this place, without telling any. Accordingly, when it was the middle of the night she arose and took somewhat of money and donned a man's habit, and she ceased not walking to the palace gate, where she found Zal-Makan with camels ready for marching. So he mounted and mounted her, and the two fared on till they were in the midst of the Iraqi 231 pilgrim party, and they ceased not marching and Allah wrote safety for them, till they entered Mecca the Holy and stood upon Arafat and performed the pilgrimage rites. Then they made a visitation to the tomb of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and assain, and thought to return with the pilgrims to their native land. But Zal-Makan said to his sister, O my sister, it is in my mind to visit the holy house 232 Jerusalem, and Abraham the friend of Allah 233, on whom be peace. I also desire so to do, replied she. So they agreed upon this and he fared forth and took passage for himself and her and they made ready and set out in the ship with a company of Jerusalem palmers. That very night the sister fell sick of an aguish chill, and was grievously ill, but presently recovered, after which the brother also sickened. She tended him during his malady and they ceased not wayfaring till they arrived at Jerusalem, but the fever increased on him and he grew weaker and weaker. They alighted at a khan and there hired a lodging, but Zal-Makan's sickness ceased not to increase on him, till he was wasted with leanness and became delirious. At this, his sister was greatly afflicted and exclaimed, There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great. This is the decree of Allah. They sojourned in that place a while, his weakness ever increasing and she attending him and buying necessaries for him and for herself, till all the money she had was expended and she became so poor that she had not so much as a dirham left. Then she sent a servant of the khan to the bazaar with some of her clothes, and he sold them and she spent the price upon her brother, then sold she something more and she ceased not selling all she had, piece by piece, till nothing was left but an old rug. Whereupon she wept and exclaimed, "Verily is Allah the orderer of the past and the future." Presently her brother said to her, "O my sister, I feel recovery drawing near and my heart longeth for a little roast meat." "By Allah! O my brother," replied she, "I have no face to beg, but tomorrow I will enter some rich man's house and serve him and earn somewhat for our living." Then she bethought herself a while and said, "Of a truth 'tis hard for me to leave thee and thou in this state, but I must despite myself." He rejoined, "Allah forbid. Thou wilt be put to shame, but there is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah." And he wept and she wept too. Then she said, "O my brother, we are strangers who have dwelt here a full year, but none hath yet knocked at our door. Shall we then die of hunger? I know no resource but that I go out and do service and earn somewhat to keep us alive, till thou recover from thy sickness, when we will travel back to our native land." She sat weeping a while and he wept too, propped upon his elbow. Then Nuzhat al-Zaman arose and, veiling her head with a bit of camlet 234 which had been of the camelier's clothes and which the owner had forgotten and left with them, she kissed the head of her brother and embraced him and went forth from him, weeping and knowing not whither she should wend. And she stinted not going and her brother Zal-Makan awaiting her return till the supper time, but she came not, and he watched for her till the morning morrowed but still she returned not, and this endured till 2 days went by. He was greatly troubled thereat and his heart fluttered for her, and hunger was sore upon him. At last he left the chamber and, calling the servant of the caravanserai, said, "I wish thee to bear me to the bazaar." So he carried him to the market street and laid him down there, and the people of Jerusalem gathered round him and were moved to tears seeing his condition. He signed to them begging for somewhat to eat, so they brought him some money from certain of the merchants who were in the bazaar, and bought food and fed him therewith, after which they carried him to a shop, where they spread him a mat of palm leaves and set an ewer of water at his head. When night fell, all the folk went away, sore concerned for him and, in the middle of the night, he called to mind his sister and his sickness redoubled on him, so that he abstained from eating and drinking and became insensible to the world around him. Then the bazaar people arose and took for him from the merchants 37 dirhams, and hiring a camel, said to the driver, "Carry this sick man to Damascus and leave him in the hospital, haply he may be cured and recover health." "On my head be it," replied the camel man, but he said to himself, "How shall I take this sick man to Damascus, and he nigh upon death?" So he carried him away to a place and hid with him till the night, when he threw him down on the ash heap near the fire hole of a hammam and went his way. When morning dawned the stoker 235 of the bath came to his work and, finding Zal-Makan cast on his back, exclaimed, "Why did they not throw their dead body anywhere but here?" So saying, he gave him a kick and he moved, whereupon quoth the fireman, "Some one of you who hath eaten a bit of hashish and hath thrown himself down in whatso place it be." Then he looked at his face and saw his hairless cheeks and his grace and comeliness, so he took pity on him and knew that he was sick and a stranger in the land. And he cried, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Verily, I have sinned against this youth, for indeed the Prophet, whom Allah bless and keep, enjoineth honor to the stranger, more especially when the stranger is sick." Then he carried him home and went in with him to his wife and bade her tend him. So she spread him a sleeping rug and set a cushion under his head, then warmed water for him and washed there with his hands and feet and face. Meanwhile, the stoker went to the market and bought some rose water and sugar, and sprinkled Zal-Makan's face with the water and gave him to drink of the sherbet. Then he fetched a clean shirt and put it on him. With this, Zal-Makan sniffed the zephyr of health and recovery returned to him, and he sat up and leaned against the pillow. Hereat the fireman rejoiced and exclaimed, "Praise be to Allah for the welfare of this youth. O Allah, I beseech thee by thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make the salvation of this youth to be at my hands." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 54th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman exclaimed, O Allah, I beseech thee of thy knowledge of hidden things, that thou make this young man's life the work of my hands." And he ceased not to nurse him for 3 days, giving him to drink of sherbet of sugar and willow flower water and rose water, and doing him all manner of service and kindness, till health began to return to his body and Za al-Makan opened his eyes. Presently came in the fireman and, seeing him sitting up and showing signs of amendment, said to him, "What is now thy state, O my son?" "Praise be to Allah," replied Za al-Makan, "I am well and like to recover, if such be the will of Allah Almighty at this time." The stoker praised the Lord of all for this and, wending fast to the market, bought 10 chickens, which he carried to his wife and said, "Kill 2 of these for him every day, one at dawn of day and the other at fall of day." So she rose up and killed a fowl and brought it to him boiled, and fed him with the flesh and made him drink its broth. When he had done eating, she fetched hot water and he washed his hands and lay back upon the pillow, whereupon she covered him up with the coverlet, and he slept till the time of the mid-afternoon prayer. Then she arose and killed another fowl and boiled it, after which she cut it up and, bringing it to Za al-Makan, said, "Eat, O my son." While he was eating, behold, her husband entered and seeing her feeding him, sat down at his head and said to him, "How is it with thee now, O my son?" "Thanks be to Allah for recovery," he replied, "may the Almighty requite thee thy kindness to me." At this the fireman rejoiced and going out, bought sherbet of violets and rose water and made him drink it. Now the stoker used to work at the hammam all day for a wage of 5 dirhams, whereof he spent every day, for Za al-Makan, 1 dirham upon sugar and sherbet of rose water and willow flower water 236 and another dirham for fowls, and he ceased not to entreat him thus kindly during a whole month, till the traces of illness ceased from him and he was once more sound and whole. Thereupon the fireman and his wife rejoiced and asked him, "O my son, wilt thou go with me to the bath?" Whereto he answered, "Yes." So the stoker went to the bazaar and fetched a donkey boy, and he mounted Za al-Makan on the ass and supported him in the saddle till they came to the bath. Then he made him sit down and seated the donkey boy in the furnace room and went forth to the market and bought lote leaves and lupin flower 237 with which he returned to the bath and said to Za al-Makan, "O my master, in Allah's name, walk in and I will wash thy body." So they entered the inner room of the bath, and the fireman took to rubbing Za al-Makan's legs and began to wash his body with the leaves and meal, when there came to them a bathman, whom the bath-keeper had sent to Za al-Makan, and he, seeing the stoker washing and rubbing him, said, "This is doing injury to the keeper's rights." Replied the fireman, "The master overwhelmeth us with his favors." Then the bathman proceeded to shave Za al-Makan's head, after which he and the stoker washed themselves and returned to the house, where he clad Za al-Makan in a shirt of fine stuff and a robe of his own, and gave him a handsome turband and girdle and a light kerchief which he wound about his neck. Meanwhile the fireman's wife had killed and cooked 2 chickens, so, as soon as Za al-Makan entered and seated himself on the carpet, the husband arose and, dissolving sugar in willow flower water, made him drink of it. Then he brought the food tray and, cutting up the chickens, fed him with the flesh and gave him the broth to drink till he was satisfied, when he washed his hands and praised Allah for recovery, and said to the fireman, "Thou art he whom the Almighty vouchsafed to me and made the cause of my cure." "Leave this talk," replied the other, "and tell us the cause of thy coming to the city and whence thou art. Thy face showeth signs of gentle breeding." "Tell me first how thou camest to fall in with me," said Za al-Makan, "and after I will tell thee my story." Rejoined the fireman, "As for that, I found thee lying on the rubbish heap by the door of the firehouse, as I went to my work near the morning, and knew not who had thrown thee there. So I carried thee home with me, and this is all my tale." Quoth Za al-Makan, "Glory to him who quickeneth the bones, though they be rotten. Indeed, O my brother, thou hast not done good save to one worthy of it, and thou shalt presently gather its fruitage." And he added, "But where am I now?" "Thou art in the city of Jerusalem," replied the stoker, whereupon Za al-Makan called to mind his strangerhood and remembered his separation from his sister and wept. Then he discovered his secret to the fireman and told him his story and began repeating. "In love they bore me further than my force would go, and for them made me suffer resurrection throe. Oh, have compassion, cruel, on this soul of mine which, since ye fared, is pitted by each envious foe, nor grudge the tender mercy of one passing glance my case to lighten, easing this excess of woe, quoth I heart, bear this loss in patience." Patience cried, "Take heed. No patience in such plight I'm wont to show." Then he redoubled his weeping, and the fireman said to him, "Weep not, but rather praise Allah for safety and recovery." Asked Za al-Makan, "How far is it hence to Damascus?" Answered the other, 6 days' journey. Then quoth Za al-Makan, "Wilt thou send me thither?" "O my lord," quoth the stoker, "how can I allow thee to go alone, and thou a youth and a stranger to boot? If thou would journey to Damascus, I am one who will go with thee, and if my wife will listen to and obey me and accompany me, I will take up my abode there, for it is no light matter to part with thee." Then said he to his wife, "Wilt thou travel with me to Damascus of Syria, or wilt thou abide here, whilst I lead this my lord thither and return to thee? For he is bent upon going to Damascus of Syria, and, by Allah, it is hard to me to part with him, and I fear for him from highwaymen." Replied she, "I will go with you both," and he rejoined, "Praised be Allah for accord, and we have said the last word." Then he rose, and selling all his own goods and his wife's gear, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 55th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the fireman and his wife agreed with Za al-Makan to travel with him Damascus wards. Then the stoker sold his goods and his wife's gear and bought a camel and hired an ass for Za al-Makan, and they set out, and ceased not wayfaring for 6 days till they reached Damascus. And they arrived there towards eventide, when the fireman went forth and, as was his wont, bought some meat and drink. They had dwelt but 5 days in Damascus, when his wife sickened and, after a short illness, was translated to the mercy of Almighty Allah. Her death was a heavy matter to Za al-Makan, for he was grown used to her as she had tended him assiduously, and the fireman grieved for her with excessive grief. Presently the prince turned to the stoker and finding him mourning, said to him, "Grieve not, for at this gate we must all go in." Replied he, "Allah make will thy lot, O my son. Surely he will compensate us with his favors and cause our mourning to cease. What sayest thou, O my son, about our walking abroad to view Damascus and cheer thy spirits?" Replied Za al-Makan, "Thy will is mine." So the fireman arose and placed his hand in that of Za al-Makan, and the two walked on till they came to the stables of the viceroy of Damascus, where they found camels laden with chests and carpets and brocade stuffs, and horses ready saddled and Bactrian dromedaries, while Mamelukes and Negro slaves and folk in a hubbub were running to and fro. Quoth Za al-Makan, "I wonder to whom belong all these chattels and camels and stuffs." So he asked one of the eunuchs, "Whither this dispatching?" and he answered, "These are presents sent by the Emir of Damascus to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, with the tribute of Syria." Now when Zalmakan heard his father's name, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and he began repeating, O Yegan, from the gaze of these lidded Ain, yet whose sight in my spirit shall ever dwell. Your charms are gone, but this heart of me hath no sweet, and no pleasures its sour dispel. If Allah's grace make us meet again, in long-drawn love tale my love I'll tell. And when he had ended his verse, he wept, and the fireman said to him, O my son, we hardly believed that thy health had returned. 238 So take heart and do not weep, for I fear a relapse for thee. And he ceased not comforting and cheering him, whilst Zalmakan sighed and moaned over his strangerhood and separation from his sister and his family, and tears streamed from his eyes, and he recited these couplets: Get thee provant in this world ere thou wend upon thy way, and know how surely death descends thy life lot to waylay. All thy worldly goods are pride and the painfullest repine, all thy worldly life is vexing of thy soul in vain display. Say, is not worldly one like a wanderer's place of rest, where at night he knacks 239 his camels and moves off at dawn of day? And he continued to weep and wail over his separation, whilst the fireman also bewept the loss of his wife, yet ceased not to comfort Zalmakan till morning dawned. When the sun rose, he said to him, Meseemeth thou yearnest for thy native land? Yes, replied Zalmakan, and I can no longer tarry here, so I will commend thee to Allah's care and set out with these folk and journey with them, little by little, till I come to my motherland. Said the stoker, and I with thee, for of a truth I cannot bear to part with thee. I have done thee kindly service, and I mean to complete it by tending thee on thy travel. At this, Zalmakan rejoiced and said, Allah abundantly requite thee for me, and was pleased with the idea of their travelling together. The fireman at once went forth and bought another ass, selling the camel, and laid in his provant, and said to Zalmakan, This is for thee to ride by the way, and, when thou art weary of riding, thou canst dismount and walk. Said Zalmakan, May Allah bless thee and aid me to requite thee. For verily thou hast dealt with me more lovingly than one with his brother. Then he waited till it was dark night, when he laid the provisions and baggage on that ass and set forth upon their journey. This much befell Zalmakan and the fireman, but as regards what happened to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, when she left her brother in the khan where they abode and, wrapped in the old camlet, went out to seek service with some one, that she might earn wherewithal to buy him the roast meat he longed for, she fared on, weeping and knowing not whither to go, whilst her mind was occupied with thoughts of her brother and of her family and her native land. So she implored Allah Almighty to do away with these calamities from them, and began verifying dark falls the night, and passion comes sore pains to gar me dree, and pine upstirs those ceaseless pangs which work my tormentry, and cease not separation flames my vitals to consume, and drives me on destruction way the sorrow's ecstasy, and longing breeds me restlessness, desire for ever fires, and tears to all proclaim what I would keep in secrecy. No cunning shift is known to me a meeting. To secure, that I may quit this sickly state, may cure my malady, the love which blazeth in my heart is fed with fancy fuel, the lover from its hell of fire must bear hell's agony. 240 O thou who blamest me for all befell me, 'tis enough, patient I bear whatever wrote the reed of doom for me, by love I swear I'll never be consoled, no, never more. I swear the oath of love's own slaves who know no perjury. O night, to chroniclers of love the news of me declare, that sleep hath fed mine eyelids, of thy knowledge witness bear. Then she walked on, weeping and turning right and left as she went, when behold, there espied her an old Badawi 241 who had come into the town from the desert with wild Arabs other 5. The old man took note of her and saw that she was lovely, but she had nothing on her head save a piece of camlet, and, marvelling at her beauty, he said to himself, This charmer dazzleth men's wits, but she is in squalid condition, and whether she be of the people of the city or she be a stranger, I needs must have her. So he followed her, little by little, till he met her face to face and stopped the way before her in a narrow lane, and called out to her, asking her case, and said, Tell me, O my little daughter, art thou a free woman or a slave? When she heard this, she said to him, By thy life, do not add to my sorrows. Quoth he, Allah hath blessed me with 6 daughters, of whom 5 died and only one is left me, the youngest of all, and I came to ask thee if thou be of the folk of the city or a stranger, that I might take thee and carry thee to her, to bear her company so as to divert her from pining for her sisters. If thou have no kith and kin, I will make thee as one of them, and thou and she shall be as my 2 children. Nuzhat al-Zaman bowed her head in bashfulness when she heard what he said and communed with herself, Haply I may trust myself to this old man. Then she said to him, O nuncle, I am a maiden of the Arabs and a stranger, and I have a sick brother, but I will go with thee to thy daughter on one condition, which is, that I may spend only the day with her and at night may return to my brother. If thou strike this bargain I will fare with thee, for I am a stranger and I was high in honor among my tribe, and I awoke one morning to find myself vile and abject. I came with my brother from the land of Al-Hijaz, and I fear lest he know not where I am. When the Badawi heard this, he said to himself, By Allah, I have got my desire. Then he turned to her and replied, There shall none be dearer to me than thou. I wish thee only to bear my daughter company by day, and thou shalt go to thy brother at earliest nightfall. Or, if thou wilt, bring him over to dwell with us. And the Badawi ceased not to console her heart and coax her, till she trusted in him and agreed to serve him. Then he walked on before her, and, when she followed him, he winked to his men to go in advance and harness the dromedaries and load them with their packs and place upon them water and provisions, ready for setting out as soon as he should come up with the camels. Now this Badawi was a base-born churl, a highway thief and a traitor to the friend he held most lief, a rogue in grain, past master of plots and chicane. He had no daughter and no son, and was only passing through the town when, by the decree of the decreer, he fell in with this unhappy one. And he ceased not to hold her in converse on the highway till they came without the city of Jerusalem, and, when outside, he joined his companions and found they had made ready the dromedaries. So the Badawi mounted a camel, having seated Nuzhat al-Zaman behind him, and they rode on all night. Then she knew that the Badawi's proposal was a snare and that he had tricked her, and she continued weeping and crying out the whole night long, while they journeyed on making for the mountains, in fear any should see them. Now when it was near dawn, they dismounted from their dromedaries, and the Badawi came up to Nuzhat al-Zaman and said to her, O city strumpet, what is this weeping? By Allah, and thou hold not thy peace, I will beat thee to death, O thou town filth. When she heard this she loathed life and longed for death, so she turned to him and said, O accursed old man, O greybeard of hell, how have I trusted thee, and thou hast played me false, and now thou wouldst torture me. When he heard her reply he cried out, O lazy baggage, dost thou dare to bandy words with me? And he stood up to her and beat her with a whip, saying, An thou hold not thy peace, I will kill thee. So she was silent a while, then she called to mind her brother and the happy estate she had been in, and she shed tears secretly. Next day, she turned to the Badawi and said to him, How couldst thou play me this trick and lure me into these bald and stony mountains, and what is thy design with me? When he heard her words he hardened his heart and said to her, O lazy baggage of ill omen and insolent! Wilt thou bandy words with me? And he took the whip and came down with it on her back till she felt faint. Then she bowed down over his feet and kissed 240 to them, and he left beating her and began reviling her and said, by the rights of my bonnet 243, if I see or hear thee weeping, I will cut out thy tongue and stuff it up thy coint, O thou city filth. So she was silent and made him no reply, for the beating pained her, but sat down with her arms round her knees and, bowing her head upon her collar, began to look into her case and her abasement after her lot of high honor, and the beating she had endured, and she called to mind her brother and his sickness and forlorn condition, and how they were both strangers in a far country, which drave her tears down her cheeks, and she wept silently and began repeating, time hath for his wont to appraise and debase, nor is lasting condition for human race, in this world each thing hath appointed turn, nor may man transgress his determined place, how long these perils and woes? A woe for a life, all woeful in parlous case. Allah bless not the days which have laid me low I the world, with disgrace after so much grace. My wish is baffled, my hopes cast down, and distance forbids me to greet his face, O thou who passeth that dear one's door, save for me, these tears shall flow evermore. When she had finished her verses, the Badawi came up to her and, taking compassion on her, bespoke her kindly and wiped away her tears. Then he gave her a barley scone and said, I love not one who answereth at times when I am in wrath, so henceforth give me no more of these impertinent words, and I will sell thee to a good man like myself, who will do well with thee, even as I have done. Yes, whatso thou doest is right, answered she, and when the night was longsome upon her and hunger burnt her, she ate very little of that barley bread. In the middle of the night the Badawi gave orders for departure, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 56th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the Badawi gave the barley scone to Nuzhat al-Zaman and promised he would sell her to a good man like himself, she replied, Whatso thou doest is right, and, about midnight, when hunger burned her 244, she ate a very little of that barley bread, and the Badawi ordered his party to set out, so they loaded their loads and he mounted a camel, setting Nuzhat al-Zaman behind him. Then they journeyed and ceased not journeying for 3 days, till they entered the city of Damascus and alighted at the Sultan's Khan, hard by the Viceroy's gate. Now she had lost her color by grief and the fatigue of such travelling, and she ceased not to weep over her misfortunes. So the Badawi came up to her and said, O thou city filth, by the right of my bonnet, if thou leave not this weeping, I will sell thee to none but a Jew. Then he arose and took her by the hand and carried her to a chamber, and walked off to the bazaar, and he went round to the merchants who dealt in slave girls, and began to parley with them, saying, I have brought a slave girl whose brother fell ill, and I sent him to my people about Jerusalem, that they might tend him till he is cured. As for her, I want to sell her, but after the dog her brother fell sick, the separation from him was grievous to her, and since then she doth nothing but weep, and now I wish that whoso is minded to buy her of me speak softly to her and say, Thy brother is with me in Jerusalem ill, and I will be easy with him about her price. Then one of the merchants came up to him and asked, How old is she? He answered, She is a virgin, just come to marriageable age, and she is endowed with sense and breeding and wit and beauty and loveliness. But from the day I sent her brother to Jerusalem, her heart hath been yearning for him, so that her beauty is fallen away and her value lessened. Now when the merchant heard this, he set forth with the Badawi and said, O Sheikh 245 of the Arabs, I will go with thee and buy of thee this girl whom thou praisest so highly for wit and manners and beauty and loveliness, and I will pay thee her price, but it must be upon conditions which if thou accept, I will give thee ready money, and if thou accept not I will return her to thee. Quoth the Badawi, And thou wilt, take her up to the Sultan Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and condition me any conditions thou likest, for when thou hast brought her before King Sharkan, haply she will please him, and he will pay thee her price and a good profit for thyself to boot. Rejoined the merchant, It happens that I have just now something to ask from him, and it is this, that he write me an order upon the office, exempting me from custom dues, and also that he write me a letter of recommendation to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man. So if he take the girl, I will weigh 246 thee out her price at once. I agree with thee to this condition, answered the Badawi. So they returned together to the place where Nuzhat al-Zaman was, and the wild Arab stood at the chamber door and called out, saying, O Najiyah 247, which was the name wherewith he had named her. When she heard him, she wept and made no answer. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, There she sitteth, go to her and look at her and speak to her kindly as I enjoin thee. So the trader went up to her in courteous wise and saw that she was wondrous beautiful and lovable, especially as she knew the Arabic tongue, and he said to the Badawi, If she be even as thou saidest, I shall get of the Sultan what I will for her. Then he bespake her, Peace be on thee, my little maid. How art thou? She turned to him and replied, This also was registered in the book of destiny. Then she looked at him and, seeing him to be a man of respectable semblance with a handsome face, she said to herself, I believe this one cometh to buy me, and she continued, If I hold aloof from him, I shall abide with my tyrant and he will do me to death with beating. In any case, this person is handsome of face and maketh me hope for better treatment from him than from my brute of a Badawi. Maybe he cometh only to hear me talk, so I will give him a fair answer. All this while her eyes were fixed on the ground, then she raised them to him and said in a sweet voice, And upon thee be peace, O my Lord, and Allah's mercy and his benediction. 248 This is what is commanded of the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. As for thine inquiry how I am, if thou wouldst know my case, it is such as thou wouldst not wish but to thy foe. And she held her peace. When the merchant heard what she said, his fancy took wings for delight in her and, turning to the Badawi, he asked him, What is her price, for indeed she is noble. Thereupon the Badawi waxed angry and answered, Thou wilt turn me the girl's head with this talk. Why dost thou say that she is noble? 249 While she is of the scum of slave girls and of the refuse of folk. I will not sell her to thee. When the merchant heard this, he knew the man to be weak of wits and said to him, Calm thyself, for I will buy her of thee with these blemishes thou mentionest. And how much wilt thou give me for her? Inquired the Badawi. Replied the merchant, Name thy price for her, none should name the son save his sire. Rejoined the Badawi, None shall name it but thou thyself. Quoth the merchant to himself, This wildling is a Rudsby and a Maghati head. By Allah, I cannot tell her price, for she hath won my heart with her fair speech and good looks, and, if she can read and write, it will be complete fair luck to her and to her purchaser. But this Badawi does not know her worth. Then he turned and said to him, O Sheikh of the Arabs, I will give thee in ready money, clear of the tax and the Sultan's dues, 200 gold pieces. Now when the Badawi heard this, he flew into a violent rage and cried at the merchant, saying, Get up and go thy ways. By Allah, wert thou to offer me 200 dinars for the bit of camlet she weareth, I would not sell it to thee. And now I will not sell her, but will keep her by me, to pasture the camels and grind my grist. And he cried out to her, saying, Come here, thou stinkard. I will not sell thee. Then he turned to the merchant and said to him, I used to think thee a man of judgment, but, by the right of my bonnet, if thou be gone not from me, I will let thee hear what shall not please thee. Quoth the merchant to himself, Of a truth this Badawi is mad and knoweth not her value, and I will say no more to him about her price at the present time, for by Allah, were he a man of sense, he would not say by the rights of my bonnet. By the Almighty, she is worth the kingdom of the Chosroes, and I have not her price by me, but if he ask even more, I will give him what he will, though it be all my goods. Then he turned and said to him, O Sheikh of the Arabs, take patience, and calm thyself, and tell me what clothes she hath with thee. Cried the Badawi, and what hath the baggage to do with clothes? By Allah, this camlet in which she is wrapped is ample for her. With thy leave, said the merchant, I will unveil her face and examine her even as folk examine slave girls whom they think of buying. 250 replied the other, up and do what thou wilt, and Allah keep thy youth. Examine her outside and inside, and, if thou wilt, strip off her clothes and look at her when she is naked. Quoth the trader, Allah forfend. I will look at naught save her face. 251 Then he went up to her and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 57th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the merchant went up to Nuzhat al-Zaman and was put to shame by her beauty and loveliness, so he sat by her side and asked her, O my mistress, what is thy name? She answered, Dost thou ask what is my name this day, or what it was before this day? Thereupon the merchant inquired, Hast thou then two names, todays and yesterdays? Yes, replied she, my name in the past was Nuzhat al-Zaman, the delight of the age, but my name at this present is Gusset 252 al-Zaman, the despect of the age. When the merchant heard this, his eyes brimmed over with tears, and quoth he to her, Hast thou not a sick brother? I by Allah, O my lord, I have, quoth she, but fortune hath parted me and him, and he lieth sick in Jerusalem. The merchant's head was confounded at the sweetness of her speech, and he said to himself, Verily, the Badawi spake the truth of her. Then she called to mind her brother and his sickness and his strangerhood and her separation from him in his hour of weakness and her not knowing what had befallen him, and she thought of all that had happened to her with the Badawi and of her severance from her mother and father and native land, and the tears coursed down her cheeks, and fast as they started they dropped, and she began reciting, Allah, where'er thou be, his aid impart to thee, who distant dwellest in my heart. Allah be near thee howso far thou fare, ward off all shifts of time, all dangers thwart. Mine eyes are desolate for thy vanished sight, and start my tears on me, how fast they start. Would heaven I kenned what quarter or what land homes thee, and in what house and tribe thou art, and fount of life thou drain in greenth of rose, while drink I tear drops for my soul desart. And thou joy slumber in those hours, when I feel twixt my side and couch coals burning smart. All things were easy save to part from thee, for my sad heart this grief is hard to dree. When the merchant heard her verses, he wept and put out his hand to wipe away the tears from her cheeks, but she let down her veil over her face, saying, Heaven forbid, O my lord. 253 Then the Badawi, who was sitting at a little distance watching them, saw her cover her face from the merchant while about to wipe the tears from her cheeks, and he concluded that she would have hindered him from handling her, so he rose and running to her, dealt her, with the camel's halter he had in his hand, such a blow on the shoulders that she fell to the ground on her face. Her eyebrow struck a stone which cut it open, and the blood streamed down her cheeks, whereupon she screamed a loud scream and felt faint and wept bitterly. The merchant was moved to tears for her and said in himself, There is no help for it but that I buy this damsel, though at her weight in gold, and free her from this tyrant. And he began to revile the Badawi whilst Nuzhat al-Zaman lay insensible. When she came to herself, she wiped away the tears and blood from her face, and she bound up her head, then, raising her glance to heaven, she besought her lord with a sorrowful heart and began repeating, and pity one who erst in honor throve, and now is fallen into sore disgrace. She weeps and bathes her cheeks with railing tears, and asks what cure can meet this fatal case. When she had ended her verse, she turned to the merchant and said in an undertone, By the Almighty, do not leave me with a tyrant who knoweth not Allah the Most High. If I pass this night in his place, I shall kill myself with my own hand. Save me from him, so Allah save thee from Gehenna fire. Then quoth the merchant to the Badawi, O Sheikh of the Arabs, this slave is none of thine affair, so do thou sell her to me for what thou wilt. Take her, quoth the Badawi, and pay me down her price, or I will carry her back to the camp and there set her to feed the camels and gather their dung. 254 Said the merchant, I will give thee 50,000 dinars for her. Allah will open. 255 Replied the Badawi. 70,000, said the merchant. Allah will open, repeated the Badawi, this is not the capital spent upon her, for she hath eaten with me barley bread to the value of 90,000 gold pieces. The merchant rejoined, Thou and thine and all thy tribe in the length of your lives have not eaten 1,000 ducats worth of barley, but I will say thee one word, wherewith if thou be not satisfied, I will set the viceroy of Damascus on thee and he will take her from thee by force. The Badawi continued, Say on. 100,000, quoth the merchant. I have sold her to thee at that price, answered the Badawi, I shall be able to buy salt with her. The merchant laughed and, going to his lodgings, brought the money and put it into the hand of the Badawi, who took it and made off, saying to himself, Needs must I go to Jerusalem where, haply, I shall happen on her brother, and I will bring him here and sell him also. So he mounted and journeyed till he arrived at Jerusalem, where he went to the Khan and asked for Za al-Makan, but could not find him. Such was the case with him, but for what regards the merchant and Nuzhat al-Zaman, when he took her he threw some of his clothes over her and carried her to his lodgings, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 58th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the traitor saved Nuzhat al-Zaman from the Badawi and bore her to his lodgings and robed her in the richest raiment, he went down with her to the bazaar, where he bought her what ornaments she chose and put them in a satin bag, which he set before her, saying, All is for thee and I ask nothing of thee in return but that, when I lead thee to the Sultan, Viceroy of Damascus, thou acquaint him with the price I paid for thee, albeit it was little compared with thy value, and, if seeing thee he buy thee of me, thou tell him how I have dealt with thee and ask of him for me a royal patent, and a written recommendation wherewith I can repair to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad, to the intent that he may forbid the tax on my stuffs or any other goods in which I traffic. When she heard his words, she wept and sobbed, and the merchant said to her, O my lady, I observe that, every time I mention Baghdad, thine eyes are tearful, is there any one there whom thou lovest? If it be a traitor or the like, tell me, for I know all the merchants and so forth there, and, if thou wouldst send him a message, I will bear it for thee. Replied she, By Allah, I have no acquaintance among merchant folk and the like. I know none there but King Omar bin Nu'man, Lord of Baghdad. When the merchant heard her words, he laughed and rejoiced with exceeding joy and said in himself, By Allah, I have won my wish. Then he said to her, Hast thou been shown to him in time past? She answered, No, but I was brought up with his daughter and he holdeth me dear and I have high honor with him, so if thou wouldst have the king grant thee thy desire, give me ink case and paper and I will write thee a letter, and when thou reachest the city of Baghdad, do thou deliver it into the hand of King Omar bin al-Nu'man and say to him, Thy handmaid, Nuzhat al-Zaman, would have thee to know that the chances and changes of the nights and days have struck her as with a hammer, and have smitten her so that she hath been sold from place to place, and she sendeth thee her salams. And, if he ask further of her, say that I am now with the viceroy at Damascus. The merchant wondered at her eloquence, and his affection for her increased, and he said to her, I cannot but think that men have played upon thine understanding and sold thee for money. Tell me, dost thou know the Koran by heart? Yes, answered she, and I am also acquainted with philosophy and medicine and the prolegomena of science and the commentaries of Galen, the physician, on the canons of Hippocrates, and I have commented him, and I have read the Tajkara and have commented the Burhan, and I have studied the simples of Ibn Baitar, and I have something to say of the canon of Mecca, by Avicenna. I can re-riddles and can solve ambiguities, and discourse upon geometry and am skilled in anatomy. I have read the books of the Shafi'i 256 school and the traditions of the Prophet and syntax, and I can argue with the Olema and discourse of all manner learning. Moreover, I am skilled in logic and rhetoric and arithmetic and the making of talismans and almanacs, and I know thoroughly the spiritual sciences 257 and the times appointed for religious duties, and I understand all these branches of knowledge. Then quoth she to the merchant, Bring me ink case and paper, that I write thee a letter which shall aid thee on thy journey to Baghdad and enable thee to do without passports. Now when the merchant heard this, he cried out, Brava! Brava! 258 Then O happy he in whose palace thou shalt be. Thereupon he brought her paper and ink case and a pen of brass and bussed the earth before her face to do her honor. She took a sheet and handled the reed and wrote therewith these verses, I see all power of sleep from eyes of me hath flown, say, did thy parting teach these ain on wake to one? What makes thy memory light such burnings in my heart? Hath every lover strength such memories to own? How sweet the big dropped cloud which rained on summer day, 'tis gone, and ere I taste its sweets afar 'tis flown. I pray the wind with windy breath to bring some news from thee, to lover white I love so woe begone, complains to thee a lover of all hope forlorn, for parting pangs can break not only heart but stone. And when she had ended writing the verses she continued, These words are from her who saith that melancholy destroyeth her and that watching wasteth her, in the murk of whose night is found no light, and darkness and day are the same in her sight. She tosseth on the couch of separation and her eyes are blackened with the pencils of sleeplessness, she watcheth the stars arise and into the gloom she strains her eyes, verily, sadness and leanness have consumed her strength and the setting forth of her case would run to length. No helper hath she but tears, and she reciteth these verses, no ring-dove moans from home on branch in morning light, but shakes my very frame with sorrow's killing might. No lover sigheth for his love or gladdeth heart to meet his mate, but breeds in me redoubled blight. I bear my plaint to one who has no ruth for me, ah me, how love can part man's mortal frame and sprite. Then her eyes welled over with tears, and she wrote also these two couplets, Love smote my frame so sore on parting day, that severance severed sleep and eyes, for I waxed so lean that I am still a man, but for my speaking, thou wouldst never say. Then she shed tears and wrote at the foot of the sheet, This cometh from her who is far from her folk and her native land, the sorrowful-hearted woman Nuzhat al-Zaman. In fine, she folded the sheet and gave it to the merchant, who took it and kissed it and understood its contents and exclaimed, Glory to him who fashioned thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 59th night, she said, It reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman wrote the letter and gave it to the merchant, and he took it and read it and understood the contents and exclaimed, Glory to him who fashioned thee. Then he redoubled his kindness and made himself pleasant to her all that day, and when night came, he sallied out to the bazaar and bought some food, wherewith he fed her, after which he carried her to the hammam and said to the bath woman, as soon as thou hast made an end of washing her head, dress her and send and let me know of it. And she replied, hearing is obeying. Meanwhile he fetched food and fruit and wax candles and set them on the bench in the outer room of the bath, and when the tire woman had done washing her, she dressed her and led her out of the bath and seated her on the bench. Then she sent to tell the merchant, and Nuzhat al-Zaman went forth to the outer room, where she found the tray spread with food and fruit. So she ate and the tire woman with her, and gave the rest to the people and keeper of the bath. Then she slept till the morning, and the merchant lay the night in a place apart from her. When he aroused himself from sleep he came to her and waking her, presented her with a shift of fine stuff and a head-kerchief worth 1,000 dinars, a suit of Turkish embroidery and walking boots purfled with red gold and set with pearls and gems. Moreover, he hung in each of her ears a circlet of gold with a fine pearl therein, worth 1,000 dinars, and threw round her neck a collar of gold with bosses of garnet and a chain of amber beads that hung down between her breasts over her navel. Now to this chain were attached 10 balls and 9 crescents, and each crescent had in its midst a bezel of ruby, and each ball a bezel of balas. The value of the chain was 3,000 dinars and each of the balls was priced at 20,000 dirhams, so that the dress she wore was worth in all a great sum of money. When she had put these on, the merchant bade her adorn herself, and she adorned herself to the utmost beauty, then she let fall her fillet over her eyes and she fared forth with the merchant preceding her. But when folk saw her, all wondered at her beauty and exclaimed, "Blessed be Allah, the most excellent Creator! O lucky the man in whose house she shall be!" And the trader ceased not walking, and she behind him, till they entered the palace of Sultan Sharkan, when he sought an audience and, kissing the earth between his hands, said, "O auspicious king, I have brought thee a rare gift, unmatched in this time and richly gifted with beauty and with good qualities." Quoth the king, "Let me see it." So the merchant went out and brought her, she following him till he made her stand before King Sharkan. When he beheld her, blood yearned to blood, though she had been parted from him in childhood and though he had never seen her, having only heard a long time after her birth that he had a sister called Nuzhat al-Zaman and a brother Za al-Makan, he having been jealous of them, because of the succession. And such was the cause of his knowing little about them. Then, having placed her before the presence, the merchant said, "O king of the age, besides being peerless in her time for beauty and loveliness, she is also versed in all learning, sacred and profane, including the art of government and the abstract sciences." Quoth the king to the trader, "Take her price, according as thou boughtest her, and go thy ways." "I hear and I obey," replied the merchant, "but first write me a patent, exempting me forever from paying tithe on my merchandise." Said the king, "I will do this, but first tell me what price thou paidest for her." Said the merchant, "I bought her for 100,000 dinars, and her clothes cost me another 100,000. When the Sultan heard these words, he declared, "I will give thee a higher price than this for her," and, calling his treasurer, said to him, "Pay this merchant 320,000 ducats, so will he have 120,000 dinars profit." Thereupon the Sultan summoned the 4 Qazis and paid him the money in their presence, and then he said, "I call you to witness that I free this my slave girl and purpose to marry her." So the Qazis wrote out the deed of emancipation and the contract of marriage, when the Sultan scattered much gold on the heads of those present, and the pages and the eunuchs picked up this largesse. Then, after paying him his monies, Sharkan bade them write for the merchant a perpetual patent, exempting him from toll, tax, or tithe upon his merchandise and forbidding each and every in all his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed on him a splendid dress of honor. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the full 60th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Sharkan bade them write for the merchant a mandate, after paying him his monies, and they wrote a perpetual patent, exempting him from the tithe upon his merchandise and forbidding any in his government to molest him, and lastly bestowed upon him a splendid dress of honor. Then all about him retired, and none remained save the Qazis and the merchant, whereupon said he to the judges, I wish you to hear such discourse from this damsel as may prove her knowledge and accomplishments in all claimed for her by this traitor, that we ascertain the truth of his assertions. They answered, There is no evil in that, and he commanded the curtain to be let down between him and those with him and the maiden and those with her, and the women about the damsel behind the curtains began to wish her joy and kiss her hands and feet, when they learned that she was become the king's wife. Then they came round her and took off her dresses, easing her of the weight of her clothes, and began to look upon her beauty and loveliness. Presently the wives of the emirs and wazirs heard that King Sharkan had bought a handmaiden unmatched for her beauty and learning and philosophy and account keeping, and versed in all branches of knowledge, that he had paid for her 320,000 dinars, and that he had set her free and had written a marriage contract with her and had summoned the 4 Qazis to make trial of her, how she would answer all their questions and hold disputation with them. So they asked leave of their husbands and repaired to the palace wherein was Nuzhat al-Zaman. When they came in to her, they found the eunuchs standing before her, and, as soon as she saw the wives of the emirs and wazirs and grandees of the realm coming to call upon her, she arose to them on her feet and met them with courtesy, her handmaidens standing behind her, and she received them saying, Ye be welcome. The while she smiled in their faces so as to win their hearts, and she promised them all manner of good and seated them in their proper stations, as if she had been brought up with them, so all wondered at her beauty and loveliness and said to one another, This damsel is none other than a queen, the daughter of a king. Then they sat down, magnifying her worth, and said to her, O our lady, this our city is illumined by thee, and our country and abode and birthplace and reign are honored by thy presence. The kingdom indeed is thy kingdom and the palace is thy palace, and we all are thy handmaids, so, by Allah, do not shut us out from thy favors and from the sight of thy beauty. And she thanked them for this. All this while the curtains were let down between Nuzhat al-Zaman and the women with her, on the one side, and King Sharkan and the 4 Qazis and the merchant seated by him on the other. Presently King Sharkan called to her and said, O Queen, the glory of thine age, this merchant hath described thee as being learned and accomplished, and he claimeth that thou art skilled in all branches of knowledge, even to astrology, so let us hear something of all this he hath mentioned, and favor us with a short discourse on such subjects. She replied, saying, O King, to hear is to obey. 259 The first subjects whereof I will treat are the art of government and the duties of kings and what behoveth governors of commandments according to religious law, and what is incumbent on them in respect of satisfactory speech and manners. Know then, O King, that all men's works tend either to religious or to laical life, for none attaineth to religion save through this world, because it is the best road to futurity. Now the works of this world are not ordered save by the doings of its people, and men's doings are divided into 4 divisions, government, commerce, husbandry, and craftsmanship. Now government requireth perfect administration with just and true judgment, for government is the pivot of the edifice of the world, which world is the road to futurity, since Allah Almighty hath made the world for his servants as viaticum to the traveller for the attainment of his goal, and it befitteth each man that he receive of it such measure as shall bring him to Allah, and that he follow not herein his own mind and his individual lust. If folk would take of worldly goods with justice and equity, all cause of contention would be cut off, but they take thereof with violence and after their own desires, and their persistence therein giveth rise to contentions, so they have need of the Sultan, that he do justice between them and order their affairs, and, if the king restrain not his folk from one another, the strong will drive the weak to the wall. Hence Ardashir 260 saith, religion and kingship be twins, religion is a hidden treasure and the king is its keeper, and the divine ordinances and men's intelligence point out that it behoveth the people to adopt a sultan who shall withhold oppressor from oppressed and do the weak justice against the strong and restrain the violence of the proud and the rebels against rule. For know, O king, that according to the measure of the sultan's good morals, even so will be the time, as saith the apostle of Allah, on whom be peace and salvation, there be two classes who, if they be good, the people will be good, and if they be bad, the people will be bad, even the Olema and the Emirs. And it is said by a certain sage there be three kinds of kings, the king of the faith, the king who protecteth things to which reverence is due, and the king of his own lusts. The king of the faith obligeth his subjects to follow their faith, and it behoveth he be the most faithful. 261 For it is by him that they take pattern in the things of the faith, and it becometh the folk to obey him in whatso he commandeth according to divine ordinance, but he shall hold the discontented in the same esteem as the contented, because of submission to the decrees of destiny. As for the king who protecteth things to be reverenced, he upholdeth the things of the faith and of the world and compelleth his folk to follow the divine law and to preserve the rights of humanity, and it fitteth him to unite pen and sword, for whoso declineth from what pen hath written, his feet slip and the king shall rectify his error with the sharp sword and read his justice over all mankind. As for the king of his own lusts, he hath no religion but the following his desire and, as he feareth not the wrath of his Lord who set him on the throne, so his kingdom inclineth to deposition and the end of his pride is in the house of perdition. And sages say, the king hath need of many people, but the people have need of but one king, wherefore it beseemeth that he be well acquainted with their natures, that he reduce their discord to concord, that with his justice he encompass them all and with his bounties overwhelm them all. And know, O king, that Ardashir, styled Jamrashadid, or the live coal, third of the kings of Persia, conquered the whole world and divided it into 4 divisions and, for this purpose, gat for himself 4 seal rings, one for each division. The first seal was that of the sea and the police of prohibition and on it was written, alternatives. The second was the seal of tribute and of the receipt of monies, and on it was written, building up. The third was the seal of the provisioning department and on it was written, plenty. The fourth was the seal of the oppressed, and on it was written, justice. And these usages remained valid in Persia until the revelation of al-Islam. Chosroes also wrote his son, who was with the army, be not thou too open-handed with thy troops, or they will be too rich to need thee. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 61st night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Chosroes wrote his son, be not thou too open-handed with thy troops, or they will be too rich to need thee, nor be thou niggardly with them, or they will murmur against thee. Give thy giving deliberately and confer thy favors advisedly, open thy hand to them in time of success and stint them not in time of distress. There is a legend that a desert Arab came once to the Caliph al-Mansur 262 and said, starve thy dog and he shall follow thee. When the Caliph heard his words, he was enraged with the Arab, but Abu el-Abbas of Tus said to him, I fear that if some other than thou should show him a scone, the dog would follow him and leave thee alone. Thereupon the Caliph al-Mansur's wrath subsided and he knew that the wild Arab had intended no offense and ordered him a present. And know, O king, that Abd al-Malik bin Marwan wrote to his brother Abd al-Aziz, when he dispatched him to Egypt, as follows: pay heed to thy secretaries and thy chamberlains, for the secretaries will acquaint thee with established matters and the chamberlains with matters of official ceremony, whilst thine expenditure will make thy troops known to thee. Omar bin al-Khattab 263, whom Allah accept, when engaging a servant was in the habit of conditioning him with 4 conditions, the first that he should not ride the baggage beasts, the second that he should not wear fine clothes, the third that he should not eat of the spoil, and the fourth that he should not put off praying till after the proper period. It is said that there is no wealth more profitable than understanding, and there is no understanding like common sense and prudence, and there is no prudence like piety, that there is no means of drawing near to God like good morals, no measure like good breeding, no traffic like good works, and no profit like earning the divine favor, that there is no temperance like standing within the limits of the law, no science like that of meditation, no worship like obeying the divine commands, no faith like modesty, no calculation like self-abasement, and no honor like knowledge. So guard the head and what it containeth, and the belly and what it compriseth, and think of death and doom ere it ariseth. Saith Ali, whose face Allah honor, beware of the wickedness of women and be on thy guard against them, consult them not in aught. 264 But grudge not complaisance to them, lest they greed for intrigue. And eke quoth he, whoso leaveth the path of moderation his wits become perplexed, and there be rules for this which we will mention, if it be Allah's will. And Omar, whom Allah accept, saith, there are three kinds of women, firstly the true believing, heaven-fearing, love-full, and fruitful, who helpeth her mate against fate, not helping fate against her mate, secondly, she who loveth her children but no more, and, lastly, she who is a shackle Allah setteth on the neck of whom he will. Men be also three, the wise when he exerciseth his own judgment, the wiser who, when befalleth somewhat whereof he knoweth not the issue, seeketh folk of good counsel and acteth by their advice, and the unwise irresolute, ignoring the right way nor heeding those who would guide him straight. Justice is indispensable in all things, even slave girls have need of justice, and men quote as an instance highway robbers who live by violenting mankind, for did they not deal equitably among themselves and observe justice in dividing their booty, their order would fall to pieces. 265 In short, for the rest, the prince of noble qualities is beneficence cum benevolence, and how excellent is the saying of the poet, by open hand and ruth the youth rose to his tribe's command, go and do. Likewise for the same were easy task to thee. And quoth another, in ruth and mildness surety lies, and mercy wins respect, and truth is best asylum for the man of soothfast soul, whoso for wealth of gold would win and wear the world's good word, on glory's course must ever be the first to gain the goal. And Nuzhat al-Zaman discoursed upon the policy of kings till the bystanders said, never have we seen one reason of rule and government like this damsel. Haply she will let us hear some discourse upon subject other than this. When she heard their words and understood them, she said, as for the chapter of good breeding, it is wide of comprehension, being a compend of things perfect. Now it so happened that one day there came to the Caliph Muawiyah 266 one of his companions, who mentioned the people of Iraq and the goodness of their wit, and the Caliph's wife Maysun, mother of Yazid, heard his words. So, when he was gone, she said to the Caliph, O Prince of the Faithful, I would thou let some of the people of Iraq come in and talk to thee, that I may hear their discourse. Therewith Muawiyah said to his attendants, see who is at the door? And they answered, the Banu Tamim. Let them come in, said he. So they came in, and with them Alanaf son of Qays 267. Then quoth Muawiyah, enter, O Abu Bakr, and drew a curtain between himself and Maysun, that she might hear what they said without being seen herself. Then he said to Alanaf, O son of the sea, draw near and tell me what counsel thou hast for me. Quoth Alanaf, part thy hair and trim thy mustachio and pare thy nails and pluck thine armpits and shave thy pubes. 268 And ever use the tooth stick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the guslo or complete ablution on Friday, as an expiation for all between the Fridays. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 62nd night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Anaf ben Kays replied to al-Muawiyah's 269 question, and ever use the tooth stick, because therein be 72 virtues, and make the complete Friday ablution as an expiation for all between the 2 Fridays. Quoth Muawiyah, what is thy counsel to thyself? To set my feet firmly on the ground, to move them deliberately and watch over them with mine eyes. How dost thou order thyself when thou goest into one not of the nobles of thy tribe? I lower mine eyes modestly and I salute first, I avoid what concerneth me not and I spare my words. And how when thou goest into thine equals? I give ear to them when they speak and I do not assail them when they err. When thou goest into thy chiefs, I salute without making any sign and await the reply. If they bid me draw near, I draw near, and if they draw off from me I withdraw. How dost thou with thy wife? Quoth Anaf, excuse me from answering this, O commander of the faithful, but Muawiyah cried, I conjure thee inform me. He said, I entreat her kindly and show her familiarity and am large in expenditure, for woman was created of a crooked rib. 270 And how dost thou when thou hast a mind to lie with her? I bid her perfume herself and kiss her till she is moved to desire, then, should it be as thou knowest 271 I throw her on her back. If the seed abide in her womb I say O Allah make it blessed and let it not be a wastrel, but fashion it into the best of fashions. 272 Then I rise from her to ablution and first I pour water over my hands and then over my body and lastly, I praise Allah for the joy He hath given me. Said Muawiyah, Thou hast answered right well and now tell me what be thy requirements. Said Anaf, I would have thee rule thy subjects in the fear of Allah and do even-handed justice between them. Thereupon Anaf rose to his feet and left the caliph's presence, and when he had gone my son said, Were there but this man in Iraq, he would suffice to it. Then continued Nuzhat al-Zaman, and all this is a section of the chapter of good breeding, and know O king, that Muwaqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 63rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued, Know, O king, that Muwaqib was intendant of the public treasury during the caliphate of Omar bin al-Khattab, and it so befell him that he saw Omar's son and gave him a dirham out of the treasury. Thereupon, quoth Muwaqib, I returned to my own house, and while I was sitting there behold, a messenger came to me from Omar and I was afraid and went to him, and when I came into his presence, in his hand was the dirham I had given his son. He said to me, Woe to thee, Muwaqib! I have found somewhat concerning thy soul. I asked, And what is that? And he answered, It is that thou hast shown thyself a foe to the followers of Mohammed, on whom be peace and salvation, in the matter of this dirham, and thou wilt have to account for it on resurrection day 273. And Omar also wrote a letter to Abu Musa al-Ash'ari 274 as follows: When these presents reach thee, give the people what is theirs and remit to me the rest. And he did so. Now when Othman succeeded to the caliphate, he wrote a like letter to Abu Musa, who did his bidding and sent him the tribute accordingly, and with it came Ziyad 275. And when Ziyad laid the tribute before Othman, the caliph's son came in and took a dirham, whereupon Ziyad shed tears. Othman asked, Why weepest thou? And Ziyad answered, I once brought Omar bin al-Khattab the like of this and his son took a dirham, whereupon Omar bade snatch it from his hand. Now thy son hath taken of the tribute, yet I have seen none say aught to him or snatch the money from him. Then Othman 276 cried, And where wilt thou find the like of Omar? Again Zayd bin Aslam relates of his father that he said, I went out one night with Omar till we approached a blazing fire. Quoth Omar, O Aslam, I think these must be travelers who are suffering from the cold. Come, let us join them. So we walked on till we came to them, and behold, we found a woman who had lighted a fire under a cauldron, and by her side were two children, both a wailing. Said Omar, Peace be with you, O folk of light, for it was repugnant to him to say folk of fire, 277 What aileth you? Said she, The cold and the night trouble us. He asked, What aileth these little people that they weep? And she answered, They are hungry. He inquired, And what is in this cauldron? And she replied, It is what I quiet them withal, and Allah will question Omar bin al-Khattab of them, on the day of doom. He said, And what should Omar know of their case? Why then, rejoined she, should he manage people's affairs and yet be unmindful of them? Thereupon Omar turned to me, continued Aslam, and cried, Come with us. So we set off running till we reached the pay department of his treasury, where he took out a sack containing flour and a pot holding fat, and said to me, Load these on my back. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, I will carry them for thee. He rejoined, Wilt thou bear my load for me on the day of resurrection? So I put the things on his back, and we set off, running, till we threw down the sack hard by her. Then he took out some of the flour and put it in the cauldron, and, saying to the woman, Leave it to me, he began blowing the fire under the cauldron. Now he was a long-bearded man 278, and I saw the smoke issuing from between the hairs of his beard till the flour was cooked, when he took some of the fat and threw it in, and said to the woman, Feed them while I cool it for them. So they fell to eating till they had eaten their fill, and he left the rest with her. Then he turned to me and said, O Aslam, I see it was indeed hunger made them weep, and I am glad I did not go away ere I found out the cause of the light I saw. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 64th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued, It is related that Omar passed by a flock of sheep, kept by a Mameluke, and asked him to sell him a sheep. He answered, They are not mine. Thou art the man I sought, said Omar, and bought him and freed him, whereupon the slave exclaimed, O Allah, as thou hast bestowed on me the lesser emancipation, so vouchsafe me the greater. 279 It is also said that Omar bin al-Khattab was wont to give his servants sweet milk and himself eat coarse fare, and to clothe them softly and himself wear rough garments. He rendered unto all men their due, and exceeded in his giving to them. He once gave a man 4,000 dirhams and added thereto 1,000, wherefore it was said to him, Why dost thou not increase to thy son as thou increasest to this man? He answered, This man's father stood firm at the battle day of Ohad. 280 Al-Hasan relates that Omar once came back from foray with much money, and that Hafsa 281 approached him and said, O Commander of the Faithful, the due of kinship. O Hafsa, replied he, Verily Allah hath enjoined us to satisfy the dues of kinship, but not with the monies of the true believers. Indeed, thou pleasest thy family, but thou angerest thy father. And she went away trailing her skirts. 282 The son of Omar said, I implored the Lord to show me my father 1 year after his death, till at last I saw him wiping the sweat from his brow, and asked him, How is it with thee, O my father? He answered, But for my Lord's mercy thy father surely had perished. Then said Nuzhat al-Zaman, Hear, O auspicious king, the second division of the first chapter of the instances of the followers of the Apostle and other holy men. Seth al-Hasan al-Basri 283 Not a soul of the sons of Adam goeth forth of the world without regretting three things: failure to enjoy what he hath amassed, failure to compass what he hoped, failure to provide himself with sufficient viaticum for that whereto he goeth. 284 It was said to Sufyan 285 Can a man be a religious and yet possess wealth? He replied, Yes, so he be patient when grieved and be thankful when he hath received. Abdullah bin Shaddad, being about to die, sent for his son Mohammed and admonished him, saying, O my son, I see the summoner of death summoning me, and so I charge thee to fear Allah both in public and private, to praise Allah and to be soothfast in thy speech, for such praise bringeth increase of prosperity, and piety in itself is the best of provision for the next world, even as saith one of the poets I see not happiness lies in gathering gold, the man most pious is man happiest, in truth. The fear of God is best of stores, and God shall make the pious choicely blessed. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman, let the king also give ear to these notes from the second section of the first chapter. He asked her what be they, and she answered, when Omar bin Abd al-Aziz 286 succeeded to the caliphate, he went to his household and laying hands on all that was in their hold, put it into the public treasury. So the Banu Umayyah flew for aid to his father's sister, Fatima, daughter of Marwan, and she sent to him saying, I must needs speak to thee. So she came to him by night and, when he had made her alight from her beast and sit down, he said to her, O aunt, it is for thee to speak first, since thou hast something to ask, tell me then what thou wouldst with me. Replied she, O Commander of the Faithful, it is thine to speak first, for thy judgment perceiveth that which is hidden from the intelligence of others. Then said Omar, of a verity Allah Almighty sent Mohammed as a blessing to some and a bane to others, and he elected for him those with him, and commissioned him as his apostle and took him to himself, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 65th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued thus, said Omar, Verily Allah commissioned as his apostle Mohammed, upon whom be the benediction of Allah and his salvation, for a blessing to some and a bane to others, and he elected for him those with him and took him to himself, leaving the people a stream whereof they might drink. After him Abu Bakr 287 the truth-teller became caliph and he left the river as it was, doing what was pleasing to Allah. Then arose Omar and worked a work and strove in holy war and strife whereof none might do the like. But when Uthman arose to power he diverted a streamlet from the stream, and Muawiyah in his turn diverted from it several streamlets, and without ceasing in like manner, Yazid and the Banu Marwan such as Abd al-Malik and Walid and Sulayman 288 drew away water from the stream, and the main course dried up, till rule devolved upon me, and now I am minded to restore the stream to its normal condition. When Fatima heard this, she said, I came wishing only to speak and confer with thee, but if this be thy word, I have nothing to say to thee. Then she returned to the Umayyads and said to them, Now take ye the consequences of your act when ye allied yourselves by marriage with Omar bin al-Khattab 289. And it is also said that when Omar was about to die, he gathered his children round him, and Maslama 290 bin Abd al-Malik said to him, O Prince of the Faithful, how wilt thou leave thy children paupers and thou their protector? None can hinder thee in thy lifetime from giving them what will suffice them out of the treasury, and this indeed were better than leaving the good work to him who shall rule after thee. Omar looked at him with a look of wrath and wonder and presently replied, O Maslama, I have defended them from this sin all the days of my life, and shall I make them miserable after my death? Of a truth my sons are like other men, either obedient to Almighty Allah who will prosper them, or disobedient and I will not help them in their disobedience. Know, O Maslama, that I was present, even as thou, when such an one of the sons of Marwan was buried, and I fell asleep by him and saw him in a dream given over to one of the punishments of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory. This terrified me and made me tremble, and I vowed to Allah, that if ever I came to power, I would not do such deeds as the dead man had done. I have striven to fulfill this vow all the length of my life, and I hope to die in the mercy of my Lord. Quoth Maslamah, a certain man died and I was present at his burial, and when all was over I fell asleep and I saw him as a sleeper seeth a dream, walking in a garden of flowing waters clad in white clothes. He came up to me and said, O Maslamah, it is for the like of this that rulers should rule. Many are the instances of this kind, and quoth one of the men of authority, I used to milk the ewes in the caliphate of Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, and one day I met a shepherd, among whose sheep I saw a wolf or wolves. I thought them to be dogs, for I had never before seen wolves, so I asked, What dost thou with these dogs? They are not dogs, but wolves, answered the shepherd. Quoth I, Can wolves be with sheep and not hurt them? Quoth he, When the head is whole, the body is whole. 291 Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once preached from a pulpit of clay and, after praising and glorifying Allah Almighty, said three words as follows, O folk, make clean your inmost hearts, that your outward lives may be clean to your brethren, and abstain ye from the things of the world. Know that between us and Adam there is no one man alive among the dead. Dead are Abd al-Malik and those who forewent him, and Omar also shall die and those who forewent him. Asked Maslamah, O Commander of the Faithful, and we set a pillow behind thee, wilt thou lean on it a little while? But Omar answered, I fear lest it be a fault about my neck on resurrection day. Then he gasped with the death rattle and fell back in a faint, whereupon Fatima cried out, saying, Ho, Maryam! Ho, Muzahim! 292 Ho, such an one! Look to this man. And she began to pour water on him weeping, till he revived from his swoon, and, seeing her in tears said to her, What causeth thee to weep, O Fatima? She replied, O Commander of the Faithful, I saw thee lying prostrate before us and thought of thy prostration in death before Almighty Allah, of thy departure from the world and of thy separation from us. This is what made me weep. Answered he, Enough, O Fatima, for indeed thou exceedest. Then he would have risen, but fell down, and Fatima strained him to her and said, Thou art to me as my father and my mother, O Commander of the Faithful. We cannot speak to thee, all of us. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman to her brother Sharkan and the four Qazis, here endeth the second section of the first chapter. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 66th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman said to her brother Sharkan and the four Qazis, here endeth the second section of the first chapter. And it so happened that Omar bin Abd al-Aziz wrote to the people of the festival at Mecca as follows, I call Allah to witness, in the holy month, in the holy city and on the day of the greater pilgrimage 293 that I am innocent of your oppression and of his wrongs that doth wrong you, in that I have neither commanded this nor purposed it, neither hath any report of aught thereof hitherto reached me, nor have I compassed any knowledge thereof, and I trust that a cause for pardon will be found. In that none hath authority from me to oppress any man, for I shall assuredly be questioned concerning every one oppressed. And if any of my officers swerve from the right and act otherwise than the Holy Book and the traditions of the Apostle do authorize, obey him not so that he may return to the way of righteousness. He said also, Allah accept of him, I do not wish to be relieved from death, because it is the supreme thing for which the true believer is rewarded. Quoth one of authority, I went to the Prince of the Faithful, Omar bin Abd al-Aziz, who was then Caliph, and saw before him 12 dirhams, which he ordered for deposit in the public treasury. So I said to him, O Commander of the Faithful, thou impoverishest thy children and reducest them to beggary, having nothing whereon to live. And thou wouldst appoint somewhat by will to them and to those who are poor of the people of thy house, it were well. Draw near to me, answered he. So I drew near to him, and he said, Now as for thy saying, thou beggarest thy children, provide for them and for the poor of thy household, it is without reason, for Allah of a truth will replace me to my children and to the poor of my house, and he will be their guardian. Verily, they are like other men, he who feareth Allah, right soon will Allah provide for him a happy issue, and he that is addicted to sins, I will not uphold him in his sin against Allah. Then he summoned his sons who numbered 12, and when he beheld them his eyes dropped tears, and presently he said to them, Your father is between two things, either ye will be well to do, and your parent will enter the fire, or ye will be poor and your parent will enter paradise, and your father's entry into paradise is liefer to him than that ye should be well to do. 294 So arise and go, Allah be your helper, for to him I commit your affair. Khalid bin Safwan 295 said, Yusuf bin Omar 296 accompanied me to Hisham bin Abd al-Malik 297, and as I met him he was coming forth with his kinsmen and attendants. He alighted and a tent was pitched for him. When the people had taken their seats, I came up to the side of the carpet whereon he sat reclining and looked at him, and, waiting till my eyes met his eyes, bespoke him thus, May Allah fulfill his bounty to thee, O Commander of the Faithful, I have an admonition for thee, which hath come down to us from the history of the kings preceding thee. At this, he sat up whenas he had been reclining and said to me, Bring what thou hast, O son of Safwan. Quoth I, O Commander of the Faithful, one of the kings before thee went forth in a time before this thy time, to this very country, and said to his companions, Saw ye ever any state like mine? And say me, hath such case been given to any man even as it hath been given unto me? Now there was with him a man of those who survived to bear testimony to truth, upholders of the right and wayfarers in its highway, and he said to him, O king, thou askest of a grave matter. Wilt thou give me leave to answer? Yes, replied the king. And the other said, Dost thou judge thy present state to be short-lasting or everlasting? It is temporary, replied the king. How then, rejoined the man, do I see thee exulting in that which thou wilt enjoy but a little while, and whereof thou wilt be questioned for a long while, and for the rendering an account whereof thou shalt be as a pledge which is pawned? Quoth the king, Whither shall I flee, and what must I seek for me? That thou abide in thy kingship, replied the other, or else robe thee in rags. 298 And apply thyself to obey Almighty Allah thy Lord until thine appointed hour. I will come to thee again at daybreak. Khalid bin Safwan further relates that the man knocked at the door at dawn, and behold, the king had put off his crown and resolved to become an anchorite, for the stress of his exhortation. When Hisham bin Abd al-Malik heard this, he wept till his beard was wet, and, bidding his rich apparel be put off, shut himself up in his palace. Then the grandees and dependants came to Khalid and said, What is this thou hast done with the Commander of the Faithful? Thou hast troubled his pleasure and disturbed his life. Then quoth Nuzhat al-Zaman, addressing herself to Sharkan, How many instances of admonition are there not in this chapter? Of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 67th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman continued, speaking to Sharkan, Know, O king, that in this chapter be so many instances of admonition that of a truth I cannot report all appertaining to this head in a single sitting, but, with length of days, O king of the age, all will be well. Then said the Qazis, O king, of a truth this damsel is the wonder of the world, and of our age the unique pearl. Never heard we her like in the length of time or in the length of our lives. And they called down blessings on the king and went away. Then Sharkan turned to his attendants and said, Begin yet to prepare the marriage festival and make ready food of all kinds. So they forthright did his bidding as regards the viands, and he commanded the wives of the emirs and wazirs and grandees depart not until the time of the wedding banquet and of the unveiling of the bride. Hardly came the period of afternoon prayer when the tables were spread with whatso heart can desire or eye can delight in of roast meats and geese and fowls, and the subjects ate till they were satisfied. Moreover, Sharkan had sent for all the singing women of Damascus and they were present, together with every slave girl of the king and of the notables who knew how to sing. And they went up to the palace in one body. When the evening came and darkness darkened, they lighted candles, right and left, from the gate of the citadel to that of the palace, and the emirs and wazirs and grandees marched past before King Sharkan, whilst the singers and the tire women took the damsel to dress and adorn her, but found she needed no adornment. Meantime King Sharkan went to the hammam and coming out, sat down on his seat of estate, whilst they paraded the bride before him in 7 different dresses, after which they eased her of the weight of her raiment and ornaments and gave such injunctions as are enjoined upon virgins on their wedding nights. Then Sharkan went in unto her and took her maidenhead 299 and she at once conceived by him and, when she announced it, he rejoiced with exceeding joy and commanded the savants to record the date of her conception. On the morrow he went forth and seated himself on his throne, and the high officers came in to him and gave him joy. Then he called his private secretary and bade him write a letter to his father, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, saying that he had bought him a damsel, who excels in learning and good breeding and who is mistress of all kinds of knowledge. Moreover he wrote, There is no help but that I send her to Baghdad to visit my brother Za al-Makan and my sister Nuzat al-Zaman. I have set her free and married her and she hath conceived by me. And he went on to praise her wit and salute his brother and sister together with the Wazir Dandan and all the emirs. Then he sealed the letter and dispatched it to his father by a post courier who was absent a whole month, after which time he returned with the answer and presented it in the presence. Sharkan took it and read as follows, after the usual Bismillah, This is from the afflicted distracted man, from him who hath lost his children and home by bane and ban, King Omar bin al-Nu'man, to his son Sharkan. Know that, since thy departure from me, the place is become contracted upon me, so that no longer I have power of patience nor can I keep my secret, and the cause thereof is as follows. It chanced that when I went forth to hunt and course Za al-Makan sought my leave to fare Hijaz wards, but I, fearing for him the shifts of fortune, forbade him therefrom until the next year or the year after. My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 68th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Omar bin al-Nu'man wrote in his letter, My absence while sporting and hunting endured for a whole month, and when I returned I found that thy brother and sister had taken somewhat of money and had set out with the pilgrim caravan for pilgrimage by stealth. When I knew this, the wide world narrowed on me, O my son. But I awaited the return of the caravan, hoping that haply they would come back with it. Accordingly, when the palmers appeared I asked concerning the twain, but they could give me no news of them, so I donned mourning for them, being heavy at heart, and in sleep I have no part and I am drowned in the tears of my eyes. Then he wrote in verse that pair in image quits me not one single hour, whom in my heart's most honorable place I keep, sans hope of their return I would not live 1 hour, without my dreams of them I ne'er would stretch me in sleep. The letter went on, and after the usual salutations to thee and thine, I command thee neglect no manner of seeking news of them, for indeed this is a shame to us. When Sharkan read the letter, he felt grief for his father and joy for the loss of his brother and sister. Then he took the missive and went in with it to Nuzhat al-Zaman, who knew not that he was her brother, nor he that she was his sister, albeit he often visited her both by night and by day, till the months were accomplished and she sat down on the stool of delivery. Allah made the childbirth easy to her and she bare a daughter, whereupon she sent for Sharkan, and seeing him she said to him, "This is thy daughter, name her as thou wilt." Quoth he, "It is usual to name children on the 7th day after birth." 300 Then he bent over the child to kiss it, and he saw, hung about its neck, a jewel, which he knew at once for one of those which Princess Abriza had brought from the land of the Greeks. Now when he saw the jewel hanging from his babe's neck he recognized it right well, his senses fled and wrath seized on him, his eyes rolled in rage, and he looked at Nuzhat al-Zaman and said to her, "Whence hadst thou this jewel, O slave girl?" When she heard this from Sharkan she replied, "I am thy lady, and the lady of all in thy palace. Art thou not ashamed to say to me, slave girl? I am a queen, daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man." Hearing this, he was seized with trembling and hung his head earthwards, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 69th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan heard these words, his heart fluttered and his color waxed yellow, and he was seized with trembling, and he hung his head earthwards, for he knew that she was his sister by the same father. Then he lost his senses, and, when he revived, he abode in amazement, but did not discover his identity to her, and asked, "O my lady, say, art thou in sooth the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man?" "Yes," answered she, and he continued, "Tell me the cause of thy leaving thy sire and of thy being sold for a slave." So she related to him all that had befallen her from beginning to end, how she had left her brother sick in the sanctified city, Jerusalem, and how the Badawi had kidnapped her and had sold her to the trader. When Sharkan heard this, he was certified of her being his sister on the sword side, and said to himself, "How can I have my sister to wife? By Allah, needs must I marry her to one of my chamberlains, and, if the thing get wind, I will declare that I divorced her before consummation and married her to my chief chamberlain." Then he raised his head and sighing said, "O Nuzhat al-Zaman, thou art my very sister, and I cry I take refuge with Allah from the sin whereinto we have fallen, for I am Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man." She looked at him and knew he spoke the truth, and, becoming as one demented, she wept and buffeted her face, exclaiming, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah. Verily have we fallen into mortal sin." 301 What shall I do, and what shall I say to my father and my mother when they ask me, Whence hadst thou thy daughter? Quoth Sharkan, "It were meetest that I marry thee to my chamberlain, and let thee bring up my daughter in his house, that none may know thou be my sister. This hath befallen us from Almighty Allah for a purpose of his own, and nothing shall cover us but thy marriage with this chamberlain, ere any know." Then he fell to comforting her and kissing her head, and she asked him, "What wilt thou call the girl?" "Call her Kuzia-Fakan," 302 answered he. Then he gave the mother in marriage to the chief chamberlain, and transferred her to his house with the child, which they reared on the laps of the slave girls, and fed with milk and dosed with powders. Now all this occurred whilst the brother, Za-al-Makan, still tarried with the firemen at Damascus. One day there came to King Sharkan a courier from his father, with a letter which he took and read, and found therein, after the Bismillah, "Know, O beloved king, that I am afflicted with sore affliction for the loss of my children, sleep ever faileth me and wakefulness ever assaileth me. I send thee this letter that, as soon as thou receivest it, thou make ready the monies and the tribute, and send them to us, together with the damsel whom thou hast bought and taken to wife, for I long to see her and hear her discourse, more especially because there hath come to us from Roomland an old woman of saintly bearing, and with her be 5 damsels, high-bosomed virgins, endowed with knowledge and good breeding and all arts and sciences befitting mortals to know, and indeed tongue faileth me to describe this old woman and these who with her went, for of a truth they are compendiums of perfections in learning and accomplishments. As soon as I saw them I loved them, and I wished to have them in my palace and in the compass of my hand, for none of the kings owneth the like of them. So I asked the old woman their price, and she answered, I will not sell them but for the tribute of Damascus. And I, by Allah, did not hold this price exorbitant, indeed it is but little, for each one of them is worth the whole valuation. So I agreed to that and took them into my palace, and they remain in my possession. Wherefore do thou forward the tribute to us, that the woman may return to her own country, and send to us the damsel, to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and, if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied by the tribute of Baghdad. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the full 70th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that King Omar son of al-Nu'man said in his letter, and send to us the damsel to the end that she may dispute with them before the doctors, and, if she prevail over them, I will return her to thee accompanied with the tribute of Baghdad. As soon as Sharrkan knew the contents, he went into his brother-in-law and said to him, Bring the damsel to whom I married thee, and when she came he showed her the letter and said, O my sister! What answer wouldst thou advise me make to this letter? Replied she, Seek advice from thyself, and presently added, for she yearned after her people and her native land, Send me together with my husband the chamberlain, to Baghdad, that I may tell my father my tale and let him know whatso befell me with the Badawi who sold me to the merchant, and that I also inform him how thou boughtest me of the trader and gavest me in marriage to the chamberlain, after setting me free. Be it so, replied Sharrkan. Then Sharrkan took his daughter, Kuzia Fakan, and committed her to the charge of the wet nurses and the eunuchs, and he made ready the tribute in haste, bidding the chamberlain travel with the princess and the treasure to Baghdad. He also furnished him 2 traveling litters, one for himself and the other for his wife. And the chamberlain replied, To hear is to obey. Moreover Sharrkan collected camels and mules and wrote a letter to his father and committed it to the chamberlain, then he bade farewell to his sister, after he had taken the jewel from her and hung it round his daughter's neck by a chain of pure gold, and she and her husband set out for Baghdad the same night. Now it so happened that Za al-Makan and his friend the fireman had come forth from the hut in which they were, to see the spectacle, and they beheld camels and bukti 303 dromedaries and bat mules and torches and lanterns alight, and Za al-Makan inquired about the loads and their owner and was told that it was the tribute of Damascus going to King Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of the city of Baghdad. He then asked, Who be the leader of the caravan? And they answered, The head chamberlain who hath married the damsel so famous for learning and science. Thereupon Za al-Makan wept with bitter weeping and was minded of his mother and his father and his sister and his native land, and he said to the stoker, I will join this caravan and, little by little, will journey homewards. Quoth the fireman, I would not suffer thee to travel single-handed from the holy city to Damascus, then how shall I be sure of thy safety when thou farest for Baghdad? But I will go with thee and care for thee till thou effectest thine object. With joy and good will, answered Za al-Makan. Then the fireman gat him ready for the journey and hired an ass and threw saddle-bags over it and put therein something of proviand, and, when all was prepared, he awaited the passage of the caravan. And presently the chamberlain came by on a dromedary and his footmen about him. Then Za al-Makan mounted the ass and said to his companion, Do thou mount with me. But he replied, Not so, I will be thy servant. Quoth Za al-Makan, There is no help for it but thou ride a while. 'Tis well, quoth the stoker, I will ride when I grow tired. Then said Za al-Makan, O my brother, soon shalt thou see how I will deal with thee, when I come to my own folk. So they fared on till the sun rose and, when it was the hour of the noonday sleep 304 the chamberlain called a halt and they alighted and reposed and watered their camels. Then he gave the signal for departure and, after 5 days, they came to the city of Hama 305 where they sat down and made a 3 days' halt, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 71st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they halted in the city of Hama 3 days, they then fared forwards and ceased not travelling till they reached another city. Here also they halted 3 days and thence they travelled till they entered the province Diyarbakr. Here blew on them the breezes of Baghdad, and Za al-Makan bethought him of his father and mother and native land, and how he was returning to his sire without his sister, so he wept and sighed and complained, and his regrets grew on him, and he began improvising these couplets. Sweetheart, how long must I await by so long suffering tried? Nor cometh messenger to tell me where thou dost abide, ah me. In very sooth our meeting time was short enow, would heaven shorter prove to me the present parting tide. Now hend my hand and ope my robe and thou within shall sight how wasted are the limbs of me and yet the waste I hide, when say they comfort take for loss of love I but reply by Allah, till the day of doom no comfort shall betide. Thereupon said to him the fireman, Leave this weeping and wailing, for we are near the chamberlain's tent. Quoth Za al-Makan, Needs must I recite somewhat of verse, haply it may quench the fire of my heart. Allah upon thee, cried the other, cease this lamentation till thou come to thine own country, then do what thou wilt, and I will be with thee wherever thou art. Replied Za al-Makan, By Allah, I cannot forbear from this. Then he turned his face towards Baghdad and the moon was shining brightly and shedding her light on the place, and Nuzhat al-Zaman could not sleep that night, but was restless and called to mind her brother and wept. And while she was in tears, she heard Za al-Makan weeping and improvising the following Distihs al-Yamans 306 Lavan gleam I see, and sore despair despaireth me for friend who erst abode wi me crowning my cup with gladdest gree, it minds me o one who jilted me to mourn my bitter liberty. Say sooth, thou fair sheet lightning, shall we meet once more in joy and glee? O blamer, spare to me thy blame my lord hath sent this toll to dree, a friend who left me, fain to flee, of time that breeds calamity, all bliss hath fled the heart of me since fortune proved mine enemy. He 307 brimmed a bowl of merest pine, and made me drain the dregs, did he, I see me, sweetheart, dead and gone ere I again shall gaze on thee. Time. Prithee bring our childhood back, restore our happy infancy, when joy and safety joyed we from shafts that now they shoot at me. Who aids the hapless stranger wight, that nights in fright and misery, that wastes his days in lonely grief, 4 times delight 308 no more must be. Doomed us despite our will to bear the hands of baseborn's cark and care. When he ended his verse he cried out and fell down in a fainting fit. This is how it fared with him, but as regards Nuzhat al-Zaman, when she heard that voice in the night, her heart was at rest and she rose and in her joy she called the chief eunuch, who said to her, What is thy will? Quoth she, Arise and bring me him who recited verses but now. Replied he, Of a truth I did not hear him and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 72nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard her brother reciting, she called the chief eunuch and said to him, Go, fetch me the man who is repeating this poetry. Replied he, Of a truth I heard him not and I wot him not and folks are all sleeping. But she said, Whomsoever thou seest awake, he is the reciter. So he went, yet found none on wake save the stoker, for Zalmakan was still insensible, and when his companion saw the eunuch standing by his head he was afraid of him. Then said the eunuch, Art thou he who repeated poetry but now? And my lady heard him. The stoker fancied that the dame was wroth with the reciter, and, being afraid, he replied, By Allah, 'twas not I. Rejoined the eunuch, who then was the reciter, Point him out to me. Thou must know who it was, seeing that thou art awake. The fireman feared for Zalmakan and said in himself, Haply the eunuch will do him some hurt, so he answered, By Allah, I know not who it was. Said the eunuch, By Allah, thou liest, for there is none on wake here but thou. So needs must thou know him. By Allah, replied the fireman, I tell thee the truth, some passer-by, some wayfarer must have recited the verses and disturbed me and kept me awake, Allah requite him. Quoth the eunuch, If thou happen upon him, point him out to me and I will lay hands on him and bring him to the door of Our Lady's litter 309, or do thou take him with thine own hand. Said the fireman, Go thou back and I will bring him to thee. So the eunuch left him and went his ways, and, going in to his mistress, told her all this and said to her, None knoweth who it was, it must have been some passer-by, some wayfarer. And she was silent. Meanwhile, Zalmakan came to himself and saw that the moon had reached the middle heavens, the breath of the dawn breeze 310 breathed upon him and his heart was moved to longing and sadness, so he cleared his throat and was about to recite verses, when the fireman asked him, What wilt thou do? Answered Zalmakan, I have a mind to repeat somewhat of poetry, that I may quench therewith the fire of my heart. Quoth the other, Thou knowest not what befell me whilst thou wast a faint, and how I escaped death only by beguiling the eunuch. Tell me what happened, quoth Zalmakan. Replied the stoker, Whilst thou wast aswoon there came up to me but now an eunuch, with a long staff of almond tree wood in his hand, who took to looking in all the people's faces, as they lay asleep, and asked me who it was recited the verses, finding none awake but myself. I told him in reply it was some passer-by, some wayfarer, so he went away and Allah delivered me from him, else had he killed me. But first he said to me, If thou hear him again, bring him to us. When Zalmakan heard this he wept and said, Who is it would forbid me to recite? I will surely recite, befall me what may, for I am near mine own land and care for none. Rejoined the fireman, Thy design is naught save to lose thy life, and Zalmakan retorted, Needs must I recite verses. Verily, said the stoker, needs must there be a parting between me and thee in this place, albeit I had intended not to leave thee, till I had brought thee to thy native city and reunited thee with thy mother and father. Thou hast now tarried with me 1.5 years and I have never harmed thee in aught. What ails thee, then, that thou must needs recite verses, seeing that we are tired out with walking and watching and all the folk are asleep, for they require sleep to rest them of their fatigue? But Zalmakan answered, I will not be turned away from my purpose. 311 Then grief moved him and he threw off concealment and began repeating these couplets. Stand thou by the homes and hail the lords of the ruined stead, cry thou for an answer, belike reply to thee shall be sped. If the night and absence irk thy spirit, kindle a torch wi repine, and illuminate the gloom with a gleaming gleed. If the snake of the sand dunes hiss, I shall marvel not at all. Let him bite, so I bite those beauteous lips of the luscious red. O Eden, my soul hath fled in despite of the maid I love, had I lost hope of heaven my heart in despair were dead. And he also improvised the two following dist's, we were and were the days enthralled to all our wills, dwelling in union sweet and homed in fairest sight, who shall restore the home of the beloved, where showed light of the place for I conjoined with time's delight. 312 And as he ceased his verses, he shrieked 3 shrieks and fell senseless to the ground, and the firemen rose and covered him. When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard the first improvisation, she called to mind her father and her mother and her brother and their whilom home, then she wept and cried at the eunuch and said to him, Woe to thee! He who recited the first time hath recited a second time, and I heard him hard by. By Allah, and thou fetch him not to me, I will assuredly rouse the chamberlain on thee, and he shall beat thee and cast thee out. But take these 100 dinars and give them to the singer and bring him to me gently, and do him no hurt. If he refuse, hand to him this purse of 1,000 dinars, then leave him and return to me and tell me, after thou hast informed thyself of his place and his calling and what countryman he is. Return quickly and linger not. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 73rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Nuzhat al-Zaman sent the eunuch to make inquiries concerning the singer and said, Beware how thou come back to me and report, I could not find him. So the eunuch went out and laid about the people and trod in their tents, but found none awake, all being asleep for weariness, till he came to the stoker and saw him sitting up, with his head uncovered. So he drew near and seizing him by the hand, said to him, It was thou didst recite the verses. The fireman was afeard for his life and replied, No, by Allah, O chief of the people, it was not I. But the eunuch said, I will not leave thee till thou show me who it was that recited the verses, for I dread returning to my lady without him. Now when the fireman heard these words he feared for Za al-Makan and wept with exceeding weeping and said to the eunuch, By Allah, it was not I, and I know him not. I only heard some passer-by, some wayfarer, recite verses, so do not thou commit sin on me, for I am a stranger and come from the holy city of Jerusalem, and Abraham, the friend of Allah, be with you all. Rise up and fare with me, rejoined the eunuch, and tell my lady this with thine own mouth, for I have seen none awake save thyself. Quoth the stoker, Hast thou not come and seen me sitting in the place where I now am, and dost thou not know my station? Thou wottest none can stir from his place, except the watchman sees him. So go thou to thy station, and if thou again meet any one after this hour reciting aught of poetry, whether he be near or far, it will be I or some one I know, and thou shalt not learn of him but by me. Then he kissed the eunuch's head and spake him fair till he went away, but the castrato fetched around and, returning secretly, came and stood behind the fireman, fearing to go back to his mistress without tidings. As soon as he was gone, the stoker arose and aroused Za al-Makan and said to him, Come, sit up, that I may tell thee what hath happened. So Za al-Makan sat up, and his companion told him what had passed, and he answered, Let me alone, I will take no heed of this and I care for none, for I am near mine own country. 313 Quoth the stoker, Why wilt thou obey thy flesh and the devil? If thou fear no one, I fear for thee and for my life, so Allah upon thee. Recite nothing more of verses till thou come to thine own land. Indeed, I had not deemed thee so ill-conditioned. Dost thou not know that this lady is the wife of the chamberlain and is minded to chastise thee for disturbing her? Belike, she is ill or restless for fatigue of the journey and the distance of the place from her home, and this is the second time she hath sent the eunuch to look for thee. However, Za al-Makan paid no heed to the fireman's words but cried out a third time and began verifying with these couplets, I fly the carper's injury, whose carping sorely vexed me, he chides and taunts me, wotting not he burns me but more grievously. The blamer cries he is consoled. I say, my own dear land. 314 To see they ask, why be that land so dear? I say it taught me in love to be. They ask, what raised its dignity? I say, what made my ignominy water the bitter cup I drain? Far be fro me that land to flee, nor will I bow to those who blame, and for such love would deal me shame. Hardly had he made an end of his verses and come to a conclusion, when the eunuch, who had heard him from his hiding place at his head, came up to him, whereupon the fireman fled and stood afar off to see what passed between them. Then said the eunuch to Za al-Makan, "Peace be with thee, O my lord." "And on thee be peace," replied Za al-Makan, "and the mercy of Allah and his blessings." "O my lord," continued the eunuch, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 74th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the eunuch said to Za al-Makan, O my lord, I have sought thee these several times this night, for my mistress biddeth thee to her." Quoth Za al-Makan, "And who be this bitch that seeketh for me? Allah curse her and curse her husband with her." 315 And he began to revile the eunuch, who could make him no answer, because his mistress had charged him to do Za al-Makan no hurt, nor bring him save of his own especial free will, and, if he would not accompany him, to give him the 1,000 dinars. So the castrato began to speak him fair and say to him, "O my lord, take this purse and go with me. We will do thee no unright, O my son, nor wrong thee in aught, but our object is that thou bend thy gracious steps with me to my mistress, to receive her answer and return in will and safety, and thou shalt have a handsome present as one who bringeth good news." When Za al-Makan heard this, he arose and went with the eunuch and walked among the sleeping folk, stepping over them, whilst the fireman followed after them from afar, and kept his eye upon him and said to himself, "Alas, the pity of his youth! Tomorrow they will hang him." And he ceased not following them till he approached their station 316 without any observing him. Then he stood still and said, "How base it will be of him, if he say it was I who bade him recite the verses." This was the case of the stoker, but as regards what befell Za al-Makan, he ceased not walking with the eunuch till he reached his station, and the castrato went into Nuzhat al-Zaman and said, "O my lady, I have brought thee him whom thou soughtest, and he is a youth, fair of face and bearing the marks of wealth and gentle breeding." When she heard this, her heart fluttered and she cried, "Let him recite some verses, that I may hear him near hand, and after ask him his name and his condition and his native land." Then the eunuch went out to Za al-Makan and said to him, "Recite what verses thou knowest, for my lady is here hard by, listening to thee, and after I will ask thee of thy name and thy native country and thy condition." Replied he, "With love and gladness, but, an thou ask my name, it is erased and my trace is unplaced and my body a waste. I have a story, the beginning of which is not known nor can the end of it be shown, and behold, I am even as one who hath exceeded in wine drinking and who hath not spared himself, one who is afflicted with distempers and who wandereth from his right mind, being perplexed about his case and drowned in the sea of thought." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she broke out into excessive weeping and sobbing, and said to the eunuch, "Ask him if he have parted from one he loveth even as his mother or father." The castrato asked as she bade him, and Za al-Makan replied, "Yes, I have parted from every one I loved, but the dearest of all to me was my sister, from whom fate hath separated me." When Nuzhat al-Zaman heard this, she exclaimed, "Allah Almighty reunite him with what he loveth." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 75th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Nuzhat al-Zaman heard his words she said, Allah reunite him with what he loveth." Then quoth she to the eunuch, "Tell him to let me hear somewhat anent his separation from his countrymen and his country." The eunuch did so, and Za al-Makan sighed heavily and began repeating these couplets 317: Is not her love a pledge by all mankind confessed? The house that hometh Hinda be forever blessed. Her love all levels, man can reck of naught beside, naught or before or after can for man have zest. 'Tis though the veil is paved with musk and ambergris that day when Hinda's footstep on its face is pressed. Hail to the beauty of our camp, the pride of folk, the dearling who enslaves all hearts by her behest. Allah on time's delight send large dropped clouds that teem with genial rain but bear no thunder in their breast. And also these I vow to Allah, if at home I sight my sister Nuzhat al-Zamani height, I'll pass the days in joyance and delight mid bashful minions, maidens soft and white, to sound of harps in various modes they smite draining the bowl, while eyes rain lively light neath half-closed lids, sipping lips red bright by stream bank flowing through my garden sight. When he had finished his verse, Nuzhat al-Zaman lifted up a skirt of the litter curtain and looked at him. As soon as her eyes fell on his face, she knew him for certain and cried out, "O my brother! O Za al-Makan!" He also looked at her and knew her and cried out, "O my sister! O Nuzhat al-Zaman!" Then she threw herself upon him and he gathered her to his bosom and the twain fell down in a fainting fit. When the eunuch saw this case, he wondered at them and throwing over them somewhat to cover them, waited till they should recover. After a while they came to themselves, and Nuzhat al-Zaman rejoiced with exceeding joy. Oppression and depression left her and gladness took the mastery of her, and she repeated these verses: Time sware my life should fare in woeful waste, forsworn art time, expiate thy sin in haste. 318 Comes will and comes a welcome friend to aid, to him who brings good news. Rise, gird thy waist. I spurned old world tales of Eden bliss, till came I cause our 319 on those lips to taste. When Za al-Makan heard this, he pressed his sister to his breast, tears streamed from his eyes for excess of joy and he repeated these couplets 320 long I lamented that we fell apart, while tears repentant railed from these ain, and swear, if time unite us twain once more, severance shall never sound from tongue of mine. Joy hath so overwhelmed me that excess of pleasure from mine eyes draws gouts of brine. Tears, O mine eyes, have now become your wont, ye weep for pleasure and you weep for pine. They sat a while at the litter door till she said to him, Come with me into the litter and tell me all that hath befallen thee, and I will tell thee what happened to me. So they entered and Za al-Makan said, Do thou begin thy tale. Accordingly she told him all that had come to her since their separation at the Khan and what had happened to her with the Badawi, how the merchant had bought her of him and had taken her to her brother Sharkan and had sold her to him, how he had freed her at the time of buying, how he had made a marriage contract with her and had gone in to her, and how the king, their sire, had sent and asked for her from Sharkan. Then quoth she, Praised be Allah who hath vouchsafed thee to me and ordained that, even as we left our father together, so together shall we return to him. And she added, Of a truth my brother Sharkan gave me in marriage to this chamberlain that he might carry me to my father. And this is what befell me from first to last, so now tell me how it hath fared with thee since I left thee. Thereupon he told her all that had happened to him from beginning to end, and how Allah vouchsafed to send the fireman to him, and how he had journeyed with him and spent his money on him and had served him night and day. She praised the stoker for this, and Za al-Makan added, Of a truth, O my sister, this fireman hath dealt with me in such benevolent wise as would not lover with lass nor sire with son, for that he fasted and gave me to eat, and he walked whilst he made me ride, and I owe my life to him. Said she, Allah willing, we will requite him for all this, according to our power. Then she called the eunuch, who came and kissed Za al-Makan's hand, and she said, Take thy reward for glad tidings, O face of good omen. It was thy hand reunited me with my brother, so the purse I gave thee and all in it are thine. But now go to thy master and bring him quickly to me. The castrato rejoiced and, going into the chamberlain, summoned him to his mistress. Accordingly, he came in to his wife and finding Zalmakan with her, asked who he was. So she told him all that had befallen them both, first and last, and added, "Know, O Chamberlain, that thou hast married no slave girl, far from it, thou hast taken to wife the daughter of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, for I am Nuzhat al-Zaman, and this is my brother, Zalmakan." When the Chamberlain heard the story he knew it to be sooth, and its manifest truth appeared to him, and he was certified that he was become King Omar bin al-Nu'man's son-in-law, so he said to himself, "'Twill be my fate to be made viceroy of some province." 321 Then he went up to Zalmakan and gave him joy of his safety and reunion with his sister, and bade his servants forthwith make him ready a tent and one of the best of his own horses to ride. Thereupon said Nuzhat al-Zaman, "We are now near our country, and I would be left alone with my brother, that we may enjoy each other's company and take our fill of it ere we reach Baghdad, for we have been parted a long, long time." "Be it as thou biddest," replied the Chamberlain, and, going forth from them, sent them wax candles and various kinds of sweetmeats, together with 3 suits of the costliest for Zalmakan. Then he returned to the litter and related the good he had done, and Nuzhat al-Zaman said to him, "Bid the eunuch bring me the fireman and give him a horse to ride, and ration him with a tray of food morning and evening, and let him be forbidden to leave us." The Chamberlain called the castrato and charged him to do accordingly, so he replied, "I hear and I obey," and he took his pages with him and went out in search of the stoker till he found him in the rear of the caravan, girthing his ass and preparing for flight. The tears were running adown his cheeks, out of fear for his life and grief for his separation from Zalmakan, and he was saying to himself, "Indeed, I warned him for the love of Allah, but he would not listen to me. Oh, would I knew what is become of him." Ere he had done speaking, the eunuch was standing by his head whilst the pages surrounded him. The fireman turned, and seeing the eunuch and the pages gathered around him, became yellow with fear, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 76th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the stoker girthed his ass for flight and bespake himself, saying, 'Oh, would I knew what is become of him,' ere he had done speaking, the castrato was standing by his head, and his side muscles quivered for fear, and he lifted up his voice and cried, 'Verily he knoweth not the value of the good offices I have done him. I believe he hath denounced me to the eunuch, hence these pages get about me, and he hath made me an accomplice in his crime.' Then the effeminate one cried at him, saying, 'Who was it recited the verses? O liar! Why didst thou say I never repeated these couplets, nor do I know who repeated them, when it was thy companion? But now I will not leave thee between this place and Baghdad, and what betideth thy comrade shall betide thee.' Quoth the fireman, 'What I feared hath befallen me.' And he repeated this couplet: 'Twas as I feared, the coming ills discerning, but unto Allah we are all returning.' Then the eunuch cried upon the pages, saying, 'Take him off the ass.' So they carried him along with the caravan, surrounded by the pages, as the white contains the black of the eye, and the castrato said to them, 'If a hair of him be lost, you will be lost with it.' And he bade them privily treat him with honor and not humiliate him. But when the stoker saw himself beset by the pages, he despaired of his life, and turning to the eunuch, said to him, 'O chief, I am neither this youth's brother, nor am I akin to him, nor is he sib to me, but I was a fireman in a hammam, and found him cast out, in his sickness, on the dung heap.' Then the caravan fared on, and the stoker wept and imagined in himself 1,000 things, whilst the eunuch walked by his side and told him nothing, but said to him, 'Thou disturbedst our mistress by reciting verses, thou and this youth, but fear nothing for thyself,' and kept laughing at him the while to himself. Whenever the caravan halted, they served him with food, and he and the castrato ate from one dish. 322 Then the eunuch bade his lads bring a gugglet of sugared sherbet and, after drinking himself, gave it to the fireman, who drank, but all the while his tears never dried, out of fear for his life and grief for his separation from Zalmakan and for what had befallen them in their strangerhood. So they both travelled on with the caravan, whilst the chamberlain now rode by the door of his wife's litter, in attendance on Zalmakan and his sister, and now gave an eye to the fireman, and Nuzhat al-Zaman and her brother occupied themselves with converse and mutual condolence, and they ceased not after this fashion till they came within 3 days' journey from Baghdad. Here they alighted at eventide and rested till the morning morrowed, and as they awoke and they were about to load the beasts, behold, there appeared afar off a great cloud of dust that darkened the firmament till it became black as gloomiest night. 323 Thereupon the chamberlain cried out to them, Stay, and your loading delay, then, mounting with his Mamelukes, rode forward in the direction of the dust cloud. When they drew near, suddenly appeared under it a numerous conquering host like the full-tide sea, with flags and standards, drums and kettledrums, horsemen and footmen. The chamberlain marvelled at this, and when the troops saw him, there detached itself from amongst them a plump of 500 cavaliers, who fell upon him and his suite and surrounded them, 5 for 1, whereupon said he to them, What is the matter and what are these troops, that ye do this with us? Asked they, Who art thou, and whence comest thou, and whither art thou bound? And he answered, I am the chamberlain of the Emir of Damascus, King Sharkan, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, lord of Baghdad and of the land of Khorasan, and I bring tribute and presents from him to his father in Baghdad. When the horsemen heard his words they let their headkerchiefs fall over their faces and wept, saying, In very sooth King Omar is dead and he died not but of poison. So fare ye forwards, no harm shall befall you till you join his grand wazir, Dandan. Now when the chamberlain heard this, he wept sore and exclaimed, Oh for our disappointment in this our journey. Then he and all his suite wept till they had come up with the host and sought access to the wazir Dandan, who granted an interview and called a halt and, causing his pavilion to be pitched, sat down on a couch therein and commanded to admit the chamberlain. Then he bade him be seated and questioned him, and he replied that he was chamberlain to the Emir of Damascus and was bound to King Omar with presents and the tribute of Syria. The wazir, hearing the mention of King Omar's name, wept and said, King Omar is dead by poison, and upon his dying the folk fell out amongst themselves as to who should succeed him, until they were like to slay one another on this account, but the notables and grandees and the 4 qazis interposed and all the people agreed to refer the matter to the decision of the 4 judges and that none should gainsay them. So it was agreed that we go to Damascus and fetch thence the king's son, Sharkan, and make him sultan over his father's realm. And amongst them were some who would have chosen the cadet, Zalmakan, for, quoth they, his name be light of the place, and he hath a sister Nuzhat al-Zaman hight, the delight of the time, but they set out 5 years ago for Al-Hijaz and none wotteth what is become of them. When the chamberlain heard this, he knew that his wife had told him the truth of her adventures, and he grieved with sore grief for the death of King Omar, albeit he joyed with exceeding joy, especially at the arrival of Zalmakan, for that he would now become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 77th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Sharkan's chamberlain heard of the death of King Omar bin al-Nu'man he mourned, but he rejoiced because of his wife and her brother Zalmakan who would become Sultan of Baghdad in his father's stead. So he turned to the wazir Dandan and said to him, Verily your tale is a wonder of wonders. Know, O chief wazir, that here, where you have encountered me, Allah hath given you rest from fatigue and bringeth you your desire after the easiest of fashions, for that his Almighty will restoreth to you Za al-Makan and his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman, whereby we will settle the matter as we easily can. When the minister heard these words he rejoiced with great joy and said, O Chamberlain, tell me the tale of the twain and what befell them and the cause of their long absence. So he repeated to him the whole story and told him that Nuzhat al-Zaman was his wife and related to him the adventures of Za al-Makan from first to last. As soon as he had ended his tale, the wazir sent for the emirs and wazirs and chief officers and acquainted them with the matter, whereat they rejoiced with great joy and wondered at the happy chance. Then they gathered in a body and went in to the chamberlain and did their service to him, kissing the ground between his hands, and the wazir Dandan also rose and went out to meet him and stood before him in honor. After this, the chamberlain held on that day a divan council, and he and the wazir sat upon a throne, whilst all the emirs and grandees and officers of state took their places before them, according to their several ranks 324. Then they melted sugar in rose water and drank, after which the emirs sat down to hold council and permitted the rest of the host to mount and ride forward leisurely, till they should make an end of their debate and overtake them. So the officers kissed the ground between their hands and mounting, rode onwards, preceded by the standards of war. When the grandees had finished their conference, they took horse and rejoined the host, and the chamberlain approached the wazir Dandan and said, I deem it well to ride on before you, and precede you, that I may get ready a place for the Sultan and notify him of your coming and of your choosing him as Sultan over the head of his brother Sharkan. Aright thou reckest, answered the wazir. Then the chamberlain rose up in haste and Dandan also stood up to do him honor and brought him presents, which he conjured him to accept. In similar guise did all the emirs and grandees and officers of state, bringing him gifts and calling down blessings on him and saying to him, Haply thou wilt mention our case to Sultan Za al-Makan and speak to him to continue us in our dignities. 325. The chamberlain promised all they required and bade his pages be ready to march, whereupon the wazir Dandan sent with him tents and bade the tent pitchers set them up at a day's journey from the city. And they did his bidding. Then the chamberlain mounted and rode forward, full of joy and saying to himself, How blessed is this journey, and indeed his wife was exalted in his eyes, she and her brother Za al-Makan. They made all haste over their wayfare, till they reached a place distant a day's journey from Baghdad, where the chamberlain called a halt for rest, and bade his men alight and make ready a sitting place for the Sultan Za al-Makan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, while he rode forward with his Mamelukes and, alighting at a distance from Nuzhat al-Zaman's litter, commanded the eunuchs to ask leave of admission to the presence. They did so and she gave permission, whereupon he went in to her and conversed with her and her brother, and told them of the death of their father, and of Za al-Makan, how the heads of the people had made him king over them in the stead of his sire, and he gave them joy of the kingdom. They both wept for their father and asked the manner of his being killed, but the chamberlain answered, The news rests with the wazir Dandan who will be here tomorrow leading all the host, and it only remaineth for thee, O king, to do what they counsel, since they have unanimously chosen thee sultan, for if thou do not this, they will choose someone else and thou canst not be sure of thy life with another sultan. Haply he will kill thee, or discord may befall between you twain and the kingdom pass out of the hands of both. Za al-Makan bowed his head a while and then said, I accept this position, for indeed there was no refusing, and he was certified that the chamberlain had counselled him well and wisely and set him on the right way. Then he added, O my uncle, how shall I do with my brother Sharkan? O my son, replied the chamberlain, thy brother will be Sultan of Damascus and thou Sultan of Baghdad, so take heart of grace and get ready thy case. Za al-Makan accepted this and the chamberlain presented him with a suit of royal raiment and a dagger 326 of state, which the wazir Dandan had brought with him, Then leaving him he bade the tent pitchers choose a spot of rising ground and set up thereon a spacious pavilion, wherein the Sultan might sit to receive the emirs and grandees. Moreover he ordered the kitcheners to cook rich viands and serve them, and he commanded the water carriers to dispose the water troughs. They did as he bade them, and presently arose a cloud of dust from the ground and spread till it walled the horizon round. After a while, the dust dispersed, and there appeared under it the army of Baghdad and Chorazin, a conquering host like the full tide sea. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 78th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the chamberlain bade the tent pitchers set up a pavilion spacious enough to receive the subjects flocking to their sultan, they planted a splendid Shamiyanah 327 befitting kings. And as they ended their labors, behold, a dust cloud speared aloft, and the breeze made it lift, and beneath it showed a conquering host, and presently it appeared that this was the army of Baghdad and Chorazin preceded by the Wazir Dandan. And in it all rejoiced at the accession of the light of the place. Now Za al-Makan had donned robes of royal estate and girt himself with the sword of state, so the chamberlain brought him a steed, and he mounted, surrounded by the Mamelukes and all the company from the tents on foot, to do him service, and he rode on until he came to the great pavilion, where he sat down, and he laid the royal dagger across his thighs, whilst the chamberlain stood in attendance on him, and his armed slaves stationed themselves under the entrance awning of the Shamiyanah, with drawn swords in their hands. Presently, up came the troops and the host and craved admission, so the chamberlain went into Za al-Makan and asked his leave, whereupon he bade admit them, 10 by 10. The chamberlain acquainted them with the king's commands, to which they replied, We hear and we obey, and all drew up before the pavilion entrance. Then he took 10 of them and carried them through the vestibule into the presence of Sultan Za al-Makan, whom when they saw, they were awed, but he received them with most gracious kindness and promised them all good. So they gave him joy of his safe return and invoked Allah's blessings upon him, after which they took the oath of fealty never to gainsay him in aught, and they kissed ground before him and withdrew. Then other 10 entered, and he entreated them as he had entreated the others, and they ceased not to enter, 10 by 10, till none was left but the Wazir Dandan. Lastly the minister went in and kissed the ground before Za al-Makan, who rose to meet him, saying, Welcome, O Wazir and Sire sans peer. Verily, thine acts are those of a counselor right dear, and judgment and foreseeing clear are in the hands of the subtle of Lear. Then bade he the chamberlain forthwith go out and cause the tables to be spread and order all the troops thereto. So they came and ate and drank. Moreover the Sultan commanded his Wazir Dandan call a 10 days' halt of the army, that he might be private with him and learn from him how and wherefore his father had been slain. The Wazir obeyed the commands of the Sultan with submission and wished him eternity of glory and said, This needs must be. He then repaired to the heart of the encampment and ordered the host to halt 10 days. They did as he bade them, and, moreover, he gave them leave to divert themselves and ordered that none of the lords in waiting should attend upon the king for service during the space of 3 days. Then the Wazir went to the Sultan and reported all to him, and Za al-Makan waited until nightfall, when he went in to his sister Nuzhat al-Zaman and asked her, Dost thou know the cause of my father's murder or not? I have no knowledge of the cause, she answered, and drew a silken curtain before herself, whilst Za al-Makan seated himself without the curtain and commanded the Wazir to the presence and, when he came, said to him, I desire thou relate to me in detail the cause of the killing of my sire, King Omar bin al-Nu'man. Know then, O king, replied Dandan, that King Omar bin al-Nu'man, when he returned to Baghdad from his chasing and hunting and entered the city, inquired for thee and thy sister, but could not find you and knew that you twain had gone on the pilgrimage, whereat he was greatly grieved and much angered, and his breast was straitened, and he abode thus half a year, seeking news of you from all who came and went, but none could give him any tidings. Now while we were in attendance upon him one day, after a whole year had sped since ye were lost to his sight, lo! there came to us an ancient dame with signs of being a devotee, accompanied by 5 damsels, high-bosomed virgins like moons, endowed with such beauty and loveliness as tongue faileth to describe, and, to crown their perfections of comeliness, they could read the Koran and were versed in various kinds of learning and in the histories of bygone peoples. Then that old woman sought audience of the king, and he bade admit her, whereupon she entered the presence and kissed the ground between his hands. I was then sitting by his side, and he, seeing in her the signs of asceticism and devoutness, made her draw near and take seat hard by him. And when she had sat down she addressed him and said, Know, O king, that with me are 5 damsels, whose like no king among the king's posses saith, for they are endowed with wit and beauty and loveliness and perfection. They read the Koran and the traditions and are skilled in all manner of learning and in the history of bygone races. They stand here between thy hands to do thee service, O king of the age, and it is by trial that folk are prized or despised. Thy father, who hath found mercy 328 looked at the damsels and their favor pleased him, so he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore and of peoples long gone before. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 79th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said unto King Zal-Makan thy father, who hath found mercy, glanced at the damsels and their favor pleased him, and he said to them, Let each and every of you make me hear something of what she knoweth anent the history of the folk of yore and of peoples long gone before. Thereupon one of them came forward and, kissing the ground before him, spake as follows: 329 Know, O king, that it behoveth one of good breeding to eschew impertinence and adorn himself with excellencies, and observe the divine injunctions and avoid mortal sins, and to this he should apply himself with the assiduity of one who, if he stray therefrom, falleth into perdition, for the foundation of good breeding is virtuous behavior. And know that the chief cause and reason of man's existence is the endeavor after life everlasting, and the right way thereto is the service of Allah. Wherefore it behoveth thee to deal beneficently with the people, and swerve not from this canon, for the mightier men are in dignity, the more their need of prudence and foresight, and indeed monarchs need this more than the many, for the general cast themselves into affairs, without taking thought to the issue thereof. Be thou prodigal of thy life and thy good in the way of Allah, and know that, if an enemy dispute with thee, thou mayst dispute with him and refute him with proofs and be proof against him, but as for thy friend, there is none can judge between thee and him save righteousness and fair dealing. Choose, therefore, thy friend for thyself, after thou hast proved him. If he be of the brotherhood of futurity 330 let him be zealous in observing the externals of the holy law and versed in its inner meaning, as far as may be, and if he be of the brotherhood of the world, let him be freeborn, sincere, neither a fool nor a perverse, for the fool man is such that even his parents might well flee from him, and a liar cannot be a true friend. Indeed the word, Siddiq 331, friend, deriveth from sidq, truth, that welleth up from the bottom of the heart, and how can this be the case, when falsehood is manifest upon the tongue? And know, that the observance of the law profiteth him who practiseth it, so love thy brother, if he be of this quality, and do not cast him off, even if thou see in him that which irketh thee, for a friend is not like a wife, whom one can divorce and remarry, nay, his heart is like glass, once broken, it may not be mended. And Allah bless him who saith, where how thou hurtest man with hurt of heart, 'tis hard to win thee back the heart offended, for hearts indeed, whence love is alien made, like broken glass may never more be mended. The maiden continued and concluded with pointing out to us what sages say, the best of brethren is he who is the most constant in good counsel, the best of action is that which is fairest in its consequence, and the best of praise is not that which is in the mouths of men. It is also said it behoveth not the servant to neglect thanking Allah especially for two favors, health, and reason. Again it is said whoso honoureth himself, his lust is a light matter to him, and he who maketh much of his small troubles, Allah afflicteth him with the greater, he who obeyeth his own inclination neglecteth his duties, and he who listeneth to the slanderer loseth the true friend. He who thinketh well of thee, do thou fulfill his thought of thee. He who exceedeth in contention sinneth, and he who against unright standeth not on ward, is not safe from the sword. Now will I tell thee somewhat of the duties of Qazis and judges. Know, O king, that no judgment serveth the cause of justice save it be given after proof positive, and it behoveth the judge to treat all people on the same level, to the intent that the great may not hunger for oppression nor the small despair of justice. Furthermore he should extract proof from the complainant and impose an oath upon the defendant, and mediation is admissible between Moslems, except it be a compromise sanctioning the unlawful or forbidding the lawful. 332 If thou shalt have done aught during the day, of which thy reason is doubtful but thy good intention is proved, thou, O Qazi, shouldst revert to the right, for to do justice is a religious obligation, and to return to that which is right is better than persistence in wrong. Then, O judge, thou shouldest study precedents and the law of the case and do equal justice between the suitors, withal fixing thine eyes upon the truth and committing thine affair to Allah, be he extolled and exalted. And require thou proof of the complainant, and if he adduce evidence let him have due benefit of it, and if not, put the defendant to his oath, for this is the ordinance of Allah. Receive thou the testimony of competent Moslem witnesses, one against other, for Almighty Allah hath commanded judges to judge by externals, he himself taking charge of the inner and secret things. It behoveth the judge also to avoid giving judgment, whilst suffering from stress of pain or hunger. 333 And that in his decisions between folk he seek the face of Allah Almighty, for he whose intent is pure and who is at peace with himself, Allah shall guarantee him against what is between him and the people. Quoth Al-Zuri 334: There are three things for which, if they be found in a Qazi, he should be deposed, namely, if he honor the base, if he love praise and if he fear dismissal. And Omar bin Abd al-Aziz once deposed a Qazi, who asked him, Why hast thou dismissed me? It hath reached me, answered Omar, that thy converse is greater than thy condition. It is said also that Iskandar 335 said to his Qazi, I have invested thee with this function and committed to thee in it my soul and mine honor and my manliness, so do thou guard it with thy sense and thine understanding. To his cook he said, Thou art the sultan of my body, so look thou tender it as thine own self. To his secretary he said, Thou art the controller of my wit, so do thou watch over me in what thou writest for me and from me. Thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence and a second damsel came forward, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the full 80th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said to Za al-Makan, thereupon the first damsel backed out from the presence and a second damsel came forward and, kissing the ground 7 times before the king thy father, spake as follows. The sage Luqman 336 said to his son, There be 3 who are known only in 3 several cases. The merciful man is unknown save in time of wrath, the brave only in battle, and thy friend in time of need. It is said that the oppressor shall be depressed though by people praised, and that the oppressed is at rest though by people blamed. Quoth Allah Almighty 337 Assuredly deem not that those who rejoice in what they have done, and who love to be praised for what they have not done, shall escape reckoning of punishment. indeed there is reserved for them a grievous penalty. And he said 338, on whom be salvation and salutation, works are according to intention, and to each man is attributed that which he intendeth. He said also, in the body is a part which being sound the rest is sound, and which being unsound the whole is unsound. And this is the heart. Now this heart is the most marvellous of what is in man, since it is that which ordereth his whole affair. If covetousness stir in it, desire destroyeth him, and if affliction master it, anguish slayeth him. If anger rage in it, danger is hard upon him. If it be blessed with contentment, he is safe from discontent. If fear surprise it, he is full of mourning, and if calamity overtake it, affliction betideth him. If a man gain the use of wealth, peradventure he is diverted thereby from the remembrance of his Lord. If poverty choke him, his heart is distracted by woe, or if disquietude waste his heart, weakness causeth him to fall. Thus, in any case, nothing profiteth him but that he be mindful of Allah and occupy himself with gaining his livelihood in this world and securing his place in the next. It was asked of a certain sage, who is the most ill-conditioned of men, and he answered, the man whose lusts master his manhood and whose mind soareth over high, so that his knowledge dispreadeth and his excuse diminisheth. And how excellently saith the poet, freest am I of all mankind fro meddling wight, who, seeing others err, self-error ne'er can sight. Riches and talents are but loans to creature lent, each wears the cloak of that he bears in breast and sprite. If by mistaken door attempt on aught thou make, thou shalt go wrong, and if the door be right, go right. Continued the maiden, as for anecdotes of devotees, quoth Hisham bin Bashar, I asked Omar bin Ubaid, what is true piety, and he answered, the apostle of Allah, to whom be salutation and salvation, hath explained it when he saith, the pious is he who forgetteth not the grave nor calamity, and who preferreth that which endureth to that which passeth away, who counteth not the morrow as of his days, but reckoneth himself among the dead. And it is related that Abu Zar 339 used to say, want is dearer to me than wealth, and unheal is dearer to me than health. Quoth one of the listeners, may Allah have mercy on Abu Zar. For my part, I say, whoso putteth his trust in the goodness of the election of Almighty Allah should be content with that condition which Allah hath chosen for him. Quoth one of the companions of the Prophet, Ibn Abi Awfa 340 once prayed with us the dawn prayer. When he had done, he recited, O thou enwrapped, 341 till he came to where Allah saith, when there shall be a trumping on the trumpet, and fell down dead. It is said that Sabit al-Banani wept till he well nigh lost his eyes. They brought him a man to medicine him, who said to him, I will cure thee, provided thou obey my bidding. Ask Sabit, in what matter? Quoth the leech, in that thou leave weeping. What is the worth of mine eyes, rejoined Sabit, if they do not weep? Quoth the man to Mohammed bin Abdillah, exhort thou me. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 81st night, she continued, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan said to Za al-Makan, thus spake the second handmaid to the king who hath found mercy, Omar bin al-Nu'man. Quoth the man to Mohammed bin Abdillah, exhort thou me. I exhort thee, replied he, to be a self-ruler, an abstainer in this world, and in the next a greedy slave. How so? Asked the other, and Mohammed answered, the abstinent man in this world conquereth both the world that is and the world to come. And quoth Qas bin Abdillah, there were two brothers among the sons of Israel, one of whom said to the other, what be the most perilous 342 thing thou hast done? Replied the brother, I once came upon a nest of young birds, so I took out one and threw it back into the nest, but among the chickens were some which drew apart from it. This is the most perilous thing I ever did, Now what be the most perilous thing thou hast ever done? He rejoined, When I arise for prayer I am fearful that it is only for the sake of the reward. Now their father heard these words and exclaimed, O Allah, and say they sooth take them to thyself. It was declared by one of the wise men, Verily, these were of the most virtuous of children. Quoth Said bin Jubair 343 I was once in company with Fuzala bin Ubayd and said to him, Exhort thou me. Replied he, Bear in mind these two necessaries, shun syntheism 344 and harm not any of Allah's creatures. And he repeated these two couplets Be as thou wilt, for Allah still is bounteous Lord, and care dispeller. Dread not therefore bane and ban to two things only never draw thee nigh, nor give partner to Allah, trouble to thy brother man. And how well saith the poet and thou of pious works a store neglect and after death meet one who did collect, thou shalt repent thou didst not as he, nor madest ready as he did elect. Then the third damsel came forward, after the second had withdrawn, and said, Of a truth, the chapter of piety is exceeding wide, but I will mention what occurreth to me thereof, concerning the pious of old. Quoth a certain holy man, I congratulate myself in death, though I am not assured of rest therein, save that I know death interveneth between a man and his works, so I hope for the doubling of good works and the docking off of ill works. And Ida al-Salami, when he had made an end of an exhortation, was wont to tremble and grieve and weep sore, and as they asked him why he did this he answered, I desire to enter upon a grave matter, and it is the standing up before Almighty Allah to do in accordance with my exhortation. In similar guise Zayn al-Abidin 345 son of al-Husayn, was wont to tremble when he rose to pray. Being asked the cause of this, he replied, Know ye not before whom I stand and whom I address? It is said that there lived near Sufyan al-Thawri 346 a blind man who, when the month of Ramazan came, went out with the folk to pray 347 but remained silent and hung back. Said Sufyan, On the day of resurrection he shall come with the people of the Quran and they will be distinguished by increase of honor from their fellows. Quoth Sufyan, Were the soul established in the heart as befitteth, it would fly away for joy and pining for paradise, and for grief and fear of hell fire. It is related also of Sufyan al-Thawri that he said, To look upon the face of a tyrant is a sin. Then the third damsel retired and came forward the fourth, who said, Here am I to treat of sundry traditions of pious men which suggest themselves to me. It is related that Bishr Barefoot 348 said, I once heard Khalid say, Beware of secret polytheism. I asked, What may secret polytheism be? And he answered, When one of you in praying prolong his inclinations and prostrations till a cause of impurity 349 come upon him. And one of the sages said, Doing works of will expiateth what is ill. Quoth Ibrahim 350 I supplicated Bishr Barefoot to acquaint me with some theological mysteries, but he said, O my son, this knowledge it behoveth us not to teach to every one, of every 105, even as the legal alms upon money. Said Ibrahim, I thought his reply excellent and approved of it, and while I was praying behold, Bishr was also praying, so I stood behind him 351 making the prayer bow till the muezzin called his call. Then rose a man of tattered appearance and said, O folk, beware of a truth which bringeth unweal, for there is no harm in a lie bringing weal 352 and in time of need no choice we heed, speech but not in the absence of good qualities even as silence hurteth not in the presence of good. Presently I saw Bishr drop a Danic 353 so I picked it up and exchanged it for a dirham which I gave him. Quoth he, I will not take it. Quoth I, it is perfectly lawful change, but he rejoined I cannot take in exchange the riches of the present world for those of the future world. It is related also that Bishr Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmed bin Hanbal 354 and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 82nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to bespeak Za al-Makan on this wise, and quoth the maiden to thy father, Bishr Barefoot's sister once went to Ahmed bin Hanbal and said to him, O Imam of the faith, we are a family that spin thread by night and work for our living by day, and oftentimes the crest-sets of the watch of Baghdad pass by and we on the roof spinning by their light. Is this forbidden to us? Asked Ahmed, Who art thou? I am the sister of Bishr Barefoot, answered she. Rejoined the Imam, O household of Bishr, I shall never cease to drink full draughts of piety from your hearts. Quoth one of the sages, When Allah willeth well to his servant he openeth upon him the gate of action. Malik bin Dinar 355 When he passed through the bazaar and saw what he desired, was wont to say, O soul, take patience, for I will not accord to thee what thou desirest. He said also, Allah accept him, the salvation of the soul lies in resistance to it and its damnation in submission to it. Quoth Mansur bin Amr 356 I made a pilgrimage and was faring Meccawards by way of Kufa, and the night was overcast, when I heard a voice crying out from the deeps of the darkness saying, O Allah, I swear by thy greatness and thy glory, I meant not through my disobedience to transgress against thee, for indeed I am not ignorant of thee, but my fault is one thou didst foreordain to me from eternity without beginning. 357 So do thou pardon my transgression, for indeed I disobeyed thee of my ignorance. When he had made an end of his prayer he recited aloud the verse, O true believers, save your souls and those of your families from the fire whose fuel is men and stones. 358 Then I heard a fall, but not knowing what it was I passed on. When the morning morrowed, as we went our way, behold, we fell in with a funeral train, followed by an old woman whose strength had left her. I asked her of the dead, and she answered, This is the funeral of a man who passed by us yesterday whilst my son was standing at prayer, and after his prayers he recited a verse from the book of Allah Almighty when the man's gallbladder burst and he fell dead. Therewith the fourth damsel retired and the fifth came forward and said, I here will also repeat what occurreth to me regarding the acts of devotees in olden time. Maslamah bin Dinar used to say, By making sound the secret thoughts, sins great and small are covered, and, when the servant of Allah is resolved to leave sinning, victory cometh to him. Also quoth he, Every worldly good which doth not draw one nearer to Allah is a calamity, for a little of this world distracteth from a mickle of the world to come, and a mickle of the present maketh thee forget the whole of the future. It was asked of Abu Hazim 359 who is the most prosperous of men, and he answered, Whoso spendeth his life in submission to Allah. The other inquired, And who is the most foolish of mankind? Whoso selleth his future for the worldly goods of others, replied Abu Hazim. It is reported of Moses 360, on whom be peace, that when he came to the waters of Midian he exclaimed, O Lord, verily I stand in need of the good which thou shalt send down to me. 361 And he asked of his Lord and not of his folk. There came two damsels and he drew water for them both and allowed not the shepherds to draw first. When the twain returned, they informed their father Shu'aib, on whom be peace, who said, Haply, he is hungry, adding to one of them, Go back to him and bid him hither. Now when she came to Moses, she veiled her face and said, My father biddeth thee to him that he may pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for us. Moses was averse to this and was not willing to follow her. Now she was a woman large in the back parts, and the wind blowing upon her garment. 362 discovered the hinder cheeks to Moses, which when Moses saw, he lowered his eyes and said to her, Get thee behind while I walk in front. So she followed him till he entered the house of Shu'aib where supper was ready, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 83rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Za al-Makan. Now, quoth the fifth damsel to thy sire, when Moses, on whom be peace, entered the home of Shu'aib where supper was ready, Shu'aib said to him, O Moses, I desire to pay thee thy wage for having drawn water for these two. But Moses answered, I am of a household which selleth nothing of the fashion of the next world. 363 For what is on earth of gold and silver? Then quoth Shu'aib, O youth, nevertheless thou art my guest, and it is my wont and that of my forebears to honor the guest by setting food before him. So Moses sat down and ate. Then Shu'aib hired Moses for 8 pilgrimages, that is to say, 8 years, and made his wage marriage with one of his 2 daughters, and Moses' service to him was to stand for her dowry. As saith the holy writ of him, Verily I will give thee one of these my 2 daughters in marriage, on condition that thou serve me for hire 8 pilgrimages, and if thou fulfill 10 years, it is in thine own breast, for I seek not to impose a hardship on thee. 364 A certain man once said to one of his friends whom he had not met for many days, Thou hast made me desolate, for that I have not seen thee this long while. Quoth the other, I have been distracted from thee by Ibn Shihab, dost thou know him? Quoth his friend, Yes, he hath been my neighbor these 30 years, but I have never spoken to him. He replied, Verily thou forgettest Allah in forgetting thy neighbor. If thou lovedst Allah thou wouldst love thy neighbor. Knowest thou not that a neighbor hath a claim upon his neighbor? 365 Even as the right of kith and kin? Said Huzaifa, we entered Mecca with Ibrahim bin Adam, and Shaykh al-Baka was also making a pilgrimage that year. Now we met whilst circumambulating the Kaaba, and Ibrahim said to Shaykh, What is your fashion in your country? Replied Shaykh, When we are blessed with our daily bread we eat, and when we hunger we take patience. This wise, said Ibrahim, do the dogs of Bak, but we, when blessed with plenty, do honor to Allah, and when anhungered we thank him. And Shaykh seated himself before Ibrahim and said to him, Thou art my master. Also said Muhammad bin Imran, a man once asked of Hatim the Deaf. 366 What maketh thee to trust in Allah? 2 things, answered he, I know that none save myself shall eat my daily bread, so my heart is at rest as to that, and I know that I was not created without the knowledge of Allah, and am abashed before him. Then the 5th damsel retired, and the ancient dame came forward and, kissing the ground before thy father 9 times, said, Thou hast heard, O king, what these all have spoken on the subject of piety, and I will follow their example in relating what hath reached me of the famous men of past times. It is said that the Imam al-Shafi'i departed the night into 3 portions, the first for study, the second for sleep, and the third for prayer. The Imam Abu Hanifa 367 was wont also to pass half the night in prayer. One day a man pointed him out to another, as he walked by, and remarked, Yonder man watcheth the whole night. When he heard this, Abu Hanifa said, I was abashed before Allah to hear myself praised for what was not in me, so after this he used to watch the whole night. And one of the sages hath said, Who seeketh for pearl in the deep dives deep, who on high would high robs his night of sleep. Al-Rabi'a relates that al-Shafi'i used to recite the whole Quran 70 times during the month of Ramazan, and that in his daily prayers. Quoth al-Shafi'i, Allah accept him, during 10 years I never ate my fill of barley bread, for fullness hardeneth the heart and deadeneth the wit, and induceth sleep and enfeebleth one from standing up to pray. 368 It is reported of Abdullah bin Muhammad al-Sakra that he said, I was once talking with Omar, and he observed to me, Never saw I a more God-fearing or eloquent man than Muhammad bin Idris al-Shafi'i. It so happened I went out one day with al-Haris bin Labib al-Safar, who was a disciple of Al-Muzani 369 and had a fine voice, and he read the saying of the Almighty, "This shall be a day whereon they shall not speak to any purpose, nor shall they be permitted to excuse themselves." 370 I saw Al-Shafi'i's color change, his skin shuddered with horripilation, he was violently moved and he fell down in a fainting fit. When he revived he said, "I take refuge with Allah from the stead of the liars and the lot of the negligent. O Allah, before whom the hearts of the wise abase themselves, O Allah, of thy beneficence accord to me the remission of my sins, adorn me with the curtain of thy protection and pardon me my shortcomings, by the magnanimity of thy being." Then I rose and went away. Quoth one of the pious, "When I entered Baghdad, Al-Shafi'i was there. So I sat down on the river bank to make the ablution before prayer, and behold, there passed me one who said, 'O youth, make thy wuzu ablution well and Allah will make it well for thee in this world and in the next.' I turned and lo! There was a man behind whom came a company of people. So I hastened to finish my ablution and followed him. Presently, he turned and asked me, say, 'Dost thou want aught?' 'Yes,' answered I desire that thou teach me somewhat of that which Allah Almighty hath taught thee.' He said, 'Know then that whoso believeth in Allah shall be saved, and whoso jealously loveth his faith shall be delivered from destruction, and whoso practiseth abstinence in this world, his eyes shall be solaced on the morrow of death. Shall I tell thee any more?' I replied, 'Assuredly,' and he continued, 'Be thou of the world that is, heedless, and of the world to come, greediest. Be truthful in all thy dealings, and thou shalt be saved with the Salvationists.' Then he went on and I asked about him and was told that he was the Imam Al-Shafi'i. Al-Shafi'i was wont to remark, 'I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine, on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me.' And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 84th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Za-al-Makan, the old woman bespake thy sire, saying, the Imam al-Shafi'i was wont to remark, I love to see folk profit by this learning of mine on condition that nothing of it be attributed to me. He also said, I never disputed with anyone, but I would that Almighty Allah should give him the knowledge of the truth and aid him to read it, nor did I ever dispute with anyone at all but for the showing forth of the truth, and I reck not whether Allah manifested by my tongue or by his. He said also, whom Allah accept, if thou fear to grow conceited of thy lore, then bethink thee whose grace thou seekest and for what good thou yearnest and what punishment thou dreadest. It was told to Abu Hanifa that the commander of the faithful, Abu Ja'far al-Mansur, had appointed him Qazi and ordered him a salary of 10,000 dirhams, but he would not accept of this, and, when the day came on which the money was to be paid him, he prayed the dawn prayer, then covered his head with his robe and spoke not. When the Caliph's messenger came with the money, he went into the Imam and accosted him, but he would not speak to him. So the messenger said, Verily this money is lawfully thine. I know that it is lawfully mine, replied he, but I abhor that the love of tyrants get a hold upon my heart. 371 Asked the other, If thou go into them canst thou not guard thyself from loving them? Answered Abu Hanifa, Can I look to enter the sea without my clothes being wet? Another of al-Shafi'i's sayings, Allah accept him, is O soul of me, and thou accept my rede, thou shalt be wealthy and of grace entire, cast off ambitious hopes and vain desires. How many a death was done by vain desire. Among the sayings of Sufyan al-Thawri, with which he admonished Ali bin al-Hasan al-Salami was, Be thou a man of truth and wear lies and treachery and hypocrisy and pride. Be not indebted save to him who is merciful to his debtors, and let thine associate be one who shall dissociate thee from the world. Be ever mindful of death and be constant in craving pardon of Allah and in beseeching of Allah peace for what remaineth of thy life. Counsel every true believer, when he asketh thee concerning the things of his faith, and beware of betraying a believer, for whoso betrayeth a believer, betrayeth Allah and his apostle. Avoid dissensions and litigation, and leave that which causeth doubt in thee for things which breed no doubt. 372 So shalt thou be at peace. Enjoin beneficence and forbid malevolence, so shalt thou be loved of Allah. Adorn thine inner man and Allah shall adorn thine outer man. Accept the excuse of him who excuseth self to thee and hate not any one of the Moslems. Draw near unto those who withdraw from thee and excuse those that misuse thee, so shalt thou be the friend of the prophets. Let thine affairs, both public and private, be in Allah's charge, and fear him with the fear of one who knoweth he is dead and who fareth towards resurrection and judgment stead between the hands of the Lord of dread, and remember that to one of two houses thou art sped, either for heaven's etern or to the hell fires that burn. Thereupon the old woman sat down beside the damsels. Now when thy father, who hath found mercy, heard their discourse, he knew that they were the most accomplished of the people of their time, and, seeing their beauty and loveliness and the extent of their wisdom and lore, he showed them all favor. Moreover, he turned to the ancient dame and treated her with honor, and set apart for her and her damsels the palace which had lodged Princess Abriza, daughter of the king of Greece, to which he bade carry all the luxuries they needed. They abode with him 10 days and the old woman abode with them, and, whenever the king visited them, he found her absorbed in prayer, watching by night and fasting by day, whereby love of her took hold upon his heart and he said to me, O Wazir, verily this old woman is of the pious, and awe of her is strong in my heart. Now on the 11th day, the king visited her, that he might pay her the price of the damsels, but she said to him, O king, know that the price of these maidens surpasseth the competence of men, indeed I seek not for them either gold or silver or jewels, be it little or much. Now when thy father heard these words he wondered and asked her, O my lady, and what is their price? Whereto she answered, I will not sell them to thee save on condition that thou fast, watching by night a whole month, and abstaining by day, all for the love of Allah Almighty, and, if thou do this, they are thy property to use in thy palace as thou please. So the king wondered at the perfection of her rectitude and piety and abnegation, she was magnified in his eyes, and he said, Allah make this pious woman to profit us. Then he agreed with her to fast for a month as she had stipulated, and she said to him, I will help thee with the prayers I pray for thee, and now bring me a gugglet of water. They brought one and she took it and recited over it and muttered spells, and sat for an hour speaking in speech no one understood or knew aught thereof. Lastly she covered it with a cloth and, sealing it with her signet ring, gave it to thy sire, saying, When thou hast fasted the first 10 days, break thy fast on the 11th night with what is in this gugglet, for it will root out the love of the world from thy heart and fill it with light and faith. As for me, tomorrow I will go forth to my brethren, the invisible 373 controls, for I yearn after them, and I will return to thee when the first 10 days are past. Thy father took the gugglet and arose and set it apart in a closet of his palace, then locked the door and put the key in his pocket. Next day the king fasted and the old woman went her ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 85th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan thus continued to Zau al-Makan. Now when came the day for the Sultan's fast, the old woman went her ways. And after he had accomplished the 10 days thereof, on the 11th he opened the gugglet and drank what was therein and found it cordial to his stomach. Within the second 10 days of the month the old woman returned, bringing sweetmeats wrapped in a green leaf, like no leaf of known tree. She went in to thy sire and saluted him, and, when he saw her, he rose to her saying, "Welcome, O pious lady." "O king," quoth she, "the invisible controls salute thee, for I told them of thee, and they rejoiced in thee and have sent thee their halway 374 witches of the sweetmeats of the other world. Do thou break thy fast on it at the end of the day." The king rejoiced at this with great joy, and exclaimed, "Praised be Allah, who hath given me brethren of the invisible world." Thereupon he thanked the ancient dame and kissed her hands, and he honored her and the damsels with exceeding honor. She went forth for the 20 days of thy father's fast, at the end of which time she came to him and said, "Know, O king, that I told the invisible controls of the love which is between me and thee, and informed them how I had left the maidens with thee, and they were glad that the damsels should belong to a king like thee, for they were wont, when they saw them, to be strenuous in offering on their behalf prayers and petitions ever granted. So I would fain carry them to the invisible controls that they may benefit by the breath of their favor, and peradventure, they shall not return to thee without some treasure of the treasures of the earth, that thou, after completing thy fast, mayst occupy thyself with their raiment and help thyself by the money they shall bring thee, to the extent of thy desires." When thy sire heard her words, he thanked her for them and said, "Except that I fear to cross thee, I would not accept the treasure or aught else, but when wilt thou set out with them?" Replied she, "On the 27th night, and I will bring them back to thee at the head of the month, by which time thou wilt have accomplished thy fast and they will have had their courses and be free from impurity, and they shall become thine and be at thy disposal. By Allah, each damsel of them is worth many times thy kingdom." He said, "I know it, O pious lady." Then quoth the old woman, "There is no help but that thou send with them someone in thy palace who is dear to thee, that she may find solace and seek a blessing of the invisible controls." Quoth he, "I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with 2 children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago. Take her with thee that she may get the blessing." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 86th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Wazir Dandan continued to Zal-Makan, quoth thy sire to the ancient woman when she demanded the handmaids of him, I have a Greek slave called Sophia, by whom I have been blessed with 2 children, a girl and a boy, but they were lost years ago, so take her with thee, haply she may get the benediction and, belike, the invisible controls will sue Allah for her that her 2 children may be restored to her." "Thou hast said well," replied she, "for that indeed was her grievousest want." Thy sire gave not over finishing his fast till the old woman said to him, "O my son, I am going to the invisible controls, so bring me Sophia." Accordingly, he summoned her and she came forthright, and he delivered her to the old woman who mixed her up with the other damsels. Then she went into her chamber and bringing out a sealed cup, presented it to the Sultan saying, "On the 30th day, do thou repair to the hammam and when thou comest out, enter one of the closets in thy palace and drink what is in this cup. Then sleep, and thou shalt attain what thou seekest, and peace be with thee." Thereat the king was glad and thanked her and kissed her hands. Quoth she, "I commend thee to Allah's care," whereat quoth he, "And when shall I see thee again, O pious lady? In very sooth I love not to part with thee." Then she called down blessings on him and departed with the 5 damsels and the queen, whilst the king fasted after her departure other 3 days, till the month ended, when he arose and went to the hammam and coming out, shut himself up in a closet of his palace, commanding that none should go into him. There, after making fast the door, he drank what was in the cup and lay down to sleep, and we sat awaiting him till the end of the day, but he did not come out and we said, perchance he is tired with the bath and with watching by night and fasting by day, wherefore he sleepeth. So we waited till next day, but still he did not come forth. Then we stood at the closet door and cried aloud so haply he might awake and ask what was the matter. But nothing came of that, so at last we lifted up the door 375 and, going in, found him dead, with his flesh torn into strips and bits and his bones broken. 376 When we saw him in this condition it was grievous to us, and we took up the cup and found within its cover a piece of paper whereon was inscribed, Whoso doth evil leaveth no regrets, and this be the reward of him who playeth traitor with the daughters of kings and who debaucheth them, and we make known to all who fall upon this scroll that Sharkan, when he came to our country, seduced our queen Abriza, nor did that suffice him but he must needs take her from us and bring her to you. Then he 377 sent her away in company of a black slave who slew her, and we found her lying dead on the desert sward and thrown out to wild beasts. This be no kingly deed, and he who did this is requited with naught but what he merited. So do ye suspect none of having killed him, for no one slew him but the cunning witch, whose name is Zat al-Dawahi. And behold, I have taken the king's wife, Sophia, and have carried her to her father, Aphrodon king of Constantinople. Moreover, there is no help for it but that we wage war upon you and kill you and take your country from you, and ye shall be cut off even to the last man, nor shall a living soul be spared by death nor one who bloweth fire with his breath, save he who cross and belt. 378 Worshipeth. When we read this paper, we knew that the ancient woman had beguiled us and carried out her plot against us, whereupon we cried aloud and buffeted our faces and wept sore when weeping availed us naught. And the troops fell out as to whom they should make sultan, some would have thee, and others would have thy brother Sharkan, and we ceased not to dispute about this for the space of a month, at the end of which certain of us drew together and agreed to repair to thy brother Sharkan, so we set out and journeyed on till we fell in with thee. And such is the manner of the death of Sultan Omar bin al-Nu'man. Now when the Wazir Dandan had made an end of his story, Za al-Makan and his sister, Nuzat al-Zaman, wept, and the chamberlain, who wept also, said to Za al-Makan, O king, weeping will avail thee naught, nor shall aught profit thee but that thou harden thy heart and strengthen thy stress and stablish thy sovereignty, for verily whoso leaveth the like of thee is not dead. Thereupon Za al-Makan gave over his weeping and caused his throne to be set up without the pavilion, and then commanded the army to pass in review order before him. And the chamberlain sat by his side and all the armor-bearers 379 behind him, whilst the Wazir Dandan and the rest of the emirs and grandees stood each in his individual stead. Then quoth King Za al-Makan to the minister Dandan, Inform me concerning my sire's treasures, and he replied, I hear and I obey, and gave him to know of the late king's hoards and monies, and what was in the treasury of amassed wealth and jewels, and acquainted him with other precious things. So Za al-Makan opened his hand to the army, and gave a sumptuous robe of honor to the Wazir Dandan, saying, Thou continuest in office. Whereupon Dandan kissed the ground before him and wished him long life. Then he bestowed dresses on the emirs, after which he said to the chamberlain, Bring out before me the tribute of Damascus that is with thee. So he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, when he took them and parted them all amongst the troops, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 87th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Za al-Makan ordered the chamberlain to bring out before him what he had brought of the tribute of Damascus, and, when he was shown the chests of money and rarities and jewels, he took them and parted them all amongst the troops, till nothing was left. And the emirs kissed the ground before him and wished him long life, saying, Never saw we a king, who gave the like of these gifts. Then all went away to their tents, and when it was morning he gave orders for marching. So they marched for 3 days, till, on the 4th day, they drew near to Baghdad. When they entered the city, they found it decorated, and Za al-Makan, the Sultan, went up to his father's palace and sat down on the throne, whilst the emirs of the army and the Wazir Dandan and the chamberlain of Damascus stood between his hands. Then he bade his private secretary write a writ to his brother Sharkan, acquainting him with all that had passed, from first to last, and he concluded, "As soon as thou hast read this letter, make ready thine affair and join us with thine army, that we may turn to holy war upon the infidels and take Manbod for our father and wipe out the stain upon our honor." Then he folded the letter and sealed it with his seal ring and said to the minister Dandan, "None shall carry this letter but thou, and it behoveth thee speak my brother fair and say to him, if thou have a mind to thy father's kingdom, it is thine, and thy brother shall be viceroy for thee in Damascus, for to this effect am I instructed by him." So the wazir went down from before him and made ready for his march. Then Za al-Makan bade set apart a magnificent house for the fireman and furnished it with the best of furniture, and long is the tale of that fireman 380. Presently Za al-Makan went out chasing and hunting, and, as he was returning to Baghdad, one of the emirs presented him with blood horses and with beauteous handmaids whose description the tongue evades. One of the damsels pleased him, so he went in unto her and knew her that night, and she conceived by him forthright. After a while, the Wazir Dandan returned from his journey, bringing him news of his brother Sharkan and that he was then on his way to him, and said, "It were fitting thou go forth to meet him." Za al-Makan replied, "I hear and I consent," and, riding forth with his grandees a day's journey from Baghdad, he pitched his pavilions there awaiting his brother. Next morning appeared King Sharkan amid the army of Syria, a horseman of might, a lion fierce in fight, a proud and doughty knight. As the squadrons drew nigh and the dust clouds came hard by and the troops rode up with banners on high, Za al-Makan and those with him pushed forward to meet Sharkan and his men, and when Za al-Makan saw his brother, he desired to dismount, but Sharkan conjured him not to do on this wise, and himself footed it, and walked a few paces towards him. 381. As soon as he reached Za al-Makan, the new sultan threw himself upon him, and Sharkan embraced him and wept with great weeping, and they twain condoled with each other. Then they mounted and rode onward, they and their troops, till they reached Baghdad, where they alighted and went up to the royal palace, and there they passed that night, and when next morning came, Za al-Makan went forth and bade summon the troops from all parts, and proclaimed a holy war and a razzia. 382. They then awaited the coming of the levies from each quarter of the kingdom, and every one who came they entreated with honor and promised him all manner of good, till in so doing a full month had sped, and the fighting men flocked to them in a continuous body. Then Sharkan said to Za al-Makan, "O my brother, tell me thy history." So he told him all that had befallen him from first to last, including the benevolent dealing of the fireman with him. Asked Sharkan, "Hast thou requited his kindness?" And he answered, "O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but inshallah, I will recompense him when as I return from this raid." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 88th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan asked his brother Za al-Makan, Hast thou requited the fireman for his kindness? And he answered, O my brother, I have not rewarded him as yet, but inshallah, I will recompense him when as I return from this raid and find time so to do." Therewith Sharkan was certified that his sister, Nuzhat al-Zaman, had told him the whole truth, but he concealed what had passed between them and offered his salutation to her by her husband the chamberlain. She sent him back her greeting, calling down blessings on him and inquiring after her daughter Kuzia Fakan, to which he replied that the maiden was well and in the best of health and safety. Whereupon she praised Almighty Allah and gave him thanks. Then Sharkan went to his brother to take counsel with him for departure, and Zalmakan said, O my brother, as soon as the army is complete and the Arabs have come in from all parts, we will march forth. So he bade make ready the commissariat and prepare munitions of war, and went in to his wife, who was now 5 months gone with child, and he put under her astrologers and mathematicians, to whom he appointed stipends and allowances. Then he set out 3 months after the arrival of the army of Syria, and as soon as the Arabs were come in and the troops were assembled from all directions, and, as he fared forth, he was followed by the warriors and the united host. Now the name of the general of the Dalam army was Rustam, and that of the general of the army of the Turks 383 Bahram. And Zalmakan marched in mid-host, and on his right was his brother Sharkan, and on his left the chamberlain his brother-in-law. So the squadrons broke up and pushed forward, and the battalions and companies filed past in battle array, till the whole army was in motion. They ceased not to fare on for the space of a month, and each body dismounted at its own ground, and there rested every week 3 days, for the host was great, and they advanced in this order till they came to the country of the Greeks. Then the people of the villages and hamlets and the poorer sort took fright at them and fled to Constantinople. But when King Afridun heard the tidings, he arose and betook himself to Zat al-Dawahi, the same who had contrived the stratagem, and had travelled to Baghdad and had slain King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and who, after carrying off her slaves and Queen Sophia, had returned with them all to her native land. Now when she had been restored to her son, the king of Greece, and felt herself safe, she said to King Hardub, Cool thine eyes, for I have avenged by blood the shame of thy daughter Abriza, and have killed Omar bin al-Nu'man and have brought back Sophia. So now let us go to the king of Constantinople and carry to him his daughter and acquaint him with what hath happened, that all of us be on guard and prepare our forces, and I will fare with thee to King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople, for I opine that the Moslems will not await our attack. Said Hardub, Tarry thou till they draw near our country, that we may make us ready meantime and assemble our power. Accordingly they took to levying their forces and preparing for war, and, when the news of the Moslems' advance reached them, they were prepared for defense, and Zat al-Dawahi had preceded them. Now when she and her son arrived at Constantinople, the king of kings, Afridun, hearing of the approach of Hardub, king of the Greeks, came forth to meet him and asked how it was with him and the cause of his visit. So Hardub acquainted him with the cunning doings of his mother, Zat al-Dawahi, how she had slain the Moslem king and recovered from him Queen Sophia, and had said, The Moslems have assembled their forces and are on their way to attack us, wherefore it behoveth that we two join hands in single band and meet them. Now King Afridun rejoiced in the return of his daughter and the killing of King Omar bin al-Nu'man, and he sent to all countries seeking succor and acquainting the folk with the cause of slaying the Moslem king. So the Nazarene troops flocked to him, and 3 months were not past ere the army of the Greeks was complete, besides which there joined themselves to him Franks from all their lands, French, Germans 384 and Ragusans 385 with men of Zara 386 Venetians, Genoese, and all the hosts of the Yellow Faces 387, and, when the gathering was at its full, earth was straitened on them by reason of their multitude. Then Afridun, the great king, ordered a march, so they set out and ceased not to defile through the city for 10 days. They fared on till they reached the Wadi Hayt al-Nu'man, a broad-sided vale hard by the salt sea, where they halted 3 days, and on the 4th they were about to set out again, when news came that the army of al-Islam on them pressed, and the defenders of the faith of Mohammed, of men the best. So they halted in it other 3 days, and on the 8th they espied a dust cloud which towered till it walled the whole land, nor was an hour of the day past ere that dust began to drift and was torn to shreds in the lift, and pierced through its shades the starry radiance of lance and the white lavin of blades. Presently there appeared beneath it the banners Islamitan and the ensigns Mahometan, the horsemen urged forward, like the letting loose of seas that surged, clad in mail, as they were mackerel-back clouds which the moon enveil, whereupon the two hosts clashed, like two torrents on each other dashed. Eyes fell upon eyes, and the first to seek combat singular was the Wazir Dandan, he and the army of Syria, numbering 30,000 bridles, and with him were the general of the Turks, and the general of Dalam, Rustum, and Bahram, amid 20,000 horse, behind whom came the men from the shores of the salt sea, clad in iron mail, as they were full moons that passed through a night overcast. Then the Nazarene host called out on Jesus and Mary, and the defiled 388 cross, and they heaped themselves upon the Wazir Dandan and those with him of the Syrian host. Now all this was in pursuance of a stratagem devised by that ancient woman Zat al-Dawahi, for, before his departure, King Afridun had gone in to her and asked her, "How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue, it is thou hast caused this great distress to us," and she had answered, "O great king and mighty Cohen, 389 I will teach thee a trick would baffle Iblis himself, though he summoned to his assistance all his grisly hosts." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 89th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, all this was a stratagem of the ancient woman, for that the king before his departure had gone to her and asked, 'How shall I do and what plan shall I pursue? It is thou hast caused this great distress to us.' And she had answered, 'O great king and mighty Cohen, I will teach thee a trick would baffle the devil himself though he summon to his assistance all his grisly hosts. It is that thou send 50,000 men going down in ships, and sailing over the sea to the mountain of smoke, and there let them land and stir not till the standards of al-Islam come upon thee, when do thou up and at them. Then bid the troops from the seaward sally out upon the Moslems and take them in rear, whilst we confront them from the landward. So not one of them shall escape, and our sorrows shall cease and peace abide with us.' Now the counsel of this ancient woman commended itself to King Afridun, and he replied, 'Right is the recking thou reckest, O princess of wits and recourse of kings and Cohens warring for their bloodwit.' So when the army of al-Islam came upon them in that valley, before they knew of it the flames began to burn up the tents and the swords in men's bodies to make rents. Then hurried up the army of Baghdad and Khorasan, who numbered 120,000 horse, with Za'al-Makan in the front of war. When the host of the infidels that lay by the sea saw them, they sallied out against them and followed in their tracks, and when Za'al-Makan espied this he cried out to his men, 'Turn back to the infidels, O people of the chosen apostle, and slay those who deny and hate the authority of the compassionating, the compassionate.' So they turned and fought with the Christians. Then Sharkan marched up with another corps of the Moslem host, some 100,000 men, whilst the infidels numbered nigh upon 1,600,000 men. When the Moslems were united, their hearts were strengthened and they cried out, saying, 'Verily Allah hath promised us victory, and to the infidels hath assigned defeat.' And they clashed together with sword and spear. Now Sharkan tear through rank and row and raged among the masses of the foe, fighting so fierce a fight as to make children grey grow, nor did he cease tourneying among the infidel horde and working havoc among them with the keen-edged sword, shouting Allahu Akbar. Allah is most great, till he drove back the host to the coast. Then failed the force of the foe and Allah gave victory to the faith of al-Islam, and folk fought folk, drunken without strong drink, till they slew of the infidels in this affair 45,000, while of the Moslems but 3,500 fell. Moreover, the lion of the faith, King Sharkan, and his brother, Za'al-Makan, slept not that night, but occupied themselves with congratulating their braves and with looking to the wounded and with assuring the army of victory and salvation and promise of reward in the world to come. Thus far concerning the Moslem, but as regards King Afridun, Lord of Constantinople and Sovereign of Rome, and Zat al-Dawahi, they assembled the emirs of the host and said to them, Verily, we had worked our will and solaced our hearts, but our overconfidence in our numbers, and that only, defeated us. Then quoth to them the Ancient One, the Lady of Calamities, In very sooth naught shall profit you, except ye draw you nigh unto the Messiah and put your trust in the true belief, for, by the virtue of the Messiah, the whole strength of the Moslem host lieth in that Satan, King Sharkan. Tomorrow, said King Afridun, I have resolved to draw up in battle array and to send out against them that redoubtable cavalier, Luka bin Shamlut, for if King Sharkan come forth as a champion to fight single-handed, our man will slay him and will slay the other Moslem knights, till not one is left. And I purpose this night to sacre you all with the holy incense. When the emirs heard these words they kissed the ground before him. Now the incense which he designated was the excrement of the chief patriarch, the Danir, the defiler of the truth, and they sought for it with such instance, and they so highly valued it that the high priests of the Greeks used to send it to all the countries of the Christians in silken wraps after mixing it with musk and ambergris. Hearing of it kings would pay 1,000 gold pieces for every dram and they sent for and sought it to fumigate brides withal, and the chief priests and the great kings were wont to use a little of it as collyrium for the eyes and as a remedy in sickness and colic, and the patriarchs used to mix their own skite 390 with it, for that the skite of the chief patriarch could not suffice for 10 countries 391. So, as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to their spears full keen, and King Afridun and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the full 90th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, as soon as dawn was seen and the morning shone with its shine and sheen, the horsemen ran to their spears full keen and King Afridun summoned his chief knights and nobles and invested them with dresses of honor, and, drawing the sign of the cross on their brows, incensed them with the incense which as aforesaid was the skite of the chief patriarch, the Cohen, the heresiarch. This incensing done, he called for Luka bin Shamlut, surnamed the Sword of the Messiah, and, after fumigating him and rubbing his palate with the holy merd, caused him to snuff it and smeared his cheeks and anointed his mustaches with the rest. Now there was no stouter champion in the land of Rome than this accursed Luka, nor any better at bending of bow or sway of sword or lunge with lance on the day of devoir, but he was foul of favour, for his face was as the face of an ass, his shape that of an ape and his look as the look of a malignant snake, his presence was grievouser than parting from the beloved make, and blacker than night was his blackness and more fetid than the lion was his breath for foulness, more crooked than a bow was his crookedness and grimmer than the leopard was his ugliness, and he was branded with the mark of the infidels on face 392. After this he came up to King Afridun and kissed his feet and stood before him, and the king said to him, I desire thou go out against Sharkan, king of Damascus, son of Omar bin al-Nu'man, and deliver us from this affliction. Quoth Luka, hearkening and obedience, and the king made the sign of the cross on his forehead and felt assured of help from heaven being near hand. Then Luka went out from the presence and the accursed one mounted a sorrel horse, he was clad in a red robe and a hauberk of gold set with jewels, and he bore a trident spear, as he were Ibli the damned on the day of drewing out his hosts war to Darain. Then he rode forward, he and his horde of infidels, even as though they were driving to the fire, preceded by a herald, crying aloud in the Arabic tongue and saying, Ho, sect of Mohammed, upon whom be salutation and salvation, let none of you come out but your champion Sharkan, the sword of al-Islam, Lord of Damascus in Sham 393. Nor had he made an end of speaking, when arose a tumult in the plain. All the people heard the strain, and the whole moving bodies of the armies twain called to mind the day of complain. Then the cowards trembled, and all necks turned towards the sound, and lo! It was King Sharkan, son of King Omar bin al-Nu'man. For when his brother, Zal-Makan, saw that accursed one push out on the plain, and heard the pursuivant, he turned to Sharkan and said to him, Of a surety they seek for thee. Said he, Should it so be, 'twere most pleasing to me. So when they made sure of the matter and heard the herald crying in the plain, Let none of you come out against me save Sharkan, they knew this cursed Luka to be champion of the land of Rum, who had sworn to sweep the earth clean of Moslems. Now he was one of the greatest of villains, a wretch who caused hearts to pain, and the Dalamites, Turks, and Kurds dreaded his might and main. Presently Sharkan drave at him like a lion angry grim, mounted on a courser like a wild gazelle flying snell and slim, and coming nigh to him made the spear he hent to shake as it were a darting snake, and recited these couplets: I have a sorrel steed, whose pride is fain to bear the rein, shall give thee what thou likest not and make thee feel his mane. I have a handy limber spear full bright and keen of point, upon whose shaft the dam of death her throny seat hath ta'en. I have a trenchant glaive of hind, and, when I bear its face of scabbard veil, from out its brow the rays of laven rain. Luka understood not the sense of his speech, nor did he apprehend the vehemence of the verse, but he smote his forehead with his hand, in honor of the cross drawn thereon, and kissed it. Then he couched his throw spear and ran at Sharkan. But first he tossed the javelin with one hand in air to such height that it was lost to the spectator's sight, and, catching it with the other hand as do the jugglers, hurled it at Sharkan. It flew from his grasp like a shooting star, and folk clamoured and feared for Sharkan, but, as the spear flew near him, he put out his hand and caught it in full flight, to the amazement of all who saw the sight. Then he shook it with the hand that took it till it was well nigh broken, and hurled it so high into the welkin that it disappeared from view. As it descended, he caught it again with the other hand, in less than the twinkling of an eye, and cried out from his heart core, saying, By the truth of him who created the sevenfold skies, I will assuredly make this cursed wight a byword for mankind to despise. Then threw he the throw spear at Luka, who thought to do as Sharkan had done, and put forth his hand to bend it in mid-flight, but Sharkan prevented him, and sped at him a second throw spear, which smote him, and the point fell on his forehead, in the very center of the sign of the cross, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire and dwelling place dire. 394. But when the infidels saw Luka bin Shamlut fall slain, they buffeted their faces, and they cried, Alas, and woe worth the day, and called for aid upon the abbots of the monasteries. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 91st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the infidels saw Luka bin Shamlut fall slain, they buffeted their faces and cried, Alas, and woe worth the day, and called upon the abbots of the monasteries and cried, Where be the crosses? So the religious offered up prayers, and the Christians all drew together against Sharkan, and, brandishing their scimitars and lances, rushed forward to the attack. Then army met army, and breasts fell under hoof, whilst spear and sword ruled the day, and forearms and wrists grew weak, and the coursers seemed created without legs. 395. Nor did the herald of war cease calling to fight, till arms were aweary, and day took flight, and night came on with darkness dight. So the two hosts drew apart, whilst every brave staggered like a drunken knave, for that with so much cut and thrust they strove, and the place was choked with the slain, fell were the wounds, and the hurt knew not by whom they fell. Then Sharkan joined his brother, Zal-Makan, and the chamberlain and the Wazir Dandan, and said to them, Verily Allah hath opened a door for the infidels to fall, praised be the Lord of the worlds one and all. Replied Zal-Makan, Let us never cease to praise Allah, for that he hath dispelled trouble from the Arab and the Ajam. Indeed the folk, generation after generation, shall tell of thy daring do against the accursed Luca, the falsifier of the Evangel 396 of thy catching the throw spear in mid-flight, and how the enemy of Allah among men thou didst smite, and thy fame shall endure until the end of time. Then said Sharkan, Hark ye, O Grand Chamberlain and doughty Capitaine, and he answered, Adsum. 397 Quoth Sharkan, Take with thee the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 horse, and lead them 7 parasangs towards the sea, and force the march till ye shall have come near the shore, and there remain only 2 parasangs between thee and the foe. Then ambush ye in the hollows of the ground till ye hear the tumult of the infidels disembarking from their ships, and the war cry from every side strike your ear, and ye know that the sabres have begun labor between us and them, and, whenso ye see our troops falling back, as if defeated, and all the infidels following them, as well those in front as those from the seaward and the tents, do ye still lie in wait for them, but as soon as ye see the standard with the words, There is no God but the God, and Mohammed is God's apostle, on whom be salutation and salvation, then up with the green banner, and do your endeavor and fall on their rear and shout, Allahu Akbar. Allah is most great. And circle round that they may not interpose between the retreating army and the sea. He replied, To hear is to obey, and forthright they agreed upon this matter, and they went forth. Now the chamberlain took with himself the Wazir Dandan and 20,000 men, even as Sharkan had commanded. As soon as dawned the morn, the troops sprung to horse when they had donned their armor gear and drawn the scimitar and slung the spear. Then the Christians dispirited themselves over hill and dale, and the Ecclesiasts 398 cried out, and all heads were bared, and those in the ships hoisted the cross at their mastheads and began making for shore from every side, and landed their horses and gat them ready for fight and fray, whilst the sword blades glittered bright and the javelins glanced like laven light on mail shirt white, and all joined fight, and the grind mill of death whirled round and ground those who fought from horse and aground, heads from bodies flew and tongues mute grew and eyes no vision knew. Scimitars strove with utmost strain and heads flew over the battle plain, gallbladders clave and wrists were shorn in twain, steeds plashed in pools of gore and beards were gripped right sore. The host of Al-Islam called out, saying, On the Prince of Mankind be blessings and peace, and to the Compassionate glory and praise, which ne'er shall cease, for his boons which I increase. And the host of the infidels shouted, Glory to the cross and the belt and the vine-pressed juice, and the wine presser and the priests and the monks and the festival of palms and the metropolitan. Now Zalmakan and Sharkan held back, and their troops gave way and feigned flight from before the enemy, while the infidel array pressed hard upon them, deeming them in rout, and made ready to foin and hew. Then the many of the Moslems raised their voices, reciting the first verses of the chapter of the Cow 399, whilst the dead were trampled under hoofs of steeds, and the heralds of the Greeks cried out, Ho, servants of the Messiah! Ho, people of the true faith! Ho, followers of the primate! 400 Verily divine grace upon you opes, for see, the hosts of Al-Islam like birds with broken wings incline to elope. So turn ye not to them your backs, but let your swords cleave deep in their necks, and hold not your hands from them, else are ye outcasts from the Messiah, Mary's son, who spoke even when a cradled one. 401 Now Afridun, king of Constantinople, deemed that the infidels were victorious, knowing not that this was but a clever stratagem of the Moslems, and sent to King Hardub of Rome congratulations on success, adding, Availed us naught but the holy merit of the Archpatriarch, whose fragrance exhaled from the beards and mustachios of the slaves of the cross near and far, and I swear, by the miracles of the Messiah, and by thy daughter Abriza, the Nazarene, the Mariolater, and by the waters of baptism, that I will not leave upon the earth a single defender of al-Islam. And to the bitter end will I carry out this plan. So the messenger betook himself with the address to King Hardub, whilst the infidels called to one another saying, Take we vengeance wreak for Lucca. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 92nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the infidels called to one another, saying, Take we vengeance wreak for Lucca, while Hardub king of Greece cried aloud, Ho, to our revenge for Abriza. Thereupon King Zal-Makan shouted, Ho, servants of the requiting king, smite the children of denial and disobedience with the blanch of sword and the brown of spear. So the Moslems returned to the infidels and plied them with the keen-edged scimitar, whilst their herald cried aloud, Up, and at the foes of the faith, all ye who love the Prophet elect, with hope of salvation on the day of fear, to win favor of the bountiful, the forgiving one, for verily the garden of paradise is under the shadow of swords. And behold, Sharkan and his men charged down upon the infidels and cut off their retreat and wheeled and tourneyed among the ranks, when lo! A knight of goodly presence opened a passage through the army of unbelievers and circled hither and thither amongst the deniers, cutting and thrusting and covering the ground with heads and trunks, so that the faithless feared him and their necks bent under his lunge and hew. He was girt with 2 swords, his glances and his brand, and he was armed with 2 lances, one of bamboo cane and the other his straight wand-like shape, and his flowing hair stood him instead of many warriors, even as saith the poet Laud not long hair 402 except it be dispiried in 2-fold locks, on day of fight and fray, o'er youth who bears his lance twixt flank and thigh, from many a whiskered knight to win the day. And as singeth another I say to him, what while he slings his sword, for sword shall serve those looks that sword-like show. Says he, my sabre looks for those I love, my sword for those who sweets of love unknow. When Sharkan saw him, he said to him, I conjure thee by the Quran and the attributes of the Compassionate One, O champion of the champions. Tell me who thou art, for verily by thy deeds this day thou hast pleased the requiting king, whom one thing distracteth not from other thing, in that thou hast been discomfiting the children of impiety and in rebellion reveling. Then cried the cavalier to him saying, Thou art he who madest brother covenant with me but yesterday, how quickly thou hast forgotten me. Thereupon he withdrew his mouth veil 403 so that what was hidden of his beauty was disclosed, and lo! It was none other than Zal-Makan. Then Sharkan rejoiced in his brother, save that he feared for him the rush of fighting and the crush of braves smiting, and this for 2 reasons, the first, his tender age and exposure to the evil eye, and the second, that his safety was to the kingdom the greater of the 2 overshadowing wings. So he said to him, O king, thou riskest thy life, so join thy steed to mine, in very sooth I fear for thee from the foe, and better thou stint hazarding thyself forth of these squadrons, that we may shoot at the enemy thine unerring shaft. Quoth Zal-Makan, I desire to even thee in fray and I will not be niggard of myself before thee in the melee. Then the host of al-Islam, heaping itself upon the infidels, girt them on all sides, warred on them a right holy war, and brake the power of the children of impiety and pride and stowre. But King Afridun sighed when he saw the evil wreak that had fallen on the Greek, and they turned their backs from fight and addressed themselves to flight, making for the ships, when lo! There came out upon them from the sea coast another host, led by the minister Dandan, the champion who was wont to make champions bite the dust, and to lay load on them with cut and thrust. Nor less came forth the Emir Bahram, lord of the provinces of Sham, amid 20,000 horse doughty of arm, and the host of al-Islam pressed them in front and on flank and wrought them grievous harm. Then a body of the Moslems turned against those who in the ships remained, and perdition on them reigned, till they threw themselves into the main, and they slew of them many slain, more than 100,000 noblemen, nor was one of their champions, great or small, saved from bale and bane. Moreover, they took their ships, with all the money and treasure and cargo, save a score of keel, and the Moslems got that loot whose like was never gotten in bygone years, nor was such cut and thrust ever heard of by men's ears. 404 Now amongst the booty were 50,000 horses, besides treasure and spoil past reckoning and arithmetic, whereat the Moslems rejoiced with an exceeding joy, for that Allah had given them victory and protection. Such was the case with them, but as regards the fugitive infidels, they soon reached Constantinople, whither the tidings preceded them that King Afridun had prevailed over the Moslems. So quoth the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi, I know that my son Hardub, king of Rum, is no runagate, and that he feareth not the Islamitic hosts, but will restore the whole world to the Nazarene faith. Then she bade the great king, Afridun, give command that the city be decorated, and the people held festival high and drank their wines drunkenly and knew not the decrees of destiny. Now whilst they were in the midst of their rejoicings, behold, the raven of Dul and downfall croaked over them, and up came the 20 fugitive ships wherein was the king of Caesarea. So King Afridun, lord of Constantinople, met them on the seashore, and they told him all that had befallen them from the Moslem, and they wept sore and groaned and moaned, and rejoicing at will was turned into dismay for unheal, and they informed him concerning Lucas son of Shamlut, how calamity had betided him and how death had shot him with his shaft. Thereat the horrors of doomday rose upon King Afridun 405, and he knew that there was no making straight their crook. Then came up from them the sound of weeping and wailing, the city was full of men mourning, and the keeners were keening, and sighs and cries were heard from all sides. And when King Hardub of Greece met King Afridun, he told him the truth of the case, and how the flight of the Moslems was by way of stratagem and deceit, and said to him, Look not to see any of the army, save those who have already reached thee. When King Afridun heard these words, he fell down in a fainting fit, with his nose under his feet, and, as soon as he revived, he exclaimed, Surely the Messiah was wroth with them that he caused the Moslems to prevail over them. Then came the archpatriarch sadly to the king, who said to him, O our father, annihilation hath overtaken our army, and the Messiah hath punished us. Replied the patriarch, Grieve not nor feel concerned, for it cannot be but that one of you have sinned against the Messiah, and all have been punished for his offense, but now we will read prayers for you in the churches, that the Mohammedan hosts may be repelled from you. After which the old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, came to Afridun and said to him, O king, verily the Moslem hosts are many, and we shall never overcome them save by wile, wherefore I purpose to work upon them by guile and repair to this army of al-Islam, haply I may win my wish of their leader and slay their champion, even as I slew his father. If my stratagem succeed in his case, not one of the host he leads shall return to his native land, for all are strong only because of him, but I desire to have some Christian dwellers of Syria, such as go out every month and year to sell their goods, that they may help me, for this they can do, in carrying out my plan. Replied the king, Be it so whenever thou wilt. So she bade fetch 100 men, natives of Najran 406 in Sham, and the king asked them, Have ye not heard what hath befallen the Christians with the Moslems? Yes, answered they, and he rejoined, Know ye that this woman hath devoted her life to the Messiah, and purposeth to go forth with you, disguised as monotheists and Mohammedans, to work out a device which shall profit us and hinder the Moslem from us. Say, then, are ye also willing to devote yourselves to the anointed, and I will give you a quintal of gold, 407 He of you who escapeth shall have the money, and him of you who dieth will the Messiah reward. O king, replied they, we will devote our lives to the Messiah, and we will be thy sacrifice. Thereupon the old woman took all she required of aromatic roots and placed them in water which she boiled over the fire till the black essence of them was extracted. She waited till the decoction was cold, then dipped the corner of a long kerchief therein and stained her face therewith. Moreover, she donned over her clothes a long gabardine with an embroidered border and took in her hand a rosary, and afterwards went in to King Afridun, who knew her not, nor did any of his companions know her, till she discovered herself to them, and there was none in the assembly but who thanked and praised her for her cunning, and her son rejoiced and said, "May the Messiah never fail thee." Thereupon she took with her the Syrian Christians, and set out for the army of Baghdad, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 93rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when King Afridun heard these words, he fell into a fainting fit with his nose under his feet, and, as soon as he revived, fear fluttered the scrotum 408 below his belly, and he complained to the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi. Now this accursed old woman was a witch of the witches, past mistress in sorcery and deception, wanton and wily, debauched and deceptious, with foul breath, red eyelids, yellow cheeks, dull brown face, eyes bleared, mangy body, hair grizzled, back humped, skin withered and wan, and nostrils which ever ran. But she had studied the scriptures of al-Islam and had made the pilgrimage to the holy house of Mecca, and all this that she might come to the knowledge of the Mohammedan ordinances and the miraculous versets of the Quran, and she had professed Judaism in the holy city of Jerusalem 409 for 2 years' space, that she might master the magic of men and demons, so that she was a plague of plagues and a pest of pests, wrong-headed as to belief and to no religion lief. Now the chief reason of her sojourn with her son, King Hardub of Greece, was on account of the slave virgins at his court, for she was given to tribadism 410 and could not exist without sapphism or she went mad, so if any damsel pleased her, she was wont to teach her the art of rubbing clitoris against clitoris and would anoint her with saffron 411 till she fainted away for excess of volupty. Whoso obeyed her she was wont to favor and make her son incline towards her, but whoso repelled her she would contrive to destroy, and so she abode for a length of time. This was known to Marjana and Rayhana and Utrajah, the handmaids of Abriza, and their princess loathed the old woman and abhorred to lie with her, because of the rank smell from her armpits, the stench of her fizzles more fetid than carrion, and the roughness of her hide coarser than palm fiber. She was wont to bribe those who rubbed parts with her by means of jewels and instructions, but Abriza held aloof from her and sought refuge with the Omnipotent, the Omniscient, for, by Allah, right well quoth the poet, Ho thou who grovellest low before the great nor overlording lesser men dost blench, who gildest dross by diram gathering, no otter scent disguises carrion stench. And now to return to the story of her stratagem and the woes of her working. Presently she departed, taking the chief Nazarenes with their hosts, and turned towards the army of the Moslems. Whereupon King Hardub went in to King Afridun and said to him, O king, we have no need of the chief patriarch nor of his prayers, but will consult my mother's counsel and observe what she will do with her craft unending against the Moslem hosts, for these are marching with all their power. They will soon be upon us and they will encircle us on all sides. When King Afridun heard this, terror took hold upon his heart and he wrote letters, without stay or delay, to all the nations of the Nazarenes, saying, It behoveth none of the Messiahites or Cross-Knights to hold back, especially the folk of the strongholds and forts, but let them all come to us, foot and horse, women and children, for the Moslem hosts already tread our soil. So haste. Haste yet. Ere what we fear to us here appear. Thus much concerning them, but regarding the work of the old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, when she went forth from the city with her suite, she clad them in the clothing of Moslem merchants, having provided herself with 100 mules carrying stuffs of Antioch, such as gold-woven satins and royal brocades and so forth. And she had taken a letter from King Aphrodon to the following effect: These be merchantmen from the land of Sham who have been with us, so it befitteth none to do them harm or hindrance, nor take tax and tithe of them, till they reach their homes and safe places, for by merchants a country flourisheth, and these are no men of war nor of ill faith. Then quoth the accursed Zat al-Dawahi to those with her, Verily I wish to work out a plot for the destruction of the Moslem. Replied they, O Queen, command us whatso thou wilt, we are at thy disposal, and may the Messiah never disappoint thy dealings. Then she donned a gown of fine white wool and rubbed her forehead, till she made a great mark as of a scar, and anointed it with anointment of her own fashion, so that it shone with prodigious sheen. Now the old hag was lean-bodied and hollow-eyed, and she bound her legs tightly round with cords 412 just above her feet, till she drew near the Moslem camp, when she unwound them, leaving their marks deeply embedded in her ankles. Then she anointed the wheels with dragon's blood and bade her companions beat her with a severe beating, and set her in a chest and, quoth she, cry abroad the refrain of unity 413 nor fear from it aught of damage. Replied they, How can we beat thee, who be our sovereign lady, Zat al-Dawahi, mother of the king we glory in? Then said she, We blame not nor deal reproach to him who goeth to the jakes, and in need evil becometh good deed. When ye have set me in the chest, take it and make it one of the bales and place it on mule back and fare forth with it and the other goods through the Moslem camp, and fear ye no blame. And if any of the Moslems hinder you, give up the mules and their lading and betake yourselves to their king, Za al-Makan, and implore his protection, saying, We were in the land of the infidels and they took nothing from us, but wrote us a passport, that none shall do us hindrance or work our mischance. If he ask you, What profit had ye of your property in the land of Rum? Answer him, We profited in the deliverance of a pious man, who had been bound down in an underground cell nigh 15 years, crying out for help, yet none helped him. Nay, the infidels tortured him night and day. We knew not this, but, after we had tarried in Constantinople for some time, having sold our goods and bought others in their stead, we determined on and made ready for a return to our native land. We spent that night conversing about our journey, and when day broke, we saw figured upon the wall a human form, and as we drew nigh it, behold, it moved and said, O Moslems, is there amongst you one who is minded to woo the favor of the Lord of the three worlds? 414 How so? Asked we, and the figure answered, Know that Allah hath made me speak to you, to the intent that your faith be fortified, and that your belief embolden you, and that you may go forth of the country of the infidels and repair to the Moslem host, for with them one's the sword of the compassionate one, of our age the champion, King Sharkan, by whom he shall conquer Constantinople town and destroy the sect of the Nazarene. And when ye shall have journeyed 3 days, you will find an hermitage known as the hermitage of the ascetic Matruhina 415, and containing a cell. Visit it with pure intent and contrive to arrive there by force of will, for therein is a religious from the holy city, Jerusalem, by name Abdullah, and he is one of the devoutest of mankind, endowed with the power of working saintly miracles 416, such as dispel doubts and obscurity. Certain of the monks seized him by fraud and shut him up in a souterrain where he hath lain a long time. By his deliverance you will please the Lord of faithful men, for such release is better than fighting for the faith. Now when the ancient dame and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, As soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharkan, say him further. Hearing this from that image we knew that the holy man and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 94th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, and those with her had agreed upon such words, she said, Now as soon as that which I impart shall reach the ears of King Sharkan, say him further. Hearing these words from that image, we knew that the holy man was indeed of the chiefest devotees and Allah's servants of purest qualities. So we made 3 days' march till we came in sight of that hermitage, and then we went up to it and passed the day in buying and selling, as is the wont of merchants. As soon as day had departed our sight and night was come to darken light, we repaired to the cell wherein was the dungeon, and we heard the holy man, after chanting some verses of the Quran, repeat the following couplets: My heart disheartened is, my breast is strait, and sinks my soul in sea of bale and bait, unless escape be near I soon shall die, and death were better than this doleful strait. O lightning, and thou light my home and folk, and their still brighter charms thy shine abate. Say, what my path to meet them, being barred by wars, and barricadoed succour's gate? When once ye have brought me into the Moslem camp, and I mix with them, you shall see, the old woman continued, how I will make shift to beguile them and slay them all, even to the last man. The Nazarenes, hearing what she said, kissed her hands and set her in the chest, after they had beaten her with a grievous beating in obedience to her commands, for they saw it was incumbent on them to do her bidding in this. Then they all made for the Moslem host, as hath erst been said. Such was the case with the damned hag, Zat al-Dawahi, and her companions, but as regards the Mohammedan army, they indeed, after Allah had given them victory over their enemies and they had plundered everything in the ships of money and hoards, all sat down to converse with one another, and Za al-Makan said to his brother Sharkan, Verily, Allah hath granted us to prevail because of our just dealing and discipline and concord amongst ourselves, wherefore continue, O Sharkan, to obey my commandment, in submission to Allah, be He exalted and extolled, for I mean to slay 10 kings in blood revenge for my sire, to cut the throat of 50,000 Greeks and to enter Constantinople. Replied Sharkan, my life be thy ransom against death. Needs must I follow out the holy war, though I won many a year in their country. But I have, O my brother, in Damascus a daughter, named Kuzia Fakan, whom I love heartily, for she is one of the marvels of the time and she will soon be of age. Said Za al-Makan, and I also have left my wife with child and near her time, nor do I know what Allah will vouchsafe me by her. But promise me, O my brother, that if Allah bless me with a son, thou wilt grant me thy daughter for wife to him, and make covenant with me and pledge me thy faith thereon. With love and good will, replied Sharkan, and, stretching out his hand to his brother, he said, if she bring thee a son, I will give him my daughter Kuzia Fakan, to wife. At this Za al-Makan rejoiced, and they fell to congratulating each other on the victory over the enemy. And the Wazir Dandan also congratulated the 2 brothers and said to them, Know, O ye kings, that Allah hath given us the victory, for that we have devoted our lives to him, be he exalted and extolled, and we have left our homes and households, and it is my counsel that we follow up the foe and press upon him and harass him, so haply Allah shall enable us to win our wishes, and we shall destroy our enemies, branch and root. If it please you, do ye go down in these ships and sail over the sea, whilst we fare forward by land and bear the brunt of battle and the thrust of fight. And the minister Dandan ceased not to urge them to combat and repeated his words, who said, to slay my foes is chiefest bliss I wist, and on the courser's back be borne a list, comes promising tryst a messenger from friend full oft, when comes the friend withouten tryst. And these words of another war for my mother, and I live, I'll take, spear for my brother, scimitar for sire, with every shag-haired brave who meets his death smiling, till won from doom his dear desire. And when the Wazir ended his verses, he said, Praise be to him who aided us dear victory to uphold, and who hath given us spoil of silver and fine gold. Then Za al-Makan commanded the army to depart, and they fared on forcing their marches for Constantinople, till they came to a wide and spacious champaign, full of all things fair and fain, with wild cattle frisking and gazelles pacing to and fro across the plain. Now they had traversed great deserts and drink had been 6 days cut off from them, when they drew near this meadow and saw therein waters founting and ripe fruits flaunting and that land as it were paradise, for it had donned its adornments and decked itself. 417 gently waved the branches of its trees drunken with the new wine of the dew, and combined with the nectar of Thasneem the soft breathings of the morning breeze. Mind and gazer were confounded by its beauty, even as saith the poet, behold this lovely garden. 'Tis as though spring o'er its frame her green a cloak had spread. Looking with fleshly eyne, thou shalt but sight a lake whose waters balance in their bed, but look with spirit eyes and lo, shalt see glory in every leaf o'er waves thy head. And as another saith, the streams a cheek by sunlight rosy dyed, whose down 418 is creeping shade of tamarisk stems, round legs of tree trunks wavelets roll in rings silvern, and blossoms are the diadems. When Zalmakan saw this champaign, with its trees bowing and its flowers blooming and its birds warbling, he called to his brother Sharkan and said, O my brother, verily in Damascus is not the like of this place. We will not march from it save after 3 days, that we may take rest ourselves and that the army of al-Islam may regain strength and their souls be fortified to encounter the blamed infidels. So they halted therein, and while camping behold, they heard a noise of voices from afar, and Zalmakan asked the cause thereof, and was answered that a caravan of merchants from the land of Syria had halted there to rest, and that the Moslem troops had come on them and had haply seized something of the goods which they had brought from the country of the infidels. After a while up came the merchants, crying out and appealing to the king for aidance. When Zalmakan saw this, he bade them be brought before him, and, when in presence, they said to him, O king, we have been in the country of the infidels and they plundered us of nothing, why then do our brothers the Moslems despoil our goods, and we in their own land? Of a truth when we saw your troops, we went up to them, and they robbed us of what we had with us, and we have now reported to thee all that hath befallen us. Thereupon they brought out to him the letter of the king of Constantinople, and Sharkan read it and said, We will presently restore to you what hath been taken from you, but yet it behoveth you not to carry merchandise to the country of the infidels. Replied they, O our lord, in very sooth Allah dispatched us thither that we might win what Ghazi 419 never won the like of, not even thou in all thy razzias. Asked Sharkan, what was it ye won? O king, answered they, we will not tell thee save in private, for if this matter be noised among the folk, haply it may come to the ears of some 420, and this will be the cause of our ruin and of the ruin of all Moslems who resort to the land of the Greeks. Now they had hidden the chest wherein was the damned Zat al-Dawahi. So Zalmakan and his brother brought them to a private place, where they laid bare to both of them the story of the devotee, and wept till they made the 2 kings weep, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 95th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Nazarenes who wore merchants' weed, when brought to a private place by Zalmakan and his brother Sharkan, laid bare to both of them the story of the devotee and wept till they made the 2 kings weep, and repeated to them all which had been taught by the old witch Zat al-Dawahi. Thereupon Sharkan's heart yearned to the devotee, and he was moved to ruth for him and was fired with zeal for the service of Almighty Allah. So quoth he to them, Did ye rescue this holy man, or is he still in the hermitage? Quoth they, We delivered him and slew the hermit, fearing for our lives, after which we made haste to fly for dread of death, but a trusty man told us that in this hermitage are quintals of gold and silver and stones of price. Then they fetched the chest and brought out the accursed old woman, as she were a cashapod 421 for excess of blackness and leanness, and she was laden with the same fetters and shackles. When Zalmakan and the bystanders saw her, they took her for a man of the best of Allah's devotees and surpassing in pious qualities, more especially because of the shining of her forehead for the ointment wherewith she had anointed her face. So Zalmakan and Sharkan wept sore, then they rose up in honor and kissed her hands and feet, sobbing aloud, but she signed to them and said, "Cease this weeping and hear my words." Hereat they dried their tears in obedience to her bidding, and she said, "Know ye both that I was content to accept what my Lord did unto me, for I kenned that the affliction which befell me was a trial from him, be he exalted and extolled, and whoso hath not patience under calamity and tribulation, for him there is no coming to the delights of paradise. I had indeed supplicated him that I might return to my native land, not as a compensation for the sufferings decreed to me, but that I might die under the horse hoofs of warriors fighting for the faith who, being slain in fray, live again without suffering death." 422. Then she repeated the following couplets: Our fort is Tor. 423 And flames the fire of fight, Moses art thou and this is time for aid, cast down thy rod, 'twill swallow all they wrought, nor dread for men their ropes be vipers made. 424 4 chapters read on fight day lines of foes, and on their necks grave versets. 425 Wi thy blade. When the old woman had ended her verse, her eyes overflowed with tears and her forehead under the unguent shone like gleaming light, and Sharkan rose and kissed her hand and caused food be brought before her, but she refused it, saying, I have not broken my fast by day for 15 years, and how should I break it at such a time when my Lord hath been bountiful to me in delivering me from the captivity of the infidels and removing from me that which was more grievous to me than torment of fire. I will wait till sundown. So when it was nightfall, Sharkan and Zalmakan came and served her with food and said, Eat, O ascetic. But she said, This is no time for eating, it is the time for worshipping the requiting king. Then she stood up in the prayer niche and remained praying till the night was spent, and she ceased not to do after this fashion for 3 days and nights, sitting not but at the time of the salam or salutation. 426 Ending the several prayers. When Zalmakan saw her on this wise, firm belief in her gat hold of his heart, and he said to Sharkan, Cause a tent of perfumed leather to be pitched for this religious, and appoint a body servant to wait upon him. On the 4th day she called for food, so they brought her all kinds of meats that could seduce the sense or delight the sight, but of all this she would eat only a scone with salt. Then she again turned to her fast and, as the night came, she rose anew to pray, when Sharkan said to Zalmakan, Verily, this man carrieth renunciation of the world to the extreme of renouncing, and, were it not for this holy war, I would join myself to him and worship Allah in his service, till I came before his presence. And now I desire to enter his tent and talk with him for an hour. Quoth Zalmakan, And I also, tomorrow we sally forth to fight against Constantinople, and we shall find no time like the present. Said the Wazir Dandan, And I no less desire to see this ascetic, haply he will pray for me that I find death in this holy war and come to the presence of my Lord, for I am aweary of the world. So as soon as night had darkened, they repaired to the tent of that witch, Zat al-Dawahi, and, seeing her standing to pray, they drew near her and fell a weeping for pity of her, but she paid no heed to them till midnight was past, when she ended her orisons by pronouncing the salutation. Then she turned to them and after wishing them long life, asked them wherefore come ye, whereto they answered, O thou holy man! Didst thou not hear us weep around thee? She rejoined, To him who standeth in the presence of Allah, remaineth no existence in time, either for hearing any or for seeing aught about him. Quoth they, We would have thee recount to us the cause of thy captivity and pray for us this night, for that will profit us more than the possession of Constantinople. Now when she heard their words she said, By Allah, were ye not the emirs of the Moslems, I would not relate to you aught of this at any time, for I complain not but to Allah alone. However, to you I will relate the circumstances of my captivity. Know, then, that I was in the saintly city of Jerusalem with certain ecstatics and inspired men, and did not magnify myself among them, for that Allah, be He exalted and extolled, had endowed me with humility and abnegation, till I chanced to go down to the sea one night and walked upon the water. Then entered into me pride, whence I know not, and I said to myself, who like me can walk the water? And my heart from that time hardened, and Allah afflicted me with the love of travel. So I journeyed to Rumland and visited every part for a whole year, and left no place but therein I worshipped Allah. When I came to this spot 427 I clomb the mountain and saw there an hermitage, inhabited by a monk called Matruhina, who, when he sighted me, came out and kissed my hands and feet and said, Verily, I have seen thee since thou enteredst the land of the Greeks, and thou hast filled me with longing for the land of Al-Islam. Then he took my hand and carried me into that hermitage, and brought me to a dark room, and, when I entered it unawares, he locked the door on me and left me there 40 days, without meat or drink, for it was his intent to kill me by delay. It chanced one day, that a knight called Dacianus 428 came to the hermitage, accompanied by 10 squires and his daughter Themisil, a girl whose beauty was incomparable. When they entered that hermitage, the monk Matruhina told them of me, and the knight said, Bring him out, for surely there is not on him a bird's meal of meat. So they opened the door of the dark room and found me standing in the niche, praying and reciting the Quran and glorifying Allah and humbling myself before the Almighty. When they saw me in this state, Matruhina exclaimed, This man is indeed a sorcerer of the sorcerers, and hearing his words, they all came in on me, Dacianus and his company withal, and they beat me with a grievous beating, till I desired death and reproached myself, saying, This is his reward who exalteth himself and who prideth himself on that which Allah hath vouchsafed to him, beyond his own competence. And thou, O my soul, verily self-esteem and arrogance have crept into thee. Dost thou not know that pride angereth the Lord and hardeneth the heart and bringeth men to the fire? Then they laid me in fetters and returned me to my place, which was the dungeon underground. Every 3 days, they threw me down a scone of barley bread and a draught of water, and every month or two the knight came to the hermitage. Now his daughter Themisil had grown up, for she was 9 years old when I first saw her, and 15 years passed over me in captivity, so that she had reached her 24th year. There is not in our land nor in the land of the Greeks a fairer than she, and her father feared lest the king take her from him, for she had vowed herself to the Messiah and rode with Dacianus in the habit of a cavalier, so that albeit none might compare with her in loveliness, no one who saw her knew her for a woman. And her father had laid up his monies in this hermitage, every one who had aught of price or treasured hoard being wont to deposit it therein, and I saw there all manner of gold and silver and jewels and precious vessels and rarities, none may keep count of them save Almighty Allah. Now ye are worthier of these riches than those infidels, so lay hands on that which is in the hermitage and divide it among the Moslems, and especially on fighters in the holy war. When these merchants came to Constantinople and sold their merchandise, that image which is on the wall spoke to them, by grace of a marvel which Allah granted to me, so they made for that hermitage and slew Matruhina, after torturing him with most grievous torments, and dragging him by the beard, till he showed them the place where I was, when they took me and found no path but flight for dread of death. Now tomorrow night Themisil will visit that hermitage as is her habit, and her father and his squires will come after her, as he feareth for her. So, if ye would witness these things, take me with you, and I will deliver to you the monies and the riches of the knight Dacianus which be in that mountain, for I saw them bring out vessels of gold and silver to drink therefrom, and I heard a damsel of their company sing to them in Arabic and well away. That so sweet a voice should not be busied in chanting the Quran. If, then, ye will, enter into that hermitage and hide there against the coming of Dacianus and his daughter, and take her, for she is fit only for the king of the age, Sharkan, or King Zaalmakan. Thereat they all rejoiced with the exception of the Wazir Dandan, who put scant faith in her story, for her words took no hold on his reason, and signs of doubt in her and disbelief showed in his face. 429 Yet he was confounded at her discourse, but he feared to speak with her for awe of the king. Then quoth the ancient dame, Zat al-Dawahi, verily, I fear lest the night come and, seeing these troops encamped in the meadow, be afraid to enter the hermitage. So Zaalmakan ordered the army to march upon Constantinople and said, I have resolved to take with me 100 horse and many mules and make for that mountain, where we will load the beasts with the monies which be in the hermitage. Then he sent at once for the chief chamberlain whom they brought into the presence, and he summoned likewise the leaders of the Turks and Daylamites and said, As soon as it is dawn, do ye set forth for Constantinople, and thou, O chamberlain, shalt take my place in council and contrivance, while thou, O Rustum, shalt be my brother's deputy in battle. But let none know that we are not with you, and after 3 days we will rejoin you. Then he chose out 100 of the doughtiest riders, and he and Sharkan and the minister Dandan set out for the hermitage, and the 100 horsemen led the mules with chests for transporting the treasure. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 96th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Sharkan and his brother, Zaalmakan and the Wazir Dandan set off with 100 horse for the hermitage described to them by that accursed Zat al-Dawahi, and they took with them mules and chests for transporting the treasure. Now as soon as dawned the morn, the chamberlain signalled to the host an order for departure, and they set out thinking that the 2 kings and the Wazir were with them, knowing not that the 3 had made for the monastery. Such was the case with the host, but as regards the 2 kings and the minister, they tarried in their place till the end of that day. Now the infidels who were with Zat al-Dawahi took their departure privily, after they had gone in to her and kissed her hands and feet and obtained her leave to march. So she not only gave them permission but also taught them all she minded of wile and guile. And when it was dark night, she arose and went into Zaalmakan and his companions and said to them, Come, let us set out for the mountain, and take with you a few men at arms. They obeyed her and left 5 horsemen at the foot of the mountain, whilst the rest rode on before Zat al-Dawahi, who gained new strength for excess of joy, so that Zaalmakan said, Glory be to him who sustaineth this holy man, whose like we never saw. Now the witch had written a letter to the king of Constantinople and dispatched it on the wings of a bird 430 acquainting him with what had passed and ending, I wish thee to send me 10,000 horsemen of the bravest of the Greeks and let them steal along the foot of the mountains with caution, lest the host of al-Islam get sight of them, and, when they reach the hermitage, let them ambush themselves there, till I come to them with the Moslem king and his brother, for I shall inveigle them. And will bring them thither, together with the Wazir and 100 horse and no more, that I may presently deliver to them the crosses which be in the hermitage. I am resolved to slay the monk Matruhina, since my scheme cannot be carried out but by taking his life. If my plot work well, not one of the Moslems shall return to his own country, no, not a living wight nor one who blows the fire alight, and Matruhina shall be a sacrifice for the followers of the Nazarene faith and the servants of the cross, and praise be to the Messiah, first and last. When this letter reached Constantinople, the keeper of the carrier pigeons carried it to King Afridun, who read it and forthwith inspected his host and equipped 10,000 cavaliers with horses and dromedaries and mules and and bade them repair to that hermitage and, after reaching the tower, to hide therein. Thus far concerning them, but as regards King Zaalmakan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan and the escort, when they reached the hermitage they entered and met the monk Matruhina, who came out to see who and what they were, whereupon quoth that pious man Zat al-Dawahi, slay this damned fellow. 431 So they smote him with their swords and made him drink the cup of death. Then the accursed old woman carried them to the place of offerings and ex votos, and brought out to them treasures and precious things more than she had described to them, and after gathering the whole together, they set the booty in chests and loaded the mules therewith. As for Tamasil, she came not, she or her father, for fear of the Moslems, so Zal-Makan tarried there, awaiting her all that day and the next and a third, till Sharkan said to him, By Allah, I am troubled anent the army of al-Islam, for I know not what is become of them. His brother replied, And I also am concerned for them. We have come by this great treasure and I do not believe that Tamasil or any one else will approach the hermitage, after that befell which hath befallen the host of the Christians. It behoveth us, then, to content ourselves with what Allah hath given us and depart, so haply He will help us conquer Constantinople. Accordingly they came down from the mountain, while Zat al-Dawahi was impotent to oppose their march for fear of betraying her deceit, and they fared forwards till they reached the head of a defile, where the old woman had laid an ambush for them with the 10,000 horse. As soon as these saw the Moslems they encircled them from all sides, couching lance and bearing the white saber blade, and the infidels shouted the watchword of their faithless faith and set the shafts of their mischief astring. When Zal-Makan and his brother Sharkan and the minister Dandan looked upon this host, they saw that it was a numerous army and said, Who can have given these troops information of us? Replied Sharkan, O my brother, this be no time for talk, this is the time for smiting with swords and shooting with shafts, so gird up your courage and hearten your hearts, for this strait is like a street with two gates, though, by the virtue of the Lord of Arabs and Ajams, were not the place so narrow I would bring them to naught, even though they were 100,000 men. Said Zal-Makan, Had we what this we would have brought with us 5,000 horse, and the Wazir Dandan continued, If we had 10,000 horse they had availed us naught in these narrows, but Allah will succor us against them. I know this defile and its straightness, and I know there be many places of refuge in it, for I have been here on razzia with King Omar bin al-Nu'man, what while we besieged Constantinople. We abode in this place, and here is water colder than snow. So come, let us push out of this defile ere the infidel host increase on us and get the start of us to the mountain top, whence they will hurl down rocks upon us, and we powerless to come at them. So they began hurrying on to get out of those narrows, but the pious man, Zat al-Dawahi, looked at them and said, What is it ye fear, ye who have vowed yourselves to the Lord, and to working His will? By Allah, I abode imprisoned underground for 15 years, yet never gainsaid the Almighty in aught He did with me. Fight ye in Allah's way, so whoever of you is slain paradise shall be his abode, and whoso slayeth, his striving shall be to his honor. When they heard from the ascetic these words, their care and anxiety ceased from them and they stood firm till the infidels charged down from all sides, whilst the swords played upon their necks and the cup of death went round amongst them. The Moslems fought for the service of Allah a right good fight, and wrought upon his foes with sway of sword and lunge of lance, whilst Zal-Makan smote upon the men and garrot the knights bite the dust and their heads from their bodies take flight, 5 by 5 and 10 by 10, till he had done to death a number of them past numbering and an accompt beyond counting. Now while so doing, he looked at the accursed old woman who was waving her sword and heartening them, and all who feared fled to her for shelter, but she was also signing the infidels to slay Sharkan. So troop after troop rushed on him with design to do him die, but each troop that charged, he charged and drove back, and when another troop attacked him he repelled the assault with the sword in their backs, for he thought it was the devotee's blessing that gave him the victory, and he said in himself, Verily on this holy man Allah looketh with eyes of his favor and strengtheneth my prowess against the infidels with the purity of his pious intent, for I see that they fear me and cannot prevail against me, but every one who assaileth me turneth tail and taketh flight. So they battled the rest of the day, and, when night fell, the Moslems took refuge in a cave of that defile, being weary with stress of war and cast of stone, and that day were slain of them 45. And when they were gathered together, they sought the devotee, but could find no trace of him, and this was grievous to them, and they said, Belike, he hath died a martyr. Quoth Sharkan, I saw him heartening the horsemen with divine instances and using as talisman verses of Holy Writ. Now while they were talking, behold, the accursed old woman, Zat al-Dawahi, stood before them, handing in hand the head of the chief captain of the 10,000 horse, a noble knight, a champion fierce in fight and a Satan for blight. One of the Turks had slain him with an arrow, and Allah hurried his soul to the fire, and when the infidels saw what that Moslem had done with their leader, they all fell on him and wrought his bane and hewed him in pieces with their swords, and Allah hurried his soul to heaven. Then the accursed old woman cut off that knight's head and brought it and threw it at the feet of Sharkan and Zalmakan and the Wazir Dandan. Now when Sharkan saw her, he sprang up hastily before her and exclaimed, Praised be Allah for thy safety and for our sighting thee, O holy man and devout champion of the religion. Replied she, O my son, I have sought martyrdom this day, and have thrown my life away amid the infidel array, but they feared me with dismay. When ye dispersed, I waxed jealous for your honor, so I rushed on the chief knight their leader, albeit he was a match for 1,000 horse, and I smote him till I severed head from trunk. Not one of the infidels could near me, so I brought his head to you, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. Now when it was the 97th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the damned witch, Zat al-Dawahi, took the head of the knight, the leader of the 20,000 infidels, she brought it and threw it down before Zalmakan and his brother Sharkan and the Wazir Dandan, saying, When I saw your condition, I waxed jealous for your honor, so I rushed on the chief knight and smote him with the sword till I severed head from trunk. And none could near me, so I brought his head to you, that you may be strengthened in holy war and work out with your swords the will of the Lord of the faithful. And now I purpose leaving you to strive against the infidels, whilst I go to your army, though they be at the gates of Constantinople, and return with 20,000 horse to destroy these unfaithfuls. Quoth Sharkan, How wilt thou pass to them, O thou holy man, seeing that the valley is blocked up on all sides by the miscreants? Quoth the accursed hag, Allah will veil me from their eyes and they shall not sight me. 432 Nor, if any saw me, would he dare to attack me at that time, for I shall be as one non-existing, absorbed in Allah, and he will fend off from me his foes. Thou sayest sooth, O holy man, rejoined Sharkan, for indeed I have been witness of that, so, if thou can pass out at the first of the night, 'twill be best for us. Replied she, I will set out at this very hour and, if thou desire, thou shalt go with me and none shall see thee. Furthermore if thy brother also have a mind to go with us we will take him, but none else, for the shadow of a saint can cover only twain. Sharkan said, As for me I will not leave my comrades, but, if my brother will, there is no harm in his going with thee and setting us free of this strait, for he is the stronghold of the Moslems and the sword of the Lord of the three worlds, and if it be his pleasure, let him take with him the Wazir Dandan, or whom else he may elect and send us 10,000 horse to succor us against these caitiffs. So after debate they agreed on this, and the old woman said, Give me leisure to go before you and consider the condition of the infidels, if they be asleep or awake. Quoth they, We will not go forth save with thee and trust our affair to Allah. If I do your bidding, Replied she, blame me not but blame yourselves, for it is my rede that you await me till I bring you tidings of the case. Then said Sharrkan, go to them and delay not from us, for we shall be awaiting thee. Thereupon she fared forth, and Sharrkan turned to his brother addressing him and said, were not this holy man a miracle worker, he had never slain yonder furious knight. This is proof sufficient of the ascetic's power, and of a truth the pride of the infidels is laid low by the slaying of this cavalier, for he was violent, evil devil and a stubborn. Now whilst they were thus devising of the mighty works of the devotee, behold, the accursed Zat al-Dawahi came upon them and promised them victory over the unbelievers, wherefore they thanked her, not knowing that all this was wile and guile, and the damned hag asked, where be the king of the age, Za al-Makan, and the minister Dandan? Answered he, here am I. Take with thee thy wazir, said she, and follow after me, that we may fare forth to Constantinople. Now she had acquainted the infidels with the cheat she had put upon the Moslems, and they rejoiced with exceeding great joy, and said, our hearts will not be contented till we shall have slain their king in return for the knight's death, because we had no stouter rider than he, and they added, bespeaking the ill-omened hag as she told them her plan of faring to the land of the Moslems, when thou bringest him to us, we will bear him to King Afridun. Then she went out with her Za al-Makan and the minister Dandan, and she walked on before the two saying, fare forth with the blessing of Almighty Allah. So they did her bidding, for the shaft of fate and fortune of man's lot had shot them, and she ceased not leading them both through the midst of the Grecian camp, till they came to the defile, the narrow pass aforesaid, whilst the infidel enemy watched them, but did them no hindrance, for the infernal old woman had enjoined this. Now when Za al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan saw that the infidel host offered them no let and stay and yet had them in sight, the Wazir exclaimed, by Allah, this is one of the holy man's saintly miracles. And doubtless he be of the elect. Rejoined Za al-Makan, by Allah, I think the infidels be naught but blind, for we see them and they see us not. And while they were thus praising the holy man and recounting his mighty works and his piety and his prayers, behold, the infidels charged down on them from all sides and surrounded them and seized them, saying, is there anyone else with you twain, that we may seize upon him too? And the Wazir Dandan replied, see you not yon other man that is before us? Replied the unbelievers, by the truth of the Messiah and the monks, and the primate and the metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then Za al-Makan said, by Allah, this is a chastisement decreed to us by Almighty Allah. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 98th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the unfaithful had seized upon King Za al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan, they said to the two, is there anyone else with you twain, that we may seize upon him also? And the Wazir Dandan replied, see you not yon other man who be with us? They rejoined, by the truth of the Messiah and the monks and the primate and the metropolitan, we see none save you two. Then the infidels laid shackles on their feet and set men to guard them during the night, whilst Zat al-Dawahi fared on and disappeared from their sight. So they fell to lamenting and saying to each other, verily, the opposing of pious men leadeth to greater distress than this, and we are punished by the strait which hath befallen us. So far concerning Za al-Makan and the Wazir Dandan, but as regards King Sharrkan, he passed that night in the cavern with his comrades, and when dawned the day and he had prayed the morn prayer, he and his men made ready to do battle with the infidel, and he heartened them and promised them all good. Then they sallied out till they were hard upon the unbelievers, and, when these saw them from afar, they cried out to them, saying, O Moslems, we have taken captives your Sultan and your Wazir who hath the ordering of your affairs, and except ye leave off fighting us, we will slay you to the last man, but an you yield yourselves we will take you to our king, who will make peace with you on condition that you quit our country and return home and harm us in naught, and we will do you no harm in aught. If ye accept, it will be well for you, but if ye refuse there remaineth nothing for you but death. So we have told you sooth, and this is our last word to you. Now when Sharrkan heard this and was certified of the captivity of his brother and the Wazir Dandan, he was weighed down with woe and wept, his force failed him and, making sure of death, he said to himself, would I knew the cause of their capture. Did they fail of respect to the holy man or disobey him, or what was the matter? Then they sprang up to battle with the unbelievers and slew great numbers of them. The brave was known that day from craven men, and sword and spear were dyed with bloody stain, for the infidels flocked upon them, as flies flock to drink, from hill and from plain, but Sharrkan and his men ceased not to wage the fight of those who fear not to die, nor let death hinder them from the pursuit of victory, till the valley ran gore and earth was full of the slain she bore. And when night fell the armies separated, each making for his own place, and the Moslems returned to the cavern where gain and loss were manifest to them, few remained of them and there was no dependence for them but on Allah and the Scimitar. Now there had been slain of them that day 35 men of the chiefest emirs, and they had killed thousands of the infidels, footmen and fighters on horse. When Sharrkan saw this, the case was grievous to him and he asked his comrades, what shall we do? Whereto all answered, that which Almighty Allah willeth shall befall us. On the morning of the second day, Sharrkan said to the remnant of his troop, if ye go forth to fight, not one of you will remain alive and we have but little left of food and water, so I deem ye would do better to bear your brands and go forth and stand at the mouth of this cavern, to hinder any from entering. Haply the holy man may have reached the Moslem host, and may return with 10,000 horse to succor us in fight with the infidels, for belike the unfaithful may have failed to see him and those with him. They said, this were the better course to take, and of its expediency no doubt we make. So the troop went out and held the cavern mouth standing by its walls, and every one of the infidels who sought to enter in, they slew. Thus did they fend off the foe from the gate of the cave and they patiently supported all such assaults, till day was done and night came on dusky and dun, and Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Now when it was the 99th night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the army of the Moslems held the cavern mouth and stood by its walls and they fended off the foe, and every one of the infidels attempted to charge them, him they slew, and they patiently supported all such assaults till day was done and night came on dusky and dun, by which time King Sharrkan had only 25 men and no more left. Then quoth the infidels to one another, when shall these battle days have an end? We are weary of warring the Moslems. And quoth one of them, up and at them, for there remain of them but 25